My parents spent thousands for my older brothers while I tried to survive. But then, while he begged for a job, I built a company and watched him burn. My parents secretly funded my golden child brother's entire luxury college life while letting me tape my broken shoes together and work 80-hour weeks in a lumber yard. Years later, when he was broke and begged me for a job at my multi-million-dollar agency, I didn't just say no. I created an elaborate, fake corporate entity, put him through a grueling 3-month unpaid internship, and watched him publicly bomb a fake investor pitch just to hand him a screenshot of the exact moment he called me a pathetic laborer. Original post. I returned to my apartment after a brutal 14-hour shift at the lumber yard, my hands blistered and my back screaming in agony, only to find my older brother Trevor lounging on the couch. He looked up from his phone, smirked, and said, "You know, most people your age are out having fun on a Saturday night, not hauling wood like a peasant. I just turned 29 a few months back. If you saw me now clean cut, wearing a tailored navy blazer, spinning the keys to a Porsche 911 on my finger, you'd probably assume I was one of those trust fund kids who had everything handed to him on a silver platter. But nothing could be further from the blood, sweat, and absolute isolation that built my life. Because while some people grow up in families that nurture them, mine had a generational talent for reminding me in 1,000 microscopic ways that I was the spare parts. I wasn't the chosen one. That sacred title belonged to Trevor, 3 years older, smug as a lottery winner, and completely useless. From the moment we were old enough to speak, my parents made it aggressively clear which one of us was destined for greatness, and which one was destined to serve. I was 16 when I got my first job. It was early Saturday mornings at a massive local lumber and hardware supply depot. I spent my weekends stacking 50-pound bags of concrete, organizing treated pine, and learning how to use a heavy-duty box cutter without slicing my own fingers off. It wasn't glamorous, but it paid, and it was honest. I still vividly remember the first time I came home with an aching spine, my boots caked in mud, and grease permanently stained under my fingernails. My mom was sitting at the kitchen island, sipping her wine. She glanced up from her iPad, gave me a disgusted once-over, and muttered, "I really never thought we'd raise a blue-collar laborer. Wash your hands before you touch anything." My dad, reading the sports section, just chuckled. At least someone's learning the value of $1. That might have actually meant something, maybe even felt like a compliment, if he hadn't immediately followed it up by looking proudly at Trevor. Unlike Trevor here, who was busy cultivating his mind instead of wasting his youth on minimum-wage grunt work, Trevor, at 19 years old, hadn't worked a single day in his life. He didn't even pretend to look for a job. He spent his weekends gaming in the basement, smoking weed out the window, or blasting EDM through the $400 noise-canceling headphones my parents had bought him for study focus. They always had an arsenal of excuses ready for him. He's focused on his entrepreneurial future. He's got raw, untamed potential. We don't want to distract his creative genius with mundane money problems. And honestly, maybe that would have made a fraction of sense if Trevor was actually acing his classes, learning to code, or inventing the next big startup. But he wasn't. He was coasting through community college, failing basic electives, and somehow, his failures were always a grand conspiracy against him. His professors were biased. The syllabus was too rigid for a visionary. The grading scale was outdated. Meanwhile, I was pulling straight B+S and A's, working every single weekend, and hoarding every crumpled dollar bill I could into a shoebox so I could eventually buy a beat-up 2008 Honda Civic I had found on Craigslist. One sweltering Saturday afternoon in July, I came home from a double shift. I was drenched in sweat, completely dehydrated, and starving. I'd worked 14 hours straight because 2 other guys called out sick, and I desperately needed the time and a half overtime pay. As I dragged myself through the front door, I heard roaring laughter echoing from the kitchen. I walked in to find Trevor sitting at the dining table with my parents. They were eating expensive takeout sushi, and Trevor was animatedly telling some story, probably another fictional tale about how his business ethics professor just didn't understand the modern market. What I will never forget is what Trevor said the second I walked into the room. "Oh, look who it is," Trevor sneered, pointing a chopstick at me. "The weekend warrior returns to the castle. Did you beat the final boss in the plywood aisle yet, Marcus?" They all laughed. My mom laughed the loudest, throwing her head back. My dad gave me this pathetic, half-hearted "Hey, bud," before immediately turning his attention back to Trevor's plate. I just stood there in the doorway, sawdust covering my jeans, dirt on my face, wondering how it was scientifically possible to feel like a complete ghost inside the house you grew up in. I was covering for Dave. "He's got a newborn kid," I muttered, walking to the sink to get a glass of tap water because all the bottled water was gone. Trevor snorted loudly. "You know, most guys your age are out partying, hooking up with girls, doing normal human stuff. Not hauling dead trees around for literal pennies. I'm saving up for a car," I replied, gripping the edge of the sink, trying to keep my voice steady. "You know, So I don't have to beg mom and dad to drive me everywhere, or use their gas money. That should have landed. It was a direct, logical statement. But instead, my mom gave me times that look, the specific look where her lips press into a razor-thin line, her eyes narrow, and she looks at me like I'm a stubborn stain on the rug. Marcus, she sighed, her tone dripping with exhaustion. Don't be so bitter and jealous. Your brother is on a completely different path than you. He's a thinker. You should be happy for him instead of projecting your insecurities. Happy? I said, my voice finally cracking as the heat rushed to my face. Happy for what, exactly? That he doesn't lift a single finger, lives here for free, eats takeout, while I break my back every weekend just to buy my own clothes, and I times get mocked for it. Trevor leaned back in his chair, putting his hands behind his head, flashing that infuriating, punchable grin. Hey, man. I'm just saying, maybe if you weren't so obsessed with scraping pennies together like a peasant, you'd have a little more fun. Live a little, bro, stop being such a martyr. Something inside me snapped right then. It wasn't a loud, explosive snap, it was a microscopic, hairline fracture deep in my chest, but once it cracked, the cold realization spread through my entire body. I didn't yell, I didn't throw my glass against the wall. I didn't storm off like an angry teenager. I just stood there, looking at Trevor in his brand new $150 designer hoodie, and I thought, okay, you win. You're the golden boy. I'm the disposable worker bee. But, somewhere in the darkest, quietest part of my mind, I made a blood oath to myself. Let's see exactly where the two of us end up in 10 years. That night, lying in my cramped bedroom, staring at the popcorn ceiling, I didn't shed a single tear. I didn't punch my pillow, I just planned, and over the next few months, that cold, silent plan became the nuclear fuel that powered my life. They didn't know, they just kept laughing, eating their sushi, and Trevor kept coasting on their dime. I kept working. But I officially stopped waiting for them to notice me. Because I knew, with absolute certainty, that one day they would have no choice but to look at me. And when that day came, it wouldn't be a heartfelt reunion. It would be them staring at my taillights as I left them in the dust. The first major shift happened a year later. It started with a simple, standard issue envelope sitting on the kitchen counter. It had my name printed on the front. I wish I could say it was a full-ride scholarship to an Ivy League school, or a magical inheritance, but life doesn't hand out cinematic miracles to people like me. It was a financial aid notice from Easton Community College. A stiff, bureaucratic piece of paper mathematically proving that even if I drained my entire savings account to cover tuition, I would still need to work 40 hours a week just to make rent on the tiny, roach-infested studio apartment I had found on the bad side of town. But to me, that piece of paper was a declaration of independence. It meant I was doing this alone. It was freedom, printed in black ink. I didn't even bother showing it to my parents. There was 0 point. I already knew the script. Trevor was transferring to Coastal University. Not just any state school, but the massive, prestigious one with a football stadium that looked like an alien mothership and out-of-state tuition fees that would make a normal person vomit. He didn't apply for financial aid. He didn't have to. My dad strutted around the neighborhood bragging about Trevor getting into Coastal like he had personally cured a disease. My mom hosted a lavish catered dinner party to celebrate Trevor's massive intellect, and literally made me take the dripping trash bags out to the curb right in the middle of her champagne toast. Don't glare at me, Marcus. She hissed under her breath as I tied the garbage bags. This is Trevor's moment. Don't ruin the energy. Trevor's moment somehow mutated into an entire season of worship. He was treated like a conquering hero. Meanwhile, I quietly packed my things, added more graveyard shifts at the lumber yard, and prepared for September. I had accepted my role as the invisible son. The phantom who vacuumed the living room before the guests arrived, only to vanish so the golden child could shine. But the ultimate breaking point didn't come from one big explosion. It came from 1,000 microscopic cuts. It was a humid August evening, 2 weeks before Trevor was scheduled to move into his luxury off-campus apartment. I had just finished a grueling 10-hour shift and walked into our house to find the living room completely buried in shopping bags, Amazon boxes, and enough high-end electronics to stock a Best Buy. My parents were playfully arguing over whether Trevor needed a third curved monitor for his creative workflow. Trevor was sprawled horizontally across the sofa, eating potato chips, scrolling on his phone. Hey, Marcus. My dad called out as I walked in, still wearing my high-vis work vest. Put your stuff down. We need your help loading the SUV. Trevor's got a lot of new gear. I stood there, sweat literally dripping down my spine. Can I at least take a shower and eat a sandwich first? I haven't eaten since noon. Trevor rolled his eyes, not even looking up from his screen. Jesus, don't be so dramatic, it's just a few boxes. You act like you just survived a tour in a coal mine. Just move the stuff, bro. I didn't say a word. I mechanically set my backpack on the floor and started hauling his treasure trove. A stainless steel mini fridge, a massive flat-screen TV, A $1,200 espresso machine. All brand new. All top of the line. All purchased with my parents' credit cards for a 22-year-old man who had never earned a single paycheck. As I picked up a bag from an electronics store, a receipt fluttered to the ground. I picked it up. $2,850. Just for his computer peripherals. That was more money than I had saved from working 3 entire months in the blazing sun. Later that night, after I had loaded the entire car by myself, I went into the kitchen to make a cheap bologna sandwich. As I reached for the mayonnaise, I heard Trevor's voice drifting from the den. He was on the phone with his buddy. "Yeah, bro, Marcus is still out there stacking boxes for beer money," Trevor laughed, his voice dripping with condescension. "He thinks going to community college is some noble, heroic struggle. Dude's acting like a literal martyr just because he shows up to a minimum wage job on time." A pause as his friend spoke. Then Trevor laughed harder. "No, man, my parents aren't giving him a dime. My mom said he made his own bed. They offered to help him if he went to a real school like Coastal, but since he wanted to be all independent and go to loser college, they're letting him drown and figure it out himself." It's honestly hilarious. I stood perfectly still in the kitchen, the jar of mayonnaise cold against my palm. They offered to help me? That was absolute news to me. They had never once offered me a cent. I waited in the shadows until I heard him hang up and stomp upstairs to his bedroom. Then I walked into the dark den, sat in my dad's leather recliner, and stared at the blank TV screen. The black glass reflected a version of me I didn't recognize anymore. A hollowed out, exhausted shell. I didn't know who to scream at first. But it turned out, I wouldn't have to scream at anyone. Because the very next afternoon, they delivered the final, fatal blow. I came home from work to find the house packed with people. Aunts, uncles, cousins, even my great aunt with the horrible perfume. There were massive silver balloons spelling out "Congrats Trevor." A massive tiered cake sat on the island. My mom saw me walk in and clapped her hands. "Oh, there he is. Marcus, you're just in time." "In time for what?" I asked, confused. She blinked as if I was stupid. "Trevor's surprise farewell dinner. He's leaving for orientation tomorrow morning." Asked. "Tomorrow?" "No one told me." "Well," she said, waving her hand dismissively, "we figured you'd be working your little job anyway, so we didn't bother. Grab a paper plate." Trevor came sauntering down the stairs wearing a crisp new button-down shirt. Everyone cheered. My dad wrapped a heavy arm around Trevor's shoulders and raised his glass. "Family, this right here is what we always knew was coming. A young man who is going to change the world. He's got the kind of raw potential you just can't teach. It's in his blood." Trevor beamed. "Thanks, Pops." Then, my mom stepped forward, tears in her eyes, and handed Trevor a thick white envelope. "This is from us, honey. For your living expenses. We want you to focus purely on your studies, not on money." Trevor ripped it open and his eyes went wide. He let out a loud whistle. "Whoa, you guys, this is a lot. We believe in investing in the future," my mom said proudly, glancing at me for a split second before looking away. Later, after the crowd had thinned out, I saw the envelope discarded on the coffee table. The sick curiosity overpowered me. I walked over and looked inside. It was a certified bank check. $6,000. I stood there holding the slip of paper like it was a live grenade. My ears were ringing. $6,000. The exact same people who had explicitly told me they couldn't afford to help me buy a $150 used laptop for my college classes had just casually handed my brother $6,000 in cash, after time spending thousands on his apartment furnishings. I didn't speak to a single person for the rest of the night. I packed my duffel bag in silence. The next morning, Trevor left for Coastal University in his new car. The house was dead quiet. And a week later, I moved out into my roach-infested studio apartment. Update 1. I spent the next 3 years in absolute hell. I don't use that word lightly. I was a ghost haunting my own life. I worked 2 jobs to survive, opening shifts at a greasy diner flipping pancakes at 4:30 a.m., and evening shifts doing data entry for a logistics company. I took 18 credits a semester at the community college. I learned how to stretch a $10 grocery budget across an entire week by living off rice, canned tuna, and expired bread the diner let me take home. I didn't go to a single party. I didn't date. I didn't buy new clothes. By my second winter, the soles of my only pair of sneakers had holes so big I had to wrap them in heavy-duty duct tape just to keep the snow from freezing my toes. But the pain was productive. I channeled every ounce of anger into my grades. I maintained a 4 gigapascals, forced my way into the honors program, and aggressively applied for every corporate internship in a 50-mile radius. Meanwhile, through the grapevine of my mother's increasingly stressed phone calls, I learned about Trevor's journey. By the end of his first semester at Coastal, he was failing 3 classes. His excuse? The professors were intimidated by his unconventional ideas. He switched majors from business to philosophy, then to communications, then to undeclared. He partied relentlessly. He burned through the $6,000 check by November on VIP sections at clubs and a custom gaming PC. He called my parents weekly, begging for emergency funds. And like clockwork, they kept opening their wallets, Venmoing him $250 here, $400 there. Then came the spring of my sophomore year, the turning point. I landed a massive, highly coveted, paid internship at Apex Innovations, one of the biggest marketing and brand strategy firms in the city. Out of 400 applicants, they picked me. The senior director who interviewed me looked at my resume, looked at my duct-taped shoes, and said, "You've got grit. I can teach you marketing, but I can't teach hunger. You start Monday." I was euphoric. For the first time in my life, I felt like I had actually won something. I took the bus to my parents' house that weekend, foolishly hoping that maybe, just times maybe, this would be the accomplishment that finally made them proud of me. I walked in. My mom was watching reality TV. My dad was scrolling on his tablet. "Hey," I said, out of breath. "I got it. I got the internship at Apex Innovations. It's paid. Full-time this summer. It's a direct pipeline to a six-figure job." They both looked up. My mom gave a polite, tight-lipped nod. "Oh, that's nice, Marcus." My dad lowered his tablet, frowning. "But what about your classes? Are you dropping out to go work in an office?" "No," I said, my smile fading. "I'm doing night classes." "This is a massive opportunity, Dad." He grunted, unamused. "Well, just don't lose focus and get distracted by money. Not everyone has the luxury of coasting forever like your brother." That was the very first time he had ever openly admitted Trevor was failing. But before I could process it, my mom delivered the gut punch. "Well," she said, not taking her eyes off the TV, "since you're going to be making all this big corporate money now, you can finally start paying for your own car insurance and health insurance. We've been covering you both for years and it's getting expensive." My mouth went completely dry. "Mom, I've been paying my own insurance for 2 years. I've never been on your plan." She blinked, genuinely confused. "You haven't? Oh, right. Well, that must have been Trevor's bills I was looking at then." I stared at her for 10 seconds. She didn't apologize. She just went back to her show. I nodded slowly, turned around, and walked out the front door. That was the exact moment the last microscopic shred of hope I had for their love evaporated. From that day forward, I officially orphaned myself. I stopped asking. I stopped hoping. I stopped calling. I threw myself into Apex Innovations. I was the first one in the glass-walled office at 6 a.m. and the last one to leave at 9 p.m. I wore thrift store dress shirts that were too big for me, but I worked like a machine. I took on every project no one else wanted. I analyzed data, built pitch decks, and studied consumer psychology until my eyes bled. A senior strategist named Sarah took me under her wing. She saw my insane work ethic and started giving me real responsibility. By the time I graduated with my bachelor's, having transferred to a state school on a full academic scholarship, Apex didn't just hire me, they made me a junior executive. While I was climbing the corporate ladder, Trevor was in freefall. He officially dropped out of Coastal University his junior year. My parents finally cut off his allowance when he overdrafted his bank account by $1,500 trying to start a crypto trading empire that was actually just a blatant scam. I hadn't seen him in 2 years when I bumped into him downtown. It was mid-December. I was walking out of a high-end coffee shop, wearing a tailored wool overcoat, holding a $6 latte. I heard a raspy voice call my name. I turned around and almost didn't recognize him. Trevor was standing by a trash can. His designer hoodie was stained and frayed. His hair was greasy and matted. He looked like he hadn't slept in a month. "Marcus?" he croaked, his eyes wide with shock as he took in my clothes, my watch, my posture. "Trevor," I said, keeping my voice entirely neutral. "What happened to you?" He looked down at the freezing pavement, his face burning with a shame I had never seen him display before. It's been a rough couple of years, man. I dropped out. Tried to get a startup going, but my investors screwed me. My lease ran out. Mom and Dad cut me off. Said I needed to learn responsibility. And figure it out." The sheer, poetic irony of those words almost made me laugh out loud. Now times they set boundaries. Now times they want him to figure it out. I looked at him, the golden child, the visionary, the boy who used to mock me for working. He was a hollow shell. But the craziest part? I didn't feel triumphant. I didn't feel the urge to gloat. I just felt a profound, freezing apathy. He opened his mouth, probably to ask me for money or a place to crash. But before he could get the words out, my phone buzzed. It was an email from Sarah at Apex. "The client loved your pitch. We secured the $2 million account. You're getting promoted." That. I looked back at Trevor, who was shivering in the wind, waiting for me to save him. I just smiled a small, polite smile. "Well," I said softly, "I'm sure you'll figure it out. You've got so much raw potential." I turned and walked away, leaving him standing alone on the corner. I had won the war. But the real revenge was still years away. Update 2. 5 years passed. I didn't just climb the ladder at Apex, I built my own ladder. At 27, I took my life savings, leveraged my industry contacts, and opened my own boutique branding and marketing agency, Forge and Fire Studio. I hired hungry, overlooked talent kids who went to community college, kids who had to work 3 jobs, people who knew how to hustle. We specialized in taking dead, boring corporate brands and injecting them with viral, aggressive modern marketing. Within 2 years, we were pulling in 8 figures in revenue. I bought a penthouse. I bought a Porsche 911. I had officially made it. And then, the universe handed me the ultimate gift. My agency was hired by a massive VC-backed tech startup to completely overhaul their brand identity. During the audit of their old files, I found a folder labeled previous consultant pitches. I opened it and burst out laughing. The name on the disastrous, buzzword-filled, absolutely garbage pitch deck was Times Trevor. He had tried to break into my industry. He had tried to play in my sandbox, and he had been fired for gross incompetence. That was the moment the spark ignited. I didn't just want to be successful anymore. I wanted to make a statement so loud, so mathematically undeniable, that my family would be forced to swallow it for the rest of their lives. I hosted a massive launch party for Forge and Fire's new downtown headquarters. Catered food, open bar, local press, and I mailed VIP invitations to my parents and Trevor. To my shock, they actually showed up. They walked into my stunning, glass-walled office building looking like they had accidentally wandered onto a movie set. My mom kept nervously touching the marble countertops. My dad stared at the framed multi-million-dollar campaign posters on the walls, his jaw practically on the floor. And Trevor looked completely broken. He was wearing a cheap, ill-fitting suit, his eyes darting around the room, taking in the sheer scale of what the peasant laborer had built. During my speech, I stood at the microphone, looked directly into my parents' eyes, and said, "I want to thank the people who told me I would never be anything more than a blue-collar grunt. You taught me that the only person coming to save me was myself." My parents turned beet red and stared at their shoes. But the real magic happened after the party. As the staff was cleaning up, Trevor lingered by the bar. He approached me, looking like a beaten dog. "Man," he stammered, holding a beer. This is insane. You really built all this?" "From scratch," I said, wiping down a table. "Look, Marcus," he swallowed hard, his pride completely shattering. "I'm in a bad place. I've been trying to get into brand strategy, but nobody will give me a shot. I was wondering, do you have any openings, even just as a junior copywriter? I'll do anything, bro. I just need a chance to prove my potential." He handed me the loaded gun. All I had to do was pull the trigger. "You know what, Trevor?" I said, pretending to think deeply. "I don't hire family here. Conflict of interest. But I do have a massive private client, a Silicon Valley guy launching a luxury men's grooming brand. He's looking for a lead creative director to run his marketing. It's a 6-figure role. I can introduce you. But he's a psycho-perfectionist. If you mess up, it's on you." Trevor's eyes lit up like fireworks. "Oh my God. Yes, Marcus, thank you. I swear I won't let you down. I'm ready for this." He had no idea. The client didn't exist. The company didn't exist. Over the next 48 hours, I used my agency's resources to build a completely fake corporate entity called Times Titan Shave. I bought the domain. I used AI to generate hyper-realistic product renders of luxury razors and shaving creams. I built a flawless 15-page website. And most importantly, I created the founder, Arthur Sterling. I made a fake LinkedIn profile for Arthur, complete with a terrifyingly aggressive corporate bio, and set up a burner email address. Then, as Arthur Sterling, I emailed Trevor. I offered him a 90-day probationary trial as lead creative director. The contract, which I drafted using legal templates, explicitly stated that the trial was unpaid, but upon successful completion and a final investor pitch, he would receive a $120,000 salary and equity in the company. Trevor signed it immediately. For the next 3 solid months, I put my brother through absolute psychological torture. Operating as Arthur via email and voice-modulated phone calls, I demanded the world from him. I gave him impossible deadlines. I made him write 50-page brand Bibles. I made him design logos, which I would brutally reject at 3 a.m., telling him his work was amateurish garbage and demanding he start over by 8 a.m. Trevor, desperate for the golden ticket, took every single ounce of the abuse. He worked 80-hour weeks for free. He sent me desperate emails apologizing for his lack of vision. He begged Arthur for approval. He was finally experiencing exactly what it felt like to grind yourself into dust for someone who fundamentally did not respect you. Finally, week 12 arrived. The final investor pitch. Arthur emailed Trevor and told him that to secure his job and the funding, he had to present the entire Titan Shave marketing deck to a lead venture capitalist in person. I told Trevor I had rented a boardroom at a high-end co-working space downtown. What Trevor didn't know was that the venture capitalist was David, a professional stage actor I had hired for $500 for the afternoon. I gave David an earpiece, a fake Rolex, and a strict directive: destroy him. I sat in the adjoining office behind a one-way glass mirror, a fresh cup of coffee in my hand, and watched the climax of my life unfold. Trevor walked into the boardroom, sweating profusely. He was wearing a cheap tie and carrying a stack of printed pitch decks. David was sitting at the head of the table, looking at his phone, radiating pure corporate menace. Let's make this quick, Trevor, David snapped, not looking up. Pitch me. Trevor fumbled with his laptop, his hands visibly shaking. He pulled up the slide deck. Yes. So, Titan Shave is a paradigm shift in the male grooming matrix. Stop, David interrupted immediately. What the hell does grooming matrix mean? Are you pitching a razor or a sci-fi movie? Speak English. Trevor swallowed hard, a bead of sweat rolling down his forehead. Right. Sorry. We are targeting the alpha male demographic with high retention subscription models. For the next 20 minutes, David systematically dismantled Trevor's entire existence. Through the earpiece, I fed David the most brutal, unanswerable questions possible. Your customer acquisition cost is entirely fictional. Where did you pull these numbers from? Thin air? This logo looks like it was drawn by a depressed high schooler. Are you actually this incompetent, or is this a prank being filmed for YouTube? Trevor stammered. He apologized. He dropped his laser pointer. His voice cracked. He looked exactly like the pathetic, helpless child he had always been underneath his bloated ego. Finally, David stood up, slammed his notebook shut, and looked Trevor dead in the eyes. I was told you had potential, Trevor. But this? This is the most pathetic display of unprofessionalism I have ever witnessed. We are pulling all funding from Titan Shave. You are a waste of my time. David stormed out of the room. Trevor collapsed into his chair, burying his face in his hands. He sat there in the silent boardroom for 10 minutes, completely destroyed. Then, he packed up his laptop and did the walk of shame out of the building. I waited exactly 1 hour before I delivered the final strike. Trevor was probably sitting in his car, crying, when his phone buzzed with an email. It wasn't from Arthur Sterling. It was from my personal email address. The subject line was, "Still waiting on that potential." There was no text in the body of the email, just a single image attachment. It was a screenshot from a Facebook post 10 years ago. A picture of me in my dirty work boots, and underneath it, Trevor's comment. Marcus thinks he's such a big shot for working at the lumber yard. Pathetic. You'll be a blue-collar laborer forever, bro. Meanwhile, I'll be making real money with my brain. Lol. I hit send. And then, I blocked his number. I blocked his email. I blocked my parents' numbers. The silence that followed was the most beautiful sound I have ever heard in my entire life. I didn't hear from Trevor. I didn't hear from my parents. I didn't get angry voicemails or demands for explanations. The sheer, overwhelming humiliation of realizing he had spent 3 months doing unpaid slave labor for a fake company created by the brother he despised completely broke him. I heard through a mutual cousin months later that Trevor had a complete mental breakdown. He moved back into my parents' basement. He refuses to leave the house. My parents are now in their late 60s, their retirement funds severely depleted from constantly bailing him out, stuck taking care of a 32-year-old man who finally realized he is entirely worthless. And me? I left the office that night, walked down to the private parking garage, and got into my Porsche. I started the engine, feeling the deep, powerful rumble vibrate through the leather seats. I drove out into the city, the neon lights blurring past the windshield. I didn't feel angry anymore. I didn't feel vengeful. I just felt incredibly, wonderfully light. I had paid my dues. I had built my empire. And for the first time in my life, the ghost was finally put to rest. My sister-in-law laughed, while her daughter ripped my kid's art. 4 years later, she's sobbing because I won't save her career. But we're family. No. 7 years ago, my sister-in-law Heather married my husband's brother. She joined the family with opinions on everything and everyone. She felt my house was too small. She found my job as a library assistant boring. She thought my daughter Emily was unusually quiet and strange. Heather's daughter, Madison, was the same age as Emily. Both girls were 11 when the bullying began. Heather decided early on that Madison was the family's main attraction, with Emily serving as a supporting character. She would dress Madison in expensive outfits for holiday dinners, and then point out how simple Emily looked in comparison. She'd brag about Madison's dance recital, and then ask Emily what she did, in a tone that indicated she expected nothing impressive. Emily enjoyed reading and drawing. She had no interest in dance, sports, or the things Heather valued. Heather treated this as a personal failure. I first noticed Madison being mean to Emily at Thanksgiving 4 years ago. The girls were playing in the basement while the adults chatted upstairs. I went down to check on them and found Emily sitting alone in the corner, while Madison and her neighborhood friends laughed on the other side of the room. I asked Emily what had happened. She claimed Madison told everyone Emily's drawings looked like they were made by a baby. She claimed Madison ripped up the picture Emily was working on and threw the pieces away. I went upstairs to tell Heather what happened. Heather rolled her eyes. She stated that kids will be kids. She stated that Emily needed to toughen up if she was going to survive in the real world. She suggested that Emily might fit in better if she participated in normal activities, rather than sitting alone drawing all the time. I looked to my husband for support. He shrugged and said, "Maybe the girls just needed to work it out themselves." I didn't push it because I didn't want to cause a scene at Thanksgiving. That was my mistake. The bullying escalated after Madison realized there were no consequences. Madison told Emily at Christmas that Santa didn't bring good presents to weird kids. Madison hid all of the Easter eggs before Emily could find them, and then laughed when Emily cried. At birthday parties, Madison would whisper things to the other children that made them avoid Emily. Heather was always right there watching. She never stopped doing it. She never corrected Madison. Sometimes I caught her smiling, as if she was proud of what her daughter was doing. I began making excuses to avoid family events. I said Emily had a cold. I mentioned that we had other plans. I said anything to keep my daughter away from Madison. But my mother-in-law noticed and began guilt-tripping us. She stated that family was important. She explained that the cousins needed to bond. She said I was overprotective, and Emily needed to learn how to handle conflict. Nobody believed me when I claimed Madison was bullying Emily. Heather made sure that everyone thought Madison was perfect. Madison was polite to adults. She smiled and said, "Please and thank you." She did her little dance routines at each gathering, and everyone applauded. Nobody noticed what she did to Emily when the adults were not looking. Nobody wanted to watch it. Last summer, everything changed. Madison auditioned for a well-known local competitive dance team. She was an obvious choice for the team because she had been dancing since she was 3 years old. Heather was constantly posting about it. She told everyone during family dinners. She acted as if Madison had won an Olympic medal. The team then announced that they would be giving a special performance at the County Arts Festival. The theme was dance and visual art combined. Each dancer would perform against a custom backdrop painted specifically for their routine. The team hired a local artist to create the backdrops, but he became ill 3 weeks before the festival and had to cancel. The team was desperate. They needed someone to paint 10 large backdrops in less than 10 days. Heather discovered that the team director had asked parents if they knew any artists who could help. Heather then remembered Emily's habit of drawing constantly. She called me for the first time in months. She said she had heard Emily was an artist. She stated that the dance team urgently needed assistance. She mentioned that it would be an excellent opportunity for Emily to contribute to something meaningful. She stated that Madison would greatly appreciate it. I listened to her talk for 6 minutes without saying anything. Then I said no. Heather laughed as if I were joking. She said it was serious. She stated that the entire team was counting on finding an artist. She stated that Emily could now be a part of something meaningful rather than just drawing in her room alone. I said no again. Heather's voice became sharp. She claimed I was being petty. She claimed I was punishing Madison for normal kid behavior. She claimed I was holding a silly grudge against innocent children who just wanted to dance. I asked her if she remembered Thanksgiving 4 years ago, when Madison tore up Emily's drawing. Heather said she didn't recall that. I asked if she remembered Easter, when Madison made Emily cry. Heather claimed Emily was always crying about something. I asked her if she remembered every family event where she witnessed her daughter being cruel to mine and did nothing. Heather was quiet. Then she said something that made my blood boil in anger. She told me that I was being selfish. She advised Emily to be grateful for the opportunity to contribute to something worthwhile, rather than wasting her time on meaningless drawings that no one cares about. The words hit me, and my hands began to shake. I gripped the phone tighter and took a deep breath before speaking. I calmly told her that the meaningless drawings she mentioned were the ones Madison ripped up and threw away 4 years ago. While Heather watched and smiled, the telephone went silent. I could hear her breathing from the other end, but she didn't say anything. I went on to tell her that Emily's art was important to us. I said it would not be used to assist the daughter who had spent years making Emily cry at every family gathering. Heather began to say something about how I was twisting things. But I cut her off. I gave her 3 weeks to find another artist, and I hoped she succeeded because I didn't want Madison to suffer. I told my daughter she wouldn't help someone who had been tormenting her for years. I hung up before Heather could reply. My hands were still shaking as I placed the phone on the kitchen counter. I stood there for a minute, staring at the wall, and realized it was the first time I had ever confronted Heather directly. It felt terrifying and powerful at the same time. My heart was racing, and I could feel the adrenaline coursing through my body. I heard footsteps down the hallway and turned to see Emily enter the kitchen. She looked at me, concerned. and asked who was on the phone because she could hear my voice getting louder. I told her it was Aunt Heather, asking for help with something, and I declined. Emily's eyes widened, and she appeared surprised. She was aware that I usually avoided conflict with my family. She asked if everything was okay, and I approached her and placed my hand on her shoulder. I assured her that everything was fine and she didn't need to worry about it. She looked at me for a few seconds, as if she was trying to determine whether I was telling the truth. She nodded and said, "Okay," before heading to the fridge for a snack. I watched her grab an apple and return to her room. Within an hour, my phone became inundated with text messages. I picked it up and realized they were all from my mother-in-law. The first one stated that Heather had called her very upset. The second one claimed I was being unreasonable. The third person stated that family helps family no matter what. I kept reading the messages, and they all said pretty much the same thing. She asked me to call her back right away. She said we needed to discuss the situation. She told me I was making a huge mistake. I set the phone down on the counter and did not respond immediately. I needed time to think about what to say, and I wasn't ready to deal with any more family drama. I went into the living room and sat on the couch. About 25 minutes later, I heard the front door open, and my husband entered. He looked at me and immediately asked what had happened because his mother had also called him. He left his work bag by the door and came over to sit next to me. He explained that his entire family was upset and asked why I wouldn't let Emily help with the dance team backdrops. He appeared uneasy and shifted in his seat. Then he said, "Maybe we should just do it to keep the peace." When I turned back to face him, the words came out quickly. I asked him if he remembered Thanksgiving 4 years ago, when Madison tore up Emily's drawing. He nodded slowly and said, "I remember, but it was a long time ago." He said, "Kids grow out of that stuff, and maybe we were holding on to it too much." My jaw tightened, and I stood up from the couch. I walked over to where my purse was on the kitchen counter and grabbed my phone. Despite the fact that my heart was racing, my hands remained steady. I opened my notes app and scrolled to the list I'd been keeping since the first Thanksgiving. I walked back into the living room and handed him the phone, saying nothing. He took it and looked at the screen, puzzled at first. Then his gaze shifted down the list, and I noticed his expression change. There were 18 entries with dates and details spanning 4 years. Each one described something Madison had done to Emily during a family gathering. I had jotted down the ripped drawing during Thanksgiving. I had jotted down the Santa comment at Christmas. I had documented the hidden Easter eggs. I had documented every birthday party where Madison whispered to other children until they avoided Emily. And I had jotted down the times Madison made fun of Emily's clothes, her quiet personality, and her drawings. I'd written down every incident I could recall in as much detail as possible. My husband continued to read, and his expression shifted from confusion to surprise to shame. He went through the entire list twice before looking up at me. He asked why I hadn't shown him this before, and said he didn't realize it was so consistent. His voice was quieter now, and he appeared shocked. I sat back down on the couch beside him and took a deep breath. I told him I had tried to talk about it numerous times over the years. I reminded him of the conversations in which I brought up Madison's behavior, and he said the girls needed to figure it out for themselves. I reminded him of the times I said Emily was bullied, and he accused me of being overprotective. I reminded him of every time I tried to get him to notice what was going on, and he brushed it off, changed the subject, or said I was overreacting to minor incidents. He placed the phone on the coffee table and rubbed his face with both hands. He apologized and said he should have listened better. He said he didn't realize how bad it was because he only saw bits and pieces, and Heather always made it seem like nothing. He stated that his family had a habit of making him doubt his own judgment, and that this situation was no exception. We sat there for nearly 3 hours discussing everything. We discussed how his family operated and how his mother used guilt to get people to do what she wanted. We discussed how Heather controlled the narrative at every gathering by being loud and confident, whereas I remained quiet to avoid conflict. We discussed how Madison learned to be cruel because Heather never stopped her, and sometimes encouraged it. We discussed what we should do next, and how to handle the pressure from his family. My husband finally agreed with my decision to say no to the backdrops. He said he'd call his mother back and tell her we weren't changing our minds. He promised to support me, even if it meant dealing with angry family members for a while. I felt a sense of relief wash over me because he was finally on my side about this issue. We decided to present a united front and not be guilted or manipulated into giving in. The next morning, I was in the kitchen preparing coffee when Emily arrived earlier than usual. She walked over to the counter and gave me a serious look. She asked me directly if Aunt Heather wanted her to paint anything for Madison's dance team. I was surprised because I assumed she had been in her room for most of the phone call. I asked how she knew about it, and she said she overheard more of the conversation than I did. She said she came out of her room to ask me a question, and overheard me discussing paintings, backdrops, and Madison's dance performance. She claimed she put the pieces together fairly quickly. I poured my coffee and sat down at the kitchen table beside her. I told her that's what Aunt Heather had called about. I stated that the dance team required someone to paint custom backdrops for their performance. Heather thought of Emily because she knew she enjoyed drawing. Emily nodded and remained quiet for a moment. Then she said she was relieved. I said no. She stated that she did not want to help Madison after everything that had happened over the years. Her tone was calm and matter-of-fact, as if she had already thought this through. Then she said something that hurt my chest. She claimed she used to believe she deserved the bad treatment because she was strange, boring, or not good at normal things, like dance and sports. She stated that she believed if she were more like Madison, Madison would be nicer to her. But she said she now realizes Madison was just being a bully and it was never about anything Emily did wrong. I reached across the table to take her hand. I assured her that it was never her fault, and that being different from Madison was not a bad thing. I told her that bullies target people because of their own issues and insecurities, not because their victims deserve it. We spent a long time discussing bullying, why people do it, and how to stand up for yourself. I told her I was proud of her for recognizing Madison's inappropriate behavior and that she didn't have to accept being mistreated simply because someone was family. Emily seemed lighter after the conversation, as if a weight had been lifted off her shoulders. She went back upstairs to her room and returned a few minutes later with her current sketchbook. She sat next to me on the couch, opened it, and showed me what she had been working on. As I looked at the pages, my breath caught a little. The drawings were impressive for a 14-year-old. She had created an entire series of fantasy landscapes complete with detailed castles, towers, flags, and intricate stonework. She'd drawn magical forests with twisted trees, hidden pathways, and tiny creatures peeking out from behind mushrooms. Each drawing was full of detail, imagination, and skill. I asked her how long she'd been working on them, and she said a few months. She said she enjoyed creating entire worlds in which she could control how everything looked and what happened in the story. I saw my daughter sitting there with her sketchbook and realized she had genuine talent that deserved to be developed and encouraged. I asked her if she wanted to take real art classes with an actual teacher to help her improve her skills. Her entire face lit up with excitement. She asked if I was serious, and I said yes. I told her I'd look into community center programs and see if any local art studios offered classes for children her age. She hugged me tightly and said, "That would be fantastic." I made a mental note to begin researching options that very day. I spent the rest of the day searching for art programs in the area. The community center offered a Saturday morning class for children that focused on various painting techniques. There was also a private studio downtown that provided individual lessons, but they were expensive. I bookmarked a few websites to show Emily later and took some notes on costs and schedules. My husband arrived home from work early and asked how my day went. I told him about my conversation with Emily and how I agreed to look into art classes. He smiled and said that sounded great, then asked if I found anything good. I showed him the community center program, and he agreed it seemed ideal for her skill level. We were sitting at the kitchen table, looking at the website, when the doorbell rang. I wasn't expecting anyone, and my husband looked perplexed. He went to answer it, and I stayed in the kitchen. When I heard my mother-in-law's voice in the entryway, my stomach dropped. She entered the kitchen behind my husband, looking determined and serious. She sat at the table without being asked, and folded her hands in front of her. She said we needed to discuss the situation with Heather and the dance team. I asked her what there was to talk about, as I had already given Heather my response. My mother-in-law reported that Heather called her crying and upset because the team was counting on finding an artist, and time was running out. She said Heather was distraught and had no idea what to do. I looked at her calmly and told her that while it was unfortunate, it was not our problem to solve. My mother-in-law's face tightened, and she told me I was being unreasonable. She claimed I was holding a grudge for childish squabbles that occurred years ago. She claimed I was teaching Emily to be petty and unforgiving, rather than showing her how to be a better person. I could feel my anger rising, but I kept my voice calm. I explained that protecting my daughter from someone who had repeatedly hurt her was not petty. My husband spoke up, saying the bullying was serious, and had been going on for years. He said we weren't going to put Emily in a situation where she had to assist the person who made her cry at every family gathering. My mother-in-law appeared stunned that her son was siding with me. She stared at him for a long time before telling him that she raised him better than to allow his wife to turn him against his own family. She said that family was supposed to stick together no matter what, and that we were prioritizing our pride over what was right. My husband's face turned red, and he said it wasn't about pride. He claimed it was to protect our daughter from someone who mistreated her, while everyone else watched and did nothing. The conversation became louder and more heated. My mother-in-law accused us of being overly dramatic and exaggerating normal child behavior. I asked her if she thought tearing up another child's artwork was acceptable. I asked if she thought hiding Easter eggs to make a child cry was normal. She said that kids can be mean at times, and Emily needed to learn how to deal with it. I told her that Emily should not have to deal with abuse from family members who are supposed to care about her. My mother-in-law stood up quickly, and her chair scraped against the floor. She said we would regret it and that we were destroying the family for nothing. She walked out without saying goodbye, slamming the front door so hard that the walls shook. My husband and I sat quietly for a minute after she left. He reached across the table to take my hand. He apologized for not standing up to his family sooner. I squeezed his hand and told him how proud I was of him for standing up. We heard Emily's footsteps on the stairs and quickly shifted the conversation to something lighter before she entered the kitchen. The next morning, my husband's phone rang while we were eating breakfast. He looked at the screen and identified it as his brother. He responded and went into the living room to speak privately. I heard his voice but not the words. He remained in there for nearly 25 minutes. When he returned to the kitchen, his face appeared tired. He explained that his brother wanted to know what was going on because Heather had been crying for 3 days. He claimed his brother couldn't understand why we were being so cruel and refusing to help. My husband sat at the table, rubbing his face. He stated that he explained the entire history of bullying incidents to his brother. He mentioned that there was a long silence on the phone after he finished talking. Then his brother said he didn't realize it was so bad because Heather always told him the girls didn't click. My husband stated that his brother admitted Madison could be difficult, and he was concerned about how Heather handled discipline. His brother said he'd talk to Heather about everything, but he hoped we could help with the backdrops. My husband informed him that this was not going to happen, and his brother expressed disappointment but said he understood. I was relieved that at least one family member was beginning to understand the truth. 3 days later, I received a call from an unfamiliar phone number. I almost didn't respond, but something made me pick up. A woman's voice said, "Hello," and she introduced herself as Karen Miller, the dance team director. She said she got my number from Heather and hoped I didn't mind if she called. She sounded professional, but stressed, as she described the situation against the backdrops. She explained that the team had been looking for an artist for over a week with no success. She acknowledged that there was some family tension, but she hoped we could separate it from the team's needs. She said she would pay Emily for the work and that it would be an excellent opportunity for her to showcase her abilities. She stated that the other dancers were counting on having custom backdrops for their performances. I took a deep breath and told her I appreciated her call, but I needed to explain something. I told her that Madison had been bullying my daughter at family events for 4 years. I said I would not put Emily in a position where she had to assist someone who had been cruel to her. Karen was quiet for a moment before saying she was unaware of any issues between the girls. She claimed Heather never mentioned any problems and always spoke highly of our family. I almost laughed, but I kept my voice composed. I told Karen that Heather would not have mentioned it because she never considered it a problem. Karen asked if I was willing to meet with her in person to discuss the situation, as she took bullying very seriously. I hesitated, but eventually agreed to meet her at a coffee shop the next day. I walked into the coffee shop 20 minutes early to get settled before Karen arrived. I ordered tea and sat at a corner table so we could talk privately. Karen arrived on time, accompanied by a man. She introduced him as Michael, her husband, and explained that he helped coordinate team logistics. They both ordered coffee and sat across from me. Karen thanked me for meeting with them and stated that she wanted to better understand the situation before making any decisions about the team. I took out my phone and opened the Notes app, where I kept a list of incidents. I turned the screen towards them and let them read through it. Karen's expression changed as she scrolled downward. Michael leaned over and raised his brow. There were 18 entries dating back 4 years. Each described Madison's actions and Heather's response. Karen looked up at me and said she had no idea the problems dated back so far. Michael said Heather was always talking about how close the girls were and how much they enjoyed spending time together as a family. I almost laughed, but I kept my expression neutral. Karen went back to the top of the list and reread some of the previous entries. She stated that she had noticed some concerning behavior from Madison towards other team members, but Heather always had an explanation. She said one girl's mother complained that Madison made her daughter cry during practice, but Heather said the girl was overly sensitive. Michael stated that other parents expressed similar concerns, but no one wanted to cause problems because Heather was so involved with the team and Madison was their best dancer. I asked if they were saying Madison had also hurt other children. Karen nodded, saying she was beginning to notice a pattern she should have noticed sooner. She inquired whether there had been any incidents, particularly at dance practice. I told her I wouldn't know because Emily wasn't on the team, and we avoided attending Madison's performances. Karen jotted something down in a small notebook she took from her purse. She said she was going to speak with some other parents privately and look into this further. Michael stated that the team had a code of conduct, but it hadn't been strictly enforced. Karen thanked me again for being honest with her and stated that she took bullying seriously. We finished our coffee, and I left feeling as if someone in authority had finally listened. 3 days later, my phone rang while I was shelving books in the library. When I saw Heather's name on the screen, my stomach tightened. I entered the back office to take the call. Heather started yelling before I could say hello. She claimed I went behind her back and poisoned the dance team director against Madison. She claimed Karen had been calling other parents and inquiring about her daughter. She claimed that I was attempting to harm Madison's reputation because I was jealous of her talent and popularity. I allowed her to talk until she ran out of steam. Then I explained calmly that Karen called me first, not the other way around. I stated that I had simply told the truth about what had happened over the previous 4 years. Heather's voice became even louder. She claimed I was ruining Madison's reputation for nothing, and that I was a vengeful person who couldn't let go of minor childhood disagreements. She claimed that other parents were now looking at Madison differently, and that some of the girls on the team were being cold toward her. I felt a little satisfied hearing that, but I didn't let it show in my voice. Heather demanded that I call Karen right away and tell her I exaggerated everything. She told me I needed to clean up the mess I made. I said no. I stated that if Madison's reputation had suffered as a result of her own actions over the previous 4 years, not because I was honest about it. Heather burst into tears, accusing me of destroying her daughter's life. I told her she should have considered that before witnessing Madison bully Emily at every family gathering and doing nothing to stop it. I hung up before she could reply. That evening, my mother-in-law called my husband and requested that we hold a family meeting at her house. She stated that the conflict was tearing the family apart and that everyone needed to sit down and resolve it. My husband asked if I wanted to go, and I said I wasn't sure. We discussed it for over an hour. He said, "Maybe we should face this directly instead of avoiding it." I agreed, but I told him he needed to back me up this time. He promised he would. We drove to his mother's house on Saturday afternoon. Heather and her husband were already seated in the living room when we entered. Heather's eyes were red, as if she'd cried. Her husband appeared uncomfortable. My mother-in-law entered from the kitchen and requested that everyone sit down. She said we were family and had to find a way to resolve this conflict. She stated that holding grudges and refusing to forgive was not how families were supposed to act. I remained quiet and waited to see where this was going. My mother-in-law stated that we needed to put the past behind us and move forward together. She said it with a direct look at me. I took a deep breath and stated that I was willing to move forward, but that everyone needed to acknowledge what had happened rather than pretend it was nothing. Heather made a sound similar to a short laugh. She said I was overdramatic and that kids tease each other all the time. She claimed I was making a big deal out of normal childhood behavior. I took out my phone and opened the Notes app, where I'd been keeping the list for 4 years. My husband leaned forward and began reading specific incidents aloud. He described how, on Thanksgiving, Madison ripped Emily's drawing and threw the pieces away. He brought up the Easter egg hunt, where Madison hid all of the eggs before Emily could find any, and then laughed when she cried. He mentioned the birthday parties where Madison whispered things to the other kids, making them avoid Emily. His voice remained calm, but I could hear the anger underneath. His brother shifted in his seat and looked at Heather, confused. He directly asked her if the events we were describing actually occurred. Heather's face became tight, and she crossed her arms over her chest. She explained that Madison did not always include Emily in activities, but that was normal child behavior. She accused me of exaggerating everything and making it seem worse than it was. She stated that children frequently exclude one another, and it had no serious implications. I addressed her directly and asked if she thought ripping up another child's artwork was normal behavior. The room became completely quiet. My mother-in-law had stopped moving. My husband's brother was staring at Heather. Heather's face flushed bright red, and she looked down at her hands. She stated that Madison was simply frustrated that day and did not mean anything by it. She said Emily was overly sensitive about a drawing that wasn't particularly good. She explained that if Emily wasn't so emotional about everything, none of this would be a problem. I stood up from the couch and felt my entire body shiver. I stated that dismissing my daughter's art and accusing her of being overly sensitive were the root of the problem. I said it was clear that nothing had changed, and Heather continued to believe Madison had done nothing wrong. I said we were leaving because the conversation was getting nowhere. My husband stood next to me and placed his hand on my shoulder. We both turned towards the door. My mother-in-law jumped out of her chair and begged us to stay. She claimed we were tearing the family apart over something that occurred years ago. She stated that families are supposed to forgive and move on from past conflicts. She insisted that we consider the impact this was having on everyone. I turned back and told her that this was not about a single incident from years ago. I explained that this was about a 4-year pattern of cruelty during which no one intervened. I stated that nobody wanted to address it then, and they still don't want to address it now. My brother-in-law suddenly spoke up in a low voice. He suggested that Madison might need to face some real consequences for her behavior. He also expressed concern about what he had heard at Madison's school. He stated that other parents had expressed concerns about how Madison treated their daughters. Heather's head snapped around, and she looked at her husband as if he had just betrayed her. She began arguing with him in a harsh tone, claiming he was supposed to be on her side. She claimed he was making Madison sound like a monster when she was actually a normal child. He said he loved Madison, but he couldn't keep ignoring the problems. The family meeting then fell apart. Heather got up, grabbed her purse, and stormed out of the house. Her husband followed her, but I overheard them arguing in the driveway. My mother-in-law sat on the couch and began crying. She claimed the family had been destroyed and it was entirely my fault. My husband told her that wasn't fair, and we'd been trying to fix it for years. We left as she was still crying. The drive home was silent. My husband reached over and took my hand. We both felt exhausted, but I knew we had done the right thing by finally standing up for Emily. 3 weeks passed, and I learned through family gossip that the dance team had found another artist who agreed to do the backdrops in a hurry. The performance took place on a Saturday afternoon at the County Arts Festival. I did not attend, but my mother-in-law did, and she told my husband about it later. She said, Madison's performance went fine, and the team did well overall. She said the backdrops were basic and nothing special, but they served their purpose. She claimed Heather appeared stressed the entire time and barely spoke to anyone. I was relieved it was over, and the team had found a solution. I was also pleased that they had to settle for rushed basic work, rather than the detailed paintings Emily could have produced. A few days after the performance, I received a message on social media from someone named Jason. He introduced himself as a parent from the dance team and asked to speak with me about what had happened. I was nervous at first, but I decided to respond. Jason mentioned that Karen had spoken with several parents after our coffee shop meeting. He claimed that multiple families confirmed Madison's cruelty to their daughters as well. He claimed his daughter had been the target of Madison's comments several times. He claimed she told other girls they weren't good enough dancers and mocked their costumes. He claimed Madison would exclude specific girls from group activities and spread rumors about them. Jason explained that his daughter was afraid to say anything because Heather was so involved with the team and Madison was the star dancer. He stated that nobody wanted to rock the boat or cause problems. He expressed gratitude that I spoke up because the team was finally addressing the bullying issue. He stated that Karen was taking it seriously and implementing new policies. He thanked me for being brave enough to protect my daughter, even if it resulted in family conflict. I sat at my computer and read his message over and over. I felt a weight lifted off my shoulders knowing that other families had observed the same behavior. I felt validated that I wasn't crazy or overreacting, as Heather kept claiming. I was also saddened that other girls had suffered and nobody had spoken up sooner. I forwarded Jason's message to my husband that night, and he read it twice before looking at me. He said he was proud that I stood firm even when his entire family turned against us. The next morning, while I was preparing breakfast, my phone rang and I saw Karen's name on the screen. I responded, and she got right to the point. She stated that the team board met last night and decided to implement a new code of conduct policy. The policy specifically addressed bullying behavior among team members and outlined consequences for violations. She explained that Madison would be on probation for the upcoming season and would need to attend 4 sportsmanship workshops before competing. I thanked Karen for taking the situation seriously, and she said the team should have dealt with it sooner. She apologized for not noticing the pattern earlier and mentioned that several parents had expressed similar concerns following our conversation. We spoke for a few more minutes, and I hung up feeling lighter than I had in weeks. As I sat at the kitchen table, I realized that the family chaos had resulted in something positive. Emily would not benefit directly from the new policy because she was not on the team, but other children would be protected moving forward. I thought about Jason's daughter and the other girls who had been afraid to speak out. At least they had some protection, and someone was paying attention. 3 weeks had passed, and family gatherings were still awkward, but my husband and I stuck to our decision. Then, on a Tuesday evening, my brother-in-law called and asked if he and Heather could come over and talk. I shook my head as my husband raised his eyebrows at me. He informed his brother that we were uncomfortable with them coming to our house, but we could meet somewhere neutral. They decided to meet at the park near the elementary school on Saturday morning. My husband and I spent the next few days wondering what they had to say. I told him I was not going to apologize for protecting Emily, and he agreed we needed to be firm about our boundaries. Saturday morning arrived, and we drove to the park silently. We arrived first and sat on a bench near the playground. Heather and her husband arrived 15 minutes later and approached us slowly. I noticed Heather's appearance had changed. Her usual confident posture was gone, and she appeared smaller. She sat down on the bench across from us, while her husband stood behind her, hand on her shoulder. Heather looked directly at me and told me that the dance team situation forced her to look at Madison's behavior more objectively. She stated that she had been talking to a family therapist for the past 3 weeks. I remained silent and waited for her to continue. Heather took a deep breath and apologized for dismissing my concerns about bullying. She admitted that she had been so focused on making Madison perfect that she had overlooked warning signs about her behavior. She said the therapist helped her realize that she was living through Madison, rather than allowing her daughter to be her own person. She explained that she pushed Madison to be the star because she felt she had never received such attention as a child. She said she was currently working with Madison on empathy and accountability. Her voice cracked as she expressed her fear that she had hurt her daughter by failing to teach her to be kind. I listened to everything she said and felt my anger subside a little, but I also remembered all the times Heather had been cruel to Emily and how good she was at performing when it served her purpose. I told her I appreciated her apology, but I had to be honest. Rebuilding trust would take a long time. I said I'd heard her make promises before, and then seen her break them. I explained that I needed to see consistent change in behavior over several months, not just words at a park meeting. Heather nodded, indicating that she understood completely. She wiped her eyes with the back of her hand and inquired whether Emily would be willing to meet with Madison, so Madison could apologize directly. My stomach tightened at the thought of putting Emily in that position. I told Heather that I would ask Emily, but that I would not put her under any pressure. I told Emily that the decision was entirely up to her, and I would respect whatever she chose. Heather thanked me and agreed that was fair. We talked for a few more minutes about logistics before they left. My husband and I sat on the bench for a while after they had driven away. He asked what I thought, and I said I wasn't sure if Heather was being genuine or just trying to improve her reputation. That evening, I discovered Emily in her room, working on a new drawing. I sat on the edge of her bed and asked if we could discuss something important. She lowered her pencil and turned to face me. I explained that Aunt Heather had asked Madison to apologize to her in person and asked how she felt about it. Emily stared at her sketchbook for a long time, saying nothing. I told her she didn't have to make a decision right away and could think about it for as long as she wanted. She picked at the corner of her notebook and eventually said she'd do it, but only if I stayed with her the entire time. She stated that she wanted to meet in a public place where other people were present so she could feel safe. I promised her that if she felt uncomfortable, we would leave right away. She nodded and returned to her drawing. The next day, I called Heather and informed her that Emily had agreed to meet, but had set certain conditions. Heather stated that she would do whatever made Emily comfortable. We agreed to meet at a family restaurant on the following Saturday afternoon. Both sets of parents would be present, but we would sit at a table in the main dining area so Emily did not feel trapped. The week leading up to the meeting felt extremely long. I kept checking with Emily to see if she still wanted to go ahead with it, and she kept saying yes. Saturday had finally arrived, and we drove to the restaurant in silence. Emily sat in the back seat, picking at her fingernails. I could tell she was nervous. We walked inside and found Heather, her husband, and Madison already seated in a booth near the window. Emily took my hand as we approached the table. We slid into the booth across from them, with my arm wrapped around Emily's shoulders. Madison looked down at the table, her face flushed. Heather gently nudged Madison, and she looked up at Emily. She apologized for being mean all these times. She admitted to being envious of Emily's artistic talent and unsure how to deal with her feelings. She admitted to saying cruel things to make herself feel better, which she now realized was wrong. Emily sat very still next to me, and I could feel her take a deep breath. She thanked Madison for apologizing, but she did not say they were friends anymore. She explained in a quiet but steady voice that the bullying had deeply hurt her and made her afraid to show her art to anyone for a long time. She said she used to enjoy bringing her drawings to family gatherings. But after Madison ripped up her photo, she no longer wanted to share anything. Madison's eyes welled up with tears, and she apologized profusely, wishing she could take everything back. I saw Heather's expression change as she realized what her daughter had done over the years. She reached over and gently squeezed Madison's shoulder. Madison wiped her eyes with the back of her hand before looking down at the table again. I could tell she felt bad about everything, but I also knew that feeling bad was only the beginning. Heather praised Madison for being honest and taking responsibility for her mistakes. She stated that they would work together to ensure that this type of behavior never occurred again. After another 25 minutes, the conversation ended, and we all left the restaurant together. Emily was quiet in the car on the way home, so I asked how she felt about what happened. She claimed it felt good to tell Madison how much the bullying hurt, but she still didn't trust her. I told her that was perfectly fair, and she didn't have to be friends with Madison simply because Madison apologized. 3 days later, my mother-in-law called to ask if she could come over and talk. I agreed, and she showed up that afternoon with a box of cookies from Emily's favorite bakery. We sat in the living room, and she apologized for not believing what I told her about the bullying. She claimed she was so focused on keeping the family together that she ignored serious issues that needed to be addressed. She admitted that she put too much pressure on me to just go along with everything, and she was incorrect to dismiss my concerns about Emily's safety. I appreciated her apology and told her how much it meant that she finally understood what we were going through. She asked if we would be willing to attend family dinners again, and I said we would try, but we needed clear guidelines for how the girls interacted. She agreed immediately and promised to make sure everyone in the family understood that bullying would no longer be tolerated. Family gatherings resumed about 2 months later. The first few were awkward because everyone was treading lightly around one another. Emily and Madison remained on opposite sides of the room, barely speaking to one another. But I noticed Heather watching Madison closely and intervening when Madison made a sarcastic remark to another cousin. That was something new for me, and it demonstrated Heather's genuine desire to change. Over the next few months, the tension gradually subsided, and gatherings felt more normal. Emily and Madison were never close, but they could be in the same room without conflict. 7 months later, Emily returned from her art class at the community center with a blue ribbon. She took first place in the youth art competition for her age group with a painting of a forest at sunset. The expression on her face when she showed me the ribbon made everything we went through worthwhile. She began making friends in her art class who recognized her talent and understood why she enjoyed drawing so much. Our family relationships were stronger than they had been in years because we finally addressed the real issues rather than pretending they didn't exist. I realized that standing up for my daughter was more important than maintaining the peace, and she realized that I would always have her back, no matter what. My parents chose my cheating husband and secret daughter over me, lied about a death to trap me in a family meeting, and lost everything when I said no. I want to know if I'm wrong for cutting off my family. Everyone says I'm overreacting, but I know what happened to me was terrible. I met Olivia, 31F, at age 8. Our neighbor, Marianne, her mother, moved in 3 doors down. They were welcomed like family by my parents, Edward, 62M, and Susan, 59F. Without Olivia's dad, Marianne worked 2 jobs to survive. My mom began inviting Olivia to dinner almost every night. Most weekends she slept over. Olivia joined us on lake house vacations. At 17, Olivia was my first car passenger. Parents treated her differently than me. Never. Early on, I noticed it but didn't say anything because it seemed petty. Olivia would come over, and my mom would cook her favorites. The larger bedroom was hers when she stayed. Dad helped Marianne fix their house. After Marianne's hours were cut, he paid Olivia's college tuition. My mom told me to be generous because Olivia had it harder than me. I consented. Olivia was my best friends forever. A sisterly feeling. During a work conference at 26, I met Lucas, 34M. He was charming and hilarious. Our marriage followed 3 years of dating. Olivia was my honor and mate. She spoke at the reception about how Lucas was the one because he made her smile like we did as kids. The whole group cried. After that, my parents hugged her and said she was their dream daughter. For 4 years, the marriage was stable. Lucas sometimes traveled for finance meetings. Some nights a week, he came home late, but I assumed it was his job. Because she lived nearby and worked from home, Olivia was often around. She'd have lunch or coffee. Lucas would let her in on his way out, so she'd be waiting for me in the living room. I noticed small things but didn't remember them. Lucas put his phone face down on the table. Olivia stopped texting and started calling, preferring to talk. Lucas bought an unfamiliar cologne. When I told Olivia, Lucas and I were fine, she nodded and changed the subject. For our 6th wedding anniversary, I wanted to do something special. 4 months in advance, I reserved the best restaurant in town, my new dress. The afternoon I got my hair done. Lucas seemed distracted when I picked him up from work, but I assumed he was tired. We reached the restaurant at 6:45. Our host seated us at a window table. My wine order. Lucas barely noticed the menu. He checked his phone often. He said work was stressful when I asked if he was okay. Trusted him. Olivia entered at 7:15. Before Lucas, I saw her. I never saw her red dress before. She went to our table. Maybe she was there with a date and wanted to say hello, but she wasn't smiling. Stopping at our table, she touched Lucas's chair back. Something needed to be said, she said Lucas, and she had been dating for 14 months. She said it started one night when she dropped off books while I was at work. They met weekly at hotels, she said. She was sick of hiding it. I saw Lucas. He was silent, he admitted. He ignored me. Sitting at his plate, he stared. I stood up and left when the waiter took our order. My purse was on the table. I left all. Driven to my parents' house. I waited 25 minutes in their driveway before entering. My mom made tea in the kitchen, I informed her. I told her Olivia's words, expected her shock. I anticipated her calling Olivia and yelling. My mother sighed and sat at the table. Olivia called her the week before and told her everything. She contemplated it and said these things happen. You can't always control who you like, she said. I had to be mature, she said. Her seriousness was questioned. She suggested Olivia needed Lucas more than me because she had a harder life. She thought Lucas wouldn't have wandered if I'd kept watch. She claimed I overworked and underappreciated him. My dad entered the kitchen to inquire, Mama explained. My dad agreed, saying Olivia was always sensitive and impulsive. He said Lucas was handsome and Olivia had been single for years, so I should have expected this. I was overdramatic by crying, he said. Left their house and returned to Lucas and my apartment, was absent. After packing, I stayed in a hotel for 9 days. I asked a lawyer for a divorce. No argument from Lucas. He signed the papers a month later. I stopped answering parents' calls. No more family dinners, blocking Olivia on everything. My mom called from a strange number 3 months after I divorced. She said I was childish. Olivia and Lucas are marrying and honeymooning in Italy, she said. Olivia couldn't afford the trip, and Lucas had divorce legal fees, so my dad paid. Hung up, I switched numbers. I moved 4 hours away. My job changed. I didn't disclose my destination. 7 years ago, a life was built in my new city. I made pals. I focused on work. First 4 years without dating because I didn't trust anyone. At a bookstore, I met 37M Andrew. Our pace was slow. I wasn't forced to discuss my past. Mom called my job 4 months ago. It's unclear how she got it. My father was dying, she said. She said doctors gave him a month to live for a heart condition. He wanted one last visit, she said. She demanded I return home. I didn't go. I'd regret not doing it, Andrew said. 3 days off work, I drove home. After an hour in the car, I went inside my parents' house. My dad answered. His appearance was fine. He wasn't hospitalized. He was machine-free. He drank coffee and wore jeans and a sweater. He was asked what was up. He claimed my mother wanted to talk. I'm not dying, he said. My mom worried I wouldn't come unless she lied. Mother was in living room. I was hugged before I could retreat. Thanks for coming, she said. We needed a family meeting, she said. I inquired about her meaning. Olivia would arrive, she said. Olivia arrived 30 minutes later, looked the same. No apology when she saw me. She sat cross-armed on the couch. Mom said to tell me, though it would be hard to hear. She said I needed to know. She said my dad was Olivia's biological dad. I originally didn't get. Mom said Dad had an affair with Marianne 32 years ago. She reported 18 months. She claimed Marianne became pregnant and kept the child. She claimed my dad gave Marianne money to buy the house down the street so he could be close to Olivia secretly. My mom knew about the affair and helped hide it to save their marriage, she said. I queried Olivia. She discovered it 15 months ago when she took a fun DNA test. With further investigation, she discovered I was her half-sibling. My dad confessed after she confronted him. I asked her why she didn't say. She claimed no debt. She said she had nothing while I had everything. I had 2 parents, a nice house, and a college fund, she said. She had to watch me get everything she deserved. Her way of repaying Lucas was sleeping with him. Looked at Dad. The man didn't apologize. According to him, it was complicated. I tried to take care of both daughters, he said. My mom paid for Olivia and Lucas's honeymoon, so I asked him why. Olivia asked, and he couldn't refuse. I went. Nobody said goodbye. Driving back to my new city, I blocked my parents on everything. Cutting them off, was I wrong? I should forgive my dad because he supported Olivia to do the right thing, everyone says. They tell me Olivia was hurt and acted out, but I can't get past the fact that my childhood was a lie, and my parents chose her over me after she destroyed my marriage. Update 1. This post surprised me with its popularity. All comments have been read, and I appreciate the responses. Posting again is necessary because much has happened since I last did. Olivia started calling from different numbers 17 days after I left my parents' house. When I answered, she'd hang up. She started leaving voicemails. She demanded conversation in the first few. She called me childish for fleeing. Family should always stick together, she said. None of them were answered. Voicemails altered. Lucas abandoned her, she said. He was cheating on her with an office employee, she said. The restaurant where she told me about their affair was where she saw them. After confronting him, he said he never loved her. After I left, he married her to avoid being alone. She sought assistance from my father. Lucas cleaned out their joint account before filing for divorce, so she needed money. She said my dad couldn't help her because my mom was upset about everything happening during my visit. She claimed my mother blamed Olivia for family ruin, not sorry for her. Voicemails were deleted. Mom arrived at my apartment 10 days later. How she found my address is unknown. When I got home from work, she was outside my building. And she looked different. Weight loss and gray hair, wearing sweatpants and an old jacket. Her need was to talk to me. Leave, I said. I had to hear her out before she left. Since my neighbors were staring, I let her in. She sobbed on my couch. My father left her, she said. She claimed he had another affair with bank employee Natalie, 43F. The affair lasted 4 years, she said. My dad left 10 weeks ago and moved in with Natalie in a downtown condo. Why was she telling me? Her plea was for aid. My dad depleted their savings, she said. The house's mortgage was too expensive for her. Saying she had nowhere to go. About Olivia, I asked. Olivia lived with Marianne after Lucas left. She said Olivia worked part-time at a grocery store and rarely spoke. Mom apologized for everything. She said Olivia's affair revelation should have made her defend me. When she discovered Olivia was his daughter, she said she should have expelled my dad. She stayed because she feared solitude. I said I couldn't assist. I told her she had to live with her choices. Her crying intensified. Apparently, she needed me as her only daughter. She had 2 daughters, I reminded her. Call Olivia, I told her. She claimed Olivia wouldn't talk. Olivia accused her of everything. Olivia advised her that if my mom had left my dad 32 years earlier, this would not have happened. Telling my mom to leave. She requested a few days with me to figure things out. No, I refused. No word from her since she left. Andrew inquired about my well-being after she left. I informed him. I set boundaries correctly, he said. After what she did, he said I owed my mom nothing. Dad wrote me last week. His return address was absent. The letter apologized for lying about being sick. He wanted to tell me the truth about Olivia to help me understand what happened. He denied harming me, saying he started over with Natalie. They planned to move to Florida and buy a beach house. He wished I could forgive him, destroyed the letter. I don't regret disconnecting. Miss them not. They rarely cross my mind. When I think about them, I remember their reaction when I told them about Olivia and Lucas. Mom told me Olivia needed Lucas more than me. My dad said I was overdramatic. I'm doing well with Andrew, moving in together. He never made me reconcile with my family. Never has he made me regret leaving. Building something new, not looking back. Update 2. My latest update is bad. My family won't leave me, even though things were settling down. 10 weeks ago, Andrew and I got engaged. This weekend in the mountains, he proposed. The simplicity was ideal. A small wedding with close friends was chosen. I excluded my parents. Olivia wasn't invited. I kept my engagement a secret. My mom discovered it. Andrew's phone was called. Who knows how she got his number, but she called him at work and told him I was wrong to exclude my family from the wedding. She said I'd regret it. She said all brides need their mothers on wedding day. Andrew banned her calls and told her not to call. Mom sent me emails 10 days later. To reach me, she created a new email. The email called me cruel and heartless. Her mistakes didn't mean I should exclude her from major life events. My father wanted to walk me down the aisle, she said. She said Olivia wanted to apologize and support me. No response. I blocked email, so she made another. I also blocked that. This wedding was 19 days ago. Renting a small venue outside the city, 36 were invited. The ceremony was scheduled for 4:30 this afternoon. Everything went well until 12 minutes before the aisle walk. I was getting ready when Andrew's groomsman entered. He reported a problem outside. He said my mother was trying to enter at the front gate. She yelled at our rent-a-security guard checking names at the entrance. She demanded admission, claiming to be the bride's mother. Through the window, I saw her. Her dress was white. She wore a chest corsage. Her appearance suggested she was part of the wedding party. Security told her she wasn't listed. Some mistake, she said. Daughter wouldn't marry without her, she said. She screamed that I needed to emerge and talk to her. I informed Andrew. He handled it outside. From the window, I watched. He approached my mother and said something I couldn't hear. He was yelled at. He turned me against my family, she said. She claimed he didn't understand motherhood. Re-entering, Andrew called the police. After seeing him on the phone, my mom banged on the gate. Screaming my name, she cried. Arriving guests had to pass her to enter. Law enforcement arrived 18 minutes later. They discoursed with my mother. She continuously pointed at the venue, claiming her daughter was inside. A policeman approached the entrance and asked to speak. I went out. He asked about the gatekeeper female. I said my mother wasn't invited. He asked if I wanted charges. He called my mom after I said, no, I just wanted her to leave. Refusing to leave, she claimed rightful presence. She was trespassing and told to leave or be arrested by the officer. Her refusal persisted. Police arrested her. I saw her put in the police car's back, crying and yelling my name the whole time. Visitors who witnessed it looked uneasy. A few people inquired about my health. No problem, I said, and went inside to get ready. Elegant ceremony. I didn't consider my mom during vows. At the reception, I didn't think about her. I danced with Andrew, ate cake, and chatted with friends. After we returned to the hotel that night, I processed what happened. Andrew said to check our phones because people may have been making calls. I checked my phone and saw 64 missed calls and 73 texts. Most were unfamiliar numbers. Olivia, Marianne, and my mom left voicemails. Mom was crying and said I humiliated her. She claimed I'd arrested her on my happiest day and she'd never forgive me. Olivia said I was terrible for mistreating my mom in her voicemail. After my dad left, my mom was devastated, and I should have helped her. The voicemail from Marianne said I should be ashamed for abandoning my mother. Text messages were similar. Few were from extended family I hadn't spoken to in years. They called me heartless for rejecting my parents. Someone said I should have invited my mom to the wedding. Family should forgive, they said. All numbers were blocked. Both Andrew and I turned off our phones for the weekend. 17 days after our honeymoon, we returned to a mountain of mail. Mom sent 3 letters. In jail, she wrote them. She spent 3 nights in jail because she couldn't afford bail, according to the letter. She blamed me. She claimed I could have stopped the police from arresting her. She claimed I was punishing her for past mistakes. I threw letters away. Andrew suggested we discuss it. No, I refused, not pushing. We're adjusting to marriage well. Last month, I started a better paying job, seeing houses outside the city. It's been weeks since my mom called. Olivia hasn't responded either. Without knowing what they're doing, I don't care. The last update. This concludes my update. It seems like the situation is over, or at least close to it. Aunt Elaine, 57F, my mom's sister, called 1 month ago. I hadn't spoken to her since leaving home 7 years ago. She needed to talk to me about my mom after finding my number in an old contact list. My mother was evicted, she said. She said my mom missed 7 months of mortgage payments, and the bank foreclosed. My mom spent 19 days at a motel on the edge of town, she said. In need of money, my mom asked family for help. Why was Elaine telling me? She said my mom was family and helps each other. As a husband and good worker, she said I could help my mom recover. I told Elaine my mom chose. I told her about Olivia and Lucas's mistakes, lies, and my mom funding their honeymoon. Elaine claimed to know them all. She claimed my mother told her everything. She said I had to help because my mom was mine. No, I wouldn't help Elaine. She hung up, calling me selfish. Olivia called me from an unfamiliar number 17 days later. I answered before recognizing it. Olivia was asked to bring my mom groceries at the motel. Her arrival found my mom's room almost empty. She claimed my mother sold most of her belongings to pay for the room. Olivia said my mom requested a chat. My mom broke down and said she'd always resented Olivia for being my dad's affair. My mom only pretended to care about Olivia to keep my dad there, she said. After the truth came out and my dad left, my mom stopped pretending. Olivia said my mother told her to leave and never return. Olivia said she gave my mom grocery money, but she declined. She claimed my mother told her she didn't want anything from the daughter who destroyed her life. Olivia said she wanted me to know. I wasn't expecting her comment. She apologized. She said she never realized she was destroying everything because she held on to anger for so long. Losing Lucas helped her understand her actions toward me. She wanted me to know she regretted it. But she didn't expect forgiveness. Not a word. A few seconds of silence ended her call. Marianne called last week. She said, my mom asked to stay at her house. She said she let my mom sleep on her couch one night but got rid of her. The complexity prevented her from having my mom around. My mother called Marianne a few days later to borrow money. Marianne refused. Her mother cried and said she had nowhere to go. Marianne disconnected after giving her a women's shelter number. Marianne called me in hopes of finding my mother. She promised not to force me, but she wanted me to know in case I changed my mind. I told her thanks and hung up. Andrew asked my plans. No idea. Part of me wanted to abandon my mom. Mom picked my dad over me. Olivia was chosen over me. She funded my cheater's honeymoon with my half-sibling. One part of me kept thinking about her sitting in that motel room with nothing after attending my wedding in a white dress and getting arrested. To my hometown, I drove. Motel visit. My mom checked out 5 days prior, according to the front desk clerk. Mom couldn't afford another night, she said. Marianne suggested I call the women's shelter. I was told my mom left after 3 nights. Her destination was unknown. 3 blocks from the shelter, I found her at a diner. She drank coffee in a back booth. By her side was a small suitcase. I entered and she looked up. Her face was stern. No tears. She regarded me in silence. I sat opposite her. What was she doing? Her next move was being considered. She said no one had responded to her job applications. Her age and inexperience made her unsuitable for most places. She could stay in my guest room. After forgiving her, I told her I wasn't doing it. It was to keep her off the street. I told her. I promised her rules. Nobody mentions my dad. Olivia free zone. No apology. Stop fixing our relationship. She concurred. She lives in my guest room for 4 weeks. She spent most of her time there. She eats out, but we don't talk. Andrew is polite but ignores her. Who knows how long she'll stay? Unsure if this is permanent. Haven't forgiven her. I probably never will, but I couldn't leave her. Olivia never contacted me again. According to Elaine, Olivia moved out of state for work. Dad's location is unknown. Don't mind. Although we live together, my mom and I are not a family. Simply put, we share a history. No more apologies or explanations. I no longer expect improvement. I'm neither their villain nor their hero. I survived and chose my path. Continue with the next story. Story 2. My boss falsely accused me of sexual harassment after a private work meeting and fired me. Security footage proved my innocence and revealed a conspiracy that cost several jobs. My 36-year-old male self needs to share what happened at work because I'm still processing. My life has been upended, and I don't know what to do. I was a mid-sized manufacturing company department supervisor for 7 years. I managed a team of 14, including Rachel, 30F, a 4-year employee. Rachel's messy divorce and custody battle had affected her work performance for 10 weeks. My company made auto parts. Since our parts went into cars, we had strict quality control. Any errors could compromise safety, so we took accuracy seriously. My department inspected and packaged finished products for car makers. Rachel made many inspection report errors. Her marking of defective parts as acceptable 3 times in 2 weeks could have caused major issues if our quality assurance team hadn't caught them during their final check. Despite my informal advice to be more careful, she made more mistakes. Rachel signed off on another batch of substandard parts on Wednesday morning. The metal parts scratches should have prompted rejection. 5 times in 3 weeks, she missed obvious defects. I knew I had to handle this. 3 teammates sat next to Rachel at her desk. Knowing she was stressed, I didn't want to embarrass her in public. I asked her at her desk to go into the storage room to review some paperwork privately. The storage room held extra packaging and expensive testing equipment. Boxes and metal shelving stacked to the ceiling filled the small room. I brought the inspection reports and rejected parts to show her what she missed. We spent 18 minutes on paperwork. I showed her the defective parts and explained why they deserved rejection. Rachel listened and realized her mistakes. She apologized and promised more care. She thanked me for handling it privately instead of raising it with coworkers. Conversation was professional. Never touched her or made inappropriate comments. The whole time, I held the paperwork and pointed out metal part defects from 4 feet away. After reviewing everything, we returned to the main workspace. 2 security guards arrived at my desk 45 minutes later. Their companion was my boss, Mark, 47M, the plant manager for 8 years. Mark summoned me to his office immediately. Mark closed the door and told me to sit in his office. He said I was accused of sexual harassment by a female employee. He didn't say who complained or what I did wrong. He just said company policy required him to suspend me immediately during an investigation. Mark refused to explain what I should have done during the investigation. Assuming the investigation found no wrongdoing, he promised full back pay for my suspension. He stated that the company took these matters seriously and must follow procedures. I was taken back to my desk by security guards to retrieve my belongings. My teammates saw me pack and leave the building. Never was I so humiliated. Driving home in shock, I tried to figure out what happened. That night, I tried to check my work email from home for Mark or HR messages, but my password had changed. When I called the main office, it went to voicemail after hours. The next morning, I called Mark directly. His secretary promised to call me after his day of meetings. A call never came after all day. On Thursday and Friday, I called again but got the same response. My secretary kept promising to contact me, but nobody did. I wondered what might have happened all weekend. My only recent interaction with a female employee was with Rachel in the storage room, which was professional. Monday morning, 8 days after my suspension, the company sent me a certified letter. Sexual misconduct with a subordinate resulted in my immediate termination, according to the letter. It said I exposed myself and made inappropriate advances toward Rachel in a private room. 3 times I read the letter before it clicked. Company accused me of things I never did. They called me a sexual predator based on Rachel's story. The letter said I couldn't contact current employees or enter company property. I called a lawyer, but he said these cases were hard to prove without witnesses or evidence. My word against Rachel's, and companies usually sided with the accuser to avoid liability, said the lawyer. 3 days were spent trying to clear my name. It wouldn't prove what happened inside the storage room if I listed everyone who saw me and Rachel enter. When he worked in IT at the company, my friend Jason, 31M, mentioned something. Jason left the company 8 months earlier to work elsewhere, but we kept in touch. He once told me the storage room had a security camera for its expensive equipment. I asked Jason about storage area cameras on social media. Within 90 minutes, he confirmed that the storage room had a continuous security camera. He stated that the company archived footage after 45 days. Jason suggested I get the footage. He had the contact information for an IT employee who owed him a favor. Jason received the security footage from Rachel and my conversation within 3 days. I watched Jason's laptop footage. We could hear our conversation, and the camera could see the whole room. The video showed a professional discussion about work quality, with both of us fully clothed and at appropriate distance. No sexual advances, physical contact, or inappropriate comments occurred. With proof, I knew the accusations were false. How could I use this evidence to clear my name and get my job back? I left a voicemail telling Mark I had proof of my innocence. I said I had a copy of the security camera footage from Rachel's conversation. Unless the company immediately fixed this, I would consult a lawyer. Mark got back to me in 90 minutes, faster than ever before. He asked me to join a conference call with him and Laura, 40F, the HR director, the next morning. On the conference call, Mark and Laura admitted they hadn't noticed the storage room security camera. They said they used Rachel's complaint to investigate and didn't check for video. They said they followed company policy by acting immediately on harassment complaints. They hired Emily, 31F, who started the Monday before to replace me, Laura said. They couldn't fire Emily after she gave notice at her previous job, she said. They offered me a settlement out of goodwill. Their offer included paying for my suspension, changing my employment record to show that I resigned voluntarily, and providing positive references for future job applications. I could move forward without the incident affecting my career, they said. Their offer was useless, I told them. They fabricated sexual misconduct allegations, ruined my reputation, and fired me without investigation. Only if they fired Rachel and gave me my job back or paid me a full year's salary would I drop legal action. Mark immediately declined my demands. He then claimed that I signed an agreement requiring arbitration rather than court proceedings when I was hired. He told me arbitration would be expensive and wouldn't improve their offer. He said HR would need to find the arbitration agreement in my personnel file if I asked for a copy. Both sides had a deadlock after the call. While considering my legal options, I started job hunting. My 38-year-old friend Derek worked at a competitor. Derek had been recruiting me for months, saying his company needed my experience and skills. I phoned Derek to inquire about the position. He said he would recommend me to his boss because they were looking for 2 supervisors. The following week, he scheduled my interview. Excellent interview. We met with the department manager and plant director, who liked my background and experience. They said they would decide in a few days and that Derek had already endorsed me, so I shouldn't worry about the reference check. 4 days later, Derek called to say I didn't get the job. Something had changed after his boss seemed interested in hiring me after the interview. Derek requested more information and discovered that their HR department had called my previous company unofficially. Allison, 44F, an administrative assistant at my old company, was spoken to by HR. Allison told them I had been fired for sexually assaulting a subordinate and was facing charges. She advised them to never hire me. He told me this shocked Derek. Before switching jobs, he worked with me for years and knew I would never do that. He apologized and offered me other opportunities. I was broken. My former employer was sabotaging my job search after firing me for false allegations. The lies were destroying my career recovery. I had to hire a lawyer and fight back. I found a wrongful termination lawyer. After reviewing the security footage and timeline, she accepted my case. My former employer received a formal demand letter from the lawyer alleging wrongful termination and defamation. She asked them to immediately correct the false information they had spread about me and pay substantial damages for my reputation and career. Reaction from the company was expected. Though sorry, they denied legal liability. They said Allison's disclosure of my employment violated company policy and that they couldn't be held liable for individual employees' actions. A few days later, my former employer sent me exit paperwork I should have received when let go. Standard documents and Cobra health insurance information were included. The paperwork contained a blank arbitration agreement for me to sign and return. They forgot to get my signature when I was hired, but the cover letter said this was a standard document all employees had to sign. My lawyer immediately recognized this as proof that the company lied about the arbitration requirement. I wouldn't need to sign a new agreement if I signed one when I was hired. So Mark was bluffing when he threatened me with mandatory arbitration. Rachel and the company were sued by my lawyer. She claimed that naming Rachel as a defendant would force her to hire her own attorney, since the company wouldn't provide attorneys for individual employees facing personal lawsuits. A lawsuit apparently overwhelmed Rachel quickly. Her attorney requested a settlement meeting with my attorney 16 days after receiving the papers. Update 1. I received an offer from Rachel's lawyer. Rachel would confess everything to get out of the lawsuit. She feared losing her house if she fought the case. Me and my lawyer met Rachel and her attorney in a neutral location. What Rachel told us changed everything I knew about the situation. Rachel admitted that she never thought I did anything wrong during our storage room conversation. She knew the meeting was professional and that I was trying to help her with work issues privately. We returned to the main work area after our discussion, and the story began. About 45 minutes later, Rachel said Sharon, 43F, her supervisor, approached her. Sharon managed another department but was my peer in the company. Sharon had seen Rachel and me enter the storage room and asked what we talked about. Sharon was intrigued when Rachel said I had reviewed her work errors. Sharon told Rachel that she thought a male supervisor should not take a female employee into a private room for work-related discussions. She suggested Rachel could complain and HR would take it seriously. Rachel said she wanted to refuse because she knew I hadn't done anything wrong, but Sharon persisted. She noted Rachel's performance issues and suggested filing a complaint to protect her job if I disciplined her further. Sharon warned that Rachel's complaint would likely lead to my termination. No matter the allegations, she said the company would have to fire me to avoid liability. Rachel admitted she was struggling financially after her divorce and wanted to keep her job. Her mortgage was late, and she couldn't afford unemployment. Rachel agreed to complain after Sharon promised to defend her position. Sharon helped Rachel write the complaint, adding details to emphasize the allegations. Sharon suggested that I had exposed myself and made sexual advances. Sharon warned Rachel that such accusations would get me fired. Rachel said she regretted filing the complaint immediately. She was surprised I was suspended so quickly and expected a more thorough investigation. Though she wanted to retract the complaint, Sharon convinced her it was too late. Rachel's confession was most shocking. Sharon's motivation. Sharon pushed the company to promote Emily, a subordinate, to a supervisory role. That level had no openings. Sharon can promote Emily to my position by firing me. Sharon promised Rachel that Rachel would be transferred to Emily's new department where her performance issues would be overlooked after Emily was promoted. The plan was to manipulate the system for Sharon. Rachel revealed that Sharon had told Allison to give negative references when other companies called about my job. Sharon told Allison that I was a sexual predator who shouldn't work in the industry. Rachel wept during confession. She said her actions toward me had caused her great guilt. She knew I was helping her with work and never mistreated her. She was afraid of losing her job to tell the truth earlier. My lawyer immediately contacted the company's legal department after Rachel's full confession. She told them we had evidence of a conspiracy to falsely accuse people to influence personnel decisions. The company's attorney, Victoria, 39F, requested an emergency meeting with my lawyer. Victoria, a 6-year company veteran, was thorough and professional. Sharon's role in the false allegations shaken Victoria during the meeting. She said the company was taking these matters seriously and would need to investigate internally immediately. Victoria asked my lawyer to write a summary of Rachel's confession and other evidence. She said the company needed a few days to assess its options. Victoria informed my lawyer 3 days later. Several employees were interviewed and provided more evidence supporting Rachel's account. Sharon had sought Emily's promotion for months before my termination. Sharon pressured upper management to give Emily a supervisory role via email, arguing that the company needed more female managers. Sharon also suggested Allison give negative references about me to other companies. According to the investigation, Sharon persuaded Allison to share information to protect other women from a predator. Victoria told my lawyer Sharon was fired immediately for false accusations and conspiracy. Rachel was also fired for the scheme. Allison was suspended while her defamation of me to other companies was investigated. Finally, the company offered me reinstatement, full back pay from my suspension, and a large salary increase. They would also write to companies with negative references to confirm that my allegations were false. Victoria stated that the company wanted a swift and complete resolution. She stated that they were unaware of Sharon's manipulation and regretted my reputation and career damage. My lawyer and I discussed the settlement. I was vindicated and the truth came out, but I wasn't sure if I wanted to work for a company that fired me without a proper investigation. The settlement offer was large enough for me to take time to decide whether to return or look elsewhere. With leverage, I planned to get full compensation for everything I had gone through. Update 2. The company's settlement offer was accepted, but not because I wanted to work there again. My lawyer said returning would show the industry I was vindicated. Even though I told the truth, she said, rejecting the offer might make me look like I was hiding something. I got my old job back with a 12% salary increase, full back pay, including the raise from my suspension date, and a CEO apology letter. Any business that received false information about me was also to receive written corrections from the company. An awkward first day back. My former teammates had heard rumors about my firing, but Sharon's scheme was unknown. Mark held a department meeting to rectify the misunderstanding and clear me of all charges. After Sharon's firing, Emily, who replaced me, was promoted to lead her department. She apologized and claimed she was unaware of Sharon's plan to fire me. She claimed Sharon simply informed her of a supervisor position and her suitability. My return to work went better than expected. Many of my teammates told me they never believed the allegations, and they were glad to see me again. My sudden firing surprised them because they had never seen me act inappropriately with anyone, but I soon discovered that the situation had caused ongoing issues. While I was away, 3 of my team members were transferred to other departments, and their replacements were still learning. My absence had slowed the department's productivity, and we were behind on several important contracts. Mark was probably uncomfortable around me because he knew he botched the initial investigation. He immediately suspended me without reviewing security footage. He was ashamed of his role in the mess. 3 weeks after returning, Mark invited me into his office for a private conversation. He wanted to apologize personally. He acknowledged that he should have investigated me more thoroughly before taking action. Mark said the company had received several legitimate harassment complaints in the past year and suspended accused employees while they investigated. He said they went too far in my case to show they took these issues seriously. The CEO was furious when he learned about Sharon's manipulation, he said. To avoid similar incidents, the CEO ordered a thorough review of the company's harassment complaint procedures. Mark offered to work with us professionally despite what happened. He guaranteed my job and no retaliation for the lawsuit or settlement. Mark's apology was appreciated, but I was still considering my long-term options. She said she needed time to rebuild trust in the company and system that had let her down. After a few weeks, I learned more about my absence. Sharon continued to spread rumors about me after I was fired, according to several employees. She kept saying I was guilty, and the company was right to fire me. Sharon worked hard to promote Emily to my position. She said the company needed more women in leadership roles, and that Emily was better than external candidates. Sharon planned this scheme for months, I learned. She wanted to remove me so Emily could be promoted. After seeing Rachel's performance issues, she realized she could capitalize. Worse was learning that Sharon had been monitoring my interactions with female employees for weeks before Rachel's incident. After failing to find any misconduct against me, she made a fake complaint. Allison, the woman who had been criticizing me, was Sharon's close friend. Sharon convinced Allison I was dangerous and she should warn other companies. Allison thought she was protecting other women from a sex predator. Sharon had undermined several male supervisors for a year, according to the company's investigation. She was disputing management decisions and complaining about minor issues. She appeared to be a feminist while manipulating the system. After learning more about Sharon's behavior, I was grateful the storage room had a security camera. I would never have proven my innocence without that footage. Sharon's plan would have worked, and I would have been labeled a sexual predator until retirement. The experience taught me I couldn't trust the company's systems to prevent false accusations, so I started documenting my interactions with employees and avoided being alone with women. I considered looking for a new job. I was vindicated and compensated, but I didn't want to work at a company where this could happen again. I could choose my next career because the settlement gave me financial security. Update 3. Resigned from the company. Even after being vindicated and receiving a good settlement, I felt unsafe at work. Too many people remember the original allegations, so I was always afraid of being vulnerable again. After 8 weeks back at work, I started job hunting. I got interviews at several competing firms after the company's written apology and correction letters cleared my name in the industry. A larger manufacturing company hired me 90 minutes from my old job. The company was known for fairness, and the pay was slightly higher than mine. Importantly, they had clear documentation and investigation policies to prevent Sharon's manipulation. Mark appeared relieved when I gave my 2-week notice. I think he was glad I left because I reminded him how poorly the company handled the situation. He said he understood why I needed a fresh start and wished me well. Last day was quiet. Several teammates said they respected my decision and were sorry to see me go. Emily visited me to say goodbye and thank me for being professional during the transition. She said she learned a lot from watching me return to work after a difficult situation. Rachel never contacted me after confessing. I assumed she found another job but didn't query her. I was conflicted about her overall role. Despite Sharon's manipulation, she falsely accused me. Although I understood her stress, I couldn't forgive her. Knowing Sharon's plan failed was the most satisfying part of leaving. Once word spread about her actions, she would have trouble finding another job in the industry. Her attempts to manipulate the system hurt her career. Industry contacts told me Sharon was considering suing the company for wrongfully terminating her. She had overwhelming evidence against her, and no lawyer would represent her. Multiple witnesses testified about her manipulation, and the company had conspiracy evidence. My new job is good. I've been there 7 weeks and feel more comfortable. Documentation and accountability are strong at the company, so I don't feel watched. I also monitor my interactions with all employees, not just women. Every disciplinary conversation has witnesses and is documented in writing. I learned that malicious people can twist even innocent interactions against you. Looking back, I'm glad the truth came out and I went free. I recovered from the financial settlement and learned workplace safety. Not anyone should go through this. If the company had checked security footage before filing charges against me, the situation could have been avoided. This reminds companies to have proper investigation procedures and not jump to conclusions based on one complaint. I'm glad I countered the company's settlement offer. If I had accepted their first deal, Sharon would have gotten away with her scheme and may have hurt other innocent people. Through the case, I revealed a systematic manipulation pattern the company needed to address. Experience has made me more cautious about workplace relationships and office politics. People will destroy others' lives to advance their careers, I've learned. I won't assume everyone is honest or that the truth will come out again. At Thanksgiving, my dad mocked me as a fake consultant. He froze when his CEO walked in, bowed and said, "Sir, your word determines what happens next." Take a look at this dreamer. My father's voice sliced through the Thanksgiving dinner conversation like a knife, saying, 29 years old and still chasing fantasies. Everybody at the table fell silent. When someone says something so hurtful that no one knows whether to laugh or turn away, there's that special silence. "Evan, when will you have a real job?" I glanced away from my turkey and stuffing plate. Like a king conducting court. My father, Thomas Reeves, sat at the head of the table. 58 years old, with 32 years of construction experience, and rough hands. Face weathered from outdoor labor. He was aiming his fork at me as if it were a weapon. He went on, warming to his theme, construction. That is a lot of work. Take a look at your brothers. Currently leading a crew of 18, Mark is a foreman. Lucas oversees 4 construction sites. But you, he chuckled. I actually chuckled. Even so, what do you do? Advisor. That isn't a job. That's a fancy way of saying unemployed. Dad's brothers, George and Henry, my uncles, shifted uneasily in their seats. With her knuckles white around her fork, my mother Elaine gazed down at her plate. Lucas and Mark, my brothers, looked at each other. Mark grinned. Lucas at least had the grace to appear contrite. Susan, my aunt, attempted to divert the conversation. Elaine, the turkey is amazing. I mean it. Dad leaned forward to interrupt. 29 years old. I had 3 children and a home by the time I was 29. I was constructing things, actual objects, structures, buildings, and tangible objects. However, Evan uses his laptop to pretend to be a businessman while he sits in coffee shops. Uncle George chuckled. Paul, Aunt Susan's spouse, laughed into his wineglass. Everyone was staring at me now, waiting to see how I would respond, whether I would stand up for myself or just accept it as usual. I put my glass down carefully, took a sip of wine, and smiled. Calmly, I said, "You're absolutely right, Dad. There's no doubt that I'm not working." The sarcasm escaped his notice. He didn't. He slapped the table at last. The boy acknowledges it. Perhaps there is still hope for you. Mark, do you believe your business is hiring? Evan might be able to find work as a laborer. Like a true man, start at the bottom and work his way up. Around the table, there is more laughter. I looked at my timepiece. 6:48 p.m. 5 minutes. None of them, including my father, were aware that I had spent the previous 7 years creating something from nothing. I began working on software that improved supply chain logistics for construction companies while living off of ramen in a Seattle studio apartment with a used laptop. A Portland small contractor was my first customer. I streamlined his inventory system for him for $750. In the first year, it saved him $38,000. Word got out. I had 29 clients in 20 months. I employed 36 people and had offices in 5 cities in less than 4 years. I established the top construction logistics consulting business on the West Coast in just 6 years. I sold it for $46 million to Stratton Global Industries last year. I knew this day would arrive, so I kept it a secret from my family. The point at which my father would finally go too far, make fun of me in front of everyone, and make it obvious that whatever I accomplished would never be sufficient. And this was precisely what I had been preparing for. Uncle Henry smiled and said, Evan, tell us what you do again. I forget. Is it disruption or synergy? Or some other term? Consulting for strategy? Equally, I said. Digital transformation, supply chain optimization, process improvement, and translation, Dad said. Nothing. He takes no action. Mark chuckled. Dad, hurry up. Give him credit. Presumably, he creates PowerPoint presentations. That's something. In my day, Dad went on, men used their hands to construct things. Computers were not necessary to instruct us on how to perform our duties. We completed them just now. I turned to face my mom. Her lips were pressed into a thin line as she gazed at her plate. She had previously heard this speech. Hell, I had already heard this speech. For the past 7 years, every Thanksgiving, Christmas, and family get-together. However, this year was unique. I learned something intriguing 4 months ago. Reeves & Sons Construction, the company my father had dedicated his life to, and was most proud of, was having severe financial difficulties. Due to rivals with superior project management systems, they had lost 2 significant contracts. Due to inadequate planning, they had blown the budget on 3 different projects. They were losing a lot of money. Stratton Global Industries, the same company that had purchased my consulting firm and where I now held the position of Chief Strategy Officer with equity, a corner office, and decision-making power over every division in North America, had acquired the business. My dad didn't know. He was only aware that his business had been acquired 7 months prior. He complained about the new management structure, ownership, and rules at every Sunday dinner, the ones I had stopped going to 4 months ago because I was too preoccupied with work. I had therefore called when my mother called 2 weeks prior to extend an invitation to Thanksgiving. As my father methodically ruined me in front of my entire extended family, I said to Richard Chen, CEO of Stratton Global, I need a favor right now. I looked at my watch once more, 6:51 p.m. 3 minutes. Evan, do you know what's wrong with you? Dad said. You were never taught the importance of diligence. We sacrificed everything for you. Good education, good home. What did you do, too? Returned from college believing you were too talented for honest work. Lucas began. Dad, let me finish, please. This must be stated. Once more, Dad aimed his fork at me. You are nearly 31 years old. Your Honda is 11 years old. You lease an apartment. You don't have a girlfriend because no woman would want a man who is incapable of providing for her. Evan, you're a letdown. Someone had to say it there. This silence was not like the others that followed. This one was oppressive and heavy. Aunt Susan had a horrified expression. Tears were welling up in my mother's eyes. Uncle George appeared uneasy. Both Lucas and Mark gazed at their plates. However, my dad sat there feeling good about himself, as if he had done me a favor by making fun of me in public. I grinned. I had never worn a smile so effortlessly. Fascinating? Silently, I said. 6:52 p.m. 90 seconds. What's intriguing? Dad inquired. How you define success. What you consider to be actual work. The notion that it must not be valuable, since you don't comprehend what I do. I know exactly what you're doing, Dad said. Nothing. Dad, hurry up, Lucas remarked. That's sufficient. I continued to smile and said, no, it's okay. Give him a chance to speak. I want this to be heard by all. Dad's face flushed. You believe that because you attended college, you are intelligent, because you use big words? Let me explain. The doorbell rang. Everybody froze. Who is that? Looking perplexed, my mother inquired. Everyone is present. I said nonchalantly, looking at my watch again. I invited someone. 6:54 p.m. Exactly on time. I hope that's all right, Mom. Did you invite someone? Dad's tone was brimming with contempt. Fantastic. Most likely one of your coffee shop pals who are unemployed. I got to my feet. I'll get it. Take a seat, Mom said, getting up. I'll get it. Mom, no, permit me. I approached the door and pulled it open. Standing on the front porch was Richard Chen, dressed in a fitted charcoal suit that most likely cost more than my Honda. He appeared to have stepped out of a Forbes magazine spread at the age of 52. Sharp features, silver hair, and a presence that demanded attention. Our CFO, Lauren Voss, was standing behind him in a burgundy dress, while our VP of Operations, Catherine Whitmore, was dressed in a black suit. Richard said, Good evening, Evan, with warmth. We apologize for being late. I-5 traffic was a nightmare. No issue at all, I replied. Enter. I escorted them into the eating area. As they entered, every eye in the house followed them. Richard had a pricey bottle of wine with him. Lauren was carrying a bunch of flowers. It smelled like honey-glazed ham, and Catherine held a covered dish. Everyone, I replied. This is Catherine Whitmore, Lauren Voss, and Richard Chen. They collaborate with me. Oh, how lovely, my mother said, a little bewildered but courteous. Please take a seat. Dad hardly looked up, saying, "We have plenty of food. These individuals are the consultants then." Richard looked around the table before focusing on me. "Sure, squeeze in somewhere." Then everything about him changed. His easygoing demeanor changed to a look that was halfway between shock and what appeared to be real fear. His smile vanished and his back straightened. "Sir," he uttered in an abruptly formal, almost reverent tone, "when you mentioned family dinner, I was unaware. I had no idea." He paused, glanced around the table, and then turned back to face me. Then he made a small bow. "Mr. Reeves," he said, "I'm sorry for the interruption. I would have if I had known that this was your family." "It's okay, Richard," I said coolly. "Everyone, please take a seat. Richard Chen is this person. He is Stratton Global Industries Chief Executive Officer." Uncle Henry's fork hit his plate with a clatter. "As well as Catherine Whitmore, Vice President of Operations for North American Divisions, and Lauren Voss, Chief Financial Officer." Mark's face began to lose its color. Lucas's mouth was slightly open as he gazed at me. Dad sat motionless, his fork halfway to his lips. Uncle George said slowly, "Wait. Stratton International. That's the business that acquired Sons and Reeves." I sat back down and said, "That's right. Stratton's strategic expansion into Pacific Northwest construction services included a $5.2 million acquisition 7 months ago." My father was the center of attention for everyone. His face changed from red to white to gray, but he remained frozen. I said in a conversational tone, "Dad works there now. By the way, how are you getting along with the new management?" Richard understood right away that there would be some announcements about restructuring next month. I watched his eyes light up with realization. His expression changed from one of professionalism to one of coldness and calculation. "Mr. Richard," said Thomas Reeves, in a neutral but sharp voice, "I had no idea that you were connected to our Chief Strategy Officer, who oversaw the entire acquisition and has the last say over division budgets, hiring choices, and operational reorganization." There was complete quiet. My father muttered, "Wait." His voice broke. I said, "You are my boss's boss's boss." "Indeed." Lauren leaned in to whisper something to Richard. His gaze remained fixed on my father as he slowly nodded. Richard went on, "I've been looking over the Q2 performance reports, Mr. Reeves. In comparison to expectations, your division, the legacy contracts for Reeves and Sons, has not been performing up to par. Margins have decreased by 12%. Reducing unnecessary positions in that division has been discussed. Is it redundant?" I could hardly hear my father's voice. Richard looked at me and said, "But of course, your son would undoubtedly object to any rash choices we made regarding his father's job. Evan, would you?" Now, all eyes were waiting on me in the room. My mom covered her mouth with her hand. Mark appeared to want to vanish into his chair. Lucas's face had turned completely white. Aunt Susan's eyes were wide with a mixture of fascination and horror. I sipped some wine. Allow the moment to breathe. Allow everyone to sit in it. At last, I put down my glass and said, "Tell me, Dad. What did you say about actual work?" He opened and closed his mouth. There was no sound. Since I'm attempting to comprehend, I went on in a soothing, almost soft voice. "I want to confirm that this is correct. Building is a real job. It's valuable to build things with your hands. However, supply chain optimization, digital transformation, and strategic consulting are all meaningless." "That's a lie. Is that correct?" Adam's apple bobbed in Dad's mouth. He was having trouble forming words. "This is what intrigues me. I stated that your project management was stuck in 1995, which is why Reeves and Sons was losing money and you were on the verge of going bankrupt. Paper requisition forms were still being used. You used Excel spreadsheets to keep track of inventory, because no one could tell you where your materials were or when they would arrive. You were losing thousands of dollars on each project." Richard gave a nod. "The report on due diligence was comprehensive. So I went on when Stratton got you. How did they act?" "People who use laptops, coffee shops, and PowerPoint presentations, like me, were brought in as consultants." "Are you aware of what transpired?" I was unable to read my father's expression as he stared at me. "Fear, shock, possibly shame. Under the new leadership, your division's margins increased by 9% in the first quarter." Catherine raised her voice and said, "All because someone implemented the kind of pretend work you just mocked me for doing. In Q2, just the digital inventory system saved $142,000. But, Dad, you do realize that's not actual work." I slowly got to my feet. "Allow me to explain what true work is. Building a business from the ground up for 7 years is real work. Working 90-hour weeks to prove a concept that everyone thought was dumb is what real work is all about. Genuine work involves earning each and every client via outcomes, rather than inheritance." At that, Mark winced. I went on, "Real work is turning a failing business model into a profitable acquisition. Managing 52 direct reports in 7 states is real work. Making decisions in boardrooms that impact thousands of families, including yours, is real work. I could hear the kitchen clock ticking because the room was so quiet. I did say, however, that you are correct about one thing. Since I don't have to prove anything with a car, I do drive an 11-year-old Honda. Since I travel 42 weeks a year, I rent an apartment because it seemed foolish to buy a house I would never use. And since I've been too busy establishing the career you just told me doesn't exist, I don't have a girlfriend. Tears were streaming down my mother's face now. I turned to face Richard, Lauren, and Catherine. I appreciate you coming, but I believe we should leave. I'm no longer particularly hungry. Richard stood up right away and said, "Of course, sir." Catherine and Lauren did the same. My father finally found his voice as I made my way to the door. "Please wait, Evan." Not intending to, I paused and slowly turned around. "You did, Dad. You're always sincere. That is the issue. I was merely attempting to inspire you." "Encourage me?" It sounded bitter when I laughed. "I sold my business for $46 million. Dad. I have an additional $14 million in equity in Stratton Global. I made more money last year than you'll ever make. But since I don't use a hammer, you don't care about any of that." Uncle George's hands held his face. Aunt Susan looked at me as if I had never been there before. Lucas and Mark both appeared ill. "I wanted you to be proud of me for who I am, not what I create, so I kept all of this from you." I went on, speaking more steadily now. "However, you are unable to do that. You can't look past your own idea of success to see that your son might have accomplished something. Please, Evan," my mother said softly, "don't depart in this manner. I'm sorry, Mom, but I can't sit at a table where the CEO of a billion-dollar company literally bows to me while I'm publicly ridiculed for my career." I took another look at my dad. Now he was diminished. Smaller. The man who had appeared so big, so sure, so upright now appeared small, old, and bewildered. "Dad, you want to know why I no longer attend Sunday dinners? This is the reason. Because you will never be satisfied with anything I do or accomplish. So I gave up trying." The front door was opened by Richard. The chilly November breeze blew in. Silently, he said, "Sir, are you certain of this?" I took another look back. With his head in his hands, my father sat at the head of the table. My mom was sobbing quietly. Mark's gaze was fixed on his plate. Lucas gave me a look that seemed to be an apology. "Yes," I replied. Richard's black Mercedes and Lauren's Audi were parked next to my 11-year-old Honda Accord when we walked out to the driveway. "I'm sure," I told them. "I'm sorry you had to see that," Lauren firmly said. "Don't be. Still," I replied, "he deserved it." "Speaking of which," Richard said cautiously, "family is complicated." I said right away, "Don't fire him." About those restructuring plans for the legacy Reeves & Sons division. Richard arched an eyebrow. I explained, "Don't fire my dad, or my brothers. Keep them exactly where they are. Same jobs, same compensation. Evan, your father I know what he did, but my mother doesn't deserve to lose her home because her husband isn't pro-black, and my brothers have families, kids, mortgages." I shook my head. I didn't do this to ruin their business. To make a point, I did it. "The point being," Catherine asked, "that success isn't one size fits all, that real work comes in many forms, and that maybe, just maybe, he should have believed in his son." Richard studied me for a long moment, then he smiled slightly. "You're a better man than I would be in your position. Maybe. Or maybe I'm just tired of being angry." "For what it's worth," Lauren said, "your father was wrong. What you built was extraordinary. The acquisition made Stratton $57 million in the first year alone. The board talks about you as the heir apparent when Richard retires. I appreciate that. Although," Richard said with a slight smirk, "you probably could have told us this was your family before we walked into an ambush. Where's the fun in that?" We talked for a few more minutes about work, about Q3 projections, about the holiday party next month, normal things, professional things, the kind of conversation I had every day with people who respected what I did. They left around 7:25 p.m. I sat in my Honda for a while, watching the warm light from my parents' house, listening to the muffled sounds of conversation inside. My phone buzzed, a text from Lucas. "Can we talk?" I typed back. "Not tonight." Another buzz. "Mark, I'm sorry. I should have said something." I didn't respond to that one. A third buzz. "My mother, please come back inside. Your father wants to talk." I started the engine and drove away. The next day, my phone wouldn't stop ringing. I ignored most of the calls, but eventually I listened to the voicemails. My father's voice was shaky. "Evan, I don't know what to say. I was mistaken. I've been wrong. Please call me back. We need to talk." My mother. Sweetheart, your father is devastated. He's been up all night. Please, just give him a chance to apologize properly. Uncle George. Hey, Danny, listen, your dad called me this morning. He's a mess. I know he was hard on you yesterday, but maybe cut him some slack. He's proud. You know, it's hard for guys like us to admit when we're wrong. I deleted all of them. A week later, my father showed up at my office. Monica Martinez, my executive assistant, 28 years experience, ran my calendar like a military operation, buzzed me. Mr. Reeves, there's a Thomas Reeves here to see you. He doesn't have an appointment. Send him in. My father walked into my office and stopped. Reeve answer. No day, Mr. Reeves here. Just stopped and stared. The office was on the 52nd floor of the Columbia Center in Seattle. Floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the Puget Sound. Original artwork on the walls. A custom-made desk from Italy. Everything designed to project exactly what I'd achieved. Jesus, he whispered. Have a seat, Dad. He sat in one of the leather chairs across from my desk. He looked smaller here, out of place. His work boots on the polished hardwood floor, his flannel shirt in a space designed for suits and silk ties. I came to apologize. He said, okay, that's it. Just okay. What do you want me to say, Dad? That it's fine. That you didn't spend 29 years making me feel like I wasn't good enough. He flinched. I never meant. Yes, you did. You absolutely meant it. Every time you introduce me to someone as my son, the consultant, with that tone, like it was a dirty word. Every time you praise Mark and Lucas for their real jobs while ignoring my accomplishments. Every time you made it clear that unless I was working with my hands, I wasn't really working. I didn't understand what you were doing, he said quietly. You didn't try to understand. There's a difference. He was quiet for a long time. Then you're right. I didn't try. I was threatened. I think threatened by you, by what you were building, by the fact that you were doing something I couldn't understand, which meant you were moving into a world where I couldn't follow. He rubbed his face with both hands. Your brothers, they're doing what I did, construction. I understand that. I can give them advice, share my experience. But you went somewhere I couldn't go. And instead of being proud of that, I was cruel. I finished. Yeah, I was cruel. I leaned back in my chair, looking at this man who'd been such a giant in my childhood, who'd seemed so powerful, so certain of everything. Now he just looked tired. Did you know, I said, that on my 17th birthday, you told me I'd never amount to anything because I preferred reading to working on the construction site. Jesus. Evan. Or when I got accepted to UW with a scholarship, you said college was a waste of time for someone like me. I was mistaken. Or when I told you about my first client, you laughed and said I'd be bankrupt in 7 months. He didn't respond to that, just sat there taking it. I kept waiting, I continued. Kept waiting for the moment when you'd finally say, I'm proud of you, son, but it never came. Not when I landed my 60th client. Not when Forbes mentioned my company in an article about innovative startups. Not when I sold the company for enough money to retire at 31. Nothing I did was ever enough. Because I'm an idiot, he said quietly. Because I'm a stupid, stubborn old man who doesn't know how to say the things he should say. That's not good enough, Dad. I know. He looked at me, and his eyes were red. I know it's not, but I'm saying it anyway. I'm proud of you. I'm proud of what you built. I'm proud of the man you became. And I'm sorry. I'm so goddamn sorry that I waited until you had to humiliate me in front of the entire family before I could admit it. The silence stretched between us. What do you want from me? I asked finally. A chance, he said. A chance to do better. To be better. To actually be the father you deserved instead of the one you got. I looked out the window at the Seattle skyline, at the gray water of the Puget Sound, at the mountains in the distance. I don't know if I can do that, I said honestly. I don't know if I can just forgive 29 years because you finally realized you were wrong. I'm not asking for forgiveness. Not yet. I'm just asking for a chance to earn it. I turned back to him. What does that look like? I don't know. Maybe. Maybe Sunday dinners, you and me. Just us. No brothers, no uncles, no audience. Just two guys, having a meal, talking. I want to know about your work. Really? No, not so I can judge it. But because I want to understand what my son does. And if I say no, then I'll understand. But I'll keep trying because you're my son and I love you. And I should have said that a hell of a lot more than I did. I sat with that for a while. One dinner, I said finally. One Sunday dinner. You ask genuine questions. You actually listen. You don't compare what I do to construction or suggest I should be doing something else. If you can do that, if you can get through one meal without making me feel like I'm not good enough, maybe we can try a second one. He nodded, relief evident on his face. I can do that. And Dad, yeah, if you ever humiliate me like that again, We're done completely. I don't care if you're family. I don't care if mom begs. We're done. Understood? Understood? He stood to leave, then paused at the door. That thing you said at Thanksgiving, he said, about making more last year than I'll make in my career. What about it? Was that true? Yeah. It was true. He nodded slowly. Jesus. Then good for you, son? Sincerely. Good for you? After he left, I sat in my office for a long time, watching the sun set over the water. Monica buzzed me. Mr. Reeves, your 4:30 p.m. is here. Send them in. And I went back to work. The kind of work my father finally, might be starting to respect. 4 months later, I was having Sunday dinner with my father at a quiet Italian restaurant in Fremont. We'd done this every week since that day in my office. The first dinner had been stilted, awkward, the second slightly better. By the fourth, we were actually having conversations. Tell me about the Benson project, he said, cutting his chicken marsala. I told him I couldn't discuss specific contracts due to confidentiality, but I'd started sharing general concepts, explaining how supply chain optimization worked, walking him through the strategies we used. It's interesting, he said after I'd explained a particularly complex logistics problem we'd solved. I never thought about it that way. The timing of deliveries, the storage costs, the labor scheduling, it all connects. That's exactly it. Everything connects. One delay creates a cascade of problems. We could have used someone like you at Reeves & Sons 22 years ago. You had someone like me, I said quietly. You just didn't listen. He set down his fork. You're right. You tried to tell me about inefficiencies in our supply chain when you were what, 23, 24, summer after I graduated, and I told you to shut up and let the men who knew what they were doing handle it. Yeah, I'm sorry. I know. We ate in silence for a while. Then he asked, are you happy? The question surprised me. What? Are you happy with your life? Your career, all of it? I thought about it. Yeah, I think I am. It's demanding, sometimes exhausting, but I love what I do. I love solving problems, building systems, making things more efficient. That's good, he said. That's all I ever wanted for you boys. To be happy. I just had a stupid, narrow idea of what happiness should look like. You know what made me happy? I stated. Last week, when you asked about my work without judgment, when you actually listened to my explanation without trying to compare it to construction, that made me happy. He smiled, a real smile, not the forced ones from before. Then I'll keep doing that. 7 months after Thanksgiving, my mother called. Evan, honey, would you come to Sunday dinner? Not at the restaurant, here at home. I don't know, Mom. Mark and Lucas want to apologize properly. Your father talked to them. Really? Talk to them. They understand now what they did wrong. I hesitated. Please, she said. Give them a chance like you gave your father a chance. So, I went. Mark and Lucas were waiting in the living room when I arrived. They both stood up when I walked in. Hey, Mark said awkwardly. Thanks for coming. What's this about? We're sorry, Lucas said. For Thanksgiving, for all the other times, for treating you like your success didn't count because it wasn't construction. We've been talking to Dad, Mark continued, about what you do, about what you built, and we realized we were assholes. Yes, I said. You were. We'd like to change that, Lucas said, if you'll let us. I looked at my brothers, both in their mid-30 seconds, both with families, both clearly uncomfortable, but trying, really trying. Okay, I said, finally, we can try. We had dinner. It wasn't perfect. There were awkward silences, moments of tension, but it was better, different. As I was leaving, my father walked me to my car. Thank you, he said, for coming tonight, for giving them a chance. Don't thank me yet. We'll see if they actually change. They will because they saw what I almost lost. He paused. I almost lost my son because I was too stubborn to admit I was wrong. They don't want to make the same mistake. I got in my car but didn't start the engine immediately. Dad, yes, at Thanksgiving, when Richard walked in and called me, Sir, what did you feel? He was quiet for a long moment. Then shame. Complete, overwhelming shame. Because in that moment, I realized I knew nothing about my own son. That everyone else saw what you'd achieved, but I'd been so busy judging you that I'd never actually looked. Good, I said. Remember that feeling? Because if you ever make me feel small again, that's where we'll end up, with you knowing nothing about me, because I'll make sure you don't get the chance. I understand. I drove home thinking about how strange it was that the moment meant to humiliate my father had somehow begun healing our relationship. That the worst Thanksgiving of my life had led to the best 7 months. 14 months after that dinner, Richard announced his retirement. She just files papers, my brother scoffed. After 5 beers, then his special forces buddy went silent, read my coin, and snapped to attention. When I heard Wesley say it, my fork halted halfway to my mouth. Yes, my sister plays pretend soldier. Does a desk job at Fort Me entail typing emails? Probably files paperwork. Unlike genuine military employment, he stated it loudly enough that everyone at the Thanksgiving table could hear. It was loud enough that his Army Ranger comrade, seated right across from me, looked up in interest. I carefully placed the fork down, watching the cranberry sauce slide off the sweet potato I'd speared, and my face became hot, not from shame, but from wrath, which I had spent 9 years learning to contain in instances like these. My mother made a quiet protest, my father shuffled uncomfortably, and Hannah, my younger sister, sent me a look that said, "Please don't make a scene." But Wesley wasn't finished. He addressed his friend, Marcus Hale, a former 82nd Ranger Regiment member. 3 deployments to Afghanistan, and currently working in private security. She refuses to tell us what she actually does. The claim is that it is categorized. He utilized air quotes. Place air quotes around the word categorized as if it were a joke. Like the security clearance, which took 21 months to achieve and entailed polygraphs and interviews with everyone I'd known since childhood, was something I made up to appear serious. I'd been in the United States Army for 9 years when that Thanksgiving dinner occurred, the last 5 of which had been spent on work that I couldn't discuss with anyone outside of specified guarded facilities. My name is Claire Whitmore. I'm 34 years old, and I was captain of a unit that did not appear on organizational charts or have recruiting posters. My formal assignment was to the Intelligence and Security Command. However, my actual employment involved cryptologic operations and signals intelligence, which I couldn't discuss without breaching federal law and my top-secret sensitive compartmented information clearance. The documents I signed when I joined my present unit made it abundantly apparent that any unauthorized disclosure may result in criminal prosecution, jail, and fines that would destroy my career and possibly my life. So, when my family asked what I did, I replied I worked in intelligence analysis at Fort Me, which was technically correct, but left out roughly 90% of what my job truly entailed. Most of them accepted it. My parents knew that some military job was sensitive. Hannah, who was 28 and worked as a teacher, believed that if I stated I couldn't talk about anything, I had valid reasons. But Wesley, my 36-year-old brother, who had served 7 years as an Army infantry officer before quitting to work in finance, had decided somewhere along the way that my reluctance to explain my work indicated I hadn't done anything significant. It had started tiny, little remarks at family gatherings about how his deployments had been actual fighting, whereas I'd probably never left an office building. Jokes about how intelligence work was for those who couldn't handle genuine military tasks, references to my 9-to-5 career, and analogies to his experience commanding patrols in Iraq, where he was actually in danger. I tried to explain that different military jobs serve different reasons, that intelligence operations were crucial to mission success, and that what I did was important even if I couldn't articulate why. However, because I was unable to provide specifics, each explanation came across as defensive. I couldn't think of any tangible accomplishments, operations, or missions that would demonstrate that I had done something substantial. Everything I'd worked on over the last 5 years had been classified at levels that prevented me from even acknowledging the existence of certain programs. So Wesley's story has gradually become family legend. He was the actual soldier who had been in battle, and I was the younger sister who entered the military but ended up in some bureaucratic support function that allowed me to think I was important. And as I saw him luxuriate in the family's respect and adoration for his service, while regarding mine as essentially clerical work, I grew quietly indignant in ways I couldn't express. Marcus Hale was staring at me now with polite attention, probably trying to figure out what to say that wouldn't offend his friend's sister. He was around 38 years old, fit in the sense that soldiers stay fit long after they leave the service, and had a weathered face that suggested he had spent time in tough locations. Wesley had mentioned that Marcus had left the Rangers 4 years ago and was now working for a private military contractor doing security for corporate clients in hostile regions, which likely meant he was earning 3 times as much as I was and had war stories that would make Wesley's deployments seem tame. "What are you doing at Fort Me?" Marcus inquired, and his tone was genuine, not condescending. Despite Wesley's dismissive opening, I appreciated his efforts to involve me in the discourse. I gave him the conventional answer, which I'd practiced hundreds of times. I work in intelligence analysis and signals intelligence, namely monitoring and interpreting electronic communications. It's primarily computer work. Nothing especially exciting. By this point, The lie of omission tasted familiar. Marcus nodded as if that made sense, and Wesley jumped back in before the conversation could go any farther. See, computer work, she spends all day staring at screens. Meanwhile, I was outside the wire in Ramadi, confronting the enemy and putting my life in danger. Wesley's voice had that edge that comes with drinking, sharper, louder, and more angry. He had 4 beers before supper and was on his 5th. She gets to call herself a soldier, gets the same. Thank you for your service treatment, but she's never been in a firefight, never pulled security on a convoy, never done anything that actually required courage. Mom protested more forcefully this time, and Dad set down his glass with enough force to rattle silverware. Wesley, that's enough. Your sister serves her nation just as you did. Different roles, same commitment, Wesley said, waving him off. I am not saying she doesn't participate. I'm saying there's a distinction between actual military service and whatever she does in her air-conditioned office building. She wouldn't last a day doing what I did, or Marcus does. Real soldiers put their lives in danger. She organizes computer files. The worst part was that I could not disagree with him, not successfully, because proving him wrong would entail discussing things I couldn't legally disclose. I couldn't tell him about my deployment to a classified site where I worked 18-hour shifts processing intelligence for strike missions. I couldn't mention the award I'd gotten for identifying high-value target communication patterns. I couldn't convey the week I spent in a tactical operations center as part of a time-sensitive mission to provide real-time intelligence to soldiers in touch with enemy combatants. All of this was classified. The awards were classed. Even acknowledging that certain activities took place was secret, so I sat there mute and fuming while my brother branded me as a fake, who had never accomplished anything worthwhile. Marcus was observing this discussion with increasing uneasiness, realizing that family dynamics were more intricate than he had anticipated. When accepting a Thanksgiving meal offer, he attempted to reroute. Intelligence work is vital. We depended heavily on that downrange. The folks in charge of signals, intelligence, and imagery analysis, among other things. They saved lives by providing us with critical information. It was a nice attempt at defense, but Wesley simply chuckled. Sure. Claire, I am sure, adds to that in some way. Files reports written by other individuals. Probably operates the coffee machine for those conducting genuine analysis. He turned to me with the look he gets when he realizes he's being but still enjoys it. Come on, Claire. Please admit it. You sit in an office building, far from danger, doing computer work that any citizen with a security clearance could perform. You are not in the special forces. You are not combat arms. You lack actual intelligence. You are administrative support wearing a uniform. The rage I felt at the time was cold and intense. The kind that narrows your eyesight and causes your hands to form fists. I'd spent 9 years establishing myself in an environment where being female meant continuously combating stereotypes about capability and toughness. I'd gone through the same basic training as every other soldier, the same officer candidate school, and the same intelligence training pipeline. I'd worked my way into a unit with selection standards that most soldiers never met, a failure rate of more than 55%, and my gender made me an immediate target for mistrust. And I had succeeded. I had earned my spot. I'd done important work, saved lives, and contributed to national security in ways that Wesley's infantry deployments never would. But I couldn't say anything, prove anything, or defend myself without violating the confidentiality oaths that had characterized my entire career. I slowly stood up from the table and excused myself to the restroom. I needed a minute to breathe to recall my training on emotional regulation and being calm under duress. The bathroom mirror revealed a lady dressed in civilian clothing, jeans, and a sweater who bore no resemblance to the soldier I was when I put on my uniform. I splashed cold water over my face and reminded myself that Wesley's opinion wasn't important. That the people who knew what I did appreciated its importance, and that proving myself to my family was not worth the risk of leaking secret information. I chanted these things like mantras, but they didn't work. The underlying injustice of the situation persisted. When I returned to the table 7 minutes later, the subject had shifted to football, and everyone was carefully pretending the prior exchange had not occurred. Mom served pie, Dad refilled beverages, and Hannah attempted to engage me in a conversation about her students. I participated since that's what you do at family gatherings. You behave normally even when you're angry enough to flip the table, but Marcus kept looking at me with a serious face, as if something wasn't adding up in his assessment. Marcus inquired about my challenge coin collection at 8:30 p.m., after we had cleared the dishes and moved to the living room. During dinner, I said that I collect military coins, which is a common pastime among service people. Marcus inspected the coins I had acquired over the years after I carried down the display case from my chamber. Coins for units, deployments, and various commanders and senior enlisted leaders. He picked up many, read the inscriptions, and made positive remarks about various troops and missions. Then he groped for a coin I had tucked in the back corner, which I should have removed before showing anyone the collection. The coin was matte black with few markings, no unit identifier, and only a collection of numbers and a little symbol that meant nothing to most people but was instantly identifiable to those who had worked in specific communities. Marcus snatched it up, inspected it intently, and his entire demeanor changed. He went absolutely motionless, as soldiers do when they get information that violates their preconceptions. He stared at the coin, then at me, and finally back at the coin. "Where did you obtain it?" His voice had also changed. No longer casual, but instead, highly professional and exact. I felt my stomach plummet because I knew precisely which coin he was holding and what it symbolized, and I realized I'd made a mistake not hiding it before showing him the entire collection. "It was given to me by my commander," I responded carefully, attempting to keep my tone neutral. Marcus got up, still holding the coin, and his look shifted from thoughtful to shocked. "Claire, do you know whose unit this is from?" I nodded, not trusting my ability to talk. Marcus looked at Wesley, who was splayed on the couch, browsing through his phone, oblivious to the new tension in the room. Marcus replied, "Wesley," and his tone caused my brother to look up. "Do you know which unit your sister is in?" Wesley shrugged, angered by being interrupted. "Something about intelligence at Fort Me." "Why?" Marcus held up the currency. "This comes from the intelligence support activities. Do you know what that is?" Wesley looked blank. Marcus's look suggested that he was contemplating his connection with someone who was so unaware of his own sister's service. The action is one of the most highly secret in the entire military. They provide direct action support, technical intelligence, and electronic warfare. These are the people who identified high-value targets before JOK dispatched teams to retrieve them. If your sister has this coin and is indeed assigned to that unit, she has done things that make my Ranger deployment seem like summer camp. The room had become utterly silent. Mom and Dad were staring. Hannah's mouth was literally open. Wesley sat up straighter, having forgotten his phone. "That's not true. She works at a desk," Wesley muttered, and for the first time all night, he sounded unsure. Marcus laughed, but it was not a pleasant sound. "Yes, she probably works at a desk. Do you know what they do at the desks in that unit? They monitor terrorist communications, decrypt adversary encryption, and coordinate intelligence for kill-capture operations. The activity does not include desk occupations as you may expect. Everyone there is doing work that directly supports special operations." Marcus turned to face me, and I observed the exact moment he realized I was a captain and he was a citizen, because his posture moved slightly, not to attentiveness, but closer to respect. "Ma'am, I apologize for saying anything previously that implied your labor was insignificant. I should have recognized the signs." I shake my head. "You did not mention anything wrong, and I cannot confirm or deny anything regarding my assignment. If anyone made connections I couldn't acknowledge, I'd employ the formula response for discussing secret units that I'd been taught." Marcus smiled slightly. "Of course not, madam. But, for the record, if someone theoretically worked for the corporation represented by that coin, I would have total respect for them and know that they would certainly accomplish things I would never be able to do." He carefully and almost respectfully returned the coin to its case. Then he looked to Wesley, and his demeanor was cold. "You spent the entire night implying that your sister was essentially a clerk. You insulted her service, implying that she had never done anything dangerous or noteworthy. You've no idea what she does, man." "I have no idea at all." Wesley's face had turned red, and I couldn't tell if it was shame, rage, or something else. "She never told me she was in a specialized unit. She stated that she did intelligence analysis." Marcus laughed sharply and bitterly. "Because she isn't permitted to tell you, fool. She is undertaking work that requires higher security clearances than most generals have. The fact that you assumed her secrecy indicated she wasn't significant, rather than realizing it meant she was doing anything classified, demonstrates how little you understand about how the military actually operates." The Thanksgiving gathering swiftly disbanded after that. Wesley made an excuse about having to go early and avoided eye contact with me as he gathered his coat. Marcus apologized again before following him out, but he made a point of shaking my hand and stating he hoped to speak with me again if I ever had the opportunity to discuss my work. After they went, my parents and Hannah sat in startled silence for a long time before Dad spoke. "Why didn't you tell us you were in some sort of elite unit?" The question stung because I had tried everything I could to convey to them, without violating security standards, how important my work was. "I told you it was classified. I told you I couldn't disclose specifics. What else should I say?" Mom looked distraught. "We assumed you were simply being modest. We didn't understand you were literally forbidden from discussing it. I felt fatigue flood over me. Years of being disregarded, undervalued, and unable to defend myself weigh heavily on me. It doesn't matter now, I said, even though it obviously did. I am going to bed. Thank you for supper. I left them in the living room and walked upstairs to my old bedroom, where I used to spend holidays, and laid in the dark, trying to digest what had just transpired. After years of mocking from Wesley, a part of me felt vindicated. However, another part of me felt exposed and vulnerable, since Marcus's recognition implied that I had been reckless with operational security. I had shown more than I should have with a silly coin collection. The fallout lingered for several days. Wesley sent a text message about 1:20 a.m., evidently drunk, saying, "Why didn't you just tell me you were doing something significant instead of making me believe you were a nobody?" I didn't react since it would have required me to recognize things I couldn't, and his phrasing indicated that he still didn't understand. I hadn't allowed him to think anything. I continuously informed him that I could not disclose my work. And he chose to construe that as implying that my work wasn't worth addressing. He'd built an entire story about my work around his own assumptions and need to feel superior. And the fact that the narrative turned out to be incorrect did not change the years he had spent insulting me. Mom called the next morning, wanting to discuss the disclosures from Thanksgiving. She appeared to have spent hours on Google investigating the intelligence support activity and discovered very little information, which she seemed to believe demonstrated how secret and vital it was. "I had no idea you were involved in such dangerous work," she told me, and I had to resist the desire to point out that she'd been told several times that my work was classified, but had never thought about what that meant. Instead, I explained that I was still unable to discuss my task or my work, and that nothing had changed simply because Marcus recognized a coin. She wanted to know whether I had been in danger, if I had been deployed to combat zones, and if I had done anything that she should be concerned about. I was unable to answer all of the questions directly. I assured her that I was secure, that I was competent at my job, and that she should believe me when I claimed I couldn't disclose details. She pledged to respect my boundaries, but her tone indicated that she was saddened by the prolonged concealment. Hannah reacted differently. She called me a few days later and just stated, "I'm sorry for not taking you seriously. You kept insisting your work was classified, and we assumed you were being dramatic or self-important. I didn't realize you meant it literally." The apology was meaningful because it addressed the true issue, which was not that they didn't know what I did, but that they didn't believe me when I said I couldn't explain. We talked for an hour about nothing in particular, simply catching up on her teaching profession and my personal life. And it seemed like the first genuine talk we'd had in years, where Mom wasn't treating me like I was playing dress-up in a uniform. The situation with Wesley worsened rather than improved. He called 4 days after Thanksgiving, sober this time, and went on a defensive diatribe about how I had made him seem ridiculous in front of his friend. I pointed out that he had made himself look stupid by disparaging my service for years on the basis of assumptions rather than facts. He stated that I might have corrected such assumptions at any time. I asked him how I was going to correct assumptions when the actual facts were classified and I was legally barred from disclosing them. He had no response, but he also refused to apologize for years of disparaging remarks and jokes about me. Instead, he stated that he believed we had a normal sibling rivalry, that his taunting was just brotherly joking, and that I was being oversensitive by holding it against him. That's when I knew he didn't know the difference between typical sibling taunting and what he was doing. Normal teasing is affectionate, has boundaries, and ends when someone expresses genuine hurt. Wesley had publicly criticized my profession and service at every family meeting for years, undermining my reputation and accomplishments, and creating a family narrative in which his military experience was authentic and mine was essentially cosplay. And he did it knowing I couldn't protect myself, which made matters worse. I told him that his taunting had frequently exceeded the line, that his behavior had been cruel and disrespectful, and that the fact that he had no intention of causing harm did not excuse the harm he had done. Wesley became defensive, saying I was overreacting, and that he had always been proud of my service, even if he laughed about it. I challenged him to cite one instance in the previous 5 years, when he exhibited satisfaction or respect for my military career without implying that it was not genuine service. He could not. He accused me of being unreasonable, and I accused him of being intentionally oblivious. We did not speak for 4 months after that. Christmas came and went with no communication between us. Mom attempted to mediate, arguing that we were both being stubborn and should reconcile for the sake of family unity. I told her I was willing to have a relationship with Wesley if he truly realized and apologized for his terrible behavior. She claimed I was asking too much, and that families should forgive one another's imperfections. I explained that there was a distinction to be made between errors and long-term patterns of disrespect, and that forgiving Wesley, without him admitting his mistakes, would just encourage him to repeat them. The tragedy had far-reaching consequences beyond my immediate family. Marcus reportedly informed others in his security company about what transpired, and news circulated via certain military and contractor circles that Wesley had publicly humiliated his sister, who worked for a sensitive unit. People who have worked in or around the special operations community have strong feelings about valuing the efforts of support elements because they understand how important intelligence and technical operations are to mission success. Wesley began to get cold shoulders from contacts who had previously been cordial. Invitations to industry meetings where he had been networking dried up, and his reputation in circles that respected military service deteriorated. He blamed me for this and sent me an angry email in February, accusing me of intentionally embarrassing him in order to harm his professional relationships. I responded that I had not told anyone outside of our family about the Thanksgiving incident, that if his reputation was suffering, it was because Marcus and others were judging him based on his own actions, and that he should consider why the military and veteran communities were reacting negatively to learning how he treated his sister's service. He did not respond to the email. Wesley's professional ramifications appear to have become worse during the spring. A private security contract he had hoped to secure went to a competitor, and he learned through back channels that his dismissive attitude toward intelligence and support workers had been noted as a problem. The sector in which he worked prized people who knew how different military elements interacted, and Wesley's behavior of me proved that he did not understand those interdependencies. He passed up at least 3 important business possibilities because people who mattered in that industry believed he lacked the professional maturity and judgment they desired for their teams. Meanwhile, my own career progressed normally. The Thanksgiving event had no official ramifications because Marcus had not divulged anything unlawful, and I had not confirmed anything other than that I had the coin. My command was unaware of the family issue, and my security clearance remained intact. I deployed again in February, spending 4 months at a classified site doing work that I still can't describe, before returning to Fort Meade in July to resume my usual duties. The work remained tough and relevant, and the respect I gained from colleagues who understood what our team accomplished was more important than any affirmation from family members. But the situation with Wesley still bothered me because part of me wanted him to truly understand and apologize, while another half knew that he might never do so. In July, 7 months after Thanksgiving, Wesley contacted and asked if we could meet in person to chat. I was suspicious, but consented, and we met at a coffee shop about 2/3 of the way between his home in Maryland and my apartment near Fort Meade. When he arrived, he appeared exhausted and older than his 36 years, with a defeated demeanor that I had not seen before. We ordered coffee and sat in awkward quiet for a minute before he spoke. "I've been doing a lot of thinking since Thanksgiving," Wesley explained, his voice softer than usual and less assured. "I told Marcus and a few other people about what happened. I read everything I could find on intelligence support activities and equivalent units. I talked to a therapist about family dynamics and my need to feel superior, and I realized I've been a to you for years." The admission surprised me since I was expecting defensiveness or rationalization, not acknowledgement. "I think I knew on some level that your work was important," he said, looking at his coffee cup rather than making eye contact, "but recognizing that would have meant accepting that your service was as valid as mine, if not more significant in certain aspects. And I'd based so much of my identity on being a combat veteran, a son who had actually deployed and faced danger. Having a younger sister who could be doing more important things undermined that identity. So, I criticized your job, made jokes about it, and convinced myself and everyone else that you were merely clerical assistants. It made me feel better about myself, and I didn't care or allow myself to admit how much it affected you." I sipped my coffee and waited to see if he would continue. "The point is," Wesley began, finally glancing at me, "I understand what it's like not to be taken seriously for your service. When I left the Army and went into finance, other veterans treated me as if I had sold out, as if I was no longer a true veteran since I was working a civilian job. It made me angry and defensive. And I never associated that experience with what I was doing to you. I was treating you the same way those guys treated me. Disregarding your service, because it did not fit my narrow notion of what constituted real military duty." He slipped an envelope from his jacket pocket across the table. "I wrote you a letter. It is a genuine apology, in which I accept responsibility for being disrespectful and cruel. I don't expect you to forgive me right away, or at all, but I needed to admit what I did and attempt to make things right, even if it's too late." I took the mail but did not open it yet. "Why now?" I asked. "Why did it take you 7 months and professional consequences to understand you were mistreating me?" Wesley winced, but did not look away. "To be honest, I was selfish and stubborn. And I refused to recognize my mistake. I told myself you were overreacting, that it was just sibling teasing, and that if it bothered you so much, you should have told me to stop. I made excuses. Then I lost that contract because the individuals evaluating me determined that I did not respect intelligence personnel enough to collaborate effectively with them. Marcus, whom I respected, informed me that he was disappointed in me, said I treated my own sister with less respect than we did enemy combatants. That resonated with me in a way that nothing else had. I had to admit that I had been nasty to you for years, justifying it by pretending you weren't truly a soldier. There was a brief moment of silence between us, with the coffee shop noise filling the area. I spent 9 years proving myself, I finally said, my voice steady despite the emotion, proving that I belonged in the military, that I could handle the training, and that I deserved my assignment. And the entire time, my own brother was telling everyone who listened that I was a phony, that I wasn't truly serving, and that my work was unimportant. Do you know how demoralizing that was? Coming home for the holidays and having to sit through your jokes and condescending remarks while knowing I couldn't defend myself or explain what I did? Wesley nodded, and his eyes were wet. I understand, and I apologize for the inadequate response. I realize it won't undo years of damage, but I sincerely apologize. You deserved my support and respect, but instead, I mocked and dismissed you. I was a bad brother, and I'm trying to be better now, even though it's too late to repair what I've broken. I opened the envelope to read his note. It was 3 pages long, handwritten, detailed, and specific about what he'd done wrong, and how it was harmful and inappropriate. He acknowledged particular situations I'd discussed in previous talks, which I felt he'd forgotten or rejected. He described the impact of learning from Marcus and others how important my work was, and how he felt ashamed that strangers valued my service more than his own brother did. He promised to do better, to actually listen when I said something hurtful, and to respect the boundaries around classified information rather than viewing secrecy as suspicious. The letter concluded with a simple request: give him a chance to rebuild trust and demonstrate that he had changed. I folded the letter and placed it back in the envelope. I appreciate it, I said. I appreciate you acknowledging what happened and accepting responsibility, but you must understand that this is not resolved simply because you apologized. You spent years crafting a narrative about my service that harmed both our family and my own perception of myself. Mom and Dad still don't fully understand what I do because they've been hearing and believing your version for so long. Hannah viewed my career as less important because you set the tone, and I internalized some of her doubt. I began to question whether my work was important because my own brother did not believe it was. That damage does not disappear overnight, Wesley nodded. I know, and I'm willing to put in the effort to rebuild trust if you'll let me. I will correct the record with Mom, Dad, and Hannah. I'll admit publicly when it's appropriate that I was mistaken about your service. I will respect your boundaries and security requirements. I will do whatever it takes. We talked for another hour, going over specific incidents and patterns of behavior, setting boundaries and expectations for future interactions. It was difficult and uncomfortable, but it felt productive in a way that our previous conversations had never been. Wesley was finally listening, truly listening, with no defensiveness or excuses. When we left the coffee shop, we didn't hug or pretend everything was fine. But we'd laid the groundwork for potentially rebuilding our relationship. Over the next few months, Wesley kept his promises. He called our parents and had a lengthy conversation in which he admitted he was mistaken about my military service and had let his ego and insecurity drive him to downplay my accomplishments. He told them that, while he didn't know the specifics of what I did, he had learned enough to recognize its significance and importance, and that they should be proud of me. Mom called me later, crying, saying she wished she had understood sooner, and apologized for not realizing how Wesley's behavior had affected me. Dad sent an awkward but sincere email, saying he had always been proud of my service, but had no idea how much I needed to hear it, especially since Wesley was dismissive. Hannah shared a post on social media for Veterans Day, specifically honoring my service and mentioning that her sister did important classified work that she couldn't discuss but deserved recognition for, which felt like her way of making amends for not taking my career seriously. The following Thanksgiving was different. Wesley arrived alone, having apparently learned his lesson about inviting friends to family gatherings who could witness his behavior. When the conversation inevitably turned to military service, Wesley actively redirected any comments implying that his infantry experience was more legitimate or important than my intelligence work. When Dad asked if I could tell him anything about what I'd been doing, I replied, "It's classified." Wesley explained, "Which means it's important enough that the government prohibits disclosure. She's doing important work, even if we don't know the specifics." It was a small moment, but it mattered. The acknowledgement that secrecy indicated significance rather than insignificance, coming from someone who had spent years arguing the opposite, felt like progress. We hadn't returned to our previous normal, and we might never have, but we were creating something new, a relationship founded on genuine respect rather than childhood hierarchy and ego-driven competition. My military career continued on its current path, guided by mission requirements and performance rather than family validation. 3 years after Thanksgiving, I graduated, completed another deployment, and eventually moved on to a teaching position at a training facility, where I helped develop the next generation of intelligence professionals. The work remained classified, with the specifics hidden behind security protocols, but those who needed to know recognized its importance. Wesley and I created a functional sibling relationship based on clear boundaries and mutual respect. He stopped asking about my work, after asking about my general well-being and job satisfaction. I made an effort to recognize his own financial achievements, realizing that my earlier dismissiveness of his post-military career had most likely contributed to his defensive behavior. We weren't as close as some siblings are, but we had progressed from active hostility to something resembling genuine family connection. The Thanksgiving incident became a watershed moment in our family, when assumptions were tested and relationships had to be rebuilt. Mom occasionally apologizes for not understanding sooner. Dad makes it a point to thank me for my service at every family gathering. Sometimes awkward, but always sincere. Hannah treats my military career with the same seriousness she has always shown Wesley's, asking thoughtful questions and respecting my inability to respond. And, to his credit, Wesley has become one of my most vocal critics in family situations, shutting down anyone who claims intelligence work isn't real military service. The irony was not lost on either of us. I'm 39 now, still serving, still doing work I can't describe to the people closest to me. The inability to share achievements or explain challenges can be frustrating at times, but I've learned that the right people understand without needing details, while the wrong people won't be convinced no matter how much evidence you provide. My worth as a soldier and as a person is not determined by whether my family understands the complexities of my job. It's determined by the work itself, by the mission success, by the respect of colleagues who know what we do and why it matters. Everything else is simply noise. Marcus reached out to me 14 months after that Thanksgiving, apologizing again for not recognizing sooner what unit I was with and asking if I'd be willing to speak with some junior personnel at his company about the importance of intelligence support to operational success. I politely declined because giving that kind of talk would require discussing classified organizations and methods I still couldn't acknowledge, but I appreciated that he'd thought to ask and that he understood why I couldn't accept. He mentioned that his friendship with Wesley had survived but changed, that he'd been blunt with my brother about the disrespect he'd shown, and that Wesley had taken the criticism seriously. Small validations from unexpected sources. The military taught me many things over my career: tactical skills, and technical knowledge, and leadership principles. But one of the most valuable lessons came from that Thanksgiving disaster, that sometimes vindication arrives through other people's recognition rather than your own words, that credibility can't always be argued for, but must be demonstrated or discovered, and that the people who matter will understand even when you can't explain. My brother learned his own lessons from that incident about humility and respect, and the dangers of assuming you understand situations you actually know nothing about. Whether those lessons stuck permanently remains to be seen, but at least he's trying, and sometimes trying is enough. At Christmas, my sister tried to steal my partner like the others. My family laughed as she flirted all night. But my boyfriend shut her down cold. I was 24 years old when I brought my first serious boyfriend home for Christmas. We had been dating for 9 months, and I felt truly pleased for the first time in years. He worked for an accounting firm and had a calm, reliable demeanor that made me feel comfortable. My parents always claimed they wanted me to be with a person like this. Looking back, I should have known better. The drive to my folks' residence took 50 minutes. I spent the majority of it teaching him on my family, warning him about my father's interrogations and my mother's intrusive queries. I did not mention my sister. I didn't know how to express something that I hardly comprehended. We arrived at 6:45, and the home was already packed with relatives. The scent of ham and cinnamon permeated every room. Christmas music played, and I felt the familiar combination of nostalgia and fear. My mother ushered us into the turmoil. I presented him to about 17 individuals in the first 12 minutes. Then my sister walked down the stairs in a tight red dress that left nothing to the imagination. She noticed us, and her face lit up with a theatrical smile. She hugged him first, not me. She held on too long, carefully drawing back with her hand on his shoulder. Then she hugged me as an afterthought, rushing back to him with eager inquiries. The whole evening was a nightmare. Every time we sat down, she found a way to squeeze between us. When he went to help my father, she would also volunteer. She laughed too loudly at his jokes and made reasons to show him things in various rooms. My family found it hilarious. My aunt kept mentioning how charming she was. My father looked at me and said she inherited all of the family's charisma. I sat there with my stomach twisting, trying to tell myself I was paranoid. On the way home, he was quiet. I asked whether he was okay. He answered sure, which was a little overwhelming, and then mentioned that my sister was really kind. The way he said it made my skin crawl. 3 months later, he ended our relationship. He said he wanted some space. Something felt strange. He didn't know what he wanted. Standard breakup lines. I asked whether there was anyone else. He said no. I did not believe him. 10 days later, my cousin included me in a social media narrative. My ex and my sister were at a hip pub downtown, her hand on his chest, both laughing. I gazed until the story ended, feeling as if someone had punched all of the air out of my lungs. When I addressed my sister, she responded as if I were nuts. I pretended they had simply run into each other, and that it was all in good fun. My mother encouraged me to let it go, because men dislike jealous women. My sister did not even bother to disguise it after that. They dated for 4 months. At 26, I tried again with the person I'd been dating for 3 years. He was aware of previous events and pledged to see through such trickery. We attended my parents' anniversary party. My sister walked up in another red dress, and I watched it all happen again. This time, I confronted everybody. They branded me insecure and paranoid. My grandma looked me in the eyes and said, if I was more feminine, more attentive, I'd be able to keep a man interested, as if it were my fault. The romance terminated 4 weeks later. Same justifications. I saw them together at a wedding 3 months later. By the age of 27, it had happened 3 times. That is when I finally understood. This wasn't a coincidence. This was deliberate. I stopped bringing people home. For the next 4 years, I dated in secret, claiming my family I was preoccupied with my profession. When I turned 30, my cousin called with a proposal. She worked at an incarcerated literacy program that was in severe need of volunteers. Honestly, I almost said no, but I had nothing else planned on that Friday night. The program organizer explained everything over coffee in a church basement. We'd correspond with convicts who wanted to enhance their reading and writing skills and assist them prepare for GED tests. The program was completed by all male participants. We might stop at any time. They gave me 7 names to select from. I chose 3. The first 2 responded generically, but the third wrote a 4-page letter full of crossed-out words and typos, but it was entirely honest. He was serving a sentence for armed robbery. At 2:30 a.m., a 20-year-old, who owed money to a dealer, came into a bakery with a phony gun, took $940, and was arrested 90 minutes later. He had served 8 of his 9-year sentence. He did not make excuses. Wrote of the shame, his grandma crying at sentencing, his sister ceasing visits, and his desire to obtain his contractor's license when he was released. The letter was raw and true in a way that compelled me to answer. We began with grammar corrections and vocabulary building, which was presumably the goal of the curriculum. I gently correct his faults, explain the rules, and provide him practice exercises. He'd respond with improved versions, queries about things he didn't grasp, and a passion to learning that I admire. But at the 5th or 6th letter, it changed into something more. He inquired about my week, and I told him the truth, not the sanitized version I had given my coworkers and family. I told him about how my supervisor micromanaged everything and took credit for my ideas. About my apartment's leaky ceiling, which my landlord refused to repair. About the strange limbo of being almost 31 and feeling as if I'd somehow missed out on having a proper life. About being locked in a job that paid the bills but gradually drained my soul in a city where I had acquaintances but no true friends. In a life that appeared fine on the outside but felt empty and lonely on the inside. He replied back with a raw honesty that most people lack. No toxic positivism informing me that everything happens for a purpose. No hollow promises that things would miraculously improve. There will be no crazy oppression, Olympics comparisons between his circumstances and mine, just real observations about real difficulties and the trap of settling for enough. About how being comfortable may be its own form of imprisonment. He wrote about how he had all the time in the world to consider his options. About how he'd recognized that everyone creates their own cage in some form, with others having actual bars. Around the 9th letter, I made a faint mention of family concerns. Nothing particular. I simply stated that the forthcoming holidays were stressful and that I was dreading Thanksgiving and Christmas. 3 weeks later, his response arrived, and nestled amid grammatical assignments and vocabulary practice was this passage that took my breath away. It sounds like your sister is the type of person who only feels good about herself when she makes others feel miserable. That is not about you. That is roughly how empty she is inside. People like these are black holes. They take and take. But it is never enough because they are attempting to fill something that cannot be filled from the outside. I read that passage about 30 times that night, sitting on my couch with tears streaming down my cheeks. Something about its simplicity, directness, and lack of attempts to soften the reality struck me in a way that years of therapy, self-help books, and well-meaning friends never did. This guy, who had made poor decisions and paid a high price for them, was living in a cell and most likely would be for the next few months. He saw things so plainly. No sugarcoating, no attempting to persuade me to understand my sister's point of view, no telling me that family is everything and that I needed to forgive and forget. Simply said, certain individuals are poisonous, and you have the right to avoid them. I responded back with more information. Still subtle enough to keep proper limits, but honest about the pattern, the 3 relationships, the family that supported it. And feeling crazy for noticing what was going on when everyone else acted as if I was the problem. He spoke something I needed to hear for years. You are not crazy. Your usual meter is broken because your family damaged it. But the fact that you can perceive the pattern indicates that you are mending. The difficult part is deciding what to do about it. We corresponded for 9 months. The letters became longer, more personal, and deeper. He described jail life in detail, without glorifying or dramatizing it, simply the reality of living in a concrete box, where someone else's schedule dictates every second of your day. About learning to meditate because it was the only way to achieve peace in an environment that was never truly silent. About the friends he had made. The men who were genuinely striving to change versus others, who were simply counting the days. He talked of his grandmother's visits, how she had forgiven him faster than he had forgiven himself, his plans for when he got out, the apartment he had found through a re-entry program, and the construction company that recruited ex-offenders. I told him about my life in similar detail, about the promotion I received that came with more responsibility but little more money, and about eventually getting the ceiling restored after threatening to contact the housing authority. About the minor successes and the constant loneliness, about the guys I dated casually while keeping them away from my family, about the relief of not having my heart crushed, but also the sadness of never letting anyone close enough to matter. He was released in March on a Tuesday morning. I know because he wrote me a letter 4 weeks ago with the exact date and asked if I wanted to meet after he was situated. I said yes right away and spent the next 4 weeks between excited and terrified. What if the connection we made on paper didn't translate into real life? What if he looked at me and felt disappointed? What if I had imagined him to be someone he was not? We decided to meet 3 weeks after his release at a small coffee shop near the bus terminal, known as something generic. We were in neutral territory, so neither of us felt trapped if things went wrong. I arrived 20 minutes early since I am worried like that. I ordered a coffee that I was too scared to drink and sat at a table near the window where I could see the door. Every time it opened, my heart raced, and then it would be someone else, and I'd feel a strange combination of relief and disappointment. When he eventually strolled in at the agreed-upon time, I recognized him right away, even though his photo from 8 years earlier was out of current. He clearly appeared older, but not in a bad way. Prison matures you differently than everyday life does. He moved tiredly, his eyes roamed the room before falling on me, and he approached the table with caution. But when he smiled, I felt the same warmth as in his messages, and something in my chest relaxed. We sat down, and the first 12 minutes were stilted in that sense. First meetings are always held when you know each other on paper but not in person. The flow of our conversation felt odd, as if we were both pushing too hard. He inquired about my drive there. I asked if he had any trouble finding the location. We both made small chat about the weather, just like strangers would. I began to fear, thinking I had made a mistake and that we should have confined it to letters where we could both communicate. Then he made a joke about the coffee shop's pretentious menu, saying that they had 17 different milk options but couldn't figure out how to produce a simple cup of coffee that didn't taste like dirty water. I laughed, and then we were simply talking. 2.5 hours passed in what seemed like minutes. We've covered everything and nothing. There are great things and minor things, serious conversations and foolish ones. He told me about his first week back, how bewildering it was to have choices again, and how he'd stood in a grocery store for 20 minutes, staring at the shampoo possibilities since he hadn't had to make a decision like that in 8 years. I told him about the promotion meeting I had that morning, how my boss had made my success about him, and how I had smiled and nodded while screaming within. Around hour 3, the barista began giving us pointed stares, wiping down tables that were unnecessary close to us, and straightening chairs that did not require it. We finally took the hint, gathered our belongings, and walked outdoors into the cold day. The sun was sinking early, as it usually does in March, and we stood on the sidewalk, neither of us ready to leave yet. He asked if I wanted to have supper anytime, perhaps next week. I responded yes before he could finish the question. We swapped phone numbers, actual phone numbers, now that the program was no longer required to mediate, and he gave me this expression as if he couldn't believe it was true. I recognized the feeling. I had spent the previous 4 years convinced that I was inherently unlovable and imperfect, and now here was someone who had spent 8 years in prison gazing at me as if I were something precious. The following months were unlike anything I had ever experienced before. We took it slowly, each of us bearing our own load. Both of us were mindful not to hurry into anything. He worked in construction, starting at 5:30 a.m., and returning home physically fatigued most nights. He lived with his grandma in a little apartment across town to help pay rent and keep her company. He was attending night classes 3 times a week to obtain his contractor's license, studying at the kitchen table after dinner while his grandma watched television in the living room. He possessed a level of maturity that none of the apparently successful men I dated had. Maybe prison does this to you, forces you to grow up quickly or be eaten alive. Perhaps it was simply his fundamental nature, but he listened when I said. Instead of simply waiting for his chance to talk, he actively listened. He didn't play games, send mixed signals, or do that thing where men look interested and then suddenly abandon you for no reason. He followed through on what he promised. He claimed he wanted to see me again. And he meant it. When he stated he was working late, he was genuinely working late, not going out with friends or seeing other women, or any of the crazy possibilities my damaged brain conjured up. We'd meet for supper when he wasn't in class. We usually went to cheap locations because neither of us had much money. Diners with sticky menus and refillable coffee. Food trucks were positioned near the building sites where he worked. His grandmother's kitchen table, where she'd cook us dinner and then excuse herself to give us solitude while unintentionally leaving the bedroom door open because she was old-fashioned like that. He met my middle sister in May, the one who avoided trouble. We ran into her at the grocery by accident, and she was kind, courteous, asked typical questions, and engaged in regular conversation. She texted me later, saying he seemed extremely nice for me, and that the way he looked at me showed he cared about me. It was such a simple observation, but it made me cry because I realized how long it had been since anyone in my family expressed support for my relationship choices, rather than criticism, mockery, or dismissal. By November, we were strong and comfortable in the sense that we didn't have to perform, or fake. Real in a way that allowed us to be completely ourselves, warts and all. I'd met his construction crew colleagues, attended his grandmother's birthday dinner, and helped him study for his licensing exam. He had met my co-workers at a happy hour, repaired the continuously broken cupboard in my kitchen, and began keeping a toothbrush in my flat. Then December arrived, and everything changed. My mother called on a Thursday evening, didn't say anything pleasant, and went right into her demands. I needed to be home for Christmas. Not asking, begging, or demanding. That tone she employs implies that she has already informed the entire family that I am coming, and that I will humiliate her if I do not show up. She'd already prepared the guest room, informed everyone I'd be coming, and scheduled the sitting arrangement around my presence. How could I do this to her? Make her look like a liar in front of the family, and Christmas is destroyed before it even begins. I felt the familiar worry growing in my chest. I had felt the same panic every holiday season for the past 4 years. My hands began to shake, my breathing became shallow, and I was forced to sit down on the floor because my legs could no longer support me. When he returned home from work 25 minutes later, he found me sitting on the kitchen floor with my phone in my hand, staring blankly. He sat down next to me and did not ask any questions. I just sat there till I felt ready to talk. I told him everything. I'd been hiding every humiliating detail in order to appear less broken than I was. My sister's desire for validation wrecked the pattern, the deception, and all 3 relationships. The family was amused rather than horrified as they witnessed what happened. My grandmother told me I wasn't feminine enough to keep a man interested. I had spent years hiding, dating in secret, and protecting myself by never allowing anyone get near enough to matter. My family treated me like a crazy person for witnessing what was going on there in front of everyone. I expected him to make excuses, back out gracefully, and suddenly realize he had other plans for Christmas. Who wants to participate in that type of family drama? Who would deliberately walk into that dysfunction? Instead, he expressed his want to accompany me, meet them, be present, and support me throughout. I actually laughed. This sour, fractured sound that did not resemble my own laugh. I told him we'd been dating for 10 months, that everything was fine between us, and that he had no idea what my sister was like, what she was capable of, or how she'd systematically ruined every relationship I'd tried to build. She told him she was gorgeous, charming, and understood precisely what she was doing. I told him that males always believe they are unique, that they will be the exception, that they will not be duped, and that they are always mistaken. He gazed at me with a calm expression, a conviction that should have terrified me, but didn't. He claimed to have spent 8 years in prison, shared a cell with individuals who had committed atrocities, survived in an atmosphere designed to break you, and learnt to see through manipulation because his life depended on it. My family couldn't be much worse. My sister couldn't be scarier than what he'd already endured. I wanted to trust him so much that it hurt physically, but I realized he had no idea what he was getting into. My sister did not merely flirt, she hunted. She made it her duty to show that she could take everything she wanted, and had never failed before. Every man who'd vowed to be different, who'd said he'd never fall for it, who'd looked me in the eyes and said he chose me, had ended up the same way. Why should he be any different? But he insisted. And, frankly, I was tired of hiding. I'm tired of letting her win before the fight even begins. I'm tired of protecting myself by not allowing myself to have something worth protecting. So I answered, yes. I called my mother back and informed her I'd be there, and that I was bringing someone. She sounded astonished but thrilled, perhaps already picturing the wedding she'd get to plan, and the grandchildren she'd get to brag about. I did not correct her assumptions. I didn't tell her that I'd be content just to get through Christmas without any violence, or another broken relationship. The weeks before Christmas were strained. I kept getting panic attacks in which I couldn't breathe, and my thoughts would go through all the worst-case situations. He would hold me through them, allowing me to cry, rage, or sit in silence. Never made me feel weak or crazy for being afraid of my own family. He'd been through worse, yet he never made me feel like my pain was less legitimate because his was more severe. Simply sat with me in it till I could breathe again. We resolved to travel up on Christmas Eve evening, spend the shortest amount of time necessary, and depart as quickly as possible. I packed a backpack with wardrobe changes as if I were getting ready for fight, which I was. I tried 7 different things before deciding on one that made me feel confident but not like I was trying too hard. He wore a button-down shirt that his grandma had ironed for him, nice clothes with no tears or paint stains from work, and the watch his mother gave him before she died when he was 17. We looked like a normal couple attending a normal family Christmas, if only. We arrived at my parents' house at 7:30 p.m. on Christmas Eve, just on time, as my mother had requested. The street was already lined with cars from relatives who arrived early, and I could hear Christmas music and laughing coming from within before we even got to the door. The smell of ham, cinnamon, and pine greeted us as soon as we came in. That specific combination, which used to imply comfort and family, has come to represent fear and dread for me in recent years. My mother hugged me first, one of those fast, performative hugs that emphasizes appearance over compassion. Then she turned to him with genuine affection, thanking him for coming, saying she had heard so much about him, and ushering us both inside as if she was genuinely glad we were there. My father shook his hand, inquired about his job, and briefly discussed building and the housing market. My aunts and uncles waved from the living room, where they were drinking and watching TV. Everything seemed normal, almost. Then my sister descended the stairs. She was wearing another red dress, as one would expect. This one was considerably more spectacular than the ones I recall. Tighter, shorter, and cut in an entirely unsuitable manner for a family Christmas, but she'd get away with it because she usually did. Her hair was flawlessly done, flowing over one shoulder in loose curls. And she was wearing those unbelievably high heels that made her look like she had just stepped off a runway rather than down our childhood home's stairs. The entire room became silent for a moment, as if we were all actors in a play, and she was the star making her grand entrance. She noticed us, and her face lit up with that smile I'd seen 110 times before, the one that appeared genuine and warm, but I knew was meticulously planned. She stepped right up to us, and I braced myself for what was coming. She hugged him first. Of course not me. Him. Wrapped her arms around him in a full-body hug that lasted much too long, pressing against him and gently pulled back, her hands lingering on his shoulders. Then she hugged me as an afterthought, just a one-armed grasp, before returning to him with inquiries and compliments, as well as the eager, interested voice she used when performing. What's his name again? Oh, what a strong name. What type of construction did he do? That must be both entertaining and physically challenging. She couldn't picture doing that type of employment. How outstanding. Had he always lived in this state? Oh, he had moved about. What an adventure. She had always wanted to travel more, but couldn't seem to find the time. Each question was delivered with a continuous touch of his arm. This leaning in close makes him the sole person in the room. My stomach fell instantly. It was starting. I had seen the same scenario play out 4 times before. I hoped that the same predatory focus would not occur this time. My family was already watching with the same amused looks. My aunt nudged my uncle, and my cousin smirked from the couch. They found it entertaining. They believed my sister's behavior was charming rather than nasty. I assumed my uneasiness was due to insecurity rather than real anxiety. Dinner was a nightmare. My mother had set up the table with assigned seating, so we should have sat together. But my sister ended up between us, claiming that someone had rearranged the place cards and it was too much trouble to fix right now. She monopolized the conversation throughout the meal, asking him questions about his life, work, and interests, while barely allowing anyone else to speak. Every time I tried to redirect the conversation or include other people, she'd find a way to bring it back to him, to make herself the center of his attention. She inquired about his family, childhood, and future plans. When he mentioned his grandmother, she lit up and expressed how sweet it was that he lived with her, how important family is, and how she wished more men valued their relationships with their grandmothers as much as he did. When he mentioned the night classes, she practically glowed, exclaiming how ambitious he was. It was impressive that he was able to work and study simultaneously. How many men she knew lacked that kind of drive? Every compliment was delivered with a touch on his arm, a lean in his direction, and a look that implied unspoken intimacy. After dinner, everyone went to the living room for drinks and desserts. I attempted to sit next to him on the couch, but my sister managed to wedge herself between us again. This time, with the excuse of wanting to learn more about his construction work because she was considering doing some renovations to her apartment and wanted his professional advice. She sat so close to him that their legs nearly touched, turned her entire body toward him, and created a bubble of attention that excluded everyone else. He was polite but firm, which I noticed despite my panic. He answered her questions succinctly, using one or two words whenever possible, and kept redirecting the conversation back to include me or others. When she leaned in close, he would lean back slightly to create distance without being overly rude. When she touched his arm, he moved to pick up his drink or adjust his position, allowing the contact to break naturally. It wasn't dramatic or obvious, but it was deliberate, and I began to experience emotions I hadn't felt in years. Hope. Around 9:30, my uncle suggested showing him the garage, where my father stored his old car collection. And several of the men went outside. My sister immediately offered to accompany us, stating that she loved old cars, despite the fact that I'd never heard her express such an interest before. I started to follow, but my mother grabbed my arm and asked me to help her in the kitchen with something that could have waited. When I got outside 12 minutes later, they were all back in, and my sister looked frustrated in a way I recognized. My younger brother pulled me aside while everyone else was getting more drinks. He appeared uneasy, constantly glancing at our sister, as if he was afraid she would hear him. Then he explained what happened in the garage. While my father and uncles were showing off the cars and discussing engines and restoration work, my sister had cornered him near the tool bench. When asked if he wanted her phone number, she suggested they meet up for coffee or drinks, and that she knew some great places around town. He'd shut her down immediately. He told her he wasn't interested, that he was with me, and that nothing would change. She'd tried to play it off as a joke, saying she was just being friendly, but my brother had overheard the entire conversation and knew better. I felt something crack open in my chest, which had been tightly closed for years. He had said no, actively and deliberately, even though it would have been easier not to. He chose me when she offered herself to him with no complications, no history, and no baggage other than the baggage he was unaware of. The remainder of the evening was tense. My sister attempted several more times, each one more desperate than the last. She spilled wine on her dress and asked him to help her clean it up, saying something about how construction workers must be skilled with their hands. He politely declined, suggesting she ask my mother. She asked him to reach something from a high shelf while my father was standing right there. He received it, but handed it to my father to give to her. She tried to get him alone by asking him to help carry something to her car, but he said he'd get my uncle to do it instead. Every time, he found a way to refuse without being rude or making a scene, but with complete firmness. By 11:30, we had said our goodbyes. My mother hugged both of us, told us to drive safely, and wished us a return visit soon. My father shook his hand again, saying it was nice to meet him. My sister gave us both tight, brittle hugs, and I could feel her anger radiating, even though she smiled. My younger brother caught my eye and gave me a small nod, a silent acknowledgement of what had happened and its significance. The drive home was mostly quiet. I kept crying, these weird, almost hysterical tears that I couldn't explain. He kept one hand on my leg, drove carefully through the dark streets. Didn't push me to talk. When we got back to my apartment, I finally found words. Told him he had no idea what tonight meant, how every other man had fallen for it, how I'd been waiting all night for him to follow her somewhere, or exchange numbers, or give her even the smallest indication that he was interested. How I'd been bracing myself for the inevitable betrayal that never came. He pulled me close and said something I'll never forget. He said he'd seen men in prison who'd sabotage their own freedom just for a moment of feeling powerful or desired or in control. Men who'd throw away years of good behavior, who'd risk everything they'd worked for just for some temporary validation. He'd learned early that some offers aren't really offers, they're tests. And he'd learned the difference between someone who wants you and someone who wants to win. My sister didn't want him. She just wanted to prove she could take him from me, and he wasn't interested in being anyone's trophy or tool for sibling rivalry. I cried harder, but this time it was relief. For the first time in my entire life, someone had actively, deliberately, repeatedly chosen me when there was a shinier option right there, practically throwing herself at him. Someone had seen through the manipulation that my entire family pretended wasn't happening. Someone had protected me, and us, and the relationship we'd built together, even though it would have been easier not to. Even though saying yes would have cost him nothing in the immediate moment. I fell asleep in his arms that night, feeling something I hadn't felt since I was 23 years old. Safe. 10 days later, on a Tuesday afternoon, while I was at work trying to focus on a project deadline, my mom called. I almost didn't answer because I was in a meeting, but something made me step out and take it. She was furious in a way I'd rarely heard before, practically screaming at me before I could even say hello properly. Did I know what I'd done? Did I have any idea how upset my sister was? How could I be so selfish, so thoughtless, so deliberately cruel? I had no idea what she was talking about. Stood there in the hallway outside the conference room trying to understand what I'd supposedly done wrong this time. Then she explained, my sister had done some research, some digging, had found out about his criminal record, the armed robbery, the 8 years in prison, and she'd told the entire family, crying while she did it, saying she'd felt threatened during Christmas, that he'd been aggressive and inappropriate, that she'd tried to be nice and welcoming, and he'd made her uncomfortable in ways she couldn't even articulate. My blood went cold. I tried to explain what actually happened, how my sister had pursued him relentlessly, how she'd offered him her number, how he'd rejected her repeatedly. My mom cut me off, said I was being ridiculous, that my sister had no reason to lie. Why would she make something like that up? And even if some of what I was saying was true, I should have told the family beforehand, that I was bringing a criminal to a family gathering, that people had a right to know, to decide if they felt safe, that I'd put everyone at risk with my secrecy. My phone started exploding while I was still on the call with my mom. Text messages coming in faster than I could read them. My aunt saying I was selfish and irresponsible. Asking how I could endanger the whole family like that. What was I thinking? My uncle saying I should have warned everyone, that he had young children there, that he would have brought his family if he'd known there was a violent criminal in the house. Another aunt sending a long message about family trust and betrayal. About how disappointed she was in me. How I'd changed and not for the better. My grandmother, who I'd always thought had at least some affection for me, despite her earlier cruelty, sent me a 6-minute voice message. I listened to it in my car after leaving work early, unable to handle being around people anymore. She went on and on, about how I was destroying the family's reputation, how people would talk, how she'd have to explain to her friends from church why her granddaughter was dating an ex-convict, about how I was putting everyone in danger, how I clearly had no judgment, how I must have some kind of savior complex, or be desperate for attention to date someone like that. The contempt in her voice was worse than the words themselves. The only person who didn't pile on was my younger brother. He sent me a simple text message that night. She's full of it. He was perfectly nice to everyone. She's just mad he rejected her. Then another one right after. I'll tell anyone who asks what really happened in the garage. You are not alone. I called him immediately, crying so hard I could barely speak. He told me to hang on. That he'd seen this pattern before with our sister. That he was done staying quiet. He said he'd already tried to tell our parents the truth about what happened in the garage, about how she'd cornered him, and offered her number and gotten rejected. They'd brushed him off, said he misunderstood, that he was taking my side because he always did, but he wasn't backing down this time. He was going to keep telling the truth whether anyone wanted to hear it or not. 4 weeks of tense, angry silence followed. I blocked most of my family on social media because I couldn't handle seeing their posts about family values and trust and loyalty, knowing they were directed at me. Stopped answering calls from anyone except my younger brother and my middle sister, who'd stayed conspicuously quiet through all of it. Started having panic attacks again, the kind where I couldn't breathe, where the walls felt like they were closing in. He'd hold me through them, remind me to breathe, tell me we'd get through this together. We talked about what to do. Part of me wanted to just cut them all off, move on, build a life that didn't include any of them, but another part of me worried about what my sister might do next. She'd never been rejected like this before, never had someone see through her manipulation and refuse to play along, and she'd always been vindictive when she didn't get what she wanted. Even as a kid, this felt different, though more dangerous. Then about 4 weeks after Christmas, my middle sister called, asked if we could meet for coffee, said it was urgent, that we needed to talk in person, and she couldn't discuss it over the phone. Her voice sounded strange, stressed in a way I'd never heard before. I almost said no, almost told her I was done with all of them, that I didn't have the energy for more family drama, but something in her tone made me agree. We met at a cafe near her apartment the next afternoon. She looked terrible when she walked in, like she hadn't slept in days. Dark circles under her eyes, hair pulled back in a messy bun, wearing sweatpants and an old sweater instead of her usual put-together outfits. She kept fidgeting with her coffee cup after she ordered, picking at the cardboard sleeve, not making eye contact, clearly working up the courage to say whatever she'd asked me here to say. Finally, after probably 12 minutes of painful small talk, she just blurted it out. Our older sister was obsessed, full-on stalking his social media, screenshotting old posts from years ago, combing through everything trying to find ammunition. She'd been spending hours every day going through his profiles, his friends' profiles, looking for anything she could use. And worse, much worse, she was planning to file a false police report claiming he'd threatened her during Christmas, that he'd cornered her in the garage and made aggressive comments about knowing where she lived, what kind of car she drove, that she'd felt physically threatened and had been too scared to say anything at the time. My blood ran cold. I felt like I was going to throw up right there in the cafe. I asked my middle sister why she was telling me this, what she wanted from me, what she expected me to do with this information. Was she part of this too? Was this some kind of sick game they were playing together? She looked up then, and her eyes were wet with unshed tears. Said she'd been in our older sister's apartment 3 nights ago, had seen all the screenshots spread out on her dining room table, had heard her on the phone with someone discussing the details of the false report. She'd confronted her, asked her what the hell she was doing, tried to make her see how wrong this was. Our older sister had blown up at her, said I deserved it for bringing a criminal into the family, that she was doing everyone a favor, that someone needed to protect the family since clearly no one else would. My middle sister said she couldn't let it happen, couldn't let our older sister destroy someone's life just because her ego was bruised, that she'd stayed quiet too many times before, watched too many cruel things happen without speaking up, convinced herself it wasn't her business, or wasn't that serious, but this was too far. This could send him back to prison. This was potentially ruining an innocent person's life out of pure spite. She couldn't be part of that. Couldn't stay silent about that, even if it meant going against family. I asked if she'd testify if it came to that, if she'd tell the truth about what really happened, what our sister was planning. She said yes, absolutely without hesitation, but she also said she couldn't confront our older sister directly again, that she was genuinely scared of her, of what she might do. Our older sister had always had this ability to make people around her suffer when she didn't get her way, and my middle sister had been on the receiving end of that enough times to be terrified of it happening again. I left that coffee shop shaking, got in my car, and sat there for probably 25 minutes before I could drive. Kept thinking about how my sister was willing to lie to the police, to potentially send him back to prison, to destroy his entire life and future, all because he'd rejected her advances. How far gone did you have to be to think that was acceptable? How broken inside? I drove straight to his construction site, waited until his lunch break, pulled him aside, and told him everything. He went very still, very quiet. In that way, he did when he was processing something serious. Then he asked me what I wanted to do, not what he wanted, what I wanted, whether I wanted to stay and fight this, or whether I wanted to just cut ties and run, start over somewhere else. He said he'd support whatever I decided. That this was my family and my choice. I wanted to run. God, I wanted to pack up everything and move to another state, change our numbers, never speak to any of them again. But I also knew running wouldn't solve anything. My sister would find us if she really wanted to, and more than that, I was tired of running, of hiding, of letting her win by default. So, we decided to stay and fight. We contacted a lawyer that week, explained the situation. The lawyer said that filing a false police report is a crime in itself, that if it came to that, we'd have witnesses and evidence on our side. My younger brother volunteered to testify about what he'd heard in the kitchen. My middle sister said she'd provide a statement if needed, but even with all that, I was terrified. A false accusation could violate his parole, send him back to prison, even if it was eventually proven false. The system doesn't always wait for the truth before dealing out punishment. We spent 3 weeks in this awful limbo, waiting for the other shoe to drop for the police to show up at his door. Then my sister got into a car accident, nothing major. She backed into her own garage door and crumpled her rear bumper, but she ended up in the emergency room for a panic attack afterward. She called me from the hospital, crying hysterically, begging me to come. I debated it. part of me wanted to tell her to figure it out herself, that I was done being her emotional support after everything she'd put me through. But another part of me, the part that remembered when we were kids and actually liked each other, made me go. She looked destroyed, not physically injured, but emotionally wrecked in a way I'd never seen before. Between sobs, she told me what happened. She'd mentioned her plan to her therapist during their session, probably looking for validation or strategy. Instead, her therapist had drawn a hard line, told her that if she filed a false report, their therapeutic relationship was over, that she couldn't and wouldn't be party to criminal behavior, that she'd have to report it herself if my sister went through with it. It was apparently the first time in my sister's life that someone had given her a real, non-negotiable boundary. Not a soft suggestion or a gentle redirection, but a hard stop, and it broke something open in her. She said she couldn't do it, couldn't file Clear's throat, the false report, that her therapist had made her see how monumentally wrong it was. The panic attack, the accident, it all came from finally facing what she'd almost done. She started talking, really talking about years of insecurity, about using men for validation, about how seeing me lose while she won was the only thing that made her feel valuable, about how empty she felt inside, how the attention from men was the only time she felt real. She'd been in therapy for 7 months at that point, working through childhood stuff, but this was the first time she'd admitted any of it out loud to me. I didn't offer forgiveness, didn't tell her it was okay or that we'd work through it. I just said I needed her to leave us alone. No contact with me, no contact with him, no more drama. She nodded, still crying, and I left. 3 weeks after the hospital, we were on my couch, watching some mindless show when he paused it suddenly, turned to me with this serious expression, and said he wanted to marry me. Not right now, but eventually. When you know, he said. Simple as that. I started crying. The good kind of crying this time. We got married 4 months later, at a small farm owned by his uncle. 18 people total. His brother was the best man. His grandmother cried throughout the ceremony. My mother called the day before, crying and saying I was making a mistake. My father texted me that I would regret this. Neither of them arrived. 7 months after the wedding, my older sister's handwritten letter arrived, 12 pages long. She described her therapy experience and the work she was doing to understand why she did what she did, how she realized she was using male attention to avoid confronting her own emptiness, how watching me fail made her feel temporarily successful in a life where she felt she had made no real progress, how she had based her entire identity on being desired. When that didn't work for him, it shattered something deep. She didn't ask for forgiveness in the letter, she simply wanted me to understand. I read it twice before responding with a brief acknowledgement of her courage, while reaffirming my need for distance. That maybe someday we can rebuild something, but not right now, probably not ever. 2 years have passed. My middle sister called unexpectedly and said our older sister was different. Very different. She had completed 2 years of intensive therapy, cut out toxic friends, was single for the first time since high school, and was actively working on herself. She had asked about inviting me to lunch several times, but was too nervous to contact me directly. We spoke on the phone for 1 hour and 45 minutes. She told me about her therapy breakthroughs, how she finally realized she had been using men as a measure of worth because she lacked an internal sense of value, and how terrifying it was to be alone with herself for the first time. I told her about our lives, the small apartment we'd rented, the dog we'd adopted, and the pointless debates over whether to get a cat. At the end of the conversation, I agreed to have lunch. Just lunch, nothing more. No promises, and no expectations. I'm not sure if she's truly changed, or if this is just another phase. I'm not sure if I'll ever fully forgive her for what she put me through, for the years I spent hiding, and the self-doubt she instilled in me, which still creeps up from time to time. But here is what I know. I'm no longer obsessed with getting my family's approval. I'm not competing with anyone, or determining my worth based on my ability to keep a man interested. My partner chose me when it really mattered, when the easier option was right there in a red dress. We built a home together. We own our own life, plans that do not require anyone's permission or validation. My younger brother paid me a visit 2 months ago, stayed for a weekend, and said I was the most relaxed he'd ever seen. We took him to our favorite breakfast restaurant, where they know our order by heart. We walked the dog through the park, watched a game at a sports bar, and had the kind of easy family time I had forgotten existed. On his final day, he said something that stuck with me. He used to believe that all families were meant to be complicated, and that drama was just part of the deal. However, watching us, and seeing how simple and peaceful our lives were made him realize this was not the case, that sometimes the family you choose is healthier than the one you were born into. I'm thinking about it a lot right now, about how I spent so many years attempting to repair something that was fundamentally broken, trying to earn the love of people who saw me as competition or collateral damage. Consider how much energy I wasted on relationships that were always going to hurt me. My middle sister asked me 2 weeks ago if our older sister deserved another chance. I told her that I didn't know yet. That forgiveness cannot be forced or rushed. That I needed to keep my peace first. If there is room for reconciliation later, it will occur naturally. Or it will not. That's fine too. I am learning that you do not owe anyone your pain. You are not obligated to be around toxic people simply because you share DNA. Walking away and starting over can be the most courageous thing you can do at times. When it came down to it, my partner chose me over the easier option. My home makes me feel safe. Mornings without anxiety. Nights when I sleep without reflecting on what I did wrong. A life built on my terms, with someone who reminds me every day that I was always enough. Lunch with my older sister is scheduled for the following month. I might go. I might cancel. Regardless, it will not define me. I've let her have that much power for far too long. My husband asked me the day before what I wanted for dinner, and I realized I couldn't recall the last time I had an anxiety attack. The constant vigilance I used to maintain has gradually faded. This is what peace feels like. Not the absence of problems, but the presence of someone who confronts them alongside you, rather than creating them. My grandmother messaged me 2 weeks ago, first contact in nearly 4 years. She apologized for saying I wasn't feminine enough that day. I have not responded yet. Some apologies arrive too late, but I appreciate how my older sister's changes are causing others to examine their own behavior. The dog has just brought me his leash. My husband is finishing up a work call, and will meet my middle sister for dinner later. Normal, boring, and beautiful life. The kind I never imagined I'd have. After all, this quiet, deliberate existence is all I needed. It's healing in ways I didn't realize were necessary. It is teaching me that I do not need to perform or prove myself to be worthy of love. I was always deserving. I simply needed to find someone who already knew this, and then choose myself. So that is where I am currently. Living with a man who went to prison but came out better than most. I'm walking my dog. Having ordinary dinners with family members who turned up when it counted. Considering lunch with a sister who may have changed. It isn't a fairy tale ending. Fairy tale. It's messy and uncertain, but it's mine. Built on honesty, and a love that does not require me to be anyone other than myself. And you know what? That is more than enough. It is everything. 6 days before my wedding, my brother texted, "Mission accomplished," after pushing my fiancé to cheat at his bachelor party and forgot screenshots don't lie. 6 days before my wedding, I was sitting on my bedroom floor in a half-zipped garment bag kind of mood, staring at the dress like it was going to explain itself. The apartment smelled like cardboard and hairspray, and that sugary candle my mother insisted would make the place feel bridal. She says things like that as if the universe responds to adjectives. My phone buzzed. I saw my best friend's name and smiled on reflex, because she'd been my calm voice through every stupid detail. The seating chart drama, the endless emails, my mother's obsession with what other people think. Then I answered, and the way she said my name took the smile right off my face. "Where are you?" she asked. "In my apartment," I said, already bracing, because nobody asks that like it's casual. "Are you alone?" she pressed. I looked around at the mess. Gift bags, ribbons, a stack of printed place cards. I'd been obsessively alphabetizing like that could keep my life from falling apart. "Yeah," I said. "What's going on?" She exhaled hard. "Okay, I need you to listen to me and not hang up." And just like that, my stomach dropped, because that sentence only shows up when someone is about to hand you a truth you didn't order. 4 years earlier, my best friend had been cheated on by my brother. Not the movie version where people cry and learn something. The real version where you find messages, you confront, and the person you trusted looks you in the eye and tries to convince you you're the problem for noticing. She left him. It wrecked her for months. It also wrecked the way my family looked at her. Because apparently the greatest sin in our household is making a man face consequences. Yes, I know how that sounds. I wish I were exaggerating. When my best friend left my brother, my mother acted like she'd committed a crime against the family brand. I still remember my mother's voice, soft and disappointed, saying things like, "You don't air private matters," as if cheating is a private matter. But consequences are the scandal. She stopped inviting my best friend to birthdays. She stopped answering her texts. She told relatives that my best friend was vindictive. My brother got to be young and confused. She got to be dramatic. That was the translation my family always offered. Men make mistakes, women make scenes. My best friend didn't fight them. She just stepped back, healed quietly, and kept living. The kind of living that looks boring from the outside, but is actually revolutionary when you come from a family that thinks suffering is a virtue. So, when my best friend said, I heard something about his bachelor party, my brain tried to reject it like a bad email attachment. What did you hear? I asked. She hesitated, and I could hear her trying to choose words that wouldn't shatter me too violently. His best friend told me. She said, not because he's suddenly a good person, but because your brother got drunk and ran his mouth and now people are talking. My throat went dry. Talking about what? She said it in one rush. My fiancé had gone into a back room with the hired dancer, and my brother had been the one pushing him, hyping him up, acting like he was doing him a favor. She said there were messages afterward, group chat stuff, laughing, celebrating, calling it a last taste of freedom. She said the rumor started when my brother told someone who told someone who told someone, because gossip is a parasite that survives on other people's pain. For a second, I couldn't speak. I stared at my closet door like it was going to open and reveal this was all a prank. My dress hung there, silent, expensive, innocent. That's not true, I blurted out. Denial came out of my mouth before I could even think. It was like my body needed to say it to stay upright. My best friend didn't push. She just said, I'm so sorry. I wouldn't do this to you unless I was sure. I hung up and immediately called my fiancé, because if you've ever been blindsided, you know the impulse. Go straight to the source, as if the person who betrayed you will suddenly become honest because you asked nicely. He answered on the second ring. Hey babe, he said, warm and normal. You okay? Something in my brain went quiet, like it flipped into a cold, focused place. I need you to tell me what happened at your bachelor party, I said. Silence. Not long, but long enough. What? He laughed like I'd said something ridiculous. Nothing happened. We just hung out. Did you go into a back room with the dancer? I asked. He denied it so fast it was almost impressive. No, absolutely not. Where is this coming from? I swallowed. If I ask my brother for his phone, what am I going to find? And that's when he froze. I couldn't see him, but I heard it, the tiny hitch in his voice, the sudden rush of words that comes when someone is trying to outrun the truth. Why are you involving your brother? He snapped. This is between us. You're letting people mess with your head. So, something happened, I said, and my voice sounded weirdly calm, which scared me more than yelling would have. He exhaled, long and shaky. I was drunk, he said. I don't remember everything. It was stupid. It didn't mean anything. The way he tried to shrink it down, like it was a spilled drink, like it was nothing, made something harden in my chest. I'm not asking if it meant anything, I said. I'm asking if you did it. Another pause, then softer. I don't know, he said. I don't remember, but if anything happened, it wasn't like that. I let out a laugh that sounded wrong even to me. The kind you make when your brain can't decide if it wants to cry or throw something. I hung up without saying goodbye because I didn't trust myself to keep talking. Then I messaged my brother. I kept it simple because if I wrote a paragraph, I'd sound like I was begging. Did my fiancé hook up with someone at his bachelor party? My brother replied almost instantly, like he'd been waiting. He got attention from someone who actually knows how to satisfy a man. My hands went cold. Then another message. Now you get it. Then the perfect one fell off her pedestal. I stared at my phone until my eyes burned. It wasn't just betrayal. It was the smugness, the cruelty, the fact that my brother sounded pleased, like my pain was a prize he'd been owed. That night, I didn't sleep. I paced. I reread messages. I opened my email and stared at vendor contracts like they were a foreign language. I did mental math like it was a comfort object. Deposits, fees, what I'd already paid, what I'd lose. I made myself drink water because my mouth was so dry it hurt. I tried to lie down and my body refused. When the sun came up, I stood in my kitchen and canceled the catering with shaking hands. The woman on the other end sounded sympathetic in that professional way people do when they've said, "I'm sorry to hear that," 1,000 times. When I hung up, my throat tightened so hard I had to lean over the sink and breathe. I walked back into my bedroom and stared at the garment bag. The dress looked ridiculous, like a costume for a life that no longer existed. My name is Harper, and I wish I could tell you I handled the next part with grace. I didn't. I handled it like a flawed, impulsive woman who'd been told her whole life that being the responsible one meant swallowing everything and smiling. I wasn't smiling anymore. That same afternoon, I called the attorney, who'd helped me put our wedding expenses in writing months earlier. Not a prenup. We never even made it to marriage. This was the unromantic, practical piece, a signed breakdown of who paid what and who reimbursed what if things went sideways, because the venue required one primary signer, and I refused to let love be the only plan for my bank account. It wasn't romantic, but it was practical. My attorney had suggested a simple written breakdown because the venue required one primary signer, and I didn't want a financial mess if anything went sideways. When the attorney answered, Her voice was calm in that way that made me want to either hug her or scream. I explained what happened, stumbling through it like my mouth couldn't keep up with my brain. I told her the wedding was in 6 days. That I'd started canceling things. That my fiancé was denying and minimizing. That my brother was openly cruel. She didn't gasp. She didn't offer platitudes. She said, "Save everything in writing. Stop having emotional phone calls. If he contacts you, respond once briefly, and then direct him to me. Make a list of every cost you've paid and every cost he agreed to cover." It felt cold. It also felt like putting shoes on after stepping on glass. Painful, but necessary. After we hung up, I sat on my couch with a notebook and started writing like my life depended on it. Vendor names, deposit amounts, cancellation policies, dates. I pulled up old texts and highlighted the ones where my fiancé said he'd cover specific things. I downloaded contracts and saved them in a folder on my laptop like I was building a case file instead of grieving. 3 days later, I called a cousin who'd been at the bachelor party. He wasn't part of my brother's inner circle. He was the kind of guy who shows up, eats food, laughs politely, and leaves early because he has work in the morning. In other words, the kind of witness I could almost trust. He didn't answer at first. When he finally picked up, he sounded wary, like he'd already been warned. I said, "I'm not asking you to pick sides. I'm asking you to tell me what you saw." He sighed. "I didn't want to be in this," he said, which is exactly what people say right before confirming the worst. He told me my brother was the loudest person in the room all night. That my fiancé kept saying he didn't want to do anything that would mess up our relationship, and my brother kept making prison jokes, how marriage was a life sentence, how this was his last night of freedom. My cousin said my brother kept ordering extra drinks, sliding them toward my fiancé like he was feeding a machine. Then, when the dancer arrived, my brother started chanting and clapping and pushing my fiancé forward like he wanted to be the director of the moment. "Did you actually see them go into a back room?" I asked. My cousin hesitated. "I saw them disappear," he admitted, "and I saw him come back without his button down on." Your brother was laughing like he'd won something. After we hung up, my cousin texted screenshots from the group chat. I had to hold my phone with both hands because my fingers kept twitching. There was my brother writing 3 days after the party, "He's not getting married anyway," followed by laughing emojis. Someone asked if the party was good, and my brother wrote, "Mission accomplished." That phrase stuck to my brain like gum, not because it was clever, because it was proof my brother wanted this damage. Once I had the screenshots, the rest moved fast. I canceled the florist, the rentals, the little extras that add up so quickly you don't notice until the bank balance looks like it got punched. Every vendor had the same polite tone. I'd say, "Hi, I need to cancel," and they'd say, "I'm sorry to hear that." And then they'd slide right into the policy, like grief is just a scheduling conflict. I told my parents that night. I drove to their house and sat at the kitchen table. And my mother offered me food like snacks can patch betrayal. I blurted out what happened before she could ask about centerpieces. My father went quiet the way he does when he's trying not to explode. My mother's first words were, "What will people think?" And I swear I felt something inside me crack. "I'm the one who got cheated on," I said. And my voice shook, which made me feel exposed, which made me furious. My father asked one question. "Did your brother do this?" I showed them the messages. My father's jaw clenched. My mother pressed her lips together, fingers twisting at her ring like she could squeeze the situation smaller. That night, my best friend came over with groceries because she knew I wasn't eating. We sat on my couch, and she said, "You are not crazy. You are not overreacting." She said it like she was stitching my sanity back together, and I clung to it because the alternative was sinking. In the days that followed, everything turned into a blur of humiliation and logistics. I live in a mid-sized city in the United States, the kind where news travels through group chats faster than traffic moves. People love to say heartbreak makes you stronger. What it really makes you do is juggle. You juggle grief, anger, paperwork, and the fact that your job still expects you to show up and pretend you aren't walking around with your inside scraped raw. I work an office job that's not glamorous, scheduling, spreadsheets, answering emails for a company that sells boring stuff to other boring companies. It pays my rent. It gives me health insurance. It also comes with coworkers who can smell drama like it's smoke. By day 4, my manager asked, "Everything okay?" in that careful tone people use when they want details, but also want to feel like good people. "I'm fine." I lied because that's what I do. On my lunch break, I sat in my car and stared at my phone until my eyes crossed. My fiancé texted like nothing happened. "Can we talk? Please, I love you." Then, when I didn't respond fast enough, the tone shifted. "Why are you doing this? You're blowing it up. You're letting your friend poison you." Classic. Meanwhile, my brother texted my mother non-stop trying to get ahead of the story. I only know because my mother kept reading me pieces of it like she was offering evidence of his emotional state as if that mattered more than what he'd done. He says he didn't mean it like that. He says you're making him look bad. He says you've always been judgmental. I told her he made himself look bad, and she flinched like I'd cursed at the dinner table. A week after my best friend's call, I asked my fiance's father to meet me at a coffee shop near my apartment, not because I wanted his permission to cancel a wedding. That idea would have made my skin crawl, but because I wanted someone in my fiance's family to understand that this wasn't just a misunderstanding he could smooth over with flowers. His father had always been the practical one, calm, no drama, the kind of man who fixed problems quietly, like they were leaky faucets. I also told my brother to meet me there. I didn't tell either of them the other one would be present. I'm not proud of that. I just knew that if I tried to confront them separately, my brother would lie and my fiancé would hide behind plausible deniability. Together, they would either keep their story straight like a well-rehearsed play, or they'd trip over each other. When I walked into the coffee shop, my stomach was doing that tight, floaty thing, like I'd swallowed a stone. I wore a plain sweater and jeans, no makeup, hair in a messy knot because I couldn't stand the idea of looking like the bride in public. I wanted to feel invisible. Instead, I felt like everyone could see the word humiliated stamped on my forehead. My fiancé's father arrived first. He stood when he saw me, polite, concerned. "You said it was important," he said. "It is," I replied. Then my brother walked in, swaggering like he owned the place. He smiled at me like he thought we were about to share a joke. I wanted to throw my drink at him. I didn't because I have a lifetime of training in being the good one. My brother looked at the older man, then at me. "What's this?" he asked. My fiancé's father frowned. "Who are you?" "My brother," I said, and watched my brother's expression shift a fraction. He realized he didn't like it. I didn't accuse right away. I asked simple questions. When did the party start? Who arranged the lounge add-on? Who paid for the extra time? The more neutral I sounded, the more my brother relaxed into talking. He loves an audience. "It was just a party," he said. "Guys being guys, no big deal. She's freaking out because she likes to control everything." He said it right in front of my fiancé's father, which told me he thought charm could erase facts. My fiancé's father looked uncomfortable. "There was a dancer?" he asked. My brother shrugged. "It's normal. It's not like anyone got hurt." I let him talk until he contradicted himself. At first, he claimed nothing happened. Then he said something might have happened, but it wasn't serious. Then he insisted he wasn't even around for most of it. He moved through versions like he was trying on outfits, searching for the one that would make him look least guilty. My fiancé's father finally said, "So, did my son go into a back room with her?" My brother laughed. He was drunk. He probably doesn't remember. "It was just," he waved his hand. "It was harmless." I took out my phone and slid it across the table. I didn't have to make a speech. I just opened the screenshots my cousin sent and let the proof speak. My fiancé's father stared. I watched his face change as he read. The laughing. The mission accomplished. The message describing my fiancé disappearing into the back room. The celebratory responses. He looked up slowly. "Is this real?" he asked. My brother's eyes narrowed. "It's a joke," he said quickly. "Group chats are always like that. People exaggerate." "Then why did you write it?" I asked. Still calm, still controlled, which felt like holding a knife by the blade. My brother shrugged, then slipped into his favorite move, making me the problem. "Because she needed to be taken down a peg," he said. "She walks around like she's better than everyone. Miss Perfect. Miss, I pay my bills on time." It gets old. My fiancé's father looked like he'd been slapped. "You sabotaged your sister's wedding because you felt insecure?" he asked, voice low. My brother scoffed. "Sabotaged? God, you people are dramatic." I watched my fiancé's father's hands tighten around his cup. He didn't yell. He didn't slam his fist. He just said, "I'm going to speak to my son," in a tone that made it clear the conversation would not be pleasant. When the older man walked out, my brother leaned back and smirked. "So what? You're canceling because of some flirting?" he asked. "You're going to throw away 6 years because your man had one night?" I looked at him and realized something I should have realized a long time ago. My brother didn't believe I deserved anything stable. He believed stability was something I performed, not something I earned. If he couldn't have it, I couldn't either. "I'm canceling because he lied," I said, "and because you enjoyed hurting me." My brother's smile slipped. "You're overreacting," he muttered. I stood up. My legs felt unsteady. "Get used to people knowing the truth," I said, and I walked out before my face could give me away. I cried in my car instead, like a cliché, because apparently I'm not immune to clichés when my life explodes. That night, my fiancé's father called me. His voice sounded older. He admitted it, he said quietly. He says he was drunk, and he's sorry. He says your brother pushed him. I stared at the wall. "So, he's a grown man who can be pushed into cheating," I said. "Good to know." His father didn't defend him. That was the only gift in that call. He just said, "I'm embarrassed. I'm sorry you're going through this." And after that, his family stopped defending him publicly. They didn't post explanations or excuses. Silence was the closest thing to an apology they could manage. I hung up and sat on my couch for a long time, listening to the hum of my refrigerator, because life keeps making boring noises, even when you feel like you're dissolving. Before I sent anything to anyone, I asked my attorney one blunt question: can I get in trouble for sharing screenshots? She told me not to play internet lawyer, to avoid adding commentary, to blur names of unrelated people, and to stick to what was directly relevant. She said the same thing my father would later say in his own language. If you don't want people to see your words, don't write them. The next morning, I did something I never thought I would do. I sent evidence into the 3 biggest group chats connected to my life. One for my extended family, one for the wedding party. Without a single caption, I cropped out names of anyone who wasn't directly involved. I blacked out profile photos. I didn't add accusations or a story, just timestamps in their words because facts don't need a narrator. Then I muted both chats and walked away from my phone like it was hot. Part of me wanted to be above it. Part of me wanted to keep it private, to handle it with dignity because that's what my mother would prefer. Quiet suffering, no mess, no public consequences. But another part of me, this newer part that was sick of being everyone's emotional cushion, knew exactly what would happen if I stayed silent. My brother would frame himself as the victim. My fiancé would rewrite it as a misunderstanding, and I'd be the unstable bride who couldn't handle a joke. I wasn't going to let them get ahead of the truth, not this time. Within hours, the wedding party chat turned into chaos. People asked questions. People posted their own memories of my brother acting reckless. A couple of friends tried to play mediator the way people do when they want to feel mature, but don't want to actually take a stand. My best friend texted me separately, "You did the right thing." My cousin sent me a simple, "I'm here," which felt better than any speech. The family chat was worse. My mother called me in tears. "Why would you air this out?" she wailed. "Do you want everyone to hate him?" I had to bite back the impulse to say yes. Instead, I said I want everyone to know what he did. She cried harder. "He's your brother." I stared at the ceiling and tried to breathe. "And I was his sister," I replied. Apparently, that didn't matter to him. My brother predictably launched a counterattack on a social media app within half a day. He posted a long dramatic rant about how I was spiraling and creating a narrative because I was scared of commitment. He said I'd always been controlling. He said I was using a harmless party as an excuse to run. My fiancé posted, too, not an apology, not an explanation, an accusation. He implied I was paranoid. He implied my best friend manipulated me because she still wasn't over my brother. He wrote a line about how he'd just talked to someone, and I turned it into a scandal. People responded under his post with the screenshots. Watching strangers publicly fact-check the man I thought I'd marry was surreal. It felt like my personal life had turned into a comment section. Then the venue email hit. It landed in my inbox mid-afternoon while I was at work pretending to care about a scheduling issue. The subject line was something like additional charges due to contract violation. My heart started pounding before I even opened it. The venue manager wrote that during the private lounge reservation, there had been smoking in a prohibited area and spilled alcohol on the carpet, leaving a stain that required a deep cleaning. They attached photos. They attached an invoice. They wrote politely but firmly that because the lounge add-on had been attached to my wedding package, same account, same contract, same primary signer, I was responsible for the cost. The manager's email also included a detail that made my blood go cold. The lounge add-on didn't require a brand new contract. It was an option inside the same booking portal. One approval click, one deposit. That was it. My brother didn't have to forge my signature or steal my identity. He just exploited the fact that add-ons didn't require a new contract. Just an approval click and a deposit. They had my card on file. They had my name on the paperwork. In their eyes, I was the responsible party. I sat there in my cubicle staring at the screen, and I felt this wave of anger so hot it made the back of my neck burn. My brother had used my wedding contract to book his stupid last night lounge to save money. My fiancé had gone along with it. And now, even after the betrayal, even after the humiliation, I was the one getting billed. I forwarded the email to my attorney. And then, because I am human and impulsive, I texted my brother, "You used my venue contract for your party, and now they're charging me for damage." He replied, "Not my problem." I stared at that message until my vision blurred. Not my problem. As if he hadn't made it his problem when he decided my joy needed to be destroyed. I paid the fee that night, not because I accepted responsibility, But because my name was on the contract, and I refused to let my credit get wrecked on top of everything else, I also asked the venue manager politely for written confirmation that the lounge reservation had been booked through my package and for any logs they had of who checked in and who signed the lounge rules. It wasn't glamorous revenge, it was boring adult survival. The venue manager called me the next morning after I asked for logs. She sounded apologetic but firm, like she was trained to be empathetic without giving away leverage. She confirmed that the lounge add-on had been booked through the same portal as my wedding, and that the confirmation email went to the address on file, mine. She also forwarded a separate message thread where my brother asked about extending the lounge, adding a late-night snack tray, and whether staff would look the other way if the guys got loud. It was written in that half-joking, half-entitled tone men use when they assume rules are flexible for them. She couldn't give me credit card details for whoever physically clicked the add-on because venues don't hand out payment information just because you're furious. But she could give me something better for court. The audit log showing the add-on was attached to my contract ID, the time it was approved, and the emails used during the back and forth. My brother's address was on the thread. His name wasn't on my contract, but his fingerprints were all over the planning. She also told me they didn't have security footage inside the lounge because it was marketed as private and they prioritized client privacy. That annoyed me for about 6 seconds until I realized it didn't matter. I wasn't trying to prove every sloppy detail of the night. I was trying to prove responsibility for charges. In court, boring proof beats dramatic rumors. I thanked her, hung up, and saved every attachment twice, because apparently betrayal turns you into an amateur records clerk. By the time the week of what was supposed to be my wedding arrived, my apartment looked like a warehouse of canceled dreams. Boxes of decorations, bags of favors, a pile of mail that included refund checks for tiny amounts that felt insulting. My dress still hung in the closet like it was mocking me. My mother insisted we still do the pre-wedding brunch at my parents' house because it was already paid for, and people expect it. She wanted to convert it into a supportive family lunch, which sounded nice on paper and terrifying in reality. I agreed because part of me wanted witnesses. Part of me wanted my brother to be forced to look at me while the consequences settled in. I texted the relatives who were already coming. The wedding is canceled. The gathering is still happening because I need to address things, and I don't want rumors doing it for me. I kept it short. If I got emotional in a group text, my mother would take it as proof I was being dramatic. My brother showed up early, of course. He loves controlling rooms. He walked through my parents' house like he owned it, greeting people loudly, making jokes, setting himself up as the friendly host. I watched from the kitchen while my best friend stood beside me, her arms crossed, her jaw tight. "He's trying to prime them," she murmured. "I know," I whispered back, and my fingers kept picking at a paper napkin like it was a nervous habit I couldn't switch off. When everyone finally sat down, my mother cleared her throat and tried to give some speech about family and healing. My father stared at his hands like he was restraining himself from saying something that would set the house on fire. Then my brother launched into his version without being asked. He said I'd misunderstood. He said my fiancé didn't cheat. He said guys talk big in group chats. He said I was punishing everyone because I couldn't handle the idea of being married. I let him talk. I asked questions like I was doing customer service. "So, you didn't book the lounge. So, you didn't write mission accomplished. Neither did you say he wouldn't marry." He stopped, and I played the screenshots on my tablet in order, looking smug. He kept stepping on each question's small hook because he couldn't stand silence. Not all, but crucial. "Now you understand, cousins and brothers, the message about my fiancé disappearing into the back room, the celebratory replies, the mission accomplished." The room fell into heavy, not awkward silence. My brother raged when a relative who always babied him asked, "Why would you do this to her?" My best friend stood. She stressed, "He hates accountability. He hurt me. He wants to humiliate women to feel powerful." My brother grumbled about her resentment. "I'm not bitter," she said. "I'm free." My brother pushed his chair across the floor. Mum was glared at. "Pick," he rants. "You're with her, or I'm done with this family." My mother appeared faint. The old pattern was revealed. My brother created a crisis to find comfort. He slammed the door as he left, shaking a framed photo. I sat dumbfounded. My mother whispered about his pain. Finally, my father spoke. "He meant it," my father said flatly. "And you keep giving him permission." Nobody responded because no one in my family can comfortably sit with truth. After everyone left, my mother cornered me in the kitchen and begged me to call my brother. "He's going to cut us off," she panicked. "He'll disappear." I held back when I saw her. "Then he'll disappear," I said. "I'm not chasing him anymore." 3 weeks after the wedding date was canceled, my life returned to normal misery with deadlines. Went to work, answered emails, got groceries. I watched the world spin while I felt stuck. My attorney sent my fiancé and brother formal demand letters. Here's what you owe. Not in a courtroom speech. Here are supporting documents and the deadline. My attorney included a clear timeline in the demand letters because courts like boring clarity. She provided screenshots as evidence. She attached venue email and invoice. I was the primary signer on the contract page she attached. She attached the text where my fiancé agreed to cover specific costs. It felt humiliating to turn my heartache into paperwork, but also empowering. Messy grief. The evidence is organized. These letters gave them a set number of days to respond. I didn't want to sue my family. Once not once Dovov. I wanted my money and peace back, but I didn't want to be the woman financially punished for others' choices because everyone expected her to be quiet. My brother ignored the letter like spam. My fiancé sent many messages. Caller left voicemails. He emailed. He even stood outside my apartment one evening like a sad statue, as if proximity could rewire me. He didn't come in. I talked through the door like a bad sitcom. You must leave, I said. I pressed my forehead to the wood because my legs were weak. Please, he said. I need to talk to you. I'm sorry. My mistake. You decided. I snapped before I could stop myself. He cried. Your brother pushed me. He haunted me all night, calling me weak and saying I'd regret not acting. He was drunk. Harper gasped. I asked. A grown man without a spine. That's not fair. He laughed. Not haha, funny. More like of course that's what you focus on, he said. Paying for it now. Are you sorry for hurting me? I requested. Perhaps you were caught, making him flinch. Both, he admitted. I swear, honesty was the most insulting part. I'm not discussing this, I said. Talk to my attorney, he swore. You're ruining my life, he raged. There it was. He cared about one emotion. I gently closed and locked the door, then slid to the floor, shaking with adrenaline. A few weeks later, his attorney proposed a payment plan. I hated that my heart still tried to be loyal. Not a pity offer. Realistic offer. My fiancé didn't have a lot of money. He had debt, bills, and an ego that was being crushed by his actions. He proposed monthly payments over 2 years with a written schedule to avoid a hearing. I told my attorney I wanted to never hear his voice again. I wanted to rip out my brain portion that remembered good times like a traitor. I wanted the impossible. So I chose practicality. I accepted the payment plan under 3 conditions. He would stop contacting me and sign a clause confirming he understood the wedding was canceled due to his actions and that he couldn't publicly claim I lied about him, my attorney said. Said in human language. Do not make me evil. He signed. Still, my brother refused. When my attorney's office called, he yelled at the receptionist and denied wrongdoing. He said I was overdramatic. He said I obsessively punished him. His small offer was framed as generosity. My attorney asked, do you want to settle for that? I pictured my brother's not my problem text. I imagined him grinning in that cafe. I imagined my mother twisting her ring to make me responsible for everyone's comfort. My father's deadpan voice came to mind. He meant it. I said he can learn. Instead of becoming enlightened, I started therapy because I would have moments in the grocery store where my chest would tighten like in that phone call. A wedding ad would flash by and ring my ears while driving. I listened to my brother's words on repeat in bed. I didn't become a saint through therapy. It gave me tools. Previously, my voice betrayed me. So my therapist had me say no in a mirror. End by rising like a question. Apologize softly. She made me write down my family's invisible rules, like don't embarrass the family, avoid upsetting your brother, avoid causing your mother grief, take up little room. She made me write counter rules like a new contract with myself. My suffering matters. My safety matters. I owe no access to my attackers. No hall pass for family. She also helped me recover from adrenaline spikes. I learned to name 6 things I could see, 5 could touch, 4 could hear, 3 could smell, and 2 could taste. I thought it was corny until it stopped my hands from shaking in the grocery store. I learned to stop arguing with people who kept misinterpreting me, and that repeating boundaries in a calm tone is not cold. Consistent. Little by little, I rebuilt routines without managing others' emotions. With a podcast in my ears, I walked after work to remind my body that it belonged to me, not to heal. The therapist didn't tell me to move on. She asked why my brother's cruelty hurt so much. I blurted out, because he's been punishing me. I changed minor details. New grocery store, coffee shop, work route. Sometimes you don't need a drastic change. You need less reminders. I had a million small memories. Brother mocking me for studying, calling me boring, breaking my stuff by accident, making fun of my friends, and saying no one would want me if I kept acting better than everyone. I always ignored it because I didn't want to be the sensitive sister who couldn't take a joke. Now I realize I believed him. My mother called one evening to ask me to reconsider, not because she thought I was wrong but because she was afraid my brother would cut her off, and she wouldn't be the family keeper. "He's your brother," she whispered. "I'm your daughter," I said. My calm voice startled me. "Why is he the one you're afraid to lose?" She didn't answer. She cried, and I hung up because I was tired of soothing everyone else while my heart bled. A month after the wedding date that never happened, my fiancé asked my attorney for a brief in-person conversation. He called closure. When I called it emotional self-harm, my therapist said something that stuck. Having a boundary is different from avoiding conversations because you're scared. Boundaries are choices. Avoidance controls you. So I met him in my apartment building's parking lot in the late afternoon while it was still light, near the entrance where people were coming and going. No friend, because I didn't want it to be a show. I also didn't trust myself not to shield my best friend. I wanted to test my strength alone. He arrived with messy hair and a sleepy face. Suddenly, my body did that stupid familiar thing. Heart tug, warmth, memory like it didn't know he wrecked us. He spoke, and reality hit him. "I'm sorry," he said. "I know you don't owe me anything, but I need you to hear it from me." I bowed. "I've heard it," I said. "In messages, voicemails, and your post where you implied I was losing my mind. I was panicking," he muttered. "I felt attacked," softly laughing. "You felt attacked? That's amazing." He stroked his hair. "Your brother was in my ear all night." He repeated it like a prayer for forgiveness. He called me weak and said marriage would ruin me. My chest tightened as he said you'd leave me because you're too good for me. His hesitation taught me more than his speech. "I was drunk," he admitted. "I was insecure. I wanted to feel wanted." "You were wanted," I said. "I was marrying you." Winced. "I know." We stood silently as someone carried groceries past us, staring at us like a normal couple having a normal argument, which felt surreal. I asked, "Are you here to apologize?" Or he swallowed. "Both." "You're paying," he said quickly. "I'm planning, selling stuff. Am cutting back." I said, "You can't fix it. You can pay what you owe. That's not fixing." "You're acting like I'm a monster," he said. "No," I said calmly. He approached instinctively, like a man seeking comfort after making hurtful choices. Stepped back. He stopped. My heart raced when I saw him get angry. "You're going to make me pay for this forever," he said bitterly. "Not for drama, but for safety." His face drained. "I didn't mean," he said. "I don't care what you meant," I said. "I care what you did." He backed away, hands up like I'd pulled a weapon. I blocked his number that night after he nodded, eyes wet, and drove off. Attorneys maintained the payment plan. He could feel sorry remotely. A few weeks later, my mother tried to reset the family over a holiday weekend. She unknowingly invited my brother, hoping I'd attend and feel forced to be civil. Her style, forced proximity. Call it healing. When I entered my parents' living room and saw my brother lounging on the couch, my stomach dropped. My mother smiled too brightly. Dad looked exhausted. "Oh, good," Mom said. "You're both here," my brother said. "We can talk. Look who arrived." I slowly set my keys down. "You ambushed me." I told my mother, hands fluttered. "Please, peace," she begged. "I want us to move on." Brother laughed. "From what? Your small canceled wedding? People have real problems," I snapped, quietly locking my mental door. I looked at my brother. "You're paying," I said, rolling his eyes. "You're obsessed." "I'm done," I told my mother. "If you put me in a room with him again without telling me, I'll stop coming here. Your peace is possible. It just won't include me." "You'd abandon your family," she whispered, horrified. I nearly laughed, saying, "He already did. You just keep pretending he didn't." I left. In my car, I let the air shake in my lungs because leaving felt like betrayal and breathing. While my brother's case progressed in the most boring way, I chose myself over my role for the first time. Paperwork, deadlines, and a months ahead small claim civil hearing. I also had to face a small humiliation. I didn't sue because I liked conflict. I sued because my brother learned that if he made enough noise, everyone would calm him down and ask me to compromise. He couldn't interrupt the language of paperwork. At that time, my best friend brought takeout and sat on my couch like she belonged. She watched me poke at my food and said, "You're allowed to be done." We sat there, and she said, "You know, he did this because he wanted you to feel what I felt." I blinked. "What?" She nodded. "He blamed me for his embarrassment after I left. He didn't comprehend. He kept it. Then he saw your wedding and thought." Finally. Her turn. I looked at them. My brothers now. You get it. Text suddenly made 7 cents. He wanted me to understand pain like him, but he didn't realize he caused it. He considered it a punishment. The sanitized, bureaucratic torture of waiting for the hearing included filing fees, scheduling notices, rescheduled dates due to attorney conflicts, and long stretches of nothing. He tried to silence me, but the hearing was in late spring, months after the canceled wedding. On a weekday morning when I stared at my closet like it was choosing an outfit. I chose something plain and comfortable to avoid looking like a performer. My attorney, calm as always, met me outside the building with a folder full of my evidence. The hallway smelled like stale coffee and anxiety. People with paperwork sat on benches. Nobody looked brave. Everyone was exhausted, strangely comforting. My brother arrived late, smiling artificially, like he was going to a casual appointment. He tried winking. I remained silent. He leaned toward my mother, who had insisted on coming, and whispered something that made her flinch. My father sat silently alongside me. We sat at separate tables when called in. My brother's attorney looked like he'd rather be elsewhere. My brother tapped his foot restlessly, like a child waiting for recess. Small claims isn't film. A practical judge ruled on receipts, emails, and legal ties to the charges. She requested the basic timeline. Attorney explained it simply. My wedding package lounge bonus. The email confirming my brother organized it. Damage invoice from venue. My brother's attorney tried to make me look like I was overreaching, but the screenshots of the group chat showed what happened and the costs I paid because my name was on the contract. He said the group chat was joking. My brother didn't spill, he said. He suspected the venue manager exaggerated. My brother received one direct question from the judge. Did you reserve the lounge? Brother shrugged. I helped, he said. For the groom. You organized it? Judge clarified. Brother rolled eyes. He said sure, like he was agreeing to a trivial matter. The judge was unimpressed. She inquired about email. My brother claimed he CC'd alone. My attorney presented the printed chain where my brother confirmed details like he was the organizer. The judge read it slowly and set it down. My brother started talking too fast. He said I punished him. He claimed I hated him forever. He said, I was using this as an excuse to take him down because I thought I was better than him. The judge held up a hand. This isn't about your sibling dynamic, she said. This is about contract-related expenses. My brother flushed. It's not fair, he whispered. So I saw him as a grown man who thought fairness meant being protected from consequences. The judge decided that day. Not everything on my list was approved. Reductions occurred. Some were too indirect, but the core was clear. Venue damages from the lounge reservation, organizer costs, and court fees. My red-faced brother turned to me outside the room after being ordered to pay. You ruined me, he swore. I watched him. My hand shook, but my voice was steady. You did this, I said. You could have paid months ago and ended it. You chose this instead, he laughed bitterly. You're cold, he joked. No, I said. I'm warm with people who don't hurt me. My desperate mother helped. Please, she begged, like she could fix this herself. My father quietly said, it's done. Heading home, my mother stared out the window and wiped her cheeks, not for me or what I lost, but for her fantasy of a close, peaceful family crumbling. I felt relieved and sad. Mix familiarized. My brother paid chunks. Vehicle sale required. Had to borrow. His distractions had to end. People mostly ignored his complaints. Defending relatives slowed. His mother tried to make his payments tragic. She said he had to sell his vehicle, as if it were unfair. She reported him as stressed, sleepless, and scared. I stopped after I was scared, too. She hated it. She wanted my moving soundtrack for his pain. I refused. Our mother, who always calmed him, could. I stopped being his cushion. My fiancé made monthly deposits on time. My attorney sometimes confirmed briefly. He occasionally included a note that sounded regretful without manipulation. I didn't reply. I switched apartments a year after the wedding cancellation. Same city, different neighborhood, walls. A quiet place was needed. My wedding leftovers were in a storage closet the night I packed. The dress, unused decorations, a guest book no one signed, tiny favors in their bags, and a stack of receipts that felt like a museum exhibit of my naivety were still there because I couldn't touch it for months. I didn't want its radioactive feel. Open the garment bag, and I'd choke on my imagined life. So I acted rashly again. I cleaned out the wedding leftovers like a storage unit after selling it online for a fraction. Returned what I could. A community center that hosted small events for low-income families received unopened decor. I let my mother keep the guest book as a reminder of her expectations. She thought it insulted her. I wasn't rude. Feeling done. I didn't cry when a stranger took the dress. A hollow feeling. She smiled and said, it's beautiful. I nodded and said, it is because it was, and because it didn't matter. After she left, I stood in my doorway quietly and cleaned because apparently this is my coping mechanism when I can't control anything else. My mother-me relationship changed. I left the holiday ambush, and she gave up on reconciliation. She learned I'd leave. Still, she spoke little. He's still your brother. Families forgive. Time heals. She scripted. I ceased arguing. I'm not discussing him, I said, moving on. It initially drove her crazy. Things returned to normal. My father quietly started calling me more, not to talk about feelings. His love was asking if my car was running, if my job was good, and if I needed help moving furniture. I stopped wanting him to speak. My brother tried to contact me after paying off most of his debt. He wrote, "Can we talk like adults?" which was almost impressive, and made me laugh. I stayed silent. He wrote again a week later, "You got what you wanted. Are you happy?" I stared. After typing, "I wanted a brother who loved me," I deleted it because sharing my pain felt like a weapon. He ignored my request to, "Do not contact me again." 3 years after the wedding that never happened, my fiancé stopped paying because he hates being ignored. The attorney confirmed via email. "Final payment is received," she wrote. The end. Simple text, and an ending attachment. That night, an unknown number rang my phone. Curious, I answered and heard my fiancé. He whispered, "Harper," as if my name belonged to him. My skin tingles. I ask, "Why are you calling?" I wanted to say I paid everything. Told. I waited for him to finish, "And I wanted you to know I'm sorry. Still, I don't expect anything from you. I hope you learned something," I said. He said, "Do not call me again." "Okay," he whispered. "Okay." I hung up, blocked the number, and sat racing. I was proud, not missing him. I did something my old self couldn't because I thought love meant unlimited access. 2 months later, a cousin invited me to a backyard BBQ. Nothing flashy. Paper plates, kids running, burgers proudly cooked. Nearly skipped it. Social events made me nervous because my brother might appear as a shadow. I went anyway because rebuilding a life requires small, boring choices. That was fine at first. I laughed at a joke. I discussed work, pretended normal. Heroically, my brother entered with a case of drinks from across the yard. My stomach flipped. My throat knotted. He saw me and smiled, waiting for me to run. So, I tried something else. Never leaving or confronting him. I asked my cousin for more ice. I talked to the women about daycare, rent, and back pain by the cooler. Regular stuff. Real stuff. A few minutes later, he approached, trying to fit in with that fake charm. To joke, he opened mouth. My cousin abruptly stopped him in response to my agitation. "Not here," she said. Brother blinks. "What?" She wasn't calm. "Not here," she repeated. "If you want to be invited, behave." Brother's faces changed, surprised, angry, and humiliated. He sought help. No one jumped in. Some avoided his gaze. Someone talked about groceries like nothing happened. He tried to relax. "Wow," he said. "We're policing jokes now?" My cousin shrugged. She casually asked, "We're policing you?" My brother stood silently. He left stiff-shouldered. Now no door slamming. Not threatening to leave. He left the circle due to neglect, not victorious. I felt secure. I realized I wasn't bracing as I sat on a folding chair with a paper plate on my knees after the sun set and the kids went to bed. Not looking for danger in the yard. I defended myself without waiting for my brother to say something. I talked about ordinary issues and joys with ordinary people. Benefit of boundaries. Regaining boredom. I write this because other women are like me, not out of bravery, labeled too much when women stop absorbing others' chaos. You're that woman. I learned the hard way. No boundaries are cruel. Living requires limits. Wedding ads, group chats, and be the bigger person still bother me on bad days. I sometimes miss my fantasy brother, who would have protected me instead of sabotaged me. No longer do I miss the me who thought love required convenience. The old me is gone, mission accomplished. My husband plotted to seize my grandfather's legacy behind my back. I revealed his affair to the lawyer. Now they were both cut out of the will. On Thanksgiving, my man displayed my husband's mistress. I'm Megan, and I lost the most important person in my life 4 months ago. I believed that my husband Dylan would support me during my grief after my grandfather George passed away following a protracted illness. There were a lot of things I was mistaken about. I was reared by my granddad. He took on the roles of father, mother, teacher, and best friend after my parents passed away in an accident when I was 8 years old. He escorted me down the aisle when I married Dylan 7 years ago, helped me with my homework at the kitchen table, and taught me how to play chess on rainy afternoons. I tried to spend as much time as I could with him when the doctors informed us he might only have 2 months left. Dylan looked encouraging at the time, holding my hand when I was in the hospital, handing me tissues when I started crying, and complimenting me on my strength. Now that I'm looking back, I see the signs I overlooked. The way Dylan began to inquire about his grandfather's financial situation, the way he had casually brought up the estate's worth over dinner, and the growing number of late meetings he was attending at his father's company. But while I sorted through my grandfather's decades worth of possessions, I was drowning in sadness and getting ready to live without the man who had molded my entire life. I assumed my emotional state was the reason for the distance I felt from Dylan. I assumed he was diverting my attention by allowing me time to grieve. A week ago, while sorting my grandfather's study and getting ready to settle the estate, I discovered something that made my stomach turn. Financial records reveal that in the weeks leading up to his grandfather's passing, Dylan had gotten in touch with his wealth manager several times to ask about asset allocation, inheritance transfer deadlines, and computations. The emails that Dylan sent to someone named Ava Collins about waiting it out and once the estate settles were then discovered by me on our shared laptop. My hands trembled as I looked through our phone logs and saw texts that my mother-in-law, Carolyn, had sent to Dylan. She is too overcome with grief to see any opportune moments. When you're free, Ava's family's fortune would perfectly match yours, and she's perfect, intelligent, and well-connected. Tears filled my eyes, blurring the words. As I sat next to my grandfather's hospital bed, holding his hand as he passed away, and crying during his burial, they were organizing this. It was their intention to exploit me. But then I recalled something my grandfather had said to me when he was still coherent, during one of our final talks. Grief makes you vulnerable, Megan, my love. You must exercise the utmost caution at such time. Just as sharks can detect blood, predators may detect vulnerability. Don't make critical decisions while you're grieving. And don't be hurried by anyone. At that point, they attack. I wiped away my tears, shut down the laptop, and decided I would follow my grandfather's advice rather than confront Dylan when I was still emotionally wounded. In my opinion, there are 3 steps ahead. The following day I engaged James Baker, a private investigator. 4 days later, James received his first report via encrypted email. Initial findings, you were right, was the subject line. I didn't open it till Dylan had left for work. For 3 months, Dylan had been seeing Ava Collins. A month prior to the grandfather's death, the affair began. Intimate dinners, hotel meetings, and Dylan's hand on her little back as they entered a wine bar I had never been to were all captured on camera by James. However, it was the timestamps that gave me a physical ache. I couldn't bear to watch my grandfather suffer alone, so I called Dylan sobbing from the hospital and begged him to join me for dinner with Ava that night. He had mentioned that he had an urgent customer meeting. Dylan informed me he wanted time to contemplate everything and went to stay with his folks the same weekend he checked into the motel. Ava was 27 years old, from a wealthy family, and worked in wealth management. James's research revealed that Carolyn had introduced them at a charity function that I had missed in order to spend a particularly difficult episode with my grandfather. At a number of these encounters, Carolyn was seen grinning approvingly and acting as a matchmaker while I grieved. The pictures of the dinner parties Carolyn had thrown, what she described as private family get-togethers, were the worst because I was allegedly too distraught to interact with others. These were indeed auditions. Ava was pretending to be Dylan's fiancée, talking casually with his sister Sarah, joking with his father Michael, and trying on my life like it was a dress in a dressing room. For hours I sat with these pictures, feeling a hard, cold crystal form in the place where pain had been residing. Then I called Sophia Turner, the estate lawyer my grandfather had employed in his last weeks. Sophia spoke in a kind yet businesslike tone. Megan. This week I was going to give you a call. Are you prepared to go over the trust paperwork? I'm ready, I said. However, I must first comprehend something. To what extent is this inheritance protected? A pause occurred. Why don't you visit us tomorrow? I believe we ought to speak face to face. Sophia's office was in the heart of the city, with clean lines and glass. With the dexterity of someone presenting proof, she spread out the estate papers on her desk. She started by saying, "Your grandfather was a very strategic man, particularly in his last weeks. I now own the $9 million estate, which included real estate, assets, commercial ventures, and a family trust that had grown over 3 generations. However, this is what you must comprehend," Sophia added, slipping another document in my direction. Your grandfather was approached by someone else with a separate attorney approximately 6 weeks prior to his death. A postnuptial agreement that would have given Dylan 40% of any inheritance you received was something I attempted to convince him to sign. My blood froze. What? According to the attorney, it was to shield you from having to handle everything by yourself. That Dylan may assist in bearing the load because of his experience in finance. Dylan continued bringing up your grandfather's serious illness during hospital visits, putting pressure on him when he was at his weakest. Was it signed by him? Sophia grinned. It wasn't a pretty face either. Your grandfather called me after dismissing the attorney. She took out the trust documents and said, quote, "They think I'm dying and stupid. They're half right. He spent his last weeks of lucidity restructuring everything to protect you. This inheritance cannot be considered marital property under any circumstances. You are the only beneficiary of an irrevocable trust. If the marriage is dissolved for good reason within the allotted 3 years, the entire estate is protected by the divorce within 3 years clause. Additionally, there is a particular sentence that we refer to as the vulture clause. What is that? Dylan receives nothing in the event that you divorce for adultery within the allotted time. In addition, any advantages he receives from estate-related funds must be returned. Your grandfather took great care to shield you from anyone who could attempt to take advantage of your sorrow. Grandfather's affection was evident in every word as I gazed at the documents. He was aware of his suspicions. Sophia made a kind correction. He told me that during a hospital visit he saw Dylan using his phone to calculate something. Even nevertheless, the youngster appeared to be calculating inheritance funds prior to the body becoming cold. He made the decision to include additional safeguards at that point. With copies of everything and a fresh sense of direction, I walked out of Sophia's office. I started recording everything that night, even though Dylan believed I was too depressed to handle money matters. Every discussion in which Dylan or Carolyn urged me to swiftly settle the estate. Every recommendation that I shouldn't put too much pressure on myself to make financial decisions at this time. Dylan arranged all of the meetings with the estate lawyers he had hired without my knowledge. I took a screenshot of his and Ava's texts. Plans for after everything is resolved, discussions over the timetable, and conjectures regarding the amount of the inheritance. Not only had Dylan been lying about the affair, but I also found out that he had been lying about attending bereavement therapy sessions. The late evenings at work and the dinner dates that were billed to our joint account were spent with Ava. The week after my grandfather's burial, he had even stolen $16,000 out of our joint funds, claiming it was for estate lawyer bills. According to James's documents, he and Ava had taken a weekend trip there. I opened fresh personal accounts while maintaining our combined ones. I moved all of the estate's assets into safe havens that Dylan was unable to access. While I waited and seemed to be there for his grieving wife, I kept track of every dime he spent on his affair. 5 weeks following the funeral, Carolyn gave a call. She spoke in a fakely sympathetic sweet voice. "Sweetheart Megan. Although I am aware that you are still grieving without George, family is crucial throughout the holidays, and Thanksgiving is quickly approaching. Do you believe that's what he would have wanted? Bringing everyone together." I lowered my voice, exhausted. "Carolyn. I'm not sure whether I'm prepared for a large crowd. I hope it's okay with you, but you have to come. However, I've invited Ava Collins, a pretty young lady. She doesn't have family around for the holidays and is new to the area. Your grandfather detested the idea of anyone being by themselves, don't you know? The use of grandfather's generosity as an excuse for this brutality was so obvious that it was almost humorous. I managed. That's extremely considerate of you. Fantastic. See you both at 4 o'clock then." I sat motionless after hanging up, realizing the full extent of Carolyn's endeavor. At their family Thanksgiving, she planned to have me see my husband's mistress play home. She anticipated that while they paraded my substitute in front of everyone, I would sit there feeling vulnerable and grieving. She believed she had me cornered. She was unaware that she had just given me the ideal platform. The following week was spent getting ready. I went to my grandfather's grave and told him everything I knew about the manipulation, the affair, and my scheme. There, I swear, I sensed his warmth. That comforting familiarity that always made me feel secure. I muttered to his headstone. "I learned from the best. I'm 3 steps ahead, like you taught me." I took great care in what I wore. Still in sorrow, the black dress is powerful and exquisite. I would wear the pearl necklace that had belonged to my grandmother and my grandfather's old watch. They were attempting to steal the inheritance, and both are now mine from the estate. I gave my best friend Natalie and sister Olivia a call. "Unless I give you a call by 10 p.m. I instructed them to come get me on Thanksgiving. They made a commitment right away after hearing something in my voice, even though I didn't fully explain everything. I went over the estate documents one last time the night before Thanksgiving, making sure to commit the important clauses to memory. I then rehearsed my speech in front of the mirror, focusing on maintaining my composure. The morning of Thanksgiving came clear and frigid. Dylan paid attention in the theatrical manner he had come to use since the death of his grandfather. He kissed my forehead, brought me coffee in bed and assured me that my grandfather would be pleased with my strength. I questioned whether he trusted his own deceptions. It was precisely 4 o'clock when we got at Carolyn's house. The apartment was lavishly furnished, with glistening china, gorgeous fall arrangements, and enough food for 30 guests, even though only 12 were arriving, as if nothing had occurred and we weren't purportedly in sorrow as a family. Wearing a high-end gown, Carolyn greeted us at the door with a dazzling grin. "Megan, you look very skinny, my love. Do you eat?" Grief is quite taxing on the body. Every syllable oozed the illusory worry. I had known most of the folks in the living room for 7 years. Michael appeared uneasy in his chair. Both Sarah and her spouse Tom are smiling sympathetically at me. Grandfather's younger brother, Uncle Tom, was more irate than I had ever seen him. And my cousin-in-law Claire, who looked at me and gave me a barely noticeable nod of agreement. However, a young woman I had only seen in surveillance photos was seated next to Carolyn in the place of honor. Ava Collins looked just like her, wearing a cream-colored sweater. Wealthy, well-educated, polished, and totally unaware of her function as a weapon. Her attitude changed to one of rehearsed, acceptable sorrow for a guy with a bereaved wife when she noticed Dylan. I watched as my husband pretended to meet Ava for the first time. "Dylan," Carolyn cried out, "come meet Ava. I've told her so much about the family." He was skilled at deceiving. That's what I'd give him. His head tilted in attention, his warm handshake lasted just long enough, and his startled smile. Ava's voice was open and welcoming as she said, "Yes, I moved here about 8 months ago for work." "Ava. What a pleasure. Mother mentioned you were new to the area." Carolyn has been very friendly. I've heard amazing things about everyone from her. I remained silent, portraying the distraught widow in the best possible way. Allow them to interpret the quiet as grief. Allow them to think that I was too weak to see what was taking place in front of me. At 6 o'clock, dinner was called. Carolyn had used the delicacy of a sledgehammer to arrange the seats. I was at the far end of the table, sandwiched between Uncle Tom, who was already on his second glass of wine and ebullient, and Claire, who silently supported me by squeezing my hand beneath the table, and Dylan, who was just across from Ava. Predictable ground was covered throughout the conversation. Jennifer's children's activities, Richard's recent golf outings, and the family's holiday plans. But like someone reading off a CV, Carolyn kept directing the conversation back to Ava and emphasizing her qualifications. Over the appetizers, Carolyn revealed that Ava had earned an MBA from a highly recognized university. She is employed in money management as well. Incredibly useful for those navigating intricate estates. I understood the implication. Ideal set of abilities for handling my inheritance. I met Ava's eyes and murmured softly, "That sounds fascinating." Managing an estate can be extremely sensitive, particularly when people are grieving and at their most vulnerable. Ava gave a pitying smile. "Indeed it is. In my line of work, trust is crucial because of this. Customers must believe that their advisor is looking out for their best interests, not some secret objective." The irony was delicious. Uncle Tom sounded as if he were laughing, coughing. Carolyn made a push. Additionally, Ava comes from a lovely family. Her father also works in finance. Ava straightened a little and responded, "Yes. He manages a portfolio. In fact, I learned a lot from him about working with customers through challenging times." "How considerate," I whispered. Particularly in his final years, when he was at his most vulnerable, my grandfather was extremely picky about who he trusted with his money. Dylan shuffled in his seat as he continued, "That's when you find out who people really are." Carolyn's grin grew strained. As the main course was served, the discourse grew more bizarre. Unknowingly describing her own predicament, the value of honesty, the perils of hidden motives, and the tendency for people to lie about their circumstances, Ava continued to make remarks. Once I dealt with a client who misrepresented their relationship status. When the truth was out, Ava's statement during the turkey course caused a great deal of trouble. That kind of dishonesty can ruin everything in my line of work. Dylan became motionless. Carolyn was clearly figuring out how to reroute. Uncle Tom, however, who had been drinking steadily and witnessing all of this with increasing indignation, finally lost it. "What does this remind me of?" His tone pierced the courteous conversation. 2 weeks before to his passing, George told me something. There was silence at the table. Claimed to be concerned about Megan being surrounded by vultures. Carolyn's face turned white when he said, "Some people marry for love and others marry for eventual inheritance." Said he'd made damn sure to protect her. In an attempt to get George to sign documents as he was dying, Tom poked a finger at Dylan and said, "Tom, perhaps we should." He told me about a lawyer that boy there. You know what my brother did? He fired that lawyer right away and declared, "I may be dying, but I'm not stupid." The silence was complete. She stood with her wine glass during dessert, which was pumpkin pie, which was grandfather's favorite, which made this moment even more agonizing. I know this is Megan's first Thanksgiving without dear George. I raised my glass a little. To grandfather's wisdom. Carolyn was obviously panicking now, but she had stuck to her plan. She gestured to Ava, which is why I wanted Dylan to get to know her. She understands family legacy, financial responsibility, the kind of partnership someone in his position needs, and someone he should know better, especially now that circumstances are changing. Her voice was loud, commanding attention. And grief changes people. Sometimes marriages don't survive such profound loss. People grow apart, discover they need different things. Uncle Tom's face turned purple with anger, but I calmly put down my fork and took a sip of water. I looked up, and my voice was perfectly calm. No tears, no shaking, just ice-cold clarity. The implication hung in the air like smoke, and Sarah gasped. Michael looked shocked, and it was obvious that Carolyn hadn't told him about this plan. Speaking of things we should know, let's talk about the estate documents. Carolyn's triumphant smile wavered, and I went on in measured tones as though I were talking about the weather. Grandfather left me everything, including $9 million in properties, investments, and family trust. The interesting part, Carolyn, is that Grandpa reorganized everything in his last weeks, while Dylan believed he was too sick to make any changes. The room had gone deathly quiet, and I stood, perfectly composed, and addressed everyone as if I were making a business case. I reached into my purse and took out a folder I had carefully planned for this moment. Certified copies from Sophia Turner, the estate attorney grandfather hired after he fired the one Dylan brought in. Should we go over the protection clauses together? For those who are curious, Dylan has been having an affair with Ava for 3 months. It began a month prior to my grandfather's death and continued through his passing, the funeral, and my entire period of mourning. Carolyn planned this, telling Ava that I wouldn't be around for very long after the inheritance was resolved. We were together 2 nights ago. He lied to both of us. I took out James's surveillance photos. I hired a private investigator who documented everything. Did Dylan tell you we were separated? That I was too distraught to be a real wife? That he'd been sleeping in the guest room? Ava's expression was clear enough. Grandfather's estate documents include very specific protections. I went back to the folder. Dinners, hotels, the weekend trip Dylan took with my money 1 week after his grandfather's funeral, claiming it was for estate attorney fees. Dylan started to stand, but I held up my hand. I'm not finished. Let's talk about money since that's what this is really about. There is also what Sophia refers to as the vulture clause, which states that if I divorce due to adultery within 3 years of receiving the inheritance, the cheating spouse will not receive any of it and will be required to return any benefits received from estate-related funds. The inheritance is in an irrevocable trust and cannot be considered marital property under any circumstances. I looked at Dylan. Dylan's face had turned gray. I turned to Carolyn to tell her about the $16,000 you stole from our joint savings for your romantic getaway. The dinners, the gifts you purchased, Ava using our joint account, the financial infidelity, and the post-nuptial agreement you and Dylan attempted to have signed while grandfather was dying. Grandfather knew exactly what you were doing, which is why he changed lawyers and added the protection clauses. I took out another document. He even left a letter with the estate papers. Would you like me to read it? Carolyn opened her mouth, but nothing came out. That was the one that would have given Dylan 40% of the inheritance. It reads, "During my death someone attempted to exploit you. If you are reading this, I prevented them from doing so. They underestimate your strength. You have my admiration." My voice cracked a little as I said his name, the only emotion I had displayed. I then composed myself. For those who are wondering what will happen next, divorce papers will be filed on Monday morning. I keep everything my grandfather left me, including our home, which was bought with trust funds and titled only in my name in accordance with trust requirements. Dylan receives nothing from the inheritance, but he is allowed to keep his portion of our pre-inheritance savings, which is approximately $8,000. I looked at Ava and said, "I don't entirely blame you." I turned to Carolyn. "You saw my grief as an opportunity. You believed that seeing my grandfather die made me weak. Carolyn is very convincing, and Dylan is a great liar, but consider if he could use his wife's grief over losing the man who raised her as a pretext for an affair. What does that tell you about his character?" Ava's eyes welled up with tears. Uncle Tom stood abruptly, lifting his glass. "Grandfather was more of a father to me than anyone. You went to his funeral and held my hand while I grieved. You tried to steal my inheritance during the darkest period of my life. Then I looked at Dylan. I thanked the people who had been kind to me over the years and told them I would miss them. Then I took one last look at Carolyn, who knew what you were in his last weeks, which is why he protected me. Michael found his voice for the first time that night. Carolyn, please sit down. To George, who is a better judge of character than any of us. I'm so sorry. I had no idea he was lying about everything. I believe you, I said honestly. But you should ask yourself why Carolyn was so eager to end her son's marriage, and why Dylan was so willing to let her do it. You've done enough. I walked toward the door with my head held high. Ava called out behind me. Wait. I turned to see her standing there, her face pale but determined. My phone rang at 7 the following morning, and it was an unknown number. Megan's voice was trembling, and she said, I hope it's okay that I'm calling. I got your number from the investigator's card you left on the table. It's fine. What can I do for you? I ended. Then I left them to deal with the wreckage in the chilly November night. I confronted Dylan last night after you left, and he confessed everything. She took a trembling breath, and then Carolyn called. What did she say? That I'd ruined everything by getting emotional, that I was too weak, just like you, and that I'd never find another man as good as Dylan. Ava laughed, but it sounded almost like tears, and I realized that she didn't care about either Dylan's or my happiness. We spoke for 15 minutes, during which Ava informed me that she was returning to her hometown and that the experience had taught her what she had been missing. She simply wanted to control the money and win, I said quietly. She was going to use both of us to accomplish this, and she even suggested that I invest in Dylan's business endeavors once the inheritance arrived. Ava wasn't the enemy, she was just another of Carolyn's victims, and the divorce went exactly as Sophia had predicted. It was odd to bond with my husband's mistress over how we'd both been manipulated during the darkest period of my life, but I found myself advising her to trust her instincts and not let other people define her worth. I kept the house, the inheritance, everything that was important, and Dylan had to borrow money from his parents to return the $25,000. The divorce was final in 80 days, and I ran into Sarah at the coffee shop my grandfather used to take me to every Sunday morning. Dylan didn't argue about anything. The evidence was overwhelming, and the estate documents were unchangeable. She gave me a quick embrace and said, I'm very sorry, Megan. I know you didn't. How is everyone? She sighed. I didn't know about any of it. Dylan returned to live with his parents. He is quite unhappy. I believe he's now coming to terms with what he lost. And although it sounded painful, Sarah and Carolyn did giggle. No one is believing into her claims that you used legal documents to trap Dylan and that you were cold and cunning all the time. This is especially true after Ava wrote a letter to a number of family friends outlining everything before she left town. About 5 weeks ago, Ava left, but not before meeting with a few of the women who attended Thanksgiving dinner. Told the entire tale to them. How she felt taken advantage of by both of them, how Dylan lied, and how her mother exploited her. I was filled with pride for Ava. Admitting that you had been duped required a great deal of bravery. Sarah went on. Your Uncle Tom has been amazing. He revealed the true events of Christmas to the entire extended family. He said that what she did was unethical, manipulating your grief in such a way. Most people spent the holiday with him instead of coming to Mom's. She's furious. And Michael, Dad was mortified by the whole thing. He threatened to leave if Mom didn't get help. They're in intensive marriage counseling now. Dylan arrived at my residence 4 months after the divorce was finalized. The grandfather's trust won. He appeared awful, older, leaner, and worn out. He said, I don't deserve to be here. But there's something I need you to know. I listened, but I didn't invite him in. I've attended actual therapy. Not the kind my mother recommended. And I've come to a realization. He hesitated. I'm a coward. I gave in to my mother's manipulation and destroyed the greatest item I've ever owned. I took advantage of your sorrow. At your grandfather's funeral, I held you as you sobbed and considered money. I am a monster. You're telling me this, but why? Because I know what I lost, and I want you to know that. Ava wasn't much better. It was not about the money. Regarding me, your grandfather was correct. I am a vulture. I apologize as well. He hadn't been so honest in years. Finally I said, thank you for saying that. He gave a nod, turned to go, and then turned around. You were amazing that night, for what it's worth. It's the strongest self-control I've ever witnessed. I sat thinking about forgiveness, closure, and the odd way life repeats itself for a long time after he departed. I was seeing a great man named Lucas a year later. I had met him at a foundation function. He was an estate planning lawyer. His father had also passed away recently. He had a unique perspective on grief that most others do not. On the anniversary of our grandfather's passing, we were to his grave. Like every week, I brought flowers. Lucas muttered, "I wish I could have met him. You would have pleased him. You are truthful." That was the most important thing to him. I informed my grandfather about the foundation I had established with a portion of the inheritance, which aims to safeguard vulnerable individuals from unscrupulous family members during times of bereavement and to provide financial literacy. I told him about Lucas and how he had protected me from those who would have taken advantage of my suffering. Everyone believed that I was weak because of grief. Lucas asked if I ever felt bad about the public altercation. I told the headstone, "You knew it would make me stronger. Thank you for protecting me even after you were gone." "No," I replied. Carolyn pretended to be compassionate while I was grieving. She received just what she was due. Her public manipulation is matched by her public exposure. I reflected on the news I had heard. Thanks to her escape, Ava was doing well in her hometown. Dylan was attempting to create something sincere while instructing financial literacy seminars. Michael and Carolyn had split up. At last he had confronted her. I said that grieving doesn't make you weak. More to myself than to my granddad or Lucas. It exposes the true selves of everyone, including you. Grandfather was aware of that. And it wasn't simply the inheritance that was his last gift. Lucas held my hand and whispered softly. To George's wisdom. To wisdom. To those who love us enough to protect us. Even when they're gone. It was demonstrating to me that I was strong enough to defend it and myself from anyone who would try to take advantage of me. As we made our way back to the car, I sensed my grandfather's presence as I always did at his grave. Not gone, but different. Still teaching, protecting, and loving me. While some people believe that getting even is the best form of retaliation, I discovered that the best kind is surviving, thriving, and paying tribute to those who truly loved you. I caught my brother in bed with my fiancée, slapped him across the face. Yet my family chose him. But I took revenge when they least expected. I would have ended my life a year ago if you had told me that I would be writing this from a high-rise in Chicago. While I was living in the state of Minnesota, I married the person that I met in college, and I spent every holiday with my family, who are all very close to one another. It's very amusing that everything may come crashing down in the span of just a single instant. My fiancé and I had been dating for 5 years at the time. I was 28 years old and had just graduated from college. It was during our sophomore year at the University of Minnesota that we first met, hit it off immediately, and began making plans for our future together. I popped the question for the first time in December of last year. She agreed to participate. We were discussing the color schemes that we wanted to use for the wedding by the month of April, completely oblivious to the events that were about to unfold. I returned home early from work on that particular day. I walked inside, set my bag down, and saw that my brother was in bed with my fiancée. There was not a single moment of confusion, and there was certainly no moment where anyone could say, "It's not what it looks like." It was just what it appeared to be. I have no recollection of the words that came out of my mouth when I yelled at them. I simply recall getting in my car and going wherever my feet took me for a number of hours. As soon as I returned, I took all of Rachel's belongings and placed them into garbage bags, which I then put by the door. After a period of 2 days, she returned not to make an apology or to beg for forgiveness, but to inform me that she had fallen in love with my brother. It seems that this had been going on for a number of years. She expressed her apologies. I was not even able to give a reply. I simply instructed her to go. Following that, I fully severed all ties with both my brother and her by blocking them. Initially, I was able to count on my family for support. My parents were quite angry. My sister was of the opinion that he was not welcome at family gatherings, and everyone else agreed with her. That was the sole positive aspect of the situation. I began the process of recovering. I was managing to survive, even though I was not doing well. Then, after the passing of some time, my supervisor summoned me to come into his office. The company had expressed its desire for me to take on the role of manager of the Chicago branch, which had been experiencing difficulties and was in need of a person to help it get back on track, he told me. It was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I did not waver in my decision. I responded in the affirmative. I was doing more than just departing from Minnesota. I was leaving in the past the specters of the life I could have led. According to the plan, I was going to let my family know around Thanksgiving, spend one more Christmas with them, and then begin anew in the year that was to come. That is not anything that took place. I arrived at my parents' house early in the morning on Thanksgiving and parked in their driveway. As is typical, there were numerous cars parked in front of the house. Every holiday, our extended family gathered together for a little reunion. I entered with the anticipation that the place would feel welcoming and familiar to me. On the contrary, Rachel was the first thing that caught my eye. Rachel was sitting next to my brother, and she was having a conversation with my aunt, as if nothing had ever occurred. I became completely paralyzed. After my mother entered the room and spotted me staring off into space, she requested that I take a seat in the living room. My brother and Rachel wouldn't even make eye contact with me, but I didn't really care. My sister and father were sitting closer to them than they were to me, and I found myself unable to stop glancing at them. My mother started to tell me about how much the family had been at odds with each other recently and how it was time to move forward by forgiving one another. I was completely shocked by what had happened. After then, I heard my brother begin to say that he was sorry. Rachel was the one who interjected. Not a single word did I utter. I only had to raise my hand to prevent them from doing so. Instead, I sought out the support of my sister. She paused for a moment before nodding her head, her eyes filled with sorrow, as if to ask, "Is this something you are in agreement with?" I turned my gaze toward my father. Not for a moment did he waver. "Yes," he simply stated. It was at that very time that I came to the realization that I was by myself. I rose to my feet, went away, and did not cast a glance behind me. There was not a single person who followed me. Not a single person made an attempt. I celebrated Thanksgiving at a McDonald's restaurant. The realization that my family had chosen them over me was the most dreadful thing about the whole situation. I was aware of what I needed to do next. I blocked each and every one of them, gave up my family's phone plan, and obtained a new number. All social media platforms have been shut down. I had moved to Chicago and was in the process of unpacking my belongings in a new apartment, beginning a new chapter in my life by the 17th of December. After that, my mother discovered a method of reintegrating herself into my life only last night. After staring at the direct message for an extended period of time, I responded with the following. "You have one son now. I'm no longer part of this family." After that I blocked the new account she had created. The message had said, "Why did you leave without telling us? We miss you. We love you. Please come home for Christmas." I have finished everything. Finished with individuals that prefer to betray rather than remain faithful. Exhausted by a family who placed greater importance on forgiveness than on my suffering, I will be updating my last name in the near future. This is simply another measure taken in order to forget all of that. I currently reside in the city of Chicago. It is a clean slate, a new beginning, and I am filled with anticipation for the future, something that hasn't happened to me in months. Update number 1. I had the impression that beginning a new life in Chicago was going to be my opportunity for a fresh start. I had the impression that I could put everything that happened to me behind me when I was back in Minnesota and that, at long last, I would be able to take a deep breath without the fear of my past coming over me. It was effective for some time. The city was full with fresh and intriguing possibilities. I was beginning to have the sense that I was capable of rebuilding. Even while my job was difficult, it was also rewarding. However, it would seem that no matter how far you escape, your history has a way of finding you. When I was at work and looking through my emails, I came across a forwarded message from Human Resources that immediately threw me off. The employment application that my brother submitted was nothing short of outstanding. In the beginning, I suspected that this was some sort of joke. My brother, who lives here in Chicago, was applying to work for my business. I was unable to understand it. I read the contents of the email after I had opened it. Sure enough, it was him, his complete name, his hometown, and everything else. In his application, he even went so far as to reference me. "My older brother works at your Chicago branch and has always spoken highly of the company." Spoken favorably of the company, did he say? It has been a number of months since I last spoke with him. For the remainder of the day, I was unable to concentrate on anything. What would bring him to this location? Did it happen by chance? Was this done on purpose? I felt a sense of repulsion all over my body as I considered the possibility that he could be attempting to reinsert himself into my life. I considered the possibility of notifying my manager or human resources about everything that has happened, but a part of me was reluctant to appear petty or disrespectful. As a result, I simply sat and remained calm as I contemplated every single detail in my brain. I received my response to the question a few days later. My mother sent me a text message with a different, brand new phone number. Incidentally, she is rather imaginative with these. Your brother is considering relocating to Chicago to begin anew as well. Please do not dwell on the past. Families forgive. We cannot afford to have another Christmas pass without the two of you in attendance. I did not respond. I was unable to do so. Her audacity to portray this situation in a way that makes it seem as though I am the one in the wrong, as though I am the one who caused the disintegration of the family, is astounding. I went out of my way to once again block her and attempted to put the thought out of my head. A week after that, a call came in from a number I did not recognize. Under normal circumstances, I would not have answered, but I was anticipating a phone call from a customer, so I took it. I remained silent as I heard him exclaim, "Hey man, my brother." It was him. He began to speak in a tone of voice that was nearly conversational, as if he were catching up with an old friend, and added, "Look, I know I'm probably the last person you want to hear from." I continued to remain silent in spite of the fact that I said, "But I just wanted to clear the air." He let out a sigh. "Okay, fine, I get it. You don't want to talk to me. I'm trying to move forward. Rachel and I." That was the moment that I disconnected. That was supposed to be the end of the matter, but it was not. I received a parcel at my apartment building the following day. The person who sent it only included my address and their own handwriting, with no further identifying information. A photo of me and my family that had been taken many years ago, when things were more normal, was hanging inside the frame. A Thanksgiving celebration at my parents' home, with everyone in the picture grinning for the camera. A message that read, "We miss you. Please let us fix this," was attached to the frame with tape. Although there was no signature, I knew that it was from my mother. It was my intention to break the frame right there in my living room, but I refrained from doing so. Instead, I threw it in the back of a closet and went for a long walk to clear my head. This period of time was meant to be my opportunity to recuperate. It seemed as though I was being pulled back into the nightmare that I had struggled so hard to avoid, even though Chicago was meant to provide me with an opportunity to start over. I discussed it with a buddy later that week. This person is someone who I have become close to while I have been living in this city. The following statement made a significant impact on me. "Even though you have every right to protect your peace, running doesn't always mean healing." When she said that, it felt as though I had been punched in the stomach. Was I in the process of recovering, or was I simply rushing around? I came to the realization that I required closure. Not for their benefit but for my own. As a result, I did something that I had promised myself I would not do. I spoke to my mother on the phone. The relief that she was feeling was quite apparent the moment that she responded to me. "Oh, thank God. I've been so worried about you. Why is he trying to follow me?" I abruptly interrupted her conversation. After a little silence, she let out a sigh. "He's not trying to follow you. He wants to start fresh too, and Rachel." "Don't!" I immediately yelled. "Don't you dare bring her into this." She became silent all of a sudden. I carried on by saying, "Do you even have an inkling of the magnitude of what you're asking me to do? You're asking me to forgive the two people who destroyed my life. You're asking me to pretend everything's okay for the sake of family. But what about me? What about my feelings?" In a gentle voice she stated, "Your emotions are important to me, and I do care about them. But I also care about your brother, and I don't want to lose either of you." My voice cracked as I spoke the words. "You have already caused me to be lost. The moment you chose them over me, you lost me." I terminated the call prior to her having the opportunity to reply. I am still reeling emotionally, even though a few days have passed since that phone call. I am not certain if I will ever be able to forgive them. In fact, a part of me questions whether I really desire to do so. Nevertheless, I have at least been able to make it plain what my limits are. The most bizarre aspect is that despite all that has transpired, I do not feel like the villain that they have attempted to portray me as. After a long period of time, I am finally feeling lighter. I have the sensation that I am now able to take a deep breath. Closure is not necessarily a straightforward process. It is both terrible and chaotic, and it leaves behind scars that will remain with you for the rest of your life. However, it is also required. I do not only live in Chicago at the present time. To be honest, I believe that I have now come to terms with the fact that I am constructing my life without them in this place. I was becoming accustomed to the city, befriending new people, and dedicating myself to my job. Although things were not perfect, they were stable. After that, everything collapsed once more, as if it had come from nowhere. A wedding invitation was the first thing that arrived, setting things in motion. Indeed, the ceremony at which they were married. Rachel as well as my brother. It was a ridiculous sight when it appeared in my mailbox, a cream-colored envelope with elaborate embossed text that looked quite elegant. At first I didn't even so much as open it. The mere act of catching a glimpse of their names on the front was enough to make my stomach turn. I had left it on my counter for a few days, but I was overcome by curiosity. I do not understand why I anticipated that it would be typical. Naturally, it was not the case. The statement that the two of them were going to be getting married was not the only thing that the invitation included. Oh no, it was essentially a formal letter, but it was actually a full-fledged guilt trip. The contents of the note were written in a handwritten script that was unmistakably my mother's. Salutations, David. We are aware of the fact that there have been difficulties in your relationship with your brother, but we are hopeful that this can serve as a step toward resolving these issues. We would like to extend an invitation to you to join us on this very memorable day. We hope that you will be there to help us make this day even more perfect. For us, family is everything. I hope that you will be able to make it. For us, it would be an enormous favor. Best regards, John as well as Mom. I threw it directly into the garbage can without further consideration after reading it twice. How dare they? Their audacity in expecting me to appear and join in on the celebration of the very thing that completely destroyed my life is astounding. Were they under the impression that this was a situation similar to those depicted in Hallmark movies, in which a loving letter miraculously resolves years' worth of betrayal? I reassured myself that I was finished. This was simply another reminder of the reasons that I originally severed ties with them. However, the reality of the situation is that it affected me. Not because I was tempted to go, absolutely not, but because it made me doubt everything all over again. Was my reaction excessive? Was my behavior childish? Is it possible that I let my bitterness to make me into the antagonist in the drama of my own life? I spent days contemplating it. Chicago no longer felt like a place to go away from things. Whenever I moved from one location to another, I had the sensation that I was carrying the burden of my family with me. I would enter my flat, notice that idiotic wedding invitation among the garbage, and get the sensation of being unable to breathe. The breaking point occurred when I was at my job. I was summoned to my boss's office for a meeting, and I froze up because I had been unable to concentrate for several weeks. I kept revisiting the different instances in which my family had wronged me in my head. As I stepped into his office, I was prepared to be given a lecture or maybe a warning on the way I had been performing. Instead, he gave a smile. "You're killing it, man. I can't believe how much you've turned this office around in such a short time. Keep it up." I expressed my gratitude to him and then departed, but the only thing that was on my mind was the fact that I did not feel as though I was excelling. I had the sensation that I was just managing to stay afloat. I came to a conclusion that evening. The reason that I was compelled to come to terms with my past was not in order to reconcile, but rather to regain my sense of serenity. For the first time since I had left, I reserved a flight that would take me back to Minneapolis. I made the decision to keep my arrival a secret from everybody. This was not concerning the two of them. The subject was me. As soon as I touched down, I was struck in the stomach by the usual cold sensation of the air in Minnesota. Memories rushed back one after the other. Some were good, some were horrible, and they were all intertwined with one another. I am not really sure of what I am looking for, but I rented a car and traveled to the old neighborhood. I found myself outside the home where my parents live. There were vehicles parked in the driveway, and the lights were illuminated. I remained seated for a period of time, considering whether or not I should knock. However, I was able to see them through the window, Rachel and my brother. They were sitting next to one another on the couch and smiling as if they hadn't brought about the complete destruction of my universe. I was unable to accomplish it. I chose to leave by driving in the opposite direction. I made my way to a park in the vicinity that I would frequent when I was a child. It was devoid of anything, blanketed by snow, and silent. I sat down on a bench, staring into the frozen lake. At last, I allowed myself to experience all of the emotions that I had been suppressing for months. The anger, the despair, and the feelings of betrayal, all of which came flooding back to me. Everything spilled out all at once. I remained at that bench until I felt completely drained, as if I had finally expelled the remaining venom that they had injected into me. Upon my return to the city of Chicago, I did something that I had been procrastinating for several weeks. I have submitted the necessary documents in order to get my last name changed officially. This was not something that was decided upon on a whim. That excursion to Minneapolis made me certain of my decision. I had been mulling it over for some time prior to that. Due to my name, I became a member of a family that had caused me to be shattered. It was as though I was slicing the last remaining thread that was anchoring me to them when I made the switch. After a few days had passed, I received a phone call from my mother. I refrained from responding, of course, but she left me a voicemail saying, "Please just think about coming to the wedding. It would mean so much to us. To your brother, he misses you, you know." I deleted it without listening to the remainder of the message. I will not be in attendance at that wedding. It does not matter to me in the slightest if they leave 1,000 more voicemails or send out 100 additional invitations. I have made my decision, and they have made theirs by taking his side. I have the impression that I am progressing, not evading or retreating, but genuinely moving forward. This is the first time in a long while that I have felt this way. Chicago is now my home, and not only because it is where I reside. It is also my home because I am finally rediscovering who I am there. They have the freedom to get married, start a family, and tell their own version of the narrative. I have reached my limit in terms of the burden that it represents. Update number 3. Last Saturday, the wedding ceremony took place. I was not present at that time, as is evident, yet I nevertheless somehow sensed its presence, as if it were a shadow hanging over my new life. In the weeks leading up to it, I prepared myself for some last-ditch attempt to contact me, another phone call, another letter, or perhaps even someone appearing at my door. However, nothing materialized. It was almost frustrating in a strange way, as if I had been preparing for a battle that didn't end up taking place. The silence, on the other hand, was more noticeable. I was aware that social media would be flooded with it. I had not blocked my entire family. I had only barred my parents, brother, and Rachel. As a result, I was able to locate the content that I had been avoiding after opening Instagram, and it didn't take me very long to do so. Congratulations to my favorite people. Love wins. That was the statement accompanying the image my cousin shared on social media. In it, Rachel was wearing a flowy white dress, and my brother was wearing a tuxedo. The two of them were beaming from ear to ear, looking every bit the picture-perfect couple. My sister stood on the opposite side, carrying a bouquet in her hands, while my parents stood next to them, beaming with pride. I admit that I looked at it for a longer period of time than I would like to. It was like I was peering into a parallel universe in which I did not exist. There was the brother who destroyed my life, the fiancé who was unfaithful to me, the parents who pleaded with me to forgive them, and then went ahead and celebrated with them when I refused to do so, and finally, my sister who was unable to even make eye contact with me as I walked out on Thanksgiving. They appeared to be joyful, even bright. And that is the accomplishment that has been achieved more than any other. I attempted to forget about the application by shutting it down, completely erasing it from my phone, and then making every effort to erase it from my thoughts. However, the reality of the situation is that when I saw that picture, it let loose a floodgate that I was not ready for. For the rest of the day, I walked back and forth in my apartment, feeling every possible emotion that came to mind, including rage, grief, and even guilt. Did I play the role of the antagonist in this situation? Was it appropriate for them to move on with their lives and develop something new while I remained trapped in the past? It came to my mind to unlock my mother's phone number, to give her a call, and to finally get all that I had been keeping to myself out in the open. However, I soon came to the realization that regardless of what I said, nothing was going to change. They decided what they wanted to do. They proceeded without my participation. As a result, I chose to do something else. After grabbing my coat, I exited my flat and made my way to a bar that was located a few blocks away from me. It was nothing to write home about. It was simply a dive bar in the neighborhood that I had gone to a few times with people I worked with. Without any distractions and without any noise, I sat at the counter, ordered a drink, and let myself to experience everything. It is highly probable that the bartender observed something unusual on my face because he inquired, "Rough day?" I responded with a sour laugh. We exchanged a few words, only light conversation, nothing serious, but it was nice to have a connection with someone who wasn't aware of my history or burdened by the weight of my previous experiences. It was a difficult year. It made me realize that, beyond the confines of my family's drama, there is a whole world that exists. I began to feel as though I was becoming lighter as the night progressed. It is not the case that it has been healed, nor is it entire, but it is lighter. I was able to wake up with a clear head the following morning, which was the first time in months that this had happened. It occurred to me that there was no need for me to continually look behind my back, anticipating the next attack. The ceremony of the marriage had come to an end. The chapter has come to an end. I compiled a list of things I wanted to accomplish, things I had been delaying because I was too preoccupied with my own thoughts. Get out and see more of the city. Register for that cooking class that I had been considering. Volunteer at an animal shelter. Anything to remind myself that my life belongs to me now, not to them. I made the initial move on that particular day. I stepped into the door of a tattoo parlor that I had gone by more than 100 times but had never mustered the courage to enter. For a number of years, I had been contemplating having a tattoo, but I had not been able to decide on a design. I have now completed it. I exited with a little but symbolically significant tattoo on my forearm. A compass with the needle pointing in the direction of north. It was a feeling of rightness. A reminder for me to continue pushing forward, to remain loyal to myself, and to discover my own unique route in life. It is not possible for me to express how I want that I could tell you that I feel entirely at peace now that I have allowed myself to release all of the anger and pain that I have been holding on to. But the reality is that the process of recovery is not a straight line. There are still times when I am acutely aware of the burden that it all entails. I am left feeling empty after waking up from dreams in which I recall what I believed my life would be like. However, I am learning to bear it in a new way. Chicago has become more than just a location to get away from it all. Now, it is a home. I have discovered a sense of community in this place, which is comprised of a circle of friends who make me feel more at home than any family I have ever known. They are unaware of the entire situation, and there is no necessity for them to be aware of it. They only need to be aware of the fact that I am present, that I am making an effort, and that is sufficient. My mother sent me another mail just a few days ago. This time, it did not exhibit anger or plead. I did not respond to the straightforward message that read, "The door is always open if you want to come back, we miss you." Perhaps I will one day feel prepared to confront them once more, or perhaps I will not. Regardless of what happens, I am now fully aware that my self-worth is not contingent upon their approval or forgiveness. I am feeling a sense of excitement about the direction that my life might take me in the future, which is something that I have not felt in what seems like an eternity. This is because it is directly connected to the decisions that I make regarding the way in which I conduct my life going forward. John as well as Mom. I threw it directly into the garbage can without further consideration after reading it twice. How dare they? Their audacity in expecting me to appear and join in on the celebration of the very thing that completely destroyed my life is astounding. Were they under the impression that this was a situation similar to those depicted in Hallmark movies, in which a loving letter miraculously resolves years' worth of betrayal? I reassured myself that I was finished. This was simply another reminder of the reasons that I originally severed ties with them. However, the reality of the situation is that it affected me. Not because I was tempted to go, absolutely not. But because it made me doubt everything all over again. Was my reaction excessive? Was my behavior childish? Is it possible that I let my bitterness to make me into the antagonist in the drama of my own life? I spent days contemplating it. Chicago no longer felt like a place to go away from things. Whenever I moved from one location to another, I had the sensation that I was carrying the burden of my family with me. I would enter my flat, notice that idiotic wedding invitation among the garbage, and get the sensation of being unable to breathe. The breaking point occurred when I was at my job. I was summoned to my boss's office for a meeting, and I froze up because I had been unable to concentrate for several weeks. I kept revisiting the different instances in which my family had wronged me in my head. As I stepped into his office, I was prepared to be given a lecture or maybe a warning on the way I had been performing. Instead, he gave a smile. "You're killing it, man. I can't believe how much you've turned this office around in such a short time. Keep it up." I expressed my gratitude to him and then departed, but the only thing that was on my mind was the fact that I did not feel as though I was excelling. I had the sensation that I was just managing to stay afloat. I came to a conclusion that evening. The reason that I was compelled to come to terms with my past was not in order to reconcile, but rather to regain my sense of serenity. For the first time since I had left, I reserved a flight that would take me back to Minneapolis. I made the decision to keep my arrival a secret from everybody. This was not concerning the two of them. The subject was me. As soon as I touched down, I was struck in the stomach by the usual cold sensation of the air in Minnesota. Memories rushed back one after the other. Some were good, some were horrible, and they were all intertwined with one another. I am not really sure of what I am looking for, but I rented a car and traveled to the old neighborhood. I found myself outside the home where my parents live. There were vehicles parked in the driveway, and the lights were illuminated. I remained seated for a period of time, considering whether or not I should knock. However, I was able to see them through the window. Rachel and my brother. They were sitting next to one another on the couch and smiling as if they hadn't brought about the complete destruction of my universe. I was unable to accomplish it. I chose to leave by driving in the opposite direction. I made my way to a park in the vicinity that I would frequent when I was a child. It was devoid of anything, blanketed by snow, and silent. I sat down on a bench, staring into the frozen lake. At last, I allowed myself to experience all of the emotions that I had been suppressing for months. The anger, the despair, and the feelings of betrayal. All of which came flooding back to me. Everything spilled out all at once. I remained at that bench until I felt completely drained, as if I had finally expelled the remaining venom that they had injected into me. Upon my return to the city of Chicago, I did something that I had been procrastinating for several weeks. I have submitted the necessary documents in order to get my last name changed officially. This was not something that was decided upon on a whim. That excursion to Minneapolis made me certain of my decision. I had been mulling it over for some time prior to that. Due to my name, I became a member of a family that had caused me to be shattered. It was as though I was slicing the last remaining thread that was anchoring me to them when I made the switch. After a few days had passed, I received a phone call from my mother. I refrained from responding, of course. But she left me a voicemail saying, "Please just think about coming to the wedding. It would mean so much to us. To your brother. He misses you, you know." I deleted it without listening to the remainder of the message. I will not be in attendance at that wedding. It does not matter to me in the slightest if they leave 1,000 more voicemails or send out 100 additional invitations. I have made my decision, and they have made theirs by taking his side. I have the impression that I am progressing, not evading or retreating, but genuinely moving forward. This is the first time in a long while that I have felt this way. Chicago is now my home, and not only because it is where I reside, it is also my home because I am finally rediscovering who I am there. They have the freedom to get married, start a family, and tell their own version of the narrative. I have reached my limit in terms of the burden that it represents. Update number 3. Last Saturday the wedding ceremony took place. I was not present at that time, as is evident, yet I nevertheless somehow sensed its presence, as if it were a shadow hanging over my new life. In the weeks leading up to it, I prepared myself for some last-ditch attempt to contact me, another phone call, another letter, or perhaps even someone appearing at my door. However, nothing materialized. It was almost frustrating in a strange way, as if I had been preparing for a battle that didn't end up taking place. The silence, on the other hand, was more noticeable. I was aware that social media would be flooded with it. I had not blocked my entire family. I had only barred my parents, brother, and Rachel. As a result, I was able to locate the content that I had been avoiding after opening Instagram, and it didn't take me very long to do so. Congratulations to my favorite people. Love wins. That was the statement accompanying the image my cousin shared on social media. In it, Rachel was wearing a flowy white dress, and my brother was wearing a tuxedo. The two of them were beaming from ear to ear, looking every bit the picture-perfect couple. My sister stood on the opposite side, carrying a bouquet in her hands, while my parents stood next to them, beaming with pride. I admit that I looked at it for a longer period of time than I would like to. It was like I was peering into a parallel universe in which I did not exist. There was the brother who destroyed my life, the fiancé who was unfaithful to me, the parents who pleaded with me to forgive them, and then went ahead and celebrated with them when I refused to do so, and finally my sister who was unable to even make eye contact with me as I walked out on Thanksgiving. They appeared to be joyful, even bright, and that is the accomplishment that has been achieved more than any other. I attempted to forget about the application by shutting it down, completely erasing it from my phone, and then making every effort to erase it from my thoughts. However, the reality of the situation is that when I saw that picture, it let loose a floodgate that I was not ready for. For the rest of the day, I walked back and forth in my apartment, feeling every possible emotion that came to mind, including rage, grief, and even guilt. Did I play the role of the antagonist in this situation? Was it appropriate for them to move on with their lives and develop something new while I remained trapped in the past? It came to my mind to unlock my mother's phone number, to give her a call, and to finally get all that I had been keeping to myself out in the open. However, I soon came to the realization that regardless of what I said, nothing was going to change. They decided what they wanted to do. They proceeded without my participation. As a result, I chose to do something else. After grabbing my coat, I exited my flat and made my way to a bar that was located a few blocks away from me. It was nothing to write home about. It was simply a dive bar in the neighborhood that I had gone to a few times with people I worked with. Without any distractions and without any noise, I sat at the counter, ordered a drink, and let myself to experience everything. It is highly probable that the bartender observed something unusual on my face because he inquired, "Rough day?" I responded with a sour laugh. We exchanged a few words, only light conversation, nothing serious, but it was nice to have a connection with someone who wasn't aware of my history or burdened by the weight of my previous experiences. It was a difficult year. It made me realize that beyond the confines of my family's drama, there is a whole world that exists. I began to feel as though I was becoming lighter as the night progressed. It is not the case that it has been healed, nor is it entire, but it is lighter. I was able to wake up with a clear head the following morning, which was the first time in months that this had happened. It occurred to me that there was no need for me to continually look behind my back, anticipating the next attack. The ceremony of the marriage had come to an end. The chapter has come to an end. I compiled a list of things I wanted to accomplish. Things I had been delaying because I was too preoccupied with my own thoughts. Get out and see more of the city. Register for that cooking class that I had been considering, volunteer at an animal shelter, anything to remind myself that my life belongs to me now, not to them. I made the initial move on that particular day. I stepped into the door of a tattoo parlor that I had gone by more than 100 times but had never mustered the courage to enter. For a number of years, I had been contemplating having a tattoo, but I had not been able to decide on a design. I have now completed it. I exited with a little but symbolically significant tattoo on my forearm, a compass with the needle pointing in the direction of north. It was a feeling of rightness, a reminder for me to continue pushing forward, to remain loyal to myself, and to discover my own unique route in life. It is not possible for me to express how I want that I could tell you that I feel entirely at peace now that I have allowed myself to release all of the anger and pain that I have been holding on to. But the reality is that the process of recovery is not a straight line. There are still times when I am acutely aware of the burden that it all entails. I am left feeling empty after waking up from dreams in which I recall what I believed my life would be like. However, I am learning to bear it in a new way. Chicago has become more than just a location to get away from it all. Now, it is a home. I have discovered a sense of community in this place, which is comprised of a circle of friends who make me feel more at home than any family I have ever known. They are unaware of the entire situation, and there is no necessity for them to be aware of it. They only need to be aware of the fact that I am present, that I am making an effort, and that is sufficient. My mother sent me another mail just a few days ago. This time, it did not exhibit anger or plead. I did not respond to the straightforward message that read, "The door is always open if you want to come back. We miss you." Perhaps I will one day feel prepared to confront them once more, or perhaps I will not. Regardless of what happens, I am now fully aware that my self-worth is not contingent upon their approval or forgiveness. I am feeling a sense of excitement about the direction that my life might take me in the future, which is something that I have not felt in what seems like an eternity. This is because it is directly connected to the decisions that I make regarding the way in which I conduct my life going forward. My parents cut me off when I divorced my cheating husband. Now, they beg for forgiveness because he was arrested for harassing a teen intern. So this is pretty sensitive, and I'm in a bit of a hurry. So please ignore any mistakes I make. This is about my ex-husband, my family, and me, of course. James, my ex-husband, 30M, and I, 29F, got divorced 4 years ago. He and I had met in college, got married right after graduation, and ended things just after 2 years of marriage. But my parents loved him, and immediately assumed that I must have screwed things up. And in fact, just saying that they loved him would be an understatement. They were probably in love with him, and they treated him like their own son. Actually, even better than how they treated my brothers. They loved him and stayed in touch with him even after we got divorced. I'm the oldest of 3 siblings. I have a younger sister, 24F, and brother, 23M. And all of them cut me off right after I filed for a divorce, because they wanted me to sit back and work things out with James. But I was not willing to give him a chance. I had my reasons too. Even though I was pregnant, I wanted a divorce because I had found out that he had been cheating on me with one of our mutual friends from college. But he and his parents had said that since I was in my second trimester when I found out, I should probably try to sort things out with him, go for counseling, and fix our marriage. I didn't care about any of that though, and I knew that my parents were not going to be happy. But I still went ahead and filed for a divorce because, for me, my dignity was more important than anything else. Of course, it hurt a lot that all of them cut me off without a second thought, even my siblings. But that couldn't be helped. For the past 4 years after my baby was born, I have had pretty much no contact with James or anybody else from the family, but all of them do get together every now and then. And my friends tell me about it. They are the only support system I have had. And apart from a child support check every month, I don't receive anything. No messages. No calls. Nothing. It used to hurt earlier, but now I'm used to it. I remember for a fact that when I had told my family that I was filing for a divorce from James, and I had even explained to them the reason I was doing so, they had tried to get me to stop. And when I had refused to listen, my parents had told me that they were going to cut me off. They had assumed that James must not have cheated, and that it all must have been my fault somehow, and I must be overreacting because they believed that I was crazy, and they made my siblings cut me off too because they did not want them exposed to a lost cause like me. I'm adding all this so that people know exactly how I was treated. Anyway, all that was in the past, and slowly I learned to live without them. And thankfully, I had my daughter, my job, and my friends. So, I got by just fine. And now, 4 years later, they have finally reached back out to me because they have found out how nasty James actually is. It came as a surprise to me as well, but I'm guessing it must be worse for them because they have kept in touch with him all these years. And recently, he was all over the local news because of a really horrible and nasty incident. I don't want to get into it too much, but basically, he's in trouble because he tried to corner one of the interns who works in his office, and made unwanted advances toward her. Apparently, it had been going on for almost 3 months, and he had been creeping her out. So, she decided to record this particular incident, and then she reported him to the cops directly. I've seen bits and pieces of the footage, and it's really bad, and it disgusts me that I had anything to do with this man in the past. The cherry on top is that this girl, the intern, is literally just 19. It's all really disturbing, and for the past few days, I've been receiving messages of consolation from pretty much everyone I know, which is odd because I don't have anything to do with him, but I do appreciate the concern. The weirdest thing that has happened though is that a couple of days ago, right after the news broke, my parents and my siblings called me up crying, asking me for forgiveness, telling me that they had no idea that this was the kind of person that James was. They started apologizing, told me that they had made a huge mistake, and they wanted me to forgive them, and wanted me to fix things with them, but I just heard them out, told them that there was no chance of this happening ever. And then I hung up. I mentioned this to a cousin, and he told me that apparently, they are being shamed by the entire family. Everyone is calling them out for abandoning me back when I needed them. And earlier, while things have been strained between my family and the rest of my relatives, people have now started cutting them off. I don't know why I feel partially responsible for that. And I feel like maybe I should sort things out with them because I don't know if I will ever get an opportunity like this again. Although on the other hand, I don't think it should have taken something like this for them to reach out to me and apologize because after all, James is not their family, but I am. I'm just very confused. So, Clara for refusing to forgive my family because they cut me off while I was getting divorced from my husband. Update 1. Hey, thank you so much for all the supportive comments and for reassuring me that I'm not the bad guy here. I had almost started to question myself because I was feeling really bad. But I think that has more to do with the state of things right now rather than me wanting to genuinely forgive them for everything that happened. The past few days have been very confusing and mentally draining for me. Because even though I don't have anything to do with James right now, I know for a fact that we were together for a very long time. And no matter how much I want to, I can't change that. I literally have a daughter with him. And I don't know why, but it's just very disturbing to think that if I had never found out about his affair, we would have still been together. In fact, I don't even know how many other women he has cheated on me with. How many women he has made uncomfortable and creeped out. Even right now, lots of new information is coming out about him. Lots of women are posting about him, and it's just been very stressful for me. I have been contacted several times by the local news for my comments, and random people have been reaching out to me either to tell me that I'm strong or to tell me that I'm a horrible person. I don't know why. And I've never been to any of this before. So, naturally, I've been feeling quite stressed out. I think that's why I started rethinking everything that I have done, but I know for a fact that none of this is my fault. I couldn't have possibly known what kind of a person he really was. And if I had, I never would have gotten together with him. But anyway, thank you so much to everybody who commented. It really means a lot to me, especially right now because things have been very tense in my life for the past couple of days. It's just really frustrating because I don't understand how I am answerable for my ex-husband's choices. We haven't been together for the past 4 years. I haven't even spoken to him. And this elf. I don't think it's a necessity that she can't deal without. I think she'll be fine without them since they never cared about her before this. And honestly, all the emotional sentimental drama that they put across in the email really did not make a difference to me. It actually just really irritated me, to be honest. Because every time I think about it, it just reminds me of the fact that something so horrible had to happen for my own family to realize that they should probably be on my side here and not on his. I don't understand. Even back then, when I was getting divorced, they should have supported me, no questions asked. Right now they say we're family, but back then, that was not the case. They shouldn't have felt the need to wait for something so bad to happen to reach out to me. They knew for a fact that he had been cheating on me while I was pregnant with his baby. And how was that not enough for them to take my side on this? All of them wanted me to forgive him and keep pretending everything was fine. It really wasn't. And when I refused to play by their rules, I suddenly became the bad guy. And I was a lost cause, and nobody bothered to check up on me for the next 4 years until now. So, yeah, I think they should stick to siding with James. Let's see where that takes them now. Because truth be told, I have no intention of forgiving them at any point in time. They really hurt me. They broke me irreversibly, and that cannot be taken back. I left James no matter how much I loved him because I knew that what he had done could not be fixed. And now it's the same with my family as well. They can send me all the emails they want, but it's not going to make any difference. I have made up my mind. Update 3. Hey. So it's been 4 weeks since my last update, and after that email, I blocked them. But that did not deter them. They just kept on creating new accounts, sending me emails, apologizing, and it was the same drill over and over again. At one point, I got really frustrated. And I thought that I would just contact them, and I would let them know that this was not going to work. But then that would be playing into their hands, talking to them, and communicating with them. Isn't that exactly what they wanted? So, I decided against it. And this continued for a couple of days, almost 2 weeks. But since last week, I haven't heard from them. I thought that this was over. But now it's my siblings, who are going out of their way to get in touch with me. I can totally understand why they are so desperate to have my forgiveness, because they want to show everyone that I have forgiven them, and everything's fine in our family, because they don't want to be portrayed as villains anymore. I think I had mentioned earlier that the entire family is against them at the moment. Nobody wants to talk to them, and they have pretty much been cut off by everyone, and I don't think that they are enjoying that very much. They had already started being disliked by people when they did not feel the need to be kind to me while I was going through the divorce. But even then, at least the family had kept in touch with them out of a sense of obligation. Now all that is out of the window, and they have been ostracized by everyone because of how they have treated me in the past. I just think that they are just having to face the consequences of their own actions. But I'm guessing they can't handle it. That's really resentful, and has been in getting now. Anyway, my siblings reached out to me. They sent me a text from a new number saying that they were really sorry about everything that had happened. But I had to know that they really had not intended for me to be cut off from the family like this. Apparently, according to what they are claiming in the text, they had fought really hard against our parents. But there was no point because they had been very strict about what they wanted, and they did not think that they could fight against our parents, because back then both of them were financially reliant on them. And my brother actually still is. They claimed that they were very young, so they really did not have a choice but to do as our parents asked. So, if not them, at least I should consider forgiving my siblings, because they really did not have any other options. At least that's what they believe. But I don't agree with that. I honestly think that they could have fought harder for me because, I remember that growing up, since I was the oldest, I was always on their side. Whether I got along with my parents or not, I always got along well with them, and I thought that they loved me. So, it came as a huge shock to me when, during the divorce, they decided to side with my parents instead of with me. And the fact that they were financially dependent on them doesn't really mean much to me. It might make me sound petty, but I don't really care, because if they really wanted to talk to me, comfort me, they could have contacted me later, when things had died down a little. But for 4 years, They did not bother to reach out to me. And it's not like our parents would have found out. They are not any sort of tech geniuses. My siblings could have easily hidden it from them, and spoken to me. It was a choice. A conscious choice, that they made not to do any of this. And now they want to pretend like they were with me all along, but just couldn't show it to me because of our parents. I call BS on that. I think they just want to be seen as the good guys now. Just like our parents. So, there's no real difference between all of them. Anyway, they did reach out to me recently. And I did not respond. I didn't have anything to say to them. To be very honest, what could I possibly say after 4 years? It's not that I have not imagined this in my head. I have, and always I have had some very nasty things to say to them. But now, since things have materialized, I don't feel like responding to them, or engaging with them at all, because I know there's no point in what I have been through for the past 4 years, and during the divorce. Nobody else knows because nobody else bothered to find out, and especially regarding my siblings. It hurt a lot. Even more than when my parents disowned me. And that apology is coming a little too late for me. And it's too little for me to actually forgive them. It's too little for me to even consider forgiving them and letting everything go. I don't think I can do so. Not right now. Besides, I've already gotten used to life without these people, and I don't want to go back to who I used to be before. I don't think I can realistically speak, because I've been through everything by myself with emotional support only from my friends and nobody else. So now I think it'll be impossible for me to be the same person that they used to know earlier. I'm not that person anymore. And that's why I can't forgive them. Any of them, to be honest, not just my siblings. It hurts, but that's how it is. Update 4. Hi. So it's been a couple of days since my last update when my siblings reached out to me. I did not respond to them. And after that, nobody else texted me or reached out to me for a couple of days. I've been trying to get my life back on track since my mental health for the past couple of weeks, ever since James made the news, has been pretty derailed. I was feeling very uncomfortable all the time, but then, a couple of days back, I made this active decision to not think about these things because what does it even have to do with me? So, with that in mind, I decided to start planning a trip. But of course, my parents reached out to me just as I had made up my mind to go. They sent me another email. And this time I learned some new information. Now everything makes even more sense because apparently, my sister is engaged. She has been with her boyfriend for the past 2 years. They've been going strong, and he recently proposed. They were about to announce it on social media, but then the news about James came out and, well, that went for a toss. In fact, since her fiancé's family knows that my family was in touch with James, they were skeptical about even going ahead with the wedding, but thankfully, my sister's fiancé loved her enough to convince his parents otherwise. So, they are definitely getting married. The problem is that because the entire family has turned against my parents and siblings, they are in a bit of a tough spot because if they don't fix things quickly, nobody might end up showing up for the event. They had even planned on throwing an engagement party next month. But even that is being questioned right now because, like I said, nobody from the family wants to talk to them. And the only way to fix this would be to show people that I have forgiven them. And who knows, maybe people might follow my lead and start talking to them again, because after all, what most people are upset about is how my family had abandoned me when I had needed them the most. They have a fair point. I definitely can solve this problem for them. Or at least I can try to because I know that if I say it, my relatives might consider getting back in touch with my family. They will be cold, but at least there will be some sort of contact. And they won't completely ostracize my family like they have been doing so far. But that's only and only if I say something to indicate that I have decided to forgive my parents and siblings, and I am trying to prepare my relationship with them, which I'm not actually trying to do. So, I don't feel the need to lie about it either, not even for the sake of her wedding or her happiness. I think right now my own mental health is more important to me. In the past few weeks, everything has been pretty bad for me, and I don't think that interacting with my family is going to make things better. It's just going to keep reminding me of everything that I've been trying to forget. So, tough luck. But I don't think I'm going to be helping them with this, because, after all, it's not my responsibility to make sure that the rest of the family shows up for my sister, and that she doesn't end up looking like a fool. I did not dig this hole for them. I'm not going to get them out of it either. And the fact that they had been reaching out to me for this reason, that she's getting married in a couple of months, and she wants the rest of the family to show up so that no awkward questions are asked by her fiancé's family, is even more insulting. I don't understand why they thought it would be a good idea to share this with me because it just makes me feel like they were reaching out to me for their own personal gain and nothing else. Everything has to be for their own selfish reasons. Even here, they couldn't just apologize to me because they wanted to, because they were really sorry about everything that had happened. They were reaching out just because there was going to be a wedding in the family, and they wanted it to go well. It's just so insulting for me to even think about it right now. I can't even deal with it. But anyway, I have already mentioned that I have made up my mind about this, and I'm not going back on that. I don't care about the wedding. I don't care about them at all, and I'm going to go ahead on my trip and ignore them for the rest of their days. We are done. I don't even consider them my family anymore. I don't have anything to do with them. And I don't want anything to do with them in the future either. I guess this was pretty much the last straw because, until now, I had been feeling like I was being way too hard on them. But now I don't feel like that anymore. I guess for them, it's more important to be thought of as good people by everyone else in the family, rather than actually being good people. I know I'm all over the place right now, but honestly, I am just really annoyed by everything that they have done so far. As if I haven't been through enough already, they feel the need to constantly keep reaching out to me. Keep bothering me without caring about how I feel. Yes, even though I have made it sufficiently clear that I don't want anything to do with them. It's as selfish as it gets. But then again, that's how they really are. So, I'm not surprised by this. Update 5. Okay, guys. So, I just came back from my trip. I went on a short weekend getaway to the nearby beach with a bunch of my friends, and I had a lot of fun. It was a good distraction from everything that I've been going through, and they really supported me while I was sharing with them whatever I was going through. So, that was really nice. But even that was not completely interruption-free because, the day before we were supposed to come back, my nanny called me up and she told me that my parents had come to visit me. My nanny has been with me ever since my daughter was a child, because obviously, being a single mom, it would be almost impossible for me to survive without her. Not just because I would need to go out, but also because I had work. I would sometimes need to go away on work assignments as well. And I knew that I couldn't always rely on my friends to help me out because they had their jobs and lives as well. So, my nanny has pretty much been a part of my little family. And she knows everything about my problems, including my relationship with my parents. And thankfully, that's why she was wise enough not to open the door when she realized that it was my parents standing outside. She only called me up after they had left, just to inform me, and I was very glad that she had the wherewithal to deal with the situation appropriately. Basically, she did exactly what I would have suggested to her, without even me having to tell her. And we also got lucky, because my daughter stayed quiet when her nanny asked her to, because otherwise, she would have given it away, and my parents would have known that I was avoiding them. Anyway, this was the phone call that I received a day before I was supposed to come back home, and even though everything was fine, no real damage was done because my daughter did not end up meeting her grandparents. I still made up my mind that I was going to move. I don't know how they found out where I stay. But I'm not interested in staying there anymore. I've already started speaking to my realtor, and I'm going to look for a place closer to my friends because right now, I live in a pretty isolated neighborhood. Anyway, I'm just glad that I did not have to interact with them directly because I don't think I would have wanted that. And going away on this trip really brought a lot of clarity to me. I realized that I was letting them have a lot of control over my life inadvertently, even though I had no intention of doing so. But automatically, the only way to deal with this is by just not caring. I don't have to read their emails. I don't have to think about them. I just don't have to do any of that. So that's what I'm going to implement in my life now. Update 6. Hi. So, it's been a few weeks since my last update. And right now I'm posting this from my new house. It's in a better location, closer to my friends, and it's more convenient for my nanny as well as for her commute. It's pretty perfect for me because it's not that far off from my workplace. And in short, I think I got really lucky. I guess it was a great decision to make the move after all. Anyway, enough about me. For the past few weeks, I have been implementing whatever I spoke about in my last update. I've been actively trying not to think about my family. I've been ignoring all their emails. I've not even been reading them. And they keep sending them. But it just doesn't make a difference anymore. I did hear from a couple of my relatives that they received invitations to her engagement party. But I don't think anybody's going to show up. So, That's going to be a bummer for them. But honestly, they did this to themselves. I really wish things could have turned out differently, at least with my siblings, because with them, I actually had a better relationship as compared to my parents. But then, life doesn't always work out the way that we wanted to. And I think I'm fine with that now. At least whatever happened to me, it happened for the best, because I have my daughter, I have my friends, and I have a good job. And I have people who love me and who I can count on. So, I think that's good enough for me. Caught my husband bragging about his affair with my best friend for 3 years. I immediately kicked him out, took back my $50,000, and left him homeless. I'm in my hallway at 6:47 p.m. Thursday. Holding this chocolate ganache cake. I spent 4 hours creating after work. I can hear Jake and his friends crying in the living room, howling, inebriated, laughing. I left work early, picked up Olivia from daycare, dropped her off at my parents' house, grabbed all the party items from Target, and ran home before him to set up his surprise 32nd birthday party. But he beat me home. 6 mature men are sprawled across my sectional with beer cans everywhere, watching a TV show that makes them cackle like hyenas. Our wedding video. They're viewing our 4-year-old wedding video. This dessert has frozen me in the doorway. James nods to the TV. Look, here it comes. Jake says, oh man, watch this. I see myself in my wedding dress talking to my aunt at the dessert table. Jake and Rachel, my high school best friend, are near the bar. My maid of honor, Rachel. The video shows him leaning in to kiss her. Really kiss her. No peck. His hand covers her waist and more. I was too busy with 220 guests to see this at my wedding. But the video shows it clearly. Jake visits pals. Remember when I kissed Rachel during the reception? She could not resist me that night. Chris is dying laughing. Your wife never suspected a thing. She was too busy with guests. Jake shrugs and says, she's so naive. I'm still standing there with cake in my hands, decorations in my car, and my phone in my back pocket, slowly pulling it out and recording because what the hell is happening? Jake takes another beer drink and continues. Been secretly meeting her for 3 years now. His boys high-five him. Jake says, honestly, I only stay because her dad pays our mortgage, and she does everything around the house like a maid anyway, so why would I leave? James says, 3 years. Man. That's impressive. They all clinked their glasses. Clinked them to rejoice. My hand started shaking after 3 minutes of this. They compared Rachel to me, saying Rachel is more fun, and doesn't complain about finances or garage cleaning. How I'm a live-in home manager who sometimes shares his bed. Jake stated that. In-house manager. I gently backed out of the hallway, put the cake on the kitchen counter, walked outside, and sat in my car in my driveway for 10 minutes, breathing, to avoid committing a criminal. Since Jake's venture failed, and he was unemployed for 10 months, my dad has paid our mortgage for 3 years. My dad writes the check every month because Jake stated he was recovering and needed time. My dad feels Jake is a nice husband, since he acts well at family dinners. I work full-time, handle everything at home, and take care of Olivia, who turned 5. Meal planning, invisible labor, and presumably becoming the punchline of his repulsive friend's jokes while he sleeps with my best friend, 3 years. He's seen Rachel for 3 years. That automobile was where I performed the math. That suggests it began during pregnancy. Jake would pretend he was going to the gym or seeing his friend Ben for drinks, while I had hyperemesis gravidarum and couldn't eat for months. When I was sick and couch-bound, he came home at 10 p.m. Perfume-scented. I believed him when he stated Ben's girlfriend used too much perfume, and got it on him when she hugged him goodbye. Calling my sister Emma from the car. Not even hi. Just started ranting and she goes, what? I say, yeah. So I just found out Jake has been cheating with Rachel for 3 years by walking in on him watching our wedding video with his friends and bragging about it. Emma says, I'm coming over right now. I say, no, because he doesn't know I know yet, and I need to figure this out. She convinced me to send her the video first. Smart. I texted it to her phone and myself from 3 different numbers to be sure I had backups everywhere. I returned inside. Still viewing the wedding video. While doing our first dance, Chris said, dude, you're literally dancing with your wife, while thinking about her best friend. And Jake said, makes it hotter. Honestly. I went from the living room to our bedroom, closed the door, opened his closet, and started pulling clothes off hangers and shoving them in garbage bags. The huge black ones took his shoes, fitness gear, And silly graphic tees he thinks are antique but make him look like a middle school shopaholic. I could hear them laughing outside. I filled 4 trash bags before hearing footsteps. Jake opened the bedroom door and asked, "Babe, when did you get home?" I was standing there with garbage bags full of his belongings. I gazed at him as he asked, "What are you doing?" "Holding a beer." Pizza stained his shirt. "This is my husband, whom I've supported financially and emotionally while he messes with my best friend and mocks me to his boys." I add, "I came home to surprise you for your birthday. Had your favorite cake and decorations in my car." Revisit. Revisit it. A veritable dia. Instead, I got to hear you tell your friends how you've been meeting Rachel behind my back for 3 years and only stay with me because my dad pays your bills. His face was like a vampire. He stammered and said, "Babe, wait. I can explain that wasn't." I said, "Do not call me babe ever again. I have the whole thing on video." He changed tactics and said it was locker room gossip. He exaggerated to impress his friends. I asked, "So, you weren't kissing Rachel at our wedding reception?" He answered, "That was nothing. Just a drunk mistake 4 years ago. That's it." I played the video on my phone. He claims to have met her for 3 years. He called me gullible, saying my dad pays our mortgage as a joke. I nearly dropped my phone when he grabbed it. I threatened to call the police and remove him if he touched me or my phone. He recanted but began a speech about marriage being hard and making mistakes. "But we can overcome this. Pack whatever he needs for the next few days. He's leaving. He can remain with James, Chris, or anyone else, but not here. Nowhere near me or Olivia." He kept negotiating, saying he has nowhere to go, and begging to sleep on the couch, promising not to bother me. I said hour and returned to the bedroom to gather his items. He followed me, stood in the doorway calling, "Please. Just let me explain everything." I turned around and screamed that there is no acceptable answer. That I don't care why, how, or his excuse. He lied to me for 3 years, slept next to me at night, played happy family with our kid, ate meals I cooked, lived in a house my father paid for, and slept around with my best friend, whom I trusted. He claimed Rachel seduced him because he was weak. I laughed in his face and told him he's a grown man who made choices and can own them instead of blaming others. Then my phone rings. Jake's mom, Linda. "Leave it on voicemail." She called again immediately. I reply and she says, "Jake just called me very upset, saying you're kicking him out over a misunderstanding and you won't listen to reason." I add, "There's no misunderstanding, Linda. Your son has been cheating on me for 3 years with my best friend, and I have video evidence of him bragging about it to his friends." She sighed. She adds, "All men have their moments, dear. Don't throw away your marriage over boy talk." Just hung up on her. After 3 texts, I disabled her number. Jake stood there and said, "See, even my mom thinks you're overreacting." I lost it. Tell him his mother raised a man who believes cheating is boy banter, lying is okay, and using his wife's family for money while demeaning her is fine. That his mother is the last to judge our marriage. I gave him the garbage bags I'd packed and ordered him to grab the remainder. He took them to his car while I sat on the bed breathing again because adrenaline was shaking me. I questioned him if our marriage was a lie when he returned for more goods. Did he adore me, or was I convenient? This Rachel thing simply got out of hand after he declared he loved me. I asked when he last saw her. He remained silent. He should inform me now if it's recent. He finally revealed they had lunch on Tuesday, 3 days earlier. After seeing Rachel for lunch while I worked, he returned home, ate my dinner, and played with Olivia before bed without saying a thing. I informed him, I want a divorce. He cried. He cried and implored, "Please don't do this. Think about Olivia. We can fix this." I answered, "Olivia deserves a mother who respects herself enough not to stay with a cheating liar and a father who knows actions have consequences." He packed 3 more suitcases. I followed him around the home to make sure he wasn't stealing. I told him, "That's Olivia's for her games, and he can't have it." He argued, "Take it up with your lawyer." Before he left, he turned around in the doorway and said, "You're making a huge mistake. You'll regret this. We're good together." I said, "We were never good together. I was just too busy managing everything to notice you were a lying cheat." Trying to hug me again. Stepped back. Left finally. I locked the door after him, all locks, deadbolt, and chain. Then I locked every window. Verified twice. I then sat on my kitchen floor staring at that terrible chocolate cake I made for his birthday. 4 hours of baking and decorating with his favorite fondant toppers. At 9:30 p.m., I forked cake from my kitchen floor platter. On Thursday night. My phone is exploding. Jake texts and calls. His mom texts. My brother James texted that I'm too tough. My sister called to check on me. Dad called after Emma told him what occurred. I haven't called Mark. Rachel's fiancé. No, I should. He deserves to know. But I can't handle one more thing tonight. Emma was eventually contacted to fetch Olivia up from our parents tomorrow morning and take her to preschool like usual. Olivia shouldn't see me like this. My folks can watch her over the weekend while I decide. To those wondering, why didn't you just throw the cake at him? I agree. However, that cake was too gorgeous for his face. Not sure what I'm doing. It's possible I handled this wrong. My only knowledge is that I'm sitting here at practically midnight on his birthday party. Instead, I'm Googling divorce lawyers, eating cake alone, and trying to figure out how to tell my 5-year-old daughter that daddy won't live home anymore. Jake arrived around 7 a.m. So update coming, worsened greatly. First update. I barely slept Thursday night. I checked my phone every 20 minutes, because Jake kept texting me. We need to talk. Please don't do this, and I love you, and this is fixable. Near 2 a.m. He turned to I. Deserve a chance to explain myself properly. I didn't answer. Stare at my dad-paid ceiling in bed as this man who's been using me thinks he deserves anything. Around 6 a.m. I finally fell asleep. Then 7:15 a.m. Banging on my front door. Strident thumping. My neighbor Megan across the street was grabbing her newspaper and gazing when I grabbed my phone and went to the living room and saw Jake outside in the same clothing as yesterday, knocking on the door and saying, "Open up, we need to talk." Another neighbor stopped to watch his dog stroll. Jake sees me through the window, and yells louder about how I can't reject him, since we're married, and he has rights. I unlocked the door but left the chain lock on, and told him to leave, or I'll contact the cops. His words. I just want to talk like adults. His foot was in the door gap as he said, adults don't cheat on their wives for 3 years, and then show up screaming on their doorstep at 7 a.m., when the whole neighborhood can hear. Shove the foot. I smashed it on his foot, and he yelped and sprang back. I'm yelling at him to leave in 60 seconds, or I'll call 911. Megan across the street pulled out her phone like she was ready to call. Jake noticed her, got back in his car, and rolled down the window, shouting at me for being stubborn and hurting our family. I returned inside shivering from wrath, not terror. The chutzpah of this individual to cause a scene after everything he done. I called my dad to explain. Dad, the calmest guy alive, was angry. He said he's coming over and we're replacing the locks today, without Jake receiving a key. He stated he's also calling the mortgage company to remove Jake's name because he's been paying. My dad arrived an hour later with Mom and Emma. My mom brought breakfast sandwiches from our favorite deli. I broke down when I saw my mom since I'd been holding it together all morning. My kitchen was where I showed them the whole movie. After watching with her hand over her mouth, my mom stated, "That boy is not welcome in this family anymore." My dad was furious, and his hands were shaking. He said, "I trusted him. I helped him. I paid for his life while he disrespected my daughter." Emma intended to drive to Jake's house and cut his tires. Mom had to calm her. Then my phone rings. Rachel called. The crowd fell silent. I gazed at the screen and Emma said, "Do not answer that." I said, "Oh, I'm answering." And I placed it on speaker. Rachel says, "Hey, I know this is awkward, but can we meet somewhere to talk?" I responded, "Talk about what exactly?" She went hesitant, and then added, "Jake called me last night crying saying you kicked him out and I just want to explain my side." I laughed out loud, told her no side justifies sleeping with your best friend's husband. She gave this whole spiel about how it just occurred, and neither of them wanted for it to go this far, and they tried to stop so many times. But there are true feelings. True sentiments, says. Real feelings like that makes it better. I wondered how she could sit at my kitchen table every weekend for brunch, hold my baby, and ask about my marriage while destroying it. She says, "It's not that simple, and things between me and Mark haven't been great. And Jake understood me in a way Mark doesn't." My mom took the phone and left. Told Rachel she's a disgrace and a bad friend, and should never touch me or this family again. Rachel tried to speak, but my mom hung up. All of us sat startled. Emma asks, "So, are we telling B?" I say, "Yes, absolutely. He deserves to know. But here's the issue. I lack Bo's number. Rachel and I were friends, but I only saw B at group events, and don't follow him on social media because we're not close. Since his Instagram profile is public, Emma wrote him a DM from her account saying, "This is about Rachel and Jake. Please call me. It's urgent." He called her back in 10 minutes. Emma replied and identified herself. Then gave me the phone. I told this man I hardly know that his fiancée had been cheating on him with my spouse for 3 years. Long quiet on the other end. He questioned. "Are you sure?" I said. "I have video of Jake bragging about it to his friends. Could I give it to him?" I used Emma's Instagram DM. Bo called back 5 minutes later. He put down a deposit on their venue last week for their 4-month wedding to Rachel. He kept asking me how long, and where they'd meet. Which I don't know. I say, "I'm so sorry. And I only just found out myself." He says, "This is not your fault. Thank you for telling me." He hung up. My mom had us eat breakfast sandwiches even though nobody was hungry. She said, "You need food in your system because today is going to be a long day." She was accurate. Around 11 a.m., the locksmith changed all the locks. Jake's mother, Linda, visited him at work. Unannounced visit to my house. My dad answered the door and instructed her to go. She pushed past him into my foyer, saying, "I need to speak with my daughter-in-law." I came out of the kitchen and saw her standing with her purse to her breast, looking serious. She said, "Sweetheart, I know you're hurt. But you're not thinking clearly." I told her Jake lied to everyone, including his daughter, for 3 years while sleeping with my best friend and using my father's money. Not a mistake. He repeated that choice. She says, "Marriage is about forgiveness and working through hard times. Every couple has rough patches." I asked her if she'd stay with her husband if he cheated on her for 3 years, and she got huffy, saying, "That's different, and not the point." My mom then told Linda to leave my house immediately. Right in my entryway. They started. Linda says, "My mom raised me to give up too easily on my marriage. My mom says she taught me self-respect and not to be treated like garbage." The locksmith stood with his drill, looking miserable. My dad intervened and physically led Linda out. She turned and said, "You're going to regret this, when Olivia grows up without her father." I broke down. Screamed at her that Jake can be Olivia's father, without living here, and lying to me, and that maybe if she'd raised him better, he'd be a great person. She departed. Dad secured the new lock behind her. The rest of Friday morning, I called divorce lawyers. Found a Monday morning meeting buddy. My dad is paying for it because I can't afford a divorce lawyer on my wage. And Jake won't pay for his own. Around 2 p.m. Emma dropped Olivia off at my parents' place after preschool, so I had to fetch her up. It was terrifying because how do you tell your 5-year-old everything is changing? Olivia was having fun playing with her toys, so I told her, "Daddy is staying somewhere else for a little while." She asked why, and I explained. "Mommy and Daddy need some space right now, but we both love her so much." She seemed comfortable with that. Returned to playing. I know things will grow harder. But kids are resilient. She came home and we made her favorite pasta for dinner, and watched Encanto a million times. She fell asleep on the couch next to me, and I stared at her little face thinking about how I'm helping her too. Thus, she learns that her mother doesn't tolerate mistreatment. Thus, she learns relational boundaries. My phone kept ringing. Jake texting Olivia to see her. Mom texts stating I'm cruel. James texted that Jake is struggling and I should listen. My only text response was to James, telling him his friend Jake brags to him and everyone else about cheating on me will help him deal with the consequences. James can struggle with him if he disagrees. I get 19 texts from Jake on Saturday morning. He sent walls of text about how sorry he is, how he'll do everything, and how I'm his love and Rachel wasn't important. I finally responded, telling him to contact him through my lawyer, and exclusively concerning Olivia. He called immediately, and I didn't answer. He called 6 more. I blocked his number. He called me from random numbers. I'd answer thinking it was the lawyer's office or something urgent and Jake would beg to chat. I blocked 4 numbers Saturday alone. Emma sent me a screenshot Saturday night. Rachel wrote a lengthy Facebook post explaining her struggles, asking for privacy, and emphasizing that people make mistakes, and good friends stick by you. Some mutual friends were encouraging, but others were confused and asked what occurred. Then Mark commented one line, after saying, "Rachel, you don't get to play victim when you destroyed our relationship and multiple families." It went off. People seeking explanations. Mark answered yes when asked if Rachel cheated with her best friend's spouse when she was pregnant and raising their child. I didn't request that. I had checked out of Facebook to avoid seeing anything. Emma texted me screenshots, and Emma said everyone we know saw it, and many commented on Jake's Facebook asking if it was genuine. Jake deactivated Facebook completely Saturday night. Rachel's was private. The person on my first post, who suggested the trash was taking itself out, was right. My phone rang with unknown numbers. Finally, my aunt asked if the Facebook thing was true. She stated the whole family is shocked and supports me once I said yes. My cousin, another aunt, and my dad's brother, all called to check on me and tell me they support me, which was sweet but stressful because I had to explain the scenario 19 times. Jake returned to my residence around 9 a.m. Sunday and repeatedly rang the doorbell. I peered through the peephole and saw him carrying roses. I didn't enter. He shouted through the door that he knows I'm in there, and we need to chat. Thank goodness Olivia was asleep and didn't hear this. Since I blocked his number on my phone, I contacted him from my laptop using iMessage, and told him to leave, or I'll call the police for harassment. He texted, "Harassment? Really? Babe? I'm your spouse saving our marriage." Called my dad. He drove over, and confronted Jake in the driveway. I watched from the window, as my dad said, "If he shows up at this house one more time without permission, he'll file for a restraining order himself." Jake tried to argue, but my dad said he's not discussing it. Jake better be grateful he's not getting beat for what he did to his daughter. Emma came over Sunday afternoon, and we meal prepped for the week while Olivia played in the backyard. Emma kept asking if I was okay, and I'm so angry, hurt, and betrayed. She told me I should take time off work, but I need my job, my paycheck, and Olivia's stability. Sunday night, I finally sat down and made a list of everything I need to do. Divorce lawyer Monday. Figure out custody arrangement. Talk to HR about updating my emergency contacts and beneficiaries. Cancel the joint credit card. Separate bank accounts. Tell Olivia's preschool that Jake can't pick her up without my permission. The list is so long and overwhelming that I wanted to cry looking at it. But I'm done crying over Jake. It said, "Mark, can we talk? I don't know what to talk about," but I said, "Okay." And he asked if he could call me, and I replied, "Yes." Update 2 coming since that phone chat with Mark revealed something I wasn't anticipating, and now there's a whole new situation. That phone call with Mark on Sunday night wrecked me, and I'm still trying to process everything. He called around 10:30 p.m. and apologized for calling so late, but he couldn't stop thinking about everything and needed to talk to someone who understood. I told him I get it and asked how he was doing. He said he confronted Rachel on Friday night after I sent him the video. She denied it at first. Mark persisted, and she broke down and admitted they'd been seeing each other, but insisted it was only a few times. I asked him if he believed that, and he said, no. Then he went through her phone. Rachel left it on their kitchen counter while taking a shower, so he picked it up and went through everything. Her passcode is his birthday, so it wasn't hard. He found months of Instagram DMs between her and Jake. As I suspected, but here's what made me feel sick. They weren't just hooking up, Jake saying he thinks about Rachel constantly, and wishes he could wake up next to her every morning. Rachel saying she feels more herself with Jake than she ever has with Mark. While I was making Jake's breakfast, doing his laundry, and raising our daughter, and he was texting another woman about leaving me. Mark said there were messages from when I was pregnant with Olivia. Rachel told Jake she was jealous watching him play Happy Family. Jake said he wished he had a baby with Rachel instead. Mark asked me if I knew about Jake's Instagram account under a fake name to message Rachel without anyone seeing. I had no idea what he was talking about, so Mark sent me screenshots through Instagram DM. Jake created a fake account with a random guy's photo as the profile picture, and a generic name like James Peterson or something. That's how they communicated most of the time, so if anyone saw their phones, it wouldn't look suspicious. Mark only found it because Rachel saved it in her close friends list or something technical. Mark went through everything with me for an hour on the phone, and told me Rachel had been lying to him for months about where she was going, saying she had work events or girls' nights when she was meeting Jake at this hotel 30 minutes outside town. They always went to room 347, which they mentioned in multiple messages like it was their special place. I wanted to shout and tell Mark that this wasn't just adultery, but a hidden relationship with plans, routines, and their own world alongside ours. Jake told me 3 years, but I don't know more. Mark found the earliest Instagram DM from March 2023, right after Olivia turned 2. When Jake's job was failing and he was spiraling about money and I was working overtime to keep us afloat. I asked Mark what he would do, and he said he ended things with Rachel and told her to leave their apartment. He asked me if Jake would try to manipulate his way back in, and I said yes. He's already shown up at my house twice, and called from 6 different numbers. Mark goes, "Yeah. Excuse me." Jake told Rachel I always forgive him. Like this is a pattern. Like he's done stuff before. And I've let it slide. I asked Mark if Rachel said anything else about that, and he said not really, but it was clear from their messages that Jake thought I was manageable. We talked for almost 3 hours, and by the end, we were exhausted and angry. Mark said he's glad we connected because, at least we're not going through this alone. I told him I'm here if he needs to talk again, and he said the same. I believed him every late night at the office, every long gym session, every weekend he said he was helping James move or meeting Chris for a basketball game. How many times did he come home and kiss me and play with Olivia after spending the afternoon with Rachel in room 347 of some random hotel? Monday morning, I had to get Olivia ready for preschool, and myself ready for work on 3 hours of sleep. I dropped Olivia off, and went straight to Franca's office for my 9 a.m. appointment. According to my dad's research, she's one of the best divorce attorneys in the area. Her office is downtown, and I sat in the waiting room, filling out intake forms, trying not to cry. Franca called me back at 9:15, and we sat in her office for over an hour going over everything. I showed her the Jake and his friends video, said Mark found Instagram messages, and explained the mortgage situation with my dad paying. She took notes and said, "This is actually a pretty straightforward case, since we have clear evidence of infidelity and the financial situation favors me." Franca said that's reasonable given the circumstances, and asked if Jake will fight for custody. I said, "Honestly, I don't know what Jake will do at this point because the man I thought I knew doesn't exist." She outlined next steps. Thanks for watching. I manhauled if time. She estimated that filing for divorce this week, serving Jake the papers, starting discovery, and arranging temporary custody and support could take 6 months to a year, depending on Jake's cooperation. I left her office feeling weird, like this is really happening. Olivia will grow up in a split household. I went to work after that and tried to focus, but my coworker Annabelle kept asking if I was okay because I looked terrible. I told her during lunch that I'm divorcing. And she was shocked because Jake and I always seemed happy at company events. Nobody warns you that you may appear happy, while slowly decaying within. I made it through the workday, got up Olivia from preschool, and stopped at the grocery store for food for the week. I looked up as we walked through the produce section, and saw Rachel standing by the apples like it was a normal Monday afternoon. We both froze. Olivia was sitting in the cart, playing with her stuffed bunny, oblivious to the tension. Rachel opened her mouth to say something. And I turned my cart around and walked the other way. Actually followed me through the store, saying, "Please wait. I want to talk for 5 minutes." By the cereal aisle, she caught up and stopped in front of my cart, saying, "Please." Olivia turned to Rachel and said, "Hi, Aunt Rachel. Why is Mama mad?" I urged Olivia to close her eyes and play with Bunny for a minute, then glanced at Rachel and said, "You need to leave me alone right now." She said, "I'm sorry." "Okay, I'm sorry, but Jake and I fell in love without planning it, and it's been torture seeing you not know." She became quiet when I asked whether it was torture enough to end. I responded yes. Continued cruelty on everyone was your choice. You could have told me. You could have broken up with Mark. You could have done anything other than lie for 3 years. She started crying in the cereal aisle, saying she knows she messed up and hates herself and lost everything. I told her to hate herself that she didn't lose everything. She tossed everything away. She said Jake really loves me, and he's devastated right now, and maybe I should give him another chance because everyone makes mistakes. I laughed, and asked her if she's seriously standing here defending the man who destroyed both our lives while crying about losing him. She said, "It's complicated and I wouldn't understand the connection they have." I told her I understand everything. 2 selfish people found each other, and decided their wants were more important than everyone else's feelings. Rachel wiped her eyes and said she hopes I can forgive her someday because she misses her best friend. I told her we stopped being best friends the second she kissed my husband at my wedding, and lost any right to my friendship when she kept lying to me for years. I pushed my cart past her and finished shopping while she stood there crying. After getting home, Olivia asked why Aunt Rachel was sad, and I told her that grown-ups argue and Aunt Rachel did something that hurt Mommy, so we're not going to see her anymore. Olivia seemed okay with that answer, but I know she'll ask more questions. I returned to work Tuesday, and felt like I was just going through the motions, answering emails, filing paperwork, talking to clients, while my life was imploding. Jake texted me from another number Tuesday afternoon. Can we meet somewhere neutral to discuss Olivia's custody? I replied that his lawyer should contact mine. He said he doesn't have a lawyer, and can't afford one, and I said, that sounds like a HIM problem. He called immediately from that number, and I answered. He started talking about how I'm vindictive and using Olivia as a weapon, and he has rights as her father. I told him should have considered his rights before cheating. I questioned him directly whether he and Rachel were intending to leave us and be together. He stated, I'm not being fair and treating him too hard. After quieting, he asked, where did you hear that? I told him Mark found everything on Rachel's phone. All the Instagram messages. All their plans. All their discussions about leaving us. Jake tried to say they were just venting or fantasizing, but I asked him if he thinks I'm stupid enough to believe that. He said I'm twisting everything to make him look worse. I said he made himself look bad by cheating on his wife for 3 years, and planning a secret future with her best friend. He said I don't understand how hard things were for him when his business failed, and I wasn't emotionally supportive enough. So now it's my fault he cheated because I wasn't supportive enough while I was working full-time, raising our daughter, managing a household, and dealing with his depression spiral. He says, no courtroom needed. We can work this out ourselves. I answered, no. We really can't because I don't trust a single thing he says. He yelled about me being impossible, and I hung up. He's blocked 5 phone numbers, and I'm sure he'll find a 6th. Wednesday morning, my dad called and said the mortgage company confirmed Jake's name was removed from everything, and my dad is now the sole payer. If Jake tries to claim ownership, he'll have legal proof he never contributed. On Wednesday night, Olivia asked when Daddy would come home. I had to sit her down and explain that he would live elsewhere, but she would still see him. She asked if it was because of her. And I nearly broke down. I told her, no baby, it has nothing to do with you. Sometimes grown-up relationships change, but Mommy and Daddy love you so much. She seemed to accept that, but then she asked if Daddy left because I was mean to him. I wanted to scream because Jake said something to her. I said, no darling. Mommy wasn't mean. Daddy made some choices that hurt Mommy, and we're going to live separately, but it's not your fault. She cried a little, and I held her, and watched Bluey until she fell asleep on my lap. Thursday morning, Franca called to say the divorce papers could be filed and served. She asked where Jake was staying, and I said probably with James. She said she'd hire a process server to find him. Thursday afternoon, Olivia's preschool director called to say Jake showed up early to check out Olivia and they wouldn't release her because I'd updated the pickup list on Monday to require my written permission. Jake argued with them, until they threatened to call the police, and he left. I called Jake immediately on FaceTime using Olivia's iPad since he's not blocked there. He answered and I went off. I told him he doesn't get to show up at Olivia's school causing problems and scaring the staff. He said he has a right to see his daughter and I'm keeping her from him. I told him he can see Olivia when we have a legal custody arrangement through the court, and until then, he said I'm being unreasonable and vindictive and trying to turn Olivia against him. I said the only person turning Olivia against anyone is him, by showing up at her school and getting escorted out. He tried to argue more, and I ended the call. Friday, Jake showed up at my work, making everything worse. Update 3 coming because when he showed up at my office with his mom, it made the biggest scene and security had to get involved, and now his whole family is losing it. Last update. Friday afternoon, I'm at my desk billing for a client case when my coworker Annabelle comes speedwalking over looking panicked. There's a man in the lobby demanding to see you, and he has an older woman with him and they won't leave. I told Annabelle to phone building security and I'd handle it. She said, are you sure? And I'm like, absolutely not, but I'm doing it anyway. Walked out to the lobby and saw Jake in khakis, and a button-down holding a job interview, and Linda in a full pants suit holding a legal case. Our receptionist looked uncomfortable. Jake says, thank God, we need to talk right now. And I tell him to leave my workplace immediately. Linda says, now dear, we're not leaving until you hear us out because this has gone on long enough and you're being unreasonable. I tell the receptionist to call security. Jake says, that's not necessary. And I said, you don't get 5 minutes. You receive nothing. You're pestering me at work. Linda pulls out her phone and shows me a voice memo. She plays it, And Jake sobs and says he can't live without me and Olivia, that he's falling apart and his mom is frightened he'll hurt himself. Her response to my question about playing a recording of her adult son crying to get me to take him back was, "It's not manipulation. It's showing you his suffering from your acts. My deeds." I laughed so hard the receptionist jumped, telling Linda that Jake is in pain because of his choices and consequences. Jake tried to hold my hand, but I snatched it back. He said, "Please come outside and chat to me for 10 minutes. I asked him, "What part of I have nothing to say to you does he not understand?" The speaker said, "We have a daughter and must resolve this as adults." He said, "You're really going to throw away 3 years of marriage, without even trying?" I informed him we're using lawyers, and the judicial system, to resolve our issues. I responded, "You threw it away when you stuck your tongue down my best friend's throat at our wedding reception and then kept screwing her for 3 years." The receptionist gasped. Linda says, "There's no need for that kind of language." I told her she doesn't need to be here since this is between me and Jake. As Jake's mother, she has every right to defend her son when he's being mistreated. Security arrived. 2 men in uniforms asked if there was a problem, and I said yes. These people need to leave the building. They're harassing me. Jake tried to argue with security that he's my husband and can talk to me, but security said not on private property when she's asking you to leave. Linda started ranting about how ridiculous this is, and that she's never seen anyone act so coldly toward their henders. Jake is attempting to tell security we're going through a hard patch, but we're working it out. I told security, "No. That was a lie. I don't have a restraining order yet," but security took it seriously, and told Jake and Linda to leave or they'll contact the police. Jake said, "I love you," with pitiful puppy dog eyes. "Please don't do this." I said, "If he loved me, he wouldn't have cheated on me for 3 years. Humiliated me in front of his friends, and used my family's money while planning a future with someone else." Linda said, "He made a mistake." I replied, "A mistake is forgetting to. A mistake is not a 3-year Instagram and hotel scheme." Security practically escorted them out. Jake was still talking to me over his shoulder while being taken to the exit, and Linda was threatening to phone someone I don't know. After they went, my boss came out of his office and asked if I was okay and needed to take the day off. I told him I'm fine and sorry for the disruption, and he said it's not my fault, and if those people show up again, I should call the police immediately, not wait for security. Sat back down at my desk shaking, not from fear, but from rage at Jake and his mother's audacity to show up at my workplace in an intervention, like I'm the problem. Got through the rest of the workday. I picked up Olivia from my parents' house, where she'd been staying after preschool, and drove home. At a red light, I saw 23 text messages from Jake from 2 new numbers. Linda, James, Jake's aunt, who I've met twice, and others saying I embarrassed Jake today and I'm being cruel, and I need to think about Olivia and give Jake a chance to explain. I only responded to James, telling him that if he or anyone from Jake's family contacts me again, I'll file harassment charges against them. Franca called Saturday morning. The divorce papers were served Friday afternoon at Mark's apartment, where Jake has been staying. She asked about the workplace incident, and I told her everything. She said that's helpful for our case, shows a pattern of harassment and disregard for boundaries. I asked Franca about custody, and she said we have a strong case for primary physical custody, with supervised visitation based on Jake's behavior, the school incident, and the workplace harassment. I felt better after she said we'd push for a parenting coordinator to oversee exchanges so I didn't have to deal with Jake directly. The thought of seeing Jake every week for custody swaps was making me sick. Saturday afternoon, my dad, Mom, and Emma sat in my backyard while Olivia played on her swing set. My dad told his lawyer about the mortgage problem, and if Jake tries to claim any stake in the house, we have proof he never paid a cent. My mom inquired how I'm feeling, and I answered, "I'm angry, wounded, and relieved." I didn't understand how much stress I was under managing Jake's moods and keeping him happy while doing everything else. Even with the chaos, the house feels lighter without him. Emma said she's proud of me for not caving. That a lot of women would have caved by now with all the pressure, showing up, and family involvement. I told her I'm not caving because Jake will know he can manipulate me forever, and I'm done being manageable. Sunday, Olivia asked when she'll see Daddy again, and I told her we're working out a schedule. I told her, "Daddy made some choices that hurt Mommy, and we can't live together anymore." She accepted that and played with her dolls again. Monday morning, Franca called to say Jake finally hired a lawyer, who wasn't great but was cheap and willing to take payments. His lawyer suggested whether we'd rather mediate than go to court. Franca asked what I wanted to do, and I said, I want to go to court. I want a judge to hear the facts and rule because I don't trust Jake to keep our private agreement. Franca said, that's probably smart given everything. I was giving Olivia a bath Tuesday night when my phone rang from a number I didn't recognize. I usually don't answer those, but something made me pick up and it was Mark. He asked if I had time to talk, and I said, sure, give me a few minutes. I got Olivia out of the bath, settled in with a show, and called him back. He said Rachel moved out of her parents' house, and into an apartment downtown, and has been trying to. He blocked her everywhere, but she keeps reaching out through mutual friends. I asked how he's doing and he said some days are fine and some days he's so upset he can't function. I told him I know it. We vented for almost an hour, and Mark said, you know what's crazy is they probably still think they're going to end up together. That once the dust settles, we'll both move on, and they can just start their relationship openly. Over my dead body, will I ever accept Jake and Rachel together? Mark said, same. I told him, after we divorce, Jake can do whatever he wants. I had to attend Olivia's preschool for a parent meeting about her behavior on Wednesday morning. I told her teacher that we're separating and things are chaotic at home, and she was understanding. But she suggested play therapy for Olivia to process her feelings. Franca called me Thursday to say Jake's lawyer filed a motion for temporary custody pending the divorce. Jake wants 50/50 physical custody and child support since I make more money. I laughed on the phone with my lawyer. I asked if he's serious, and she said, unfortunately yes, we'll fight it. That's impossible with the evidence we have. But it shows Jake's delusions. He thinks he can cheat on me for 3 years, humiliate me, use my family's money, harass me at work, and Olivia's school, and then demand 50/50 custody and money from me. Friday morning, 3 weeks after this nightmare began, I dropped Olivia off at my parents' house and met Franca at the courthouse for our first hearing, a temporary orders hearing to establish custody and support until the divorce is final. Jake was there with his lawyer looking miserable. We had to sit on opposite sides of the courtroom, and he kept trying to make eye contact with me. I just stared straight ahead. His mom was in the back row glaring at. The judge read both our papers, and questioned Jake's counsel why he thinks he gets 50/50 custody, given he has an unpredictable housing situation, no regular income, and a history of showing up at the child's school, without permission. Franca calmly presented the video evidence to the judge, who watched it in court with the sound on. I watched Jake's face turn red as his voice echoed through the courtroom, saying he only stays for the mortgage and free housekeeping. The judge was upset. In response to Jake's lawyer's request to clarify, Jake stood up and said it was taken out of context and he was intoxicated and exaggerated. The judge replied, drunk or not? Those are serious statements that call into question his judgment and character. Franca presented evidence of Jake showing up at my workplace with his mother, after being repeatedly asked to stop contact, the school incident, and the multiple phone numbers after being blocked. The judge looked more annoyed with each piece of evidence. The judge ruled that I get primary physical custody immediately, and that Jake gets supervised visitation every other Saturday for 4 hours at a family visitation center with a court-appointed supervisor. Jake looked like he'd been slapped. His lawyer tried to argue, but the judge shut him down, saying, these are temporary orders, and if Jake can demonstrate stability and appropriate behavior, we'll revisit in 3 months. We left the courthouse, and Jake tried to approach me in the parking lot. I pulled out my phone and started recording, saying loudly, you are violating the judge's order from 5 minutes ago by approaching me right now. He left immediately, called my dad from the car, and told him, and he started crying happy tears. He said he's proud of me and sorry Jake was a disappointment. But he's glad I'm protecting myself and Olivia. Picked up Olivia that afternoon and went to the park. Just the two of us watched her play on the swings and thought about how different our lives will be now. Single parenting while working full-time, Jake's supervised visits, eventually co-parenting if he gets his act together. But we'll be okay. We'll be free from his manipulation, lying, and using us. I'm done being the woman who does everything, and asks for nothing, manageable, and receiving crumbs and calling it love. Thank you to everyone who said, I deserve better. You were correct. I'm 32 years old with a 5-year-old daughter, and a divorce in progress. I've never felt more powerful in my life because I chose me. I chose self-respect. You were right that Jake would try to manipulate his way back in. But at least I was ready for it. I ate the whole chocolate cake I baked for his birthday over the first weekend and it was great. I wanted to safeguard my daughter from learning that staying with a garbage person is okay. My partner lied about girls' night to meet her ex. I called the concierge, canceled her ticket, and upgraded mine. 12 minutes to undo 2 years. I scheduled a solo trip after canceling our vacation and receiving the reimbursement. "Where are you?" she texted. And I replied with a selfie from the beach. Before we continue with the video, viewers, if you would like to see more stories like this, please hit the like button and subscribe to the channel. Regards. For the third time, I was looking at the bag on the bed and reviewing the itinerary. 5 days, an overwater bungalow in the Maldives, and a nightly rate higher than my first automobile. In order to make this happen, I had saved for 4 months. I worked extra hours, took on side consulting jobs, and skipped every boys' night out to make sure the bank account was secure. It was meant to be a celebration of our 2-year anniversary. It was a Hail Mary though. If I'm being completely honest with myself. Emma had been aloof for some weeks. I didn't have a very difficult day at work. A little far away. Sort of remote, with the phone face down on the table, answering calls in the restroom, and changing the passcode. I always received the same gaslighting menu when I asked her what was wrong. I believed the vacation would resolve the usual, "Why do you always have to make everything about you?" Or, "You're overthinking it. I'm just tired." I assumed that having no cell service and blue water would make her gaze at me the way she used to. It was me who made the repairs. That was my responsibility. The rent was paid by me. The dates were my idea. I managed the situation. I believed I could manage this as well. I folded a clean linen shirt and said, "Did you pack the sunscreen?" Emma took a while to respond. She was furiously texting someone while seated at her vanity. Her thumbs were a blur because they were moving so quickly. She flashed a real, hot smile at the television that I hadn't seen her give me in months. "Emma." She leaped and quickly flipped her phone over. "God, David, you startled me." I asked in a steady voice. "What sunscreen?" She picked up a beauty brush and rolled her eyes, saying, "Did you pack it? We leave for the airport in 48 hours. "Yes, David. I packed the sunscreen. You don't have to micromanage me. I'm capable of packing a bag." "I know you are. I'm just excited," she murmured. "Yeah, well, contain it." And turned back to the mirror. "It's just a vacation. You're acting like we're going to the moon. Just a trip." I paid for the entire $9,500 vacation. It was okay that she hadn't added a smell. The lack of enthusiasm stung. But I made a lot more than she did. Instead of taking my partner to paradise, it seemed like I was dragging a teenager to a family reunion. I approached her, and touched her shoulder. I wanted to make a connection. I was in need of some warmth. She tensed up. She became rigid like a statue waiting for a pigeon to fly away, but she didn't pull away. "I'm almost done packing," I murmured. She looked at her watch and said, "Perhaps we could get some Thai food and watch a movie." The time was 7:30 p.m. Tuesday. "I can't," she responded, abruptly getting to her feet. "I have to go out." I felt sick to my stomach. "Go out? Where?" "We have a flight Thursday morning," she answered. "Just drinks with the girls." And reached for her purse. She sprayed the pricey perfume I got her for Christmas. She looked in the mirror. She was gorgeous. In contrast to her buddy Rachel, who typically wore sweatpants to the pub, she appeared to be dressed for a date. "Which girls?" I inquired. Her eyes narrowed as she whirled around. "Why do you need a guest list? Do you want to track my location?" "God. David. Stop being so suffocating. This is exactly why I need a break." "I'm not being suffocating, Emma. I'm just asking." She interrupted me, saying, "I'll be back later." She strolled out the front door, down the corridor, and out of the bedroom, saying, "Don't wait up." The lock clicked. And I heard it. Gazing at the open suitcase containing clothing for a woman who couldn't bear to be in the same room as me, I stood in the quiet of the apartment I had paid for. The denial began to crumble at that point. However, it didn't break, not quite yet. I remained the supplier. I still believed that she would return if I simply loved her more, bought her more stuff, and had more patience. I was a fool. At 2 a.m., she returned home. I listened to her stumbling in while I lay awake in the dark. She had a pricey cologne and gin scent. She never went to bed. She dozed off on the couch. The anxiety in the apartment was unbearable the following morning, Tuesday, the day before our travel. I brewed coffee. She disregarded it. If she was hungover, I asked. She told me to stop talking. We left for work. I was preoccupied all day looking at spreadsheets, but I could see warning signs. It was about midday when I texted her. 5 hours later, she responded, "Hey, just checking in. Still on for dinner tonight to finalize packing?" Those 4 words are the death knell of relationships. "We need to talk when I get home." I got out of work early. As I waited for the execution, my heart pounded against my ribs as I sat on the couch. At 5:30 p.m., she entered. She didn't appear depressed, she exuded confidence. She appeared to be on the verge of quitting a job she detested and holding a winning lottery ticket. Leaning on the counter and crossed her arms, she dropped her keys on it. "So," she began. "No, hello. I need to tell you something before we go on this trip." "Okay," I replied, preparing myself. "Is it about last night?" "Sort of." The air left the room and said, "Ryan is back in town." Ryan, the one that got away. The college boyfriend she broke up with 2 years ago because he moved to London for a finance job. The guy she had compared me to early in our relationship until I asked her to stop. "Ryan," I repeated. "I thought he was in London." She didn't even bat an eyelid. "He's back permanently. He messaged me a few days ago. And that's who you were with last night." "Yes. We caught up." "It's been years, David. He's going through a lot of transition right now, and he needed a friend." "A friend," I responded as I got to my feet. Anger was beginning to flare up, fierce and searing. She sighed and rolled her eyes so hard I feared they would get stuck. "You stayed out until 1:30 a.m. with your ex-boyfriend 2 days before our anniversary trip. While I sat here packing your bags," she said. "See this? This reaction right here. This is why I didn't tell you. You get so insecure and jealous." "It's unattractive, David." The group fell still as someone said, "It's not insecurity, Emma. It's respect. Did you sleep with him?" For a moment, I could see the calculation in her eyes as she gazed at me. As she considered her options with him, she was trying to figure out how much truth I could take or how much of a lie she needed to tell to keep her safety net me intact. She said, "We just talked." But her tone was unconvincing. "He's different now. He's successful. He's exciting. He wants to take me to dinner tonight to finish our conversation, because we didn't have enough time last night." "Tonight?" I gazed at her. "The evening before our Maldivian flight." "Yes. Tonight. He leaves for a business trip on Friday, so this is my only chance to see him for a while." She said it so nonchalantly, as if she were informing me she was going to pick up dry cleaning. "I told him I'd meet him at 8. With my voice falling to a deadly silence, I said, "You're prioritizing a date with your ex over our pre-trip night. What exactly do you need to talk about that takes 2 nights until 1:30 a.m.? She fixed her lipstick, picked up her purse, and looked in the hallway mirror. The sneer appeared as she turned to face me. It was not a grin. She knew she had all the cards, as evidenced by her cocked, haughty lip curl. She was aware that I had covered the airfare. She was aware of my intense desire to make this work. She believed that I was too helpless to take action. Her smirk grew as she replied, "You don't need to know the details, David. It's called privacy. We have a history. And I need closure if I'm going to fully commit to you on this trip. Honestly, you should be thanking me for being honest. Don't be insecure. It makes you look small." She repositioned her strap. "I'll be back in the morning to grab my suitcase for the airport. You can call the Uber for 9 a.m. She gazed at me, waiting for me to plead with her to stay. Waiting for the altercation that would boost her self-esteem. I felt a snap inside of me. Although it wasn't audible, silence fell suddenly. It was the automated locking and slamming of a massive steel door. After giving her a close look, I came to the conclusion that I no longer loved her. I wasn't even hostile toward her. I had held onto her for too long, and she was just a lousy investment. I let my shoulders down. I relaxed my clenching. I let my expression to become totally neutral. "Sure," I replied. For a brief moment, her grin wavered. She anticipated opposition. She anticipated crying. "Sure, yeah," I replied as I went to get a drink of water from the refrigerator. "If you need closure, go get it. Makes sense." She looked for the trap as she examined me. "No." The sneer reappeared, more victorious than ever. She believed she had shattered me. She believed that I was giving in. As she walked past me, she patted my arm and murmured, "Good," feeling condescending. "I'm glad you're finally growing up. See you in the morning, David. Have the bags by the door." "Have fun," I said. The door shut behind her. I waited for 10 seconds. Through the peephole, I saw her walking down the hallway with a bounce in her step while texting Ryan. I went to the counter, grabbed my phone, and unlocked it as soon as she turned the corner. I refrained from crying. I refrained from hurling a glass against the wall. I called the concierge travel company I had used to make the reservation. "Good evening, this is Platinum Travel Support." The other person's voice said, "Hi. My name is David. I have a reservation for 2 to the Maldives tomorrow morning. I need to make some changes immediately. I need to split the reservation," I remarked to the agent in a firm, cool, and exact manner. "Keep the itinerary for David, last name. Cancel the ticket for Emma, last name." The line paused for a moment. "Sir, this is a non-refundable booking. If you cancel her portion less than 24 hours before departure, you won't receive a credit." "I understand," I replied. "I don't want a credit. I just want her name off the manifest. And I want to use the remaining seat availability to upgrade my ticket to first class. That will be a significant upcharge, sir." "Do it. Card is on file." 12 minutes passed. I undid 2 years of planning in 12 minutes. I experienced an odd feeling when the confirmation email pinged. I anticipated sorrow. Rather, I felt lighter. It was the sensation of letting go of a bulky backpack following a 20-mile trek. I continued after that. I entered the bedroom. On the bed, the bag that she had made fun of me for packing was remained open. Everything that may be deemed shared was removed. The first aid pack, the additional chargers, and the high-end camera she enjoyed using for Instagram. I just packed the things I needed. I then proceeded to the closet. Then I reached for my duffel bag. I packed my birth certificate, my passport, my laptop, my watches, and the money I kept in the sock drawer. I wasn't simply going on vacation. I was leaving. I surveyed the apartment. It was stuffed with items I had purchased. She insisted we have the Dyson vacuum, the leather sectional, and the 65-inch OLED TV. I was unable to handle it all. Not this evening. However, I could ensure that she didn't settle in. I used my phone to access the landlord's site. I agreed to pay the lease break fee, and filed a notice of intent to quit with immediate effect. I then made calls to the internet provider and the power company. The disconnect was planned for the day I got back from the Maldives. For 5 days, she would be able to use Wi-Fi and lights to figure out her life. She was in the dark after that. I glanced at the timepiece. 4:45 p.m. She was probably chuckling about how predictable and safe I was while having her second martini with Ryan. She was correct. I was foreseeable, consistently effective. I gave the apartment one last glance. No note was written by me. Cash was not left on the counter by me. No rose was left by me. She hated carrying her house key, so I snatched the spare one she always kept in the bowl. I then put it in the trash can. I didn't activate it. I simply left it there, a metal object concealed in the shadows. After wheeling my bag to the door, I got out and secured the deadbolt. I made a black Uber call. The airport hotel is the destination. I had no intention of waiting until morning. At 1:30 a.m., she staggered in, intoxicated. And I wasn't going to risk a confrontation. I was going to get up early, sleep in a king-sized bed with soundproof windows, and begin my vacation without any worries. My phone buzzed as the Uber drew away. Emma texted. "Emma and Ryan are having such a serious conversation. Time flies. Avoid staying up late. I may be running late. My carry-on should be by the door. I adore you. I adore you." I studied the text. They appeared to be spam code, which is a random string of characters meant to compromise a system. I removed the thread. At 7:30 a.m., the following day, I was seated in the first-class lounge. It was silent. I had a mimosa and a platter of eggs Benedict. A steely, icy focus took the place of the anxiousness. Through the floor-to-ceiling glass, I observed the plane taxiing on the tarmac. I had my phone on the table, face up. I let Emma's notifications come through quietly even though I had it set to Do Not Disturb. I was interested in seeing the crash timeline. 7:45 a.m. Emma. Emma is presently on her way back. My head aches. Oh no. Have you given Uber a call? I took my mimosa and sipped it. I pictured her in the uncalled Uber, hungover and reeking of remorse and stale smoke, hurrying to the apartment. 8:10 a.m. Emma. I'm at the flat, David. The door is locked. Why? My key was inside. She was without a key. The only functional key I had was in my pocket right now, thousands of miles away from helping her. 8:12 a.m. Pick up the phone, Emma. My voice is pounding on the door. Are you taking a shower? We'll be running late. 8:15 a.m. Emma. Emma. I missed your call. Emma. I missed your call. Emma. I missed your call. The neighbor just allowed me inside the building. David. But you're not responding. I'm going crazy. A piece of toast was buttered by me. 8:20 a.m. I got the super to open the door. Emma. You're where? Where is your bag? The closet is open, but why? She was in the blast zone now. She noticed the drawers were empty. She noticed the laptop was gone. She noticed David's absence. However, her narcissism prevented her from seeing its significance just yet. In a flash of rage, she probably believed that I had left for the airport before her. 8:22 a.m. Because of last night, you petty. Emma. You went to the airport without me. Really? 8:25 a.m. Emma. All right. I'm going to contact Uber. You had better have my ticket at the check-in desk. This is incredibly immature. I looked at the time of boarding. 8:45 a.m. The morning traffic took her 25 minutes to get to the airport. She was going to be brutal. After completing my breakfast, I gathered my belongings. My pocket began to vibrate as I made my way to the gate. She was phoning once more. I allowed it to ring. I got on the aircraft. The flight attendant said, "Welcome aboard, Mr. Last Name," and took my jacket. "Would you like a pre-flight beverage?" Saying champagne. And keep them coming. I took a seat in the pod. It was large, quiet, and private. 9 a.m. The doors of the aircraft were shut. We were resisting. My phone came to life. She'd arrived at the airport. Now was the time. I'm at the counter, Emma. You're where? You're not visible to me. Stop playing games, David and Emma. The woman is requesting my passport. Come on over here. I had a clear picture of it. Sweating and a little disheveled, she slapped her passport on the counter and demanded the ticket, which was nowhere to be found. The agent typed, scowled, and typed again. 9:15 a.m. What did you do, Emma? My ticket is invalid, Emma says. It was cancelled, she claims. David, Emma, please answer the phone immediately. You're on the plane, she says. Voice message 014, Emma. I plugged in my AirPods. I hit the play button on the voicemail. It was a chaotic masterpiece. Airport announcements can be heard in the background. Her voice broke and was high-pitched. David. This isn't funny. She responds. You're in 1A. Get off the plane. You can't just leave me here. I don't have any money on me. Ryan didn't have any. All I need is for you to come and repair this. How was my ticket cancelled? I am your girlfriend. What didn't Ryan do? Give her a ride, please. It made no difference. Now we were using taxis. The engine sprang to life with a scream. Vibrating through the seat was a deep thrum. 9:18 a.m. Emma. Please, David. I have everyone's attention. I'm in tears. Tell them it's an error. Please. Emma. Please don't abandon me. We are living beings. I adore you. I apologize for the sneer, Emma. All right. I was simply worn out. It wasn't my intention. Return. The aircraft sped up. I was forced back onto the leather seat by the G-force. We took off. The cars becoming toys. The people becoming ants. The ground vanishing. Emma realized that she was no longer the protagonist of this film, somewhere in Terminal 4. I waited until the Wi-Fi indicator changed to green and we reached 8,000 feet. I clicked on her chat window. I skipped over the begging and the I love you threats. 2 sentences were typed by me. I blocked the number after saying, me. You wanted privacy with him. I'm giving you all the privacy in the world. Me. Don't be insecure. I chose a movie, put on my noise-canceling headphones, and totally flattened the seat. My flight was scheduled to last 12 hours. And I was worry-free for the first time in 2 years. The Maldives is just as beautiful as the screensavers depict it. I took a private seaplane to the resort. The turquoise color of the ocean was unreal. The employees called me by name and gave me a cool, lemongrass-scented towel. They wanted to know Mrs. Last Name. Plans changed, I said with a smile to the host. Without missing a beat, he said. It's a solo retreat now. Understood, sir. We'll remove the second setting from your private dinner tonight. The overwater bungalow was a spiritual place to enter. A bottle of Dom Perignon on ice, a private infinity pool that blends into the ocean, and glass flooring overlooking the reef. I didn't activate my phone's cellular data for the first 2 days. I only listened to Spotify and read the news on the Wi-Fi. I went swimming with sharks. I had some fresh lobster. I slept for 12 hours in a row. The knot in my chest, which I had assumed was due to work-related stress, turned out to be Emma-related tension. It had vanished. I had a book in one hand and a coconut in the other as I lay on a catamaran net that was dangling over the water on the third day. It buzzed on my phone. The number was not a blocked number. It was brand new. The number is unknown. David, it's Emma. I'm using Rachel's phone because you blocked me. You need to stop this. I'm scared. The landlord just emailed me saying we're being evicted, and the power company sent a final notice. The number is unknown. I glanced at the text and asked, "Where are you? Are you seriously in the Maldives without me?" I gazed out to sea. She remained in the confusion. She had to face the fact that she was living an unsubscribed life. To get me to explain, to argue, to care, she tried to drag me back into the muck with her. I didn't respond by typing. For now, words were too cheap. I launched the camera app. I got the shot just right. The vast, dazzlingly blue Indian Ocean in the background. My tanned feet resting on the net's edge. And the champagne bottle perspiring. The read receipt appeared instantly after I received the picture and typed the phrase details. Then came the erratic, desperate dots of someone suffering a breakdown. The typing bubbles. I didn't read them all. Unknown number. You arrogant PR. Unknown number. I hate you. Unknown number. Brad was right. Abu. Rachel's number was also blocked by me. I then threw the phone in the safe after turning it off entirely. I learned how to scuba dive for the remainder of the week. 10 days later, I was back in the city with a fresh outlook and a tan. In actuality, I had accepted a lease for a loft downtown that was farther from our previous area, and closer to my workplace. As I pieced things together from common friends who continued to communicate with me, the fallout was disastrous. As it happens, Ryan was not the hero Emma believed him to be. He lived in an Airbnb, and worked as a crypto consultant. Ryan refused to give Emma a key when she arrived at his house sobbing, bags in hand, and said that her dull boyfriend had canceled her ticket and turned off the utilities. He offered to drive her to the home of her parents. He didn't want a destitute girlfriend with problems. He wanted a casual fling with a taken woman. 2 days later, he abandoned her. The sneer was irrevocably erased from her face. I saw Rachel, the friend whose phone Emma had used to text me, about a month after I returned. I was in a suit at a coffee shop on my way to a meeting. Rachel appeared uncomfortable. She made an attempt to run away, but I got her attention. "Hey Rachel," I exclaimed. "David," she said as she altered her posture. "You look good." "I feel good. How's Emma?" Rachel let out a sigh. Then the fucking thing busted. "Honestly, it's a mess. She's staying on my couch. She had to sell her designer bags to pay off her credit card debt. She keeps talking about how you ruined her. But honestly, David, even the girls are tired of hearing it. She bragged about meeting Ryan. We all told her she was being an idiot. She made a choice," I informed myself. As Rachel said, "She misses you, you know." Her voice trailed off. "She knows she messed up." She said, "If you just talk to her." Maybe I raised my hand. "Rachel, stop. She just wants closure." When I said, "She got closure," I said it was in the cancellation email. I left the coffee shop without turning around. I received a promotion to partner at my firm 6 months later. I began dating Sophia, a woman who doesn't have catch-up dinners with ex-boyfriends, packs her own baggage, and pays her own bills. We had a vacation to Tokyo planned. One evening, when we were making travel arrangements, Sophia asked me, "Are you sure you want to go? I know you just did a big trip a while ago." I grinned. The Maldives sprang to mind. I reflected on the bungalow's quiet. The SMS message that put a stop to a 2-year error crossed my mind. "I'm sure," I said. "This time, I'm actually bringing someone who wants to be there." Every few weeks, Emma still attempts to access my LinkedIn profile, using a private browser. I can see the alerts. They are not blocked by me. I prefer to show her the specifics. The lesson is to believe those who grin when they identify themselves. Give them the type of privacy that lasts a lifetime when they request it. My boyfriend gave my VIP tickets to his ex. Stop being jealous. I exposed his financial scam. His parents kicked him out instantly. I booked a solo trip after canceling our vacation and getting reimbursed. Where are you? She texted. I sent a beach selfie. To see more tales like this, please hit like and subscribe to the channel before continuing the video. Regards. I checked the itinerary and bag on the bed for the third time. 5 days, a Maldives overwater house, and a nightly cost greater than my first car. I saved for 4 months for this. I worked extra hours, did side consulting, and skipped every boys' night out to safeguard the bank account. We were celebrating our 2-year anniversary. I'll admit it was a Hail Mary. Emma was distant for weeks. Work wasn't bad today. A bit far. With the phone face down on the table, answering calls in the restroom and changing the passcode remotely. When I inquired what was wrong, she constantly gaslighted me. I thought the vacation would answer. Why do you always have to make everything about you? Or, you're overthinking it. I'm just tired. I thought no cell service and Blue Sea would make her look at me again. I fixed it. It was my duty. My rent was paid. I choose the dates. I handled it. This seemed manageable to me. I said, "Did you pack the sunscreen?" Emma took a while to react. Sitting at her vanity, she furiously texted. Due to their speed, her thumbs blurred. I hadn't seen her smile that brightly at the TV in months. Emma. Jumping, she turned her phone over. God, David, you startled me. I questioned steadily. What sunscreen? She grabbed a beauty brush and rolled her eyes. Did you pack it? We leave for the airport in 48 hours. Yes, David. I packed the sunscreen. You don't have to micromanage me. I'm capable of packing a bag. I know you are. I'm just excited. We met at Maxwell's birthday party last spring through mutual friends. Jack was pleasant, humorous, and made me feel special, like you finally discovered someone decent after a string of losers. Initial attention. He would text me good morning every day. Remember small things, I said. And bring me coffee when I had early shifts at work. We spent weekends talking and watching movies. He instantly introduced me to his buddies and appeared thrilled to have me. He shares a nice 2-bedroom apartment with his high school friend. I felt at home in this unpretentious place. I planned something special for our 5-month anniversary last week. Jack often said he adored this band and that they never toured. Guess what? They announced a 2-show surprise concert in town. Tickets ran out in minutes, but my friend Olivia, who coordinates events at the venue, got me VIP tickets. They weren't standard tickets. Meet and greet, backstage access, VIP parking, open bar, the full lot. Cost $350, but I thought it was ideal for us. Because Jack lives with his roommate Jacob, and my flat is a tiny studio above a bakery that barely fits my bed, I got us a room at the Marriott downtown. I thought we could do a romantic weekend. I was eager to surprise him with everything. For weeks, I planned my concert outfit, including buying a new dress. I called Jack Thursday morning regarding the tickets. His reaction was odd from the outset. Not enthusiastic. He sat quietly and claimed he needed to think. When I asked, he said he had to check his schedule, check his itinerary for his favorite band's concert he'd been raving about forever. What's more important than this? Friday, he texts me and wants to talk. I drive to his house believing he's arranging a surprise. I was mistaken. I was excited on the trip there, believing he wanted to organize something spectacular with my surprise. Jack sits me on his tattered couch and talks about our relationship and its future. I'm attempting to be calm despite my mental red flags. He drops the bomb. Recent conversations with his ex, Amelia, have helped him overcome some issues. I said, "Excuse me, what?" I've never heard about his ex. After 2 years together in college, Jack and Amelia broke up a year before we met. He always stated they parted peacefully, but they never spoke. That must have been a lie. So, I ask him directly what this implies for us. Jack looks at me like I'm crazy. He informs me that Amelia is having a terrible time with her family, and might need a nice night out. He'd rather take her to the concert than me. What I heard was unbelievable. I informed him I bought the tickets for our anniversary, and would never give them up so he could take his ex. What kind of person offers their ex anniversary gifts? Jack's entire outlook changed. He looked frigid and talked to me like a child throwing a tantrum. He called me pitiful and desperate, saying I didn't know how adults conduct relationships. He believes mature people may stay friends with their ex-partners, and assist each other through tough times. He suggested Amelia deserves nice things more than someone who is resentful of human compassion. I was mad. I told him he could support Amelia on his own time and money if he wanted to. Our plans for his ex weren't changing because I had the tickets. Who does he suppose makes my money and plans decisions? He laughed at me and claimed I was too clinging to comprehend healthy relationships. He stated I was possessive and crazy, and needed time to decide if he wanted to be with someone so insecure. He had the arrogance to insinuate we weren't compatible. Suddenly, he blocked me, blocked my number, Instagram, and everywhere. He cut me off without letting me respond or explain myself. Like our 5 months meant nothing. A couple days later, I called him from several numbers to get him to talk. No, I didn't want him back, but I needed to know his concert plans. My credit card paid for those tickets. And I had confirmation emails. My prepaid hotel reservation was also there. I get over a dozen Instagram notifications on Saturday morning. Jack unblocked me long enough to tag me in a story. The video showed him and Amelia wearing my ticket lanyards in the VIP section of the concert. That lovely silver jewelry was recognizable to Amelia. I understood why. Just a week ago, I gave Jack his anniversary gift. I bought a vintage silver chain from an antique shop downtown for about $150, and took weeks to find because he loved vintage jewelry. Final insult. Video caption. Thanks for funding our reunion, she says. Hi. I called the venue to report the tickets as stolen, but since Jack was my +1, they stated they couldn't do anything. Even though I called the hotel, Jack had convinced them to transfer the reservation to him. He called pretending to be my boyfriend to make arrangements, and they let him. Zero verification. I got a text from an unknown number Sunday morning while trying to comprehend everything. I learn it's from Ryan, Jack's work closest friend. The message told me to be grateful Jack dated someone so simple and to learn from a real woman who knows how to handle men. What the hell? Why does his friend text me? I completely lost it right then. On my Instagram story, I screenshot Ryan's message and asked if anyone recognized this number because someone was harassing me. Within hours, people recognized Lucas and commented on his post asking why he was contacting girlfriends. It appears Lucas didn't consider that seriously. Jack continued humiliating me. He publishes a photo of him and Amelia at a posh downtown brunch on his main Instagram feed Monday morning. This caption stated, "Finally upgraded from charity work. Sometimes you don't realize what you're missing until you remember what you used to have." The responses were harsh. Each of his pals joked about his upgrading and how much happier he seemed. Amelia commented with love eyes and inside jokes. I felt like our 5-month relationship had been destroyed and replaced with this story that I was his consolation prize. Here's what bothers me. I was no random female he chose. Jack pursued me. He entered my DMs after Maxwell's party. He asked me out, bought me flowers, and said I was different from previous girls he'd dated. He claimed to have never felt so comfortable with someone so quickly. He now acts like he was helping me the whole time. I cried and raged through his posts on Monday, screenshotting everything because I couldn't believe it was happening. It indicated he was on weekend leave when I called his work. We drove by his apartment Wednesday, but his car was gone. Jacob told me Jack was away temporarily. Jack will discover what sad and desperate mean if he believed I was. I'm tired of being the shy girl who disappears when embarrassed. Done letting him dictate the story. I'm done being the victim in his love fairy tale. The future is unknown to him. Thinks he won. Thinks he got away with it. He's presumably sitting there chuffed about pulling off this whole plot. After implementing everything, I'll update you. Trust me, this tale is only beginning. First update. Some of you have been DMing me for updates. Trust me, I have tea to spill. Olivia, my friend, gave me concert tickets. If Jack received my tickets, she might explain how. Olivia exploded when I told her what happened. She instantly checked the guest list and found that Jack had called the venue on Friday afternoon as my boyfriend. To avoid wasting the tickets, he said I had food poisoning and couldn't make it, but I wanted him to take someone else. They allowed him do it because my name was on the main account and his was the +1. No verification needed. But now it gets fascinating. Olivia said Jack looked too knowledgeable about the VIP package when he called. Not in the confirmation email I showed him. Which entrance to use, when the meet and greet began, and which parking section was reserved for VIPs. I kept this from him since I wanted to surprise him that night. How could Jack know so much about a surprise you were keeping? I began scouring his Instagram weeks before buying the tickets. It was then I found it. His story highlights from a month ago included a concert announcement screenshot. Not just any screenshot. It was a screenshot of the VIP package details page with costs and everything. Jack had been investigating the tickets for himself. So he knew what I was getting him. If he wanted to travel so badly, why not buy his own tickets? I called Maxwell to ask some harmless inquiries regarding Jack's finances and got the answer. Jack has had money issues for months. His February car breakdown required a loan for repairs. After his mom got sick in March, he's paid her medical expenditures. Maxwell added that Jack had been working additional shifts and asked for $200 a few weeks ago. But Maxwell refused because Jack hadn't paid him back yet. Jack was broke, wanted to go to this event, and his girlfriend purchased his unaffordable tickets. Instead of being grateful, he saw an opportunity, but it gets worse. Grace is my friend from state, so I contacted her. I didn't plan to gossip or cause trouble. I wanted to know what Jack told Amelia about our connection, since this entire Amelia is struggling scenario didn't set well with me. Grace was first skeptical, but she informed me that Amelia had been writing on her private Instagram about dating someone new for a month, saying she was finally appreciated by a man who knows what he wants. The timeline was off. Why was Amelia writing about her new romance if she was having family issues? So I asked Grace to probe further. There was no family problem for Amelia. Jack and she had been discussing before our anniversary preparations. They'd been meeting for coffee and texting often, and Amelia told Grace Jack had been complaining about feeling stuck in our relationship for weeks. Wait. It gets worse. What about that old silver necklace I gave Jack for our anniversary? What Amelia wore in his Instagram story? Amelia wore it at lunch last week, Grace noticed. Jack gave Amelia that necklace shortly after I gave it to him 2 weeks ago. He probably never wore it. Like a gift delivery service, I took it straight to her. Grace's announcement shook me. Shaking with anger. This wasn't a last-minute decision to help a pal. He planned to use me to support his revived affair with Amelia. I met Ryan outside Target near my work on Wednesday afternoon, proving the universe wasn't done giving me information. Ryan, one of Jack's store co-workers, and I had met him when I picked him up from work or stopped by during his breaks. I just wanted groceries and to cry at home. Ryan saw me in the parking lot and approached. When I saw Ryan, I believed Jack had sent him to talk to me, but he seemed shocked. How was I, and had Jack and I resolved things? He said I should let Jack be happy and move on after I told him there was no way to work out because Jack had made his choice. That Jack was starting a new chapter and I shouldn't stop him. I thought. Okay. That's a weird thing to say to someone. But whatever. Ryan then revealed this. He advised me to ignore Jack, because he and Amelia were moving to Europe permanently. Jack talked at work about how this was his chance to do something significant with his life. What now, excuse me? Ryan explained that Jack had been gloating about how his parents were finally supporting his goals, and had given him money to start over in Europe. Jack informed co-workers that his family was more generous than they thought, and wanted their son to succeed. He received funds for this great adventure. I stood in the Target parking lot processing this knowledge. Parents fund Jack's European trip. Same parents who struggled with his mom's medical bills. Their parents reside in that tiny duplex across town, and drive older automobiles than mine. Jack complained about his parents never having enough money to see him. Ryan was confused by my reply when I inquired whether he was sure. He said Jack was eager and had shown friends internet photos of Barcelona apartments he and Amelia were looking at. Barcelona. Like his purportedly affluent family, is funding a romantic European vacation. Ryan realized I was acting oddly, so he backtracked and said he muddled up what Jack said. I thanked him and left quickly, but my mind was racing. This is what Ryan didn't know. I met Jack's parents around Christmas. I witnessed their lifestyle throughout 2 days at their place. Margaret, his beautiful mother, has major health concerns that have depleted their finances. His dad works sometimes. They apologized to me for not being able to get Jack a better Christmas gift that year. These parents don't have thousands of dollars for their son's European romance. These people have been struggling for months. Where is Jack finding the money for this huge European escape with Amelia? I sat in my car for 20 minutes, attempting to figure this out. Jack tells his co-workers his parents are paying for his European vacation, but I know they can't. Jack has been working extra jobs and borrowing money from friends for months. Where is this strange funding coming from? It hit me like a truck. What if Jack doesn't use his parents' money? What if he cheats his parents out of money? Jack was skilled at manipulating situations, like when he got the venue to switch my tickets. How he charmed the hotel into changing the reservation. Jack can manipulate others, especially those who care about him. Is he planning to defraud his parents? I couldn't ignore this suspicion, so I did something foolish but necessary. I contacted Jack's Aunt Lily. When I met Lily at Jack's family Christmas event, we clicked. She's his mom's sister, very nice. And we exchanged numbers, because she wanted to send me her renowned cookie recipe. I assumed Lily would know about Jack's family's finances and these European intentions. She appeared honest and would tell me if something was wrong. I heard her kids playing as Lily answered. I casually asked how she was doing and if she'd heard Jack's big news. When she asked what news I was talking about, I said Jack was preparing to move to Europe with his girlfriend and his parents were funding it. Lily sat silent for a moment, then asked, "Wait. With his girlfriend? You mean with you?" I realized she didn't know what occurred between Jack and me. I had to explain everything. Concert tickets. Amelia. Breakup. Everything. Shocked. Lily. She continued asking me to repeat sections of the narrative because she couldn't believe it. She informed me Jack hadn't told the family about breaking up with me or moving to Europe with someone else. She believed Jack and I were together and doing well. She claimed last week that Jack's mom asked how I was doing and looked forward to seeing me again when she spoke to Margaret. I informed her where I heard about the European intentions, and she requested me to wait while she talked quietly. Lily returned to the line, and said she'd never heard of European plans, and was sure Jack's parents didn't either. She stated Margaret would have told her, especially if they were talking about spending that much. Lily sounded worried when she requested me not to tell anyone about this chat. She wanted to do more research before making any decisions, but something about this circumstance didn't feel right. Lily promised to call me after discreetly asking around. She stated she had a family cookout this weekend, and could casually bring up Jack to see what everyone knew. I hung up, relieved and scared. Thanks to my suspicions regarding Jack's family finances, I felt vindicated. Fearful that Jack wasn't merely a cheating boyfriend. He planned to defraud his family. However, its bravado almost impressed me. Jack tricked me into sponsoring his Amelia reunion. He was supposedly planning to trick his parents into paying their European getaway. It was more than cheating. This manipulation and deception were advanced. As I thought about it, additional parts fell into place. Jack's sudden desire to start over and help Amelia, his complete disregard for our relationship, and his harsh social media remarks. He blocked me entirely and attempted to make me look like the crazy ex. Not only did Jack leave me for Amelia, he wanted to leave everyone with a pocket full of stolen money. The rest of Wednesday night, I paced my tiny apartment waiting for Lily to call. I imagined worse and worse scenarios. Would Jack ask his parents for a loan he never planned to repay? Was he intending to create a complicated business prospect requiring rapid investment? I hated waiting. But Lily needed time to gather information without suspicion. If Jack was intending to defraud his family, I didn't want him to know we were watching. Second update. I'm shaking. Lily called me yesterday, and told me the news was worse than I expected. Remember Lily's plan to gently ask around during their family cookout this weekend? Indeed. She did. Jack may have been telling his family a lot of untrue lies. Lily quietly asked Margaret how Jack was doing, and Margaret brightened with pride. Jack reportedly told his mom he had uncovered a great online business possibility and needed funds. After months of investigating this organization, he told Margaret that if he could get the initial investment money, he could move out of his shared apartment, and possibly help his parents financially. Here's the twist. Jack told his mom that several of his friends had invested, so he just needed one more to believe in him to achieve his dream. He had found a fantastic chance working with a European company that imports niche products, and could establish a lifelong connection if he could get to Barcelona to meet with them. Lily stated Margaret was practically smiling when she said Jack had never showed this entrepreneurial drive before, and how thrilled she was that he was finally ready to take care of his future. Margaret reminded Lily that Jack deserved this chance because he had been working hard, picking up extra shifts and saving every penny. Margaret's mood shifted when Lily asked if Jack needed money for this business. She paused before admitting Jack had mentioned it several times. He told his parents that he was close to making the initial investment but needed more money to travel to Barcelona and seal the deal. Lily claimed Margaret's face showed struggle as she talked about it. She wanted to support her son's goals after seeing him struggle financially for a year. With medical bills and other expenses, she and Jack's dad are barely surviving. Jack had worked on them for weeks though. He'd been visiting more, helping his dad with chores, bringing his mom flowers, and being the perfect son. Every time he went, he said he was close to fulfilling his dream, and that this was his one chance to succeed. Lily informed me Margaret told her, she and Jack's dad were considering a small loan to help Jack with his business. Margaret said Jack promised to repay them within 6 months, if the firm started producing money. I actually paced my flat, While Lily told me this, Jack wasn't simply after his parents' money. For weeks, he'd played the perfect son, earned their trust, and made them feel like awful parents if they didn't back his aspirations. She stated she also spoke to Jack's dad, who told a different account. Jack told his dad that he'd been chatting to a business mentor with European connections who offered to help him create an international business. Jack stated the mentor was willing to come to Barcelona with him to facilitate early encounters, according to his dad. Lily told me Jack had been hazy about who this mysterious business mentor was, but that it was someone he'd met at work who had experience in international imports, and was prepared to help him learn. It was obvious Jack was talking about Amelia. He wanted to use his parents' money for a business chance, and use it to travel Europe with his side piece. Wait, it gets worse. When Lily asked Jack's dad if he was going to support him financially, he got emotional and stated he felt like he'd failed Jack by not giving him more possibilities as a child. He claimed Jack had been discussing how all his friends' parents could afford college or start businesses, and how he felt behind since his family couldn't. Jack made his parents feel like they owed him because they weren't rich. This man, who had seen his parents confess to me at Christmas for not being able to buy better gifts, was now making them feel terrible for not funding his false business venture. Lily stated she could tell Jack's parents were genuinely considering the loan. Despite the financial hardship, they considered borrowing against their house, or utilizing their remaining retirement assets. Jack convinced them that this was his only chance at success, so they sacrificed their financial stability. I was so mad I couldn't think. Jack planned to steal from his impoverished parents after stealing my concert tickets and anniversary gift. Despite my knowledge, he was planning a romantic European vacation with Amelia, whom he'd been cheating on for years. What should we do with this information? Lily inquired. She wasn't sure what to do because she didn't want to ruin Margaret's excitement about Jack's business plan, but she also couldn't watch Jack trick his parents into giving him money. I told Lily we needed to reveal Jack's lies without making his parents feel silly for believing him. These kind people want to help their son. Jack exploited their affection and confidence in the worst way. Although Lily agreed, she advised us to proceed cautiously. Margaret and Jack's dad may not believe our claims if we went to him. Jack's claims were so impressive and thorough that his parents believed in his business possibility. I got an idea then. What if Jack revealed himself? We might be able to catch Jack lying before he asked his parents for money. Lily thought that was an excellent idea but wasn't sure how to implement it. Jack had kept his narrative straight when chatting to his parents, so he wouldn't admit to defrauding them. I'd been thinking about this all week, and had several ideas. I told Lily I wanted to attempt something but needed her help. Jack would disclose himself without our convincing if we had perfect time and a little luck. Lily was worried about participating, which I understood. This is her family, therefore she didn't want to cause trouble, or hurt anyone. Jack stealing money from Margaret and Jack's dad when they were already struggling, was also unbearable to her. I assured Lily that if my strategy worked, Jack's parents would learn the truth without us having to tell them. They might make informed decisions about Jack instead of being duped into giving him money. After some consideration, Lily offered to help. She couldn't justify letting Jack cheat his parents, knowing how much they sacrificed for his business opportunity. Here's our plan. Lily will call Margaret tomorrow, to offer a family supper to celebrate Jack's new business venture this week. She'll suggest inviting everyone so Jack may share his opportunity with the family since this is so important to him. If Jack is forced to explain his business plan in front of everyone with specific questions about the company, the product, the timeline, the investment structure, and all the details he's been keeping vague, he'll either admit he's lying, or dig himself so deep with contradictory stories that his parents will see the holes. Jack can control one-on-one talks by tailoring his story to each person. But if he has to tell the same narrative to many individuals who ask questions and compare facts, it will be tougher to keep his lies straight. Jack's parents will also be suspicious if he cancels the meal, or makes excuses for not sharing the contents. Jack has been preparing for this huge chance to succeed. His parents will worry what he's hiding, if he suddenly becomes reluctant about telling family who might support him. Lily will tell Margaret that she's so enthused about Jack's business venture, that she wants to learn more and possibly help spread the word or establish contacts. She'll portray the family dinner as a celebration and support network for Jack's big chance. The beauty of this idea is that Jack can't refuse without looking suspicious. He'd be eager to tell his parents about a viable business idea he wanted them to invest in. Avoiding that talk would only be necessary if he had no business to discuss. I hope being there will also put Jack off his game. Lily will suggest that I be asked to the dinner since I've been so involved in Jack's life recently. She'll act like Jack wants to tell someone who cares about his success, about his happy news. Jack has no idea I know about his European aspirations, or his strategy to get money from his parents. He sees me as his pitiful ex-girlfriend, who's presumably still grieving about our split. Jack's face when he realizes I'm at his family dinner, knowing what he's been up to, will be priceless. Whatever happens, Jack will be trapped with no options. Jack never thinks straight when panicking. Lily called Margaret this morning to offer family supper. Margaret seemed thrilled. She immediately planned this weekend, proposing creating Jack's favorite food, and inviting his dad's brother and sister-in-law. I was shocked. Jack consented to supper. He might make excuses or delay it, I thought. However, his ego is so large that he thinks he can answer any family questions. Perhaps he believes he can captivate everyone and steal their money by nightfall. I'll update you after the family dinner. Please pray that Jack's ego and arrogance will fail him. Last update. My gosh, you guys. What just transpired is unbelievable. What happened at the family meal 2 days ago is still fresh in my mind. Jack's world has collapsed, and I'm here for every second. I arrive at Margaret and Jack's dad's place on Saturday night with everyone else. Lily told Margaret she invited me because Jack would want to share his exciting news with someone who'd been so important in his life recently. Margaret hugged me and said she was glad Jack was finally ready to start his life. Jack's reaction when he spotted me in the living room was priceless. I could see him attempting to figure out my purpose. He appeared calm, but his eyes showed panic. Standard family dinner fare for the first hour. Everyone was chatting about work and life after Margaret made Jack's favorite pot roast. Jack was charming, assisting his mom in the kitchen, asking his dad about his projects, the perfect son character he'd been practicing for weeks. But then Lily asked Jack about his business plan. Then things became intriguing. She told everyone she was thrilled that Jack wanted to establish his own business, and requested him to inform everyone about this fantastic chance. Jack talked about this European company and how he made so much importing to Barcelona. However, his story was obvious BS from the start. He kept using obscure business terms but couldn't explain his job. It was much funnier when Jack realized I was watching his entire performance. You could see his brain register that his ex-girlfriend was going to hear his huge success tale. This moron showed off more, instead of being afraid. Jack became passionate as he talked about taking charge of his life and creating money. He kept looking at me while talking, like he wanted to make sure I was hearing about his achievement and ambition. His phony business story was meant to make me jealous. He hinted about his foreign ties and European business partner, who was helping him expand into other areas. Jack was nearly pining, talking about how this opportunity would set him up for life and let him buy his dream lifestyle. Jack felt he was impressing me with his lies, so I tried not to laugh. He had no idea I knew his European business partner was Amelia, and that his objective was to steal from his parents and flee. His uncle then asked basic questions. Products of what kind? The company's name? How did Jack find them? Jack kept giving hazy responses about how everything remained confidential until partnerships were formalized. I messed with him then. Did Jack have Amelia as a business mentor? Jack stammered about how irrelevant that was, but it was too late. Everyone knew he lied. Margaret was confused and asked who Amelia was, so I showed everyone the Instagram images of Jack and Amelia at my concert wearing my anniversary necklace in my hotel room. Margaret questioned me why Jack was with another woman instead of me. I told him Jack broke up with me the day before the performance to take Amelia. Margaret said, "You know when you see someone's whole world crashing down?" and asked Jack why he hadn't told the family we broke up. Jack became defensive, stating it was personal. Lily then asked the million-dollar question. Jack mentioned a strange business coach named Amelia. Jack went off the deep end. It was comical when he yelled about how nobody supported his aspirations, and only Amelia believed in him. Given you just disclosed your business mentor as your new girlfriend. Then I got the perfect idea. I said, "You know what? If this is all legit, why don't you show everyone your text messages with Amelia about this business opportunity? And while you're at it, show us your conversations with this European business partner you keep talking about." Jack got flustered and said that was private business information. I said, "Come on, Jack. If Amelia is your business mentor and you have a real European partner, just show everyone a few messages. Prove that this isn't just you planning a vacation with your new girlfriend." Jack was furious. He shouted that I shouldn't interfere in his family's business. He claimed I was his bitter ex-girlfriend attempting to ruin his life since I couldn't tolerate his upgrading. He warned me to stay out of family things that didn't interest me, but I persisted. I assured everyone Jack would show a few business communications, if he had nothing to conceal. Real business partners, email, contract, and schedule meetings. If this European company exists, business negotiations should exist. Jack declined. He wouldn't break confidentiality agreements to satisfy my envy. When his dad asked about confidentiality agreements, Jack claimed all real business operations require discretion, and he couldn't risk his partnership. His uncle wasn't convinced. He requested that Jack show them Amelia's business connections texts. Jack became even angrier, and called me pathetic for attending his family dinner uninvited and sabotaging his future. I dropped the actual bomb then. I turned to Margaret and Jack's dad and said, "You guys need to know something. Jack isn't planning to start a business. He's planning to take your money, fly to Europe with Amelia, and disappear forever. He's tired of living here, and wants to abandon his entire life in America." He told his co-workers he was getting money from his generous family to start fresh in Europe. The reaction was severe and fast. Jack's dad stood up and yelled at him. "You were planning to rob us? We can barely pay our bills, and you wanted to steal our money to run away with some random girl?" Margaret cried and yelled. "How could you ever consider stealing from your parents? We were willing to go into debt to help you." Jack's uncle was shocked. "So there was never any business. You were just planning to take their money under false pretenses and disappear. That's theft, Jack. That's a crime." Jack tried to explain that he wasn't stealing and just wanted a better life, but his dad refused. "You were planning to lie to us, take our money, and vanish. That is stealing," Margaret shrieked. "We trusted you. We believed in your dreams, and you were planning to rob us the entire time." She asked how she could have raised a stolen boy from his impoverished parents. Jack's aunt cried also, stating she couldn't believe Jack would hurt such traumatized people. Jack's uncle was enraged, calling plotting to defraud your family the worst thing he'd ever heard. Jack panicked because everyone called him a thief and liar. He tried to say he would have made amends. Jack's dad objected. "Made it up to us? How? From Europe? With what money?" Jack snapped. He screamed that his family was holding him back, and that Amelia was right about them being small-minded and unambitious. He said he deserved more than this bad community, with no future visionaries. Jack's dad shoved him out the door with his arm. "If you think so little of us, then get out. You want to abandon us so badly? Start right now," Margaret cried. Urging Jack to leave, Jack's uncle told him his idea was criminal and they should notify the police. Jack's dad shoved him out the front door and flung his jacket. He screamed at Jack that he'd raised a thief and a liar, and that Jack was no son of his. Our startled silence lasted a few minutes. Her tears were so intense, Margaret could barely breathe. "Wait, it gets much better." Jack reportedly rushed straight to Amelia's house to tell her his family rejected his business concept and they needed to find another method to pay their European getaway. Grace claims that Amelia told Jack she didn't want to be with him since he was broke, his parents were struggling, and there was no inheritance or family money. They broke up because he couldn't afford to take her to Europe. I die. This man broke up with me, was disowned by his family, and planned to plunder his poor parents. All for a woman who dumped him after discovering his poverty. Jack has been phoning me 20 to 25 times a day, leaving weird voicemails and texts from random numbers since Monday. His mind is going crazy. The voicemails are crazy. Jack is crying, yelling, "What did you do?" and pleading with me to mend everything. He shouted, "Please, I'm sorry. Answer me. It was just a joke." This man planned to steal from his parents and leave America. He joked about it today. I keep being asked to help Jack find Amelia. He wants me to phone her and lie, saying his family has money, and was testing him for chutzpah. He wants me to assist him deceive his cheating ex-girlfriend into a relationship. He's tried calling his parents but gets no answer. Margaret told Lily that Jack left dozens of voicemails, apologizing and pleading for another opportunity. He offered to repay them triple if they gave him $800 to prove his dedication to Amelia in one message. Jack's dad changed the locks and encouraged neighbors to phone the police if they saw Jack. Jack must confess to stealing from them and seeking severe therapy before he can see him again. Jack's ability to damage every relationship for a lady who dumped him the moment she found out he was broke is impressive. The stupidity is astounding. Jack called again while I type. He left another weeping voicemail saying he never intended it to be complicated. Perhaps if I assist him resolve family issues, we might resolve things. I want to help him mend his relationships after he planned to rob his parents to earn money to win back his sugar baby. The delusion is impressive. But I'm done with Jack. His belief that he was smarter than us led him to lie to everyone who cared about him. He imagined he could manipulate his way into a European getaway with stolen money from his suffering parents. He believed Amelia cared about him, not just his contributions. His parents won't be robbed by their kid. She desired him for money he didn't have. I wouldn't let his pitiful midlife crisis ruin his family's finances. My boyfriend bragged about putting me in my place after kissing his ex. He thought I'd crawl back, but he begged for mercy and 38 texts later. Logan began referring to his actions as jokes 6 months ago whenever I asked him a question. I asked him to refrain from flirting with girls at parties in October, which started the pattern. I was obsessed with him, he said, laughing, to his friends. This made Zach, Ryan, and Jake laugh. Every time I was around, they began to make remarks about clingy girlfriends. Logan started to push limits. In bars, he would wink at me from across the room while dancing with other girls. In front of me, he began approaching random women and giving them his number. He claimed I was being overly dramatic about everyday social interaction when I confronted him later. He would shake his head and say, "It's just dancing," as if I were completely insane. Without fail, his friends were always there to support him. Last weekend, Logan's ex-girlfriend Sophie appeared at Zach's birthday celebration in a form-fitting red dress. Although Logan said they were just being friendly, she had been messaging him for weeks. I saw her run her fingers along his bicep and touch his arm as she spoke. Logan smirked and continued to look at me. In order to record everything, his friends Ryan and Jake set up shop close by with their phones out. People from our college and other local schools were crammed into the party. We got there at 8. And Logan had been drinking steadily ever since. For hours, he ignored me entirely while continuing to buy Sophie drinks. He turned away from me, or changed the topic every time I attempted to join in on their conversation. Logan took Sophie by the waist and drew her in at around 10:30. His hands were on her hips as he gave her a full tongue kiss. At least 45 seconds passed during the kiss. Jake and Ryan immediately began chanting. They pointed their cameras straight at me and shouted, "She deserved it. She deserved it." Several others turned to observe the spectacle. Some people chuckled. Others remained silent but appeared uneasy. Logan drew away from Sophie and looked directly at me. "Just a joke, babe," he exclaimed with a smile. In his ear, Sophie whispered something while giggling. He squeezed her waist once more while nodding. I made my way through the throng to the front door. People stepped aside and gazed. My phone began to buzz before I even got to my car. My screen displayed text after text. Logan was sending messages more quickly than I could read them. By the time I got home, there were 20 in all. "You're ruining my night. Come back right now and apologize to Sophie. Stop being so dramatic about everything. Everyone at this party thinks you're completely psycho now." I turned off my phone completely and drove home, saying, "This is exactly why guys don't want serious girlfriends. You totally embarrassed me in front of all my friends. Learn to take a harmless joke for once in your life." Logan had uploaded 8 Instagram stories between midnight and 2:30 a.m. on Sunday morning when I checked it. Videos of him making out with random partygoers. Women dancing in close-ups against him. The final story featured Logan taking pictures with 3 different girls, and each caption went something like, "This is what happens when you try to control me. And freedom feels so good right now." According to the caption, single life hits different. In each and every post, he had tagged Jake, Zach, and Ryan. At 2:30 a.m., Logan arrived at my apartment complex. On Sunday morning, for 5 minutes in a row, he banged on the front door and shouted my name loudly enough to wake up the units next door. I opened it at last, and he smelled of cigarettes, alcohol, and several perfumes. There were creases, and a dark stain on his button-down shirt, and his hair was sticking up in all directions. He said, "You're a psycho girlfriend," as he swayed against my door. "Every guy cheats on their girl eventually. At least I did it to your face instead of sneaking around behind your back like some coward." I instructed him to leave right away. Leaning against the doorframe, he laughed. "You'll forgive me by Tuesday like you always do," he responded. Then he staggered back to his car and drove off, saying, "Remember when I made out with your sister's friend at Christmas? You got over that real quick?" Ryan sent me a private Instagram message on Monday afternoon. I closed the app after reading the message twice. "You're way too uptight about everything. Logan was teaching you an important lesson about trust and boundaries. You should be grateful he cares enough to help you grow as a person." I received a message from Emily 20 minutes later. The group chat on Zach's phone was visible to her. "Who is his girlfriend?" 23 screenshots of their conversation from Sunday night were sent to me by her. Logan was boasting about how he had put me in my place. "She'll come crawling back like always," he stated. Jake responded with sobbing laughing emojis. "They all do when you show them who's really the boss." He wrote, "Savage move. Bro." Ryan went on to say, "She definitely needed that reality check." Logan sent a picture of himself in bed, his hair disheveled and shirtless. More laughing emojis followed from all his friends. He captioned it, saying, "Single life is treating me incredibly well already. Logan thinks he knows exactly who I am. He thinks I'm still the same naive girl who apologized after our first fight 3 years ago." First update. Remember how Logan said I'd come crawling back by Tuesday? Well, guess what happened on Tuesday? Nothing at all. He's probably out celebrating with his friends right now, thinking he's won some sort of victory, and he has no idea what's coming for him. The girl who blamed herself when he joked about my weight in front of his entire family last Christmas. I didn't check his social media. I didn't text him. And by Wednesday morning, I had 50 text messages and 22 missed calls. Logan's messages began normally, saying things like, "Hey babe, you're being really immature about this whole thing." Apparently, this broke his entire brain. "I know you're reading these messages," they said as their desperation grew. "When I try to fix this, why do you ignore me?" He was practically having a text meltdown by Thursday, saying, "I can't believe you're actually going to throw away 3 years over one harmless joke," he said. "This silent treatment thing is getting really old. To me, Sophie meant nothing at all. You must understand that. My friends were encouraging me while I was inebriated." He kept calling it a joke, as if making out with his ex while his friends were filming me was just a funny practical joke that I should enjoy. This is what really irritates me. This man's audacity is truly remarkable. On Friday afternoon, he showed up at my workplace. My coworker Chloe came to find me in the break room and informed me that there was a man in the lobby asking for me, looking really agitated. I peeked around the corner and saw Logan pacing back and forth, running his hands through his hair as he usually does when he's stressed. His face brightened as I walked out there, as if I was finally ready to forgive him, and he began speaking right away, saying, "Thank God, I've been trying to get in touch with you for days." I told him that since he had already made such a public mockery of our relationship, we could discuss this matter in the lobby and decide how to proceed together. "Don't be like this," he uttered, his face changing quickly. "You're being really unfair." In response to my question about what he was apologizing for, this man genuinely expressed regret that I misinterpreted his joke and felt offended. "I came here to apologize and work things out like adults." I told him his apology was noted, and he could go now, but he became louder and said I was being totally irrational and making this whole thing much bigger than it needed to be. I'm not sorry for kissing his ex, for making me feel embarrassed, or that I'm too sensitive to enjoy his sense of humor. Every couple goes through stuff like this, he said. It's called growing together, and learning to trust each other. At this point, Chloe and half of the office were watching from behind the reception desk. Logan finally lowered his voice, stepped closer, and informed me that he wouldn't leave until we had resolved this issue. After seeing those screenshots of the group chat, I realized something important. He really thought I would give in like I always had before, and the old me would have been ashamed of making a scene at work, and would have agreed to speak in private just to get him to leave. I told Logan that we were done, not taking a break, not working through problems, but completely finished, and his face went through about 5 different emotions in 10 seconds. Confusion, disbelief, anger, and then this strange fake laugh that made it seem like I was obviously kidding. It changed everything for me to read him boast about putting me in my place, and knowing that I'd come crawling back. "You don't mean that," he said. "Since we've been dating for 3 years. I completely understand that you're upset right now. You can't just brush that off over something this dumb." I clarified that making out with his ex, while his friends were filming, it wasn't dumb. Rather, it was intentional humiliation. Logan became defensive right away, saying that his group chat messages revealed his true feelings for me, and that it wasn't romantic to show up drunk at my apartment at 2:30 in the morning. It was disrespectful and, to be honest, a little frightening. "Those guys were just being guys," he said. "You are familiar with group chats. To make each other feel good, we say dumb things. It doesn't mean anything real," he said, adding that the kiss with Sophie was nothing more serious than him showing off while intoxicated. However, what really hit home for me was that he rolled his eyes when I said that I was afraid when he showed up intoxicated. "Come on. You know I would never hurt you," he actually said. Reduce your exaggerated behavior. I learned everything I needed to know from his dismissal of my feelings regarding his inebriated 230A. Visit. This man does not respect my boundaries, my feelings, or my basic sense of safety, and he never will because, in his opinion, I'm just being dramatic and overly sensitive. I turned around and returned to work as if he had never been there. I watched him stand there through the window for another 10 minutes, presumably waiting for me to return outside and continue the conversation. My sister Emily had left me 3 voicemails when I got home that night, stating that Logan had called her to ask if she could talk sense into me. He explained that I was having a breakdown and that I needed family intervention to see reason. Emily was incensed. She claimed that Logan had described the entire party scenario as though he had been the victim of my domineering and jealous behavior. Emily was incensed, claiming that I had lost my mind over harmless flirting and was now punishing him with silence. The best part, though, is that Emily was present at Zach's party. She was present when Logan attempted to rewrite history and make himself the victim, but she quickly shut that down, telling Logan that what she had witnessed was not innocent flirting, but rather the public humiliation of his girlfriend for entertainment. She saw Logan kiss Sophie as his friends chanted and recorded, and she saw how embarrassed I looked as I left. Any man who would do that to someone he supposedly loved had serious problems, and she'd have some choice words for him if he ever called her again trying to manipulate family members. Logan apparently did not take this well. And Emily said he began arguing with her, insisting she didn't fully understand the context, and that I had been controlling and jealous for months. He accused her of encouraging my dramatic behavior when she refused to agree with him. That conversation took place yesterday. Logan's mother texted me this morning, saying, "Hello, sweetie. Logan informed me that there are issues between you two. I was hoping we could discuss finding a solution over coffee this weekend. You are aware of Logan's love for you. Logan believes that if enough people tell me to forgive him, I'll give in to pressure and return to being his doormat girlfriend, but he doesn't realize that I'm not the same person who apologized after his last joke." That's when I realized Logan's master plan. He's calling in reinforcements. His mom, my sister, and probably planning to get our mutual friends involved too. He wants to play games and involve other people, so I'm not the girl who blamed herself when he flirted with my sister. I've been working on something since Sunday, and it's almost ready. The second update is that Tuesday will be very interesting. Zach can play that game, but he won't enjoy my version nearly as much as his own. I'm shaking with anger right now, but I'm also kind of impressed with how this all worked out. So, remember when Logan's mom wanted to go get coffee? Well, that was only the start of his masterful scheme to manipulate both of our families. On Saturday morning, I'm at Target shopping for groceries when my mom calls. She seems concerned and asks me if I'm all right because she just got off the phone with Logan's mother, who apparently told his parents that I'm having a mental health crisis, and that I'm not talking about our relationship issues. I tell my mom about the entire party situation, including the kiss with Sophie, the filming, the group chat messages, and everything else. After listening, my mom becomes enraged and tells me that Logan's mother painted a totally different picture, saying that I had a jealousy-fueled breakdown over innocent socializing, and that now I'm punishing Logan with cruel silence. My mom calls Logan's mother back right away, and I can hear both sides of the conversation because she kept the speaker on. My mom interrupts Logan's mother, who begins by speaking about how worried she is about my emotional state, and how Logan is upset that I won't even talk about solving our problems, and then goes on to describe what really transpired at that party. The purposeful kissing, the public humiliation, the friends chanting, and the videotaping of my response. After a long period of silence, Logan's mother says, "That's not the story Logan told them at all." According to Logan's account, I became irrationally envious when his ex appeared at the party, making a big deal out of him being courteous to her before storming out in a dramatic manner when he gave her a goodbye hug. My mom is shocked, asking Logan's mother if she really thinks her son would lie about something this serious. There's a long pause, and his friends were laughing at my overreaction, not taking part in any humiliation. The Instagram posts were just him venting after I didn't answer his calls. My mom loses it when Logan's mother says she believes in her son. Perhaps there are two sides to every story. She tells Logan's mother that if her son believes that kissing other women in front of his girlfriend is acceptable relationship behavior, then perhaps she was a bad parent. She says that any mother who supports her adult son kissing other women is obviously raising him to be disrespectful to women. The situation worsens on Sunday afternoon when Logan's mother hangs up on her. My dad calls to report that Logan showed up at our house to speak with him directly about the situation while he was working in the garage. Logan just showed up without invitation, acting respectful and worried. My dad, who doesn't yet know the whole story, listens politely as Logan explains how much he loves me and wants to work through my insecurities with me. He's willing to go to couples counseling and do whatever it takes to help me feel more secure in our relationship. Logan told my dad that I've been struggling with jealousy and trust issues for months, and that he's been trying to be patient and understanding, but I've gotten increasingly controlling about his friendships with women. My dad tells Logan he'll think about it and get back to me, but after Logan leaves, my dad calls me bewildered as to why Logan seems so sincere and worried if he actually did what I described. Logan then asks my dad to talk to me about giving their relationship another chance, saying he knows I respect my father's opinion and might listen to him when I won't listen to anyone else. My dad's expression changes completely as I tell him the whole story. The months of testing boundaries, the purposeful flirting, the kiss with Sophie while his friends were filming, the group chat messages boasting about putting me in my place, and I drive straight over to their house and sit down with them both. By the time I finish, my dad is enraged that Logan came to their house and lied to him directly. My mom shows him the screenshot that Emily sent from the group chat, and when he reads that Logan called me a psycho girlfriend and said that I'll come crawling back, he loses it. He calls Logan right away and puts it on speaker. My dad cuts straight to the chase and asks Logan to explain the group chat messages about putting me in my place. Logan stutters for a moment before claiming that those were just guy talk and didn't mean anything serious, that men exaggerate in group chats to sound tough, but that's not how they really feel. Logan's response is generally positive, as if he believes my dad is calling to help persuade me. He claims that after I left him, he was upset and venting to his friends. When my dad inquires about the video of him kissing Sophie, Logan says it was just a friendly kiss that appeared worse on camera than it was, and that his friends were intoxicated and making foolish remarks, but he has no control over what other people say or do. My dad then asks Logan the question that opens the door. Why did Logan lie about what happened when he came to their house? Why did he tell a completely different story that made me look unstable and jealous instead of admitting that he kissed another woman? Logan immediately becomes defensive, claiming that he was trying to protect my reputation by not telling my parents how badly I overreacted, and that he didn't want them to think less of me for making such a dramatic scene over nothing. My dad tells Logan that lying to my parents to get them to put pressure on me is not protecting my reputation. It's manipulative. That any man who would publicly humiliate his girlfriend and then lie to her family about it is not welcome in their house ever again. Logan begins to argue that my dad doesn't understand the full context, and that I've been telling a one-sided story. If my dad truly knew how controlling and jealous I'd become, he would understand why Logan was at his breaking up. Logan tries to interrupt, but my dad cuts him off, saying that lying to parents in order to control their daughter demonstrates exactly what kind of character Logan has, and that any man who would do that is a coward, who can't face the consequences of his own actions. The call ends with my dad hanging up on Logan and telling him never to contact our family again. When I wake up, Logan has sent me 38 texts. The messages, which begin at 2:30 a.m. and last until 5:30 a.m., are pure stream of consciousness desperation. Your parents have completely turned against me now thanks to your lies, the messages read. Guys, this man has completely lost his mind. I never told your dad a lie. I wanted to avoid hurting your feelings. Everything positive we had together is being destroyed by your careless error. I can't eat or sleep without you, and I'm going crazy. At 4 a.m. The messages take a darker turn. You've made me look like a monster to both our families. Everyone I care about is choosing your side without hearing mine. You're using everything I trusted you with against me, wasting 3 years of my life because you can't even forgive one mistake. I don't even know who you've become. The last message at 5:30 a.m. simply states, I'm not giving up on us, no matter what you do. On Wednesday night, Logan reappears at my parents' house. My dad calls me right away after spotting him through the window. When I drive over, Logan is sitting on their front porch and won't leave until someone speaks to him. I approach him and ask him what the devil he's doing, and he tells me that he's been waiting for someone to come home for 2 hours so he can properly explain his side. Logan talks quickly about how everyone has turned against him because of incomplete information, that the group chat messages were taken out of context, and that the kiss with Sophie was just drunken foolishness, rather than intentional cruelty. He tells me that he has been in love with me for 3 years, and that he would never intentionally hurt me. But that he did, and that his actions had consequences, forcing him to live with them. Logan becomes even more irate and accuses me of being unforgiving of a single drunken mistake, asking me to focus on the positive aspects of our relationship, rather than just one bad night. Reminds me of our future plans, vacations with each other's families, and our trips together. He claims that 3 years of love and commitment should be worth more than 15 minutes of bad judgment. But the thing that really bothers me is that he still refuses to accept full responsibility, blaming it on one bad night, a mistake, or poor judgment. Never. I kissed my ex on purpose to hurt you. Or I let my friends film your humiliation for amusement. My dad comes outside and orders Logan to leave their property right away, and Logan begins to argue that he has the right to try to salvage his relationship, and that my dad is meddling in matters that are not his concern. Before Logan leaves, my dad turns to me and says, "This isn't over between us." My dad tells Logan that when he lies to parents to manipulate their daughter, it becomes their business. And that Logan made it their business by enlisting them in his plot to get me to forgive him. He knows I still love him, and eventually I'll realize I'm throwing away the best thing that ever happened to me. Logan honestly feels like the victim in this situation, thinking, I'm ruining a good relationship over one minor incident that I'm blowing completely out of proportion. But there's something I've been working on since it all began. The trap is nearly ready. Logan believes he knows me, but he has no idea what I'm truly capable of when someone pushes me too far. That will reveal to Logan exactly who he's been dealing with all along. And after witnessing him manipulate both of our families this week, I'm more driven than ever to make sure he gets exactly what he deserves. Final update, guys. I'm still buzzing from the adrenaline and genuinely feeling like the absolute queen I know I am. This is what I've been planning since this whole nightmare began. I can't believe what just happened. Remember that trap I mentioned? Well, it went down yesterday. And Logan's entire world just imploded in the most beautiful way possible. Logan believes that his manipulation techniques are clever, but he made a critical error. He underestimated my intelligence and my familiarity with his patterns. As you can see, Logan has a tendency to boast about his victories. And he always has. He recorded the entire Sophie kiss incident because he enjoys having evidence of his dominance over women. And he had saved videos from that party, which I knew. On Thursday afternoon, I text Logan to ask if we can meet up to talk, not to reconcile, but to have a candid discussion about where we went wrong so we can both move on. He replies in 30 seconds that we can, and suggests that we meet at the coffee shop near campus where we had our first date. At 2 p.m. on Saturday, I show up at Logan's place, and he immediately agrees, probably thinking I'm finally ready to come crawling back like he predicted. But I tell him that's too public and emotional for this kind of conversation. What if we meet at his apartment Saturday afternoon so we can talk privately without interruptions? I tell Logan that I've been thinking a lot about our relationship, and that I want to understand his perspective on what happened, that maybe I did overreact to some things, and that I want to hear his side, without interrupting or getting defensive. He also offers me coffee and asks how I've been doing, looking concerned and caring as if he weren't sending me insane texts at 4 a.m. Logan's entire face lights up as he begins to explain that he never intended to hurt me, that the party situation got out of control because of peer pressure and alcohol, and that kissing Sophie was just him being foolish and showing off. Not any kind of deliberate betrayal. I nod along and ask follow-up questions, such as what exactly his friends were saying that made him feel pressured, how the kiss with Sophie actually started, and whether there was anything leading up to it that I missed. Logan becomes more animated as he talks about how Ryan and Jake dared him to prove he wasn't afraid of me by flirting with other women. I act shocked and hurt by this revelation, and then he tells me something I didn't know before. Apparently, the whole thing was planned. Earlier that week, Ryan texted Sophie and invited her to the party specifically to mess with our relationship. Thinking it would be hilarious to see how I'd react to her showing up, I asked Logan why he went along with a plan designed to humiliate me. And he says he didn't know about Ryan's plan until that night, and by then he was too drunk to think clearly. I tell Logan I appreciate his honesty, and I'm beginning to understand what really happened, that perhaps I was too quick to judge the situation without knowing all the facts. Logan explained that when Sophie started flirting with him, his friends started filming and encouraging him, and that he felt trapped between disappointing his friends and disappointing me, so he made a split-second decision that he immediately regretted. I asked the question I've been putting off, and Logan relaxes completely, likely thinking he's managed to get me to forgive him again. I tell Logan that my friends have been asking me what actually happened that night, and I want to be able to give them a precise explanation. Logan hesitates for a moment before acknowledging that he has some videos on his phone, saying that his friends sent him clips from that night. But he hasn't looked at them because they're too painful to watch. Can you still have any videos from the party that might help me understand exactly how everything went down? I ask if we could watch them together, so I can see what he saw, and better understand his experience. Despite his obvious discomfort, Logan finally agrees, saying that perhaps it would be best for us both to face the truth about what happened. He takes out his phone and opens his photo gallery, revealing at least 15 videos from that party, which we begin to watch together. Guys, they are far worse than I even remembered. Before we move on to the videos of Logan with Sophie, there's one in which he's obviously groping her ass while she grinds against him. The first few contain Logan dancing with other women, while I'm standing close by looking uneasy, and you can hear Ryan and Jake saying things like testing my limits, and seeing how much I'll tolerate. The worst part is the kiss video, which shows Logan grabbing Sophie violently and kissing her with obvious passion while whispering in her ear while staring directly at me across the room. You can hear his friends laughing and saying things like, "She looks pissed." And this is so good. You can see me in the background, looking completely destroyed, as Ryan and Jake chant, "She deserved it," while pointing their cameras at me. But here's the part that really enrages me. A video shows Logan and Sophie making out again, more passionately this time, after I left. While Jake is filming, you can hear him say, "Post this. She needs to see what she's missing." Logan continues to downplay what I'm seeing as we watch these videos, saying, "It looks worse on camera than it felt in person." He has her pressed against the wall with his hands up her dress. I can hardly recall this incident because I was so inebriated. The guys were just being stupid with their commentary. After we've finished watching, I turn to face Logan and tell him that those videos depict intentional, calculated cruelty meant to make fun of me, and that no amount of alcohol or peer pressure can justify such disrespect. Logan instantly starts to backtrack. I tell Logan that I appreciate him showing me the videos because now I have a full picture of what actually happened. He says the videos don't show the whole context, and that I'm misinterpreting what I'm seeing, that he was intoxicated and confused, and wasn't thinking clearly about how his actions might affect me. He looks perplexed and asks what I mean by that. So I take out my own phone and show him that I've been recording everything we've said, including his confession of planned humiliation, his admission of collusion with Ryan's plan, and his moments of downplaying and justifying his actions as the video evidence plays. When I remind Logan that we're in a one-party consent state, and that I have every legal right to record conversations I'm a part of, his face goes completely white, and he begins to splutter about how I tricked him and recorded him without his consent. I tell Logan that his confession, along with his own videos, paints a very clear picture of who he really is, and that I now have proof that he participated in a purposeful plan to humiliate me, then lied to both our families about what happened. Logan begins to panic and ask me what I'm going to do with the recording, so I tell him he's going to find out. I then start a group text with both of our parents, and send a pre-written message explaining that I've found out that Logan and his friends planned the party incident as a humiliation. I've attached the kiss video, which shows Logan passionately making out with Sophie while his friends chant that I deserve it. And I have video evidence, and a recorded confession that prove he lied to both families about what actually happened because I want everyone to see the truth for themselves. Key parts of our recorded conversation, where he confesses to following Ryan's plan, and the video of him groping her after I left him cause Logan to lose it. He reaches for my phone to stop me from sending any more messages, and begs me to erase everything and have a private conversation about this, claiming his parents will never forgive him if they see the videos. My mom texts, "I'm so sorry you went through this, sweetheart." And my phone immediately buzzes with responses from both families. I tell Logan that he should have considered that before he participated in humiliating me for his friend's amusement, that actions have consequences, and now he gets to face them. My dad just sends, "That piece of is dead to us," and says, "We're approaching right now." What truly makes this ideal, though, are Logan's parents' reactions. His mother texts, "Logan, come home right away." His father writes, "I'm disgusted by what I just watched. We need to talk. You're not the son we brought up." At this point, Logan is completely losing it. He is pleading with me to call our parents, and tell them that the videos are fake or misinterpreted. And he offers to do anything I want, if I will just help him put things right. I tell Logan that there is nothing to be done because this is exactly what he deserves. That he made the decision to publicly humiliate me for amusement, and now has to deal with the consequences. I laugh and tell Logan that everyone already knows exactly who we both are now, that he can try to spin this however he wants, but the videos speak for themselves. Logan becomes irate, and then threatens to tell everyone that I'm ruining his life over one mistake, and that I'll regret this when I realize what I've thrown away. The drive home was amazing, guys. I felt so powerful and in control, like I'd finally gotten justice for all the times Logan humiliated me, and I just took it. Logan follows me to the door as I'm leaving his apartment, still pleading and threatening. I turn around and tell him this is the last time we'll ever speak. That if he contacts me, my family, or anyone in my life again, I'll be filing harassment charges. My mom said she called Logan's mother after seeing the videos, and according to my dad, he's proud of me for standing up for myself and exposing Logan's lies. My parents were waiting for me when I got home, hugging me, and apologizing for not realizing how bad things were. It seems that Logan's parents are ashamed of his actions and intend to have a serious talk with him about respecting women. The best part, though, happened later that night when Emily texted me screenshots from the group chat with Zach, Ryan, and Jake. Apparently, word got out about the videos, and now everyone who attended that party is aware of Logan's true nature. Logan hasn't posted anything on social media since yesterday, including stories or comments. The best part is that I achieved my retribution without resorting to any illegal or unethical means. I simply used Logan's own words and actions against him, and he destroyed himself by being exactly what he has always been, a manipulative, who believes he is smarter than everyone else. To all the commenters who suggested that I should forgive him and try to patch things up, that Logan is one of those people who don't deserve forgiveness. Some people should be held accountable for their actions. I'm tired of being the understanding girlfriend who gives men who don't respect me second chances. I'm tired of allowing people to treat me like, because it's easier than defending myself. Logan believed that he could publicly humiliate me, and then use our families to pressure me into forgiving him because I was weak and desperate enough to return to him as I always had. Logan wanted to put me in my place, and I'm happy to say that my place is obviously a few levels above his manipulative. Caught my wife cheating, filed for divorce, and she tried to destroy me by bribing my family to testify against me. But I sued them and won $70,000. Well, I'll do my best to keep this brief. My ex-wife had been cheating on me, so I filed for divorce a few months ago. I caught her in bed with one of my pals, and it was sufficient evidence for me, even if I had no other proof. In a matter of days, I filed for divorce, but she began to seek an absurd amount of alimony from me, saying that she earned it because I had mistreated her during our marriage. I had always been really kind to her, and we had been married for 3 years after dating for 5. That kind of thing had never occurred. However, she was lying merely to exact revenge on me for divorcing her, rather than forgiving her, as she had requested. She earned nearly as much as I did. Even still, she insisted on receiving alimony because she wanted to be made whole for all that she had endured. My word against hers was all that existed. Thus, the situation was already rather complex. To make matters worse, she chose to bribe my family, with whom I already have a bad relationship. In an attempt to turn the tables on me, they obviously testified against me, and I was positive that my ex-wife had bought their testimony. They repeated the same things she had told them like parrots. Therefore, what was happening was rather obvious. Fortunately, I had the facts on my side, and the judge was a fairly sane and bright man, so he could see right through what was happening. Her claims were rejected, and she didn't receive a dime from me. I eventually obtained what I wanted, although it took a few more months. But a few weeks ago, I made the decision to charge my parents, my older sister, my wife, and my family. I want them to feel the same way I have been feeling for the past few months. Therefore, I'm suing them for $40,000 apiece. They had pushed me emotionally to the limit, tried to extract money from me, and lied about me. I got promoted a few weeks ago so I could afford to do this because I had been putting all of my effort into my work to keep myself occupied. I will at least receive something even if I do not receive $40,000 from each of them. That much, I'm confident, because they have no defense and my attorney is quite competent. My family isn't so willing to fight, but my ex-wife is. Since we are family, they want me to drop the lawsuit against them. They say they only sided with my wife because we already don't get along, and they reasoned that she must have been telling the truth, only to discover later that they had been duped. In essence, they are pretending to be innocent, and want me to overlook it because we are related and I didn't have to pay my ex-wife anything in the end. Therefore, by now, everything ought to be forgiven. However, I don't believe that's how it ought to operate. Rachel is suing my family because they gave false testimony against me during my divorce. Update the first. I appreciate all of the comments left on my post. You folks are so kind to be so encouraging. At the very least, it helps me feel less alone because I have been in pain for the previous few months and haven't had many people with whom to discuss it. I can't discuss it with my pals, but I don't feel safe doing so given how private everything is. Of course, I can't talk to my relatives either. This has been a great way for me to just let everything out. In any case, I will proceed with the lawsuit. I'm not going to back down just yet. After much consideration, I don't believe they are deserving of my pity. Until I have their bank records, I will be unable to provide proof. But I am positive that they were bribed and fully accepted it. I would have accused each of them of perjury. However, since everything is already dependent on our words and actions and we don't have much more evidence, my lawyer told me not to go with it since it would be very challenging to prove. All it will do is drag things out. Therefore, we continued to charge emotional distress and malicious prosecution against my ex-wife. We took precautions, and even if I don't receive $40,000, I will still receive something. That's the objective. The money is not what I'm after. Teaching them a lesson is my goal, and I will stop at nothing to achieve it. It has nothing to do with my ex-wife specifically. But she also deserves this. I'm more disappointed in my family than in her, though, because they haven't always been like way, despite what most people here think. Actually, I used to get along great with my parents and older sister in the past. However, they have been acting differently over the past few years, ever since I began working for this particular company, where I receive a rather substantial pay. In essence, they were constantly pursuing me for money, which is why we stopped getting along. Not just once or twice every few months. Mind you, I mean roughly every other week. Either my mother, father, or elder sister called or messaged me to let me know they were having a difficult time, and finally, despite my displeasure, I would just give in and send them some cash. And that was the beginning of all the issues. I should have simply been strict with my money from the start, to be honest. Rather, we developed a habit. I would simply give them money whenever they asked for it. I knew I made a lot more money than they did, so I would feel horrible if I asked for it back. My older sister is divorced and resides with my parents, who are both retired. She doesn't make much money, at least not compared to me, because she works as a high school teacher. They all desired a better lifestyle, but instead of working for it, they would just rely on me to provide everything. After a few months, it became rather unpleasant because I felt like they were taking me and my money for granted. In other words, they had enough money to maintain themselves. Naturally, my ex-wife and I were still going strong at the time, and we were even considering starting a family. I eventually informed my family that I no longer wanted to send the money because it was becoming exploitative. I informed them that I also needed to consider my future. I needed to start saving money since I wanted to start a family soon. They had to put an end to their crazy habit of continuously requesting money from me, and then guilt-tripping me when I refused until I eventually gave in. By then, we had a rather heated argument, but after a few weeks, everything was resolved. That's what I believed, anyway. In actuality, nothing ever returned to how it had been. And after that, I constantly felt as though they were treating me coldly. We began to distance ourselves within a few years, which is why by the time I filed for divorce, our relationship was already strained. Clearly, my ex-wife was aware of it. She chose to exploit our tense relationship by having them testify against me and disparage me in court after I had told her in confidence. Sadly, that didn't work out for her. I knew she wasn't in dire need of the money or the alimony, so I don't really understand why she wanted to get back at me so aggressively. She only wanted to get even with me for divorcing her, rather than giving her another chance, as she had requested. She shouldn't have cheated on me in the first place if she was that desperate to keep her marriage intact. As far as I was concerned, we were completely content, so I don't understand why she did that now and I never will. In any case, it is pointless to consider all of these issues at this time. Now that it's all over, my only concern is the future. And I sincerely hope that they won't ever again play me. Right now, I'm going to use this lawsuit to ensure that. The second update. Hi there, everybody. Since my last post a few weeks ago, the case has continued to proceed. My ex-wife and my family have been doing everything they can to avoid giving me the money, but my lawyer and I are sharks at the moment, and the negotiations haven't gone their way thus far. I don't want to delve into the specifics. This might go to court if they disagree, which would be considerably worse for them. Not really, in my opinion. as I now have more than enough money, and although some may be upset that I'm squandering it by pursuing them, I don't give a damn. Right now, at least for my own mental health, this is really vital. That's the legal side of things anyway. Things have been somewhat strange in my personal life. After the divorce was finalized, my ex-wife and I sold the house we shared and divided the proceeds, leaving me a single man. I've been renting a tiny apartment close to my place of employment. Other than a few acquaintances, no one knows where I reside. However, my older sister showed up at my place a few days ago, so I assume someone figured me out. She was the only one, and I was somewhat surprised to see her via the peephole because I didn't think my family would be aware of my whereabouts. I was at home because it was the weekend. But I acted as though I wasn't just to get her to stop bothering me. Before she ultimately became irritated and left, she continued to ring the doorbell and waited outside for me to either come out or at least answer the door for 15 minutes. Although she did leave a message at my door, I didn't open it until I was positive she had left and wasn't even in the building anymore. In any case, the message I received stated that it was from her and my parents, who wanted to talk to me face to face without the use of attorneys because, at the end of the day, we were family, and things were becoming somewhat challenging at home. They seemed to want to work things out with me. Since they testified against me in court, I had blocked them, and I had no intention of unblocking them for this reason. I simply tossed that note away. However, she returned to my place at the same hour the following day. I was on the phone with a coworker just before I left for work at that moment. Since she had already heard my voice inside and brought it up, there was no purpose in acting as though I wasn't home this time. She began shouting out to me as soon as she heard me enter, saying that she was aware I was there and that I was unable to leave. I couldn't be putting my family through this, and pretending that everything was justified. So I needed to talk to her and work things out. Since my coworker was on the phone, I must admit that I was really annoyed. I also believe he heard my sister shouting from outside the door, though it was very faint. I then promised to give him a call back later. Since I honestly simply wanted to get this over with, I then made the decision to open the door and speak with my sister. She came into the house without even asking permission, closed the door behind her, and began yelling in my face, accusing me of being crazy and telling me to think about my family, but I couldn't act in this way and expect to get away with it. Without even waiting for me to speak, she launched into her tirade about how I had caused the family to suffer and how, despite the fact that we rarely communicate with our family, it seemed like everyone was talking about us. Sincerely, I have no idea who may have discussed it, but that isn't the point. She was basically angry that I hadn't even begun. I considered our elderly parents, who are now retired, and must dig through their money. They are always concerned that their retirement fund will be depleted due to the high cost of the lawyer. Additionally, the costs will only go higher if I win this action, or if it gets to trial. She claimed that she has been having financial difficulties as well, and they've all had a really tough time at home. Even though I have more than enough, and don't need the $40,000 I'm requesting, I don't seem to care about any of it, and I'm determined to exact revenge on them. She told me that I was being petty, and that I should move on from this since I was making everyone around me suffer a lot and I wouldn't be satisfied with the outcome in the end. I simply told her that since I genuinely don't care, she didn't need to worry about my conscience. After everything I had been through, this is essentially nothing, so I was perfectly okay with putting them through all of this. They have each other, at least. I was fighting by myself and had no allies. And they never once made an effort to consider me, or the suffering they had caused me. They have a lot of guts after all that. I sent her here to speak with me, attempting to bargain as though she was capable of doing so. I informed her that she was fortunate that my attorney and I had not chosen to press charges of perjury, because we were certain that they had been bought off, and had taken the bribe to lie under oath, in order to give my ex-wife what she wanted, after which they would demand a larger cut. Nothing was more important to them than money. At the moment, I was simply acting in the same manner as they had and abiding by the same set of rules. They had no right to doubt my morality. She remained silent for a few seconds because I had completely lost my temper there. I had begun yelling at her, and she appeared to be surprised by my actions. She probably thought I was simply going to let it all go, and didn't really intend to hit back at her. She took a few seconds, nevertheless. She relaxed. She expressed her sincere regret for all that had gone wrong. They had been struggling for a long time, though, and ultimately, everyone desired money. Things have been really tough for them since I quit helping them. They didn't feel comfortable asking me for money anyway because of how aloof I've been for the past few years. I had already informed him that I didn't want to assist, as it stands. Thus, they had no other option. Clearly, there had been a lot of animosity between them and me. They therefore chose to support my ex-wife in the divorce. She gave the impression that I couldn't hold them accountable for that since, presumably, they think I was the one who initially put them in that predicament. In any case, she informed me that if I simply received $40,000 from each of the four of them, rather than from each one separately, or perhaps even a little more, we could still end this. However, it was just excessive to expect $40,000 from each individual in this manner. It was ultimately going to be useless, because it would take a long time, and I would have to keep squandering money on my attorney. She claimed to be aware that my intention was to discipline them. After all, I wasn't after the money. They were clearly intelligent enough to recognize that. She also said she had talked to my ex-wife and her parents. And it was decided by all that this would be the best course of action. However, they wanted to talk to me face to face, and let me know that this was something they had been considering before bringing it up during the discussions. Everyone would be able to move on with their lives without any more problems, at least. At that moment, I recall thinking, at least now we're talking. At last, she wasn't just acting like a victim. Instead, she had a reason. I actually calmed down for a little while at that point, and told her I will give it some thought. But for the time being, I just wanted her to go away, because I had to leave for work and couldn't afford to waste any more time in this manner. By having me rage at her, she had already ruined my mood and squandered my morning. I didn't want to experience any more of that. She then informed me that she would be happy to travel. In the first place, she had come over to discuss this with me. And instead of being so evasive about the whole situation, it would have been much simpler if I had just talked to her the day before. I considered disputing with her, but I simply didn't want to start a quarrel. I was already somewhat late for work. More time was not something I wanted to waste. I simply let her leave and went to work. I was slow. I gave it some thinking, and I contacted her in the evening, a few hours after returning home, to let her know that I needed more time to reflect. A few days have passed, and I believe I will accept her offer since, in the end, this was all about teaching them a lesson, which I believe I have done. They all appear to be troubled enough. All of this carries a serious danger. Ultimately, though, I want to put all of this behind me, and go on with my life. After taking all into account, I believe that accepting their offer would be the best course of action because, as it stands, I don't really need the money. I am aware that many people may not think this is a wise decision, especially in light of the possibility that I may receive exactly what I requested if I choose to reject this approach, drag the matter out, and take them to court. However, I don't want to do that because it will ultimately be a massive waste of time and money for me as well. I'm going to give her a call in a few days, and let my sister know that I'm prepared to accept this offer. Hopefully, it will still be in effect, and they won't have changed their minds by then, but I don't think they will do it today, considering how desperate they are. The third update. Hello. At last, I gave my sister a call. For that, I had to unblock her. Nevertheless, I told her over the phone this morning that I was prepared to accept their offer. She also promised to let me know as soon as she spoke with my ex-wife and our parents. Naturally, I also discussed this with my lawyer, and he believes that reaching a deal is acceptable. We hope to conclude this matter in a few days. In any case, my sister did put me on the phone with my parents when I called her today. I really didn't want to talk to them, so I was on the verge of hanging up. My mother, however, told me that she truly did not like what I was doing at the moment and persuaded me to stop before I did it. She informed me that they truly did not deserve this, and that I had spent the last few weeks making them all feel as though they were living in a nightmare. My family was acting like the victim once more, and I wasn't really interested in listening to them. My sister had already talked my ear off about it when she came over earlier, so I interrupted her in the middle of her sentence and told her that I really didn't want to know what they had been through. I didn't want to relive it because they didn't care about me when I was going through my belongings. No one got in touch with me to see how I'm doing. Therefore, expecting anything from me at this time is really strange. Since they are aware that they do not currently have the moral upper hand, they should just be happy that I chose to accept that offer and let them go. And I could have just as easily dragged this out, brought them to court, and made their situation even more difficult. However, I decided not to. Therefore, rather than expecting an apology from me, they should just be pleased that I changed my mind and let things go. She stopped talking after that, and I hung up on them. Seizing the chance, since everything will be resolved shortly, I can finally move on with my life, which is what I truly want. Therefore I'm glad I took this decision. I'm tired of getting even. That is no longer necessary for me. In the future, hopefully, things will be better. Without a doubt. I'm crossing my fingers. Update 4. My last update was 2 weeks ago. Due to an assignment that required me to travel last week, I became quite preoccupied with my work. Nevertheless, we worked with our attorneys to resolve the matter, and I received $70,000 that they all contributed. After several meetings and discussions, I finally got things done the way I wanted, and I'm really happy about it. Clearly, I no longer communicate with my ex-wife. Therefore, we were also done once this was finished. Even if it's their own fault, I suppose my family finds it difficult to comprehend that I have made the decision to sever all ties with them. Just the day before I was set to leave for my assignment, my sister returned to my house, this time accompanied by my parents. I feigned that I wasn't home since I was busy packing in the hopes that they would leave. However, my sister must have recognized that I was using this tactic, because she cried out to me and threatened to stay until I opened the door, and made the decision to talk to her. This action truly irritated me. I informed her, and my parents, that this was becoming out of control. So I opened the door. I didn't understand why they had reappeared after everything had been resolved. They couldn't act in this way, and expect me to put up with it, I told them. And because this was becoming absurd, I threatened to call the police and request a restraining order against them the next time they appeared. My mother then got into a heated argument with me, accusing me of treating them disrespectfully. Furthermore, I couldn't ignore my heritage, and act superior to them in the end. They talked about how they brought me up. They had carelessly spent a great deal of money on me, feeding, clothing, and educating me, among other things. And I had to explain to them that the law compelled them to do all of that. They were gravely misguided, if they didn't want to do that, and if they thought of it as a favor to me. In the end, I felt that whatever they did was their responsibility. So if they were unwilling to do that, they should have either placed me for adoption so that those who were genuinely eager to care for children could have done that. It's not as though they made a special effort to help me. They had to do whatever they did because they were my parents. It wasn't as much of a favor to me as they believed. Regardless, whatever needed to be done was done in the end. There was no need in repeatedly approaching me, annoying me, and attempting to get me to speak with them. I had already made up my mind that I didn't want to interact with them in any way, and I made that choice in the end. They had no right to claim to be my family after what they had done to me and how they had violated my trust. I then told them that I was contacting the police, and slammed the door in their faces. Naturally, I didn't. But they were gone when I checked a few minutes later. To be honest, I don't know why they are so eager to stay in contact with me. They didn't really like me before. Even now, I'm aware that it's only because they want to have options in case they ever need money. It isn't related to me personally. It has nothing to do with how much they pretend to love their family. They are much more angry with me in my opinion, since I can see right through them. They can remain angry though. It hardly matters to me anymore. I'm content with my life right now. Yes, it is somewhat isolating, but that is irrelevant. At least there aren't any poisonous people around me that want me harm. In any case, I believe this will be my final update for some time. My life is going great right now, and I want to experience it. Therefore, I would like to thank everyone who followed through on this. Every single person who left a comment and offered me support has my best wishes. I'm grateful, everyone. My husband begged me for forgiveness after I found out he paid his ex $35,000 behind my back. No mercy, I took back every penny and left him homeless. With this mess, I'm not even sure where to begin. I've been dating Matthew for a little more than a year, and our relationship seems to be going great. He was always very attentive, we had similar future aspirations, and we hardly ever fought. This fall, we even discussed moving in together. I believed that after years of unsuccessful dates, I had finally found the one. That dream, however, was dashed last Friday. My phone was dead, and I needed to seek up a recipe. I then took his laptop. His banking app was still logged in when I opened it. I didn't mean to pry, but I was instantly drawn to a recurring payment. What does someone called Rebecca rent for $650 a month? Would he give $650 a month to someone he had never spoken to? I asked Matthew directly who Rebecca was as soon as he got out of the shower. Everything was clear from the expression on his face. After becoming quiet and strange, he asked me why I was curious. I informed him that his banking app showed the payment. He took a seat and acknowledged that Rebecca was his ex-girlfriend prior to our meeting. He seems to have been covering all of her rent for years. Even during our time together, He insisted that although they were no longer romantically linked, they were close friends and that she required financial assistance. I inquired as to how frequently they spoke. His response: nearly every day. For a year, he had daily communication with his ex, but he never once told me about it. He had the audacity to respond that he didn't believe this arrangement had anything to do with our relationship because it was merely financial support for a friend when I inquired whether he ever intended to inform me about it. Only monetary assistance? He has given her more than $35,000 during our relationship. The worst aspect was that when we talked about future plans or trips, he would occasionally say he was short on cash. He felt it was more equitable that way, so we even divided the bill half the time on dates. He was mailing his ex-girlfriend almost $1,800 every month in the meantime. I felt like a complete moron. I told him to leave my apartment right away. He persisted in attempting to clarify, claiming that there was context and that I was exaggerating. I didn't comprehend. What the background was didn't matter to me. All I needed to know was that I had been supporting my ex while concealing a connection with her for a year. My phone was inundated with his texts after he left. Numerous messages explaining that I misinterpreted things, that he ought to have informed me sooner, and that it wasn't what it appeared to be. That evening, I blocked his number. This individual had the audacity to deliver flowers to my place of employment the following day. I warned him to leave, or I would contact security, and I wouldn't speak to him. I didn't care if my coworkers were staring at me. When my manager intervened, he eventually departed. He sent me a lengthy explanation via text that evening, which I ignored without reading. He then began reaching out to my friends in an attempt to persuade me to speak with him. Fortunately, they all told him to stop. I basically concentrated on processing everything for the next week. I mentally reviewed our connection, searching for any clues I might have overlooked. There were undoubtedly moments when he would go outside to answer calls, or seem strangely protective of his phone. Because I trusted him, I would dismiss these. What a fool I was. I spoke with my closest friends, and they all agreed that I had taken the right decision to stop things right away. Rachel, one of my friends, even said that she had always felt Matthew was too ideal and questioned whether there was a problem. Sam, you made a great observation after the event. My sister Grace was the only one who didn't support me right away. She hesitated and asked if I was certain I got the complete story, when I told her what had transpired. I hadn't given Matthew a chance to explain the agreement, but she said perhaps there was a good reason. I reminded her that he had kept this significant emotional and financial commitment from me for a year, regardless of the reason. That couldn't be forgiven. But even after we hadn't spoken for 2 weeks, Grace's remarks continued to resonate with me. What if there was more to the tale? Perhaps it would clarify how I'd been so totally duped, but it wouldn't alter my decision to end our relationship. Matthew sent me multiple fresh messages as soon as I cleared his number. In order to explain everything, the most recent one merely requested if we could meet in person. He claimed to have papers that would clarify the situation. Records? What form of justification requires written records? I decided against my better judgment to meet him at a coffee shop close to my flat tomorrow. I stated unequivocally that this was not about making amends. All I needed was closure. I'm sitting here now questioning whether it was a mistake to even give him the opportunity to clarify. A part of me needs to know the whole truth, but another part wants to cancel. I want to know how someone I thought I knew so well could have such a double life, at the very least. Is it foolish of me to accept to meet with him, Reddit? Should I simply go on without finding a solution? Has anyone else had a comparable circumstance where a valid explanation for anything similar was found? Should I also get his ex's contact information so I can hear her side of the story? I don't even know if she is aware of me. I'll provide an update following our meeting tomorrow. I would appreciate any advice in advance. He has demonstrated that he is a fairly skilled liar. Grace walked to a nearby table after noticing that our conversation was becoming heated. I was feeling so overwhelmed that I was thankful she was here. I departed after telling Matthew that I needed time to think things through. I essentially collapsed as Grace followed me out, and we headed directly to her place. It was terrible enough to learn about Rebecca, but learning that he has a child that he concealed from me is even worse. Grace was just as surprised as I was. Even she hadn't anticipated something this serious, but she had urged me to listen to him. She inquired about my plans for the future, and to be honest, I'm still unsure. I thought about this scenario from every perspective last night. The financial arrangement is made more reasonable by the fact that Matthew is providing for both his child and his child's mother, who suffers from a debilitating illness. Nonetheless, There is still a great deal of dishonesty. What sort of individual makes up that they are a father? What kind of father pretends he doesn't exist and just sees his child once a month? The more I consider it, the more Matthew's treatment of his son troubles me. I received more texts from Matthew this morning asking if we could speak again. I still need to grasp more about the problem, he replied. I chose to investigate on my own after ignoring his texts. I discovered Rebecca on Instagram after searching for her on social media. There are numerous photos of her, and a little child who resembles Matthew on her publicly accessible account. Everything seemed so much more genuine after seeing those pictures. While perusing her posts, I became aware of an oddity. There were multiple pictures of her with Edwin, another man. I kept scrolling through the posts, and came across ones where she tagged Edwin as Ben's bonus dad, and talked about how much he helps with Ben's care, and how fortunate they are to have him in their lives. The captions said things like, "Date night, with my love and 3 years with this amazing man." They looked really cute. This is illogical. Why is Matthew still covering all of her rent if she has a committed partner who is active in Ben's life? Grace came over right away to look at the postings with me when I called to let her know what I had discovered. We discovered one dated almost half a year ago, in which Rebecca declared her engagement to Edwin. However, Matthew has kept paying her rent the whole time, and has never brought this up. Given Rebecca's medical expenses, Grace speculated that Edwin might not earn enough money to sustain them. However, something doesn't make sense. Why does Matthew continue to provide them with such substantial support if he is only seeing his kid once a month and Rebecca has a fiancé who is actively involved in Ben's life? I'm beginning to question whether Matthew and Rebecca's connection is more complicated than he's revealing. Despite her engagement to Edwin, is it feasible that they are still romantically involved? Or is Matthew being coerced in some way? Although I'm inclined to contact Rebecca directly, I'm not sure if it would be inappropriate. If Matthew has also been lying to her, she may not even recognize me. Grace believes that in order to confront Matthew about what I discovered, and obtain the whole story, we need get together again. Matthew and I decided to meet tomorrow. I'm going to approach him with printouts of Rebecca's social media post. I'm curious about his connection with Rebecca, why he continues to provide for her financially, even after she got engaged, and above all, why he felt it was okay to keep his son hidden from me for a year. After my meeting with Matthew tomorrow, I'll provide another update. I'm simply trying to get ready for whatever new bombshell he might reveal right now. Edit. There have already been a lot of comments. Thank you all for your support. To address some frequently asked points, I did confirm Rebecca's MS diagnosis using the medical records Matthew provided. The dates and information appeared to be accurate. Many have speculated that Matthew may be concealing additional children or secret households. To be honest, I don't believe that. He appears really sad about our split. But it's obvious that I didn't know him as well as I believed. I should probably just walk away from people who question why I don't, but I can't help but desire answers. For me, this was a serious connection. We discussed getting married and having kids. I need to fully comprehend the fact that he already has a child that he concealed from me before I can go on. Many of you are speculating that their child may not be Matthew's, or that Rebecca may be using blackmail. I hadn't thought of these options, but I'm not making any snap judgments just yet. First, I'd like to hear his thoughts on the fiancé scenario. Yes. Grace will be my backup again tomorrow. The same public coffee shop is where we're meeting. Second edit. Some have suggested that I may be concentrating too much on the money issue, and not enough on the fact that Matthew neglected his parental duties. You're entirely correct. It is really unsettling that he was prepared to downplay his bond with his own child, in order to keep our relationship intact, regardless of his agreement with Rebecca. How could a father do that? Third edition. To those who say I'm exaggerating, and that I ought to give Matthew another chance because he was merely attempting to keep his family safe. Are you serious? He was really dating someone he said he wanted to spend the rest of his life with. But he lied about having a child for a year. No one is being protected by that. That is manipulative, and self-serving. Second update. I'm back with another update. And for some reason, things are getting more complicated. As scheduled, I met with Matthew yesterday. Grace joined me once more, and took a seat at an adjacent table. I prepared to confront Matthew about why he continues to provide financial assistance for his ex, when it is obvious that Rebecca has a fiancé, by bringing printouts of Rebecca's Instagram postings, demonstrating her relationship with Edwin. Matthew had already pulled out his evidence folder once more when I got there. He started giving me more details about his agreement with Rebecca, before I could even mention what I had discovered. He stated that he wanted to make some clarifications regarding our most recent discussion. I interrupted him and placed the prints from Instagram on the table. When he viewed the photos of Rebecca and Edwin together, his expression was conflicted. He seems resigned, rather than particularly astonished. I directly questioned him about why he had never brought up the fact that Rebecca had been engaged to another man and had been in a committed relationship with him for 2 years. Why does Matthew still cover all of their rent if Edwin is Ben's bonus dad? After a minute of silence, Matthew revealed that Edwin's finances are unstable. He's a struggling musician, apparently, hardly earning enough to sustain himself, let alone Rebecca and Ben. Matthew stated that he keeps paying the rent because he wants Ben to live in a stable home, particularly in light of Rebecca's medical conditions. I questioned why, rather than paying their full housing expense, he couldn't simply pay child support like any other divorced parent. He responded that because of Rebecca's medical requirements and incapacity to work full-time, typical child support would not be sufficient. He claimed that Edwin was aware of the arrangement he and Rebecca had made years prior when he began seeing her. Even while this explanation made some sense, it wasn't enough to excuse keeping everything from me. Matthew agreed when I told him so. He acknowledged that he had done a terrible job with everything, and that it was unacceptable to keep his son a secret. Then he made another shocking revelation. Our relationship isn't the only reason he only sees Ben once a month. Rebecca's restriction of his access to Ben is the reason. Matthew claims that when Rebecca initially fell ill, she became very possessive of Ben and feared that if she couldn't take good care of him, Matthew would take him away from her. In essence, she informed Matthew that she would only accept his financial assistance if he consented to restricted visitation during her period. Matthew consented since he was so concerned about Rebecca and Ben's stability. As time went on, this arrangement solidified. Rebecca became even more stringent about Matthew's involvement after Edwin joined the picture. Matthew showed me text conversations from the previous year, in which Rebecca continued apologizing, or flatly declining his repeated requests to see Ben more frequently, or have him stay the night. I questioned why he didn't use the legal system to fight for greater access to his son. He claimed he was worried Rebecca would distance herself from him, or cut him off from Ben entirely if he resisted legally. Additionally, he was concerned that the strain of a custody dispute would exacerbate her MS symptoms. In order to keep the peace, he continued to pay the rent and accept the meager amount of visiting. He gave me a little notebook that he had taken out of his folder. He had been maintaining a journal of all his interactions with Ben since he was born, and it was full with sketches, notes and short stories. There were pictures of them together at different ages next to the entries. I was deeply affected by seeing this. Although Matthew may have kept Ben from me, it is obvious that he loves his son very much. The journal entries, which were filled with things Ben had said or done in their little time together, as well as Matthew's aspirations for their future together, were devastating. Additionally, there were notes about milestones he had missed, phone conversations they had when Rebecca permitted it, and gifts he had given. Matthew showed me this, and I asked him why. He claimed that even though he committed the grave error of keeping Ben hidden from me, he wasn't a father who deserted his child. He was attempting to manage an unachievable circumstance, where it seemed preferable to continue receiving financial support and having restricted contact, rather than taking the chance of no relationship at all. I was quite overwhelmed at this point. I told Matthew I needed to get some fresh air outside. Grace followed me after noticing. I attempted to make sense of it all as we sat on a bench outside the coffee shop. Grace made a point that I hadn't thought of. Could it be that Matthew was being tricked? It sounded like a potentially coercive setup. In essence, Rebecca is holding his child captive in return for money. Although it didn't justify Matthew's deceit, it did provide a fresh perspective on his circumstances. I spoke with Grace, and then returned inside. I informed Matthew that I wanted to talk to Rebecca directly because I needed to get the whole story. At this idea, he appeared relieved, which surprised me a little. He explained that in order to assist me comprehend the complexities of the situation, he had been hoping that I would wish to speak with her. I turned down his invitation to schedule a meeting. I wanted to speak with Rebecca without Matthew's help if I was going to do so. Instead, I asked for her phone number. After hesitating, Matthew handed it to me, and promised to SMS her to let her know that I might get in touch with her. I was even more perplexed as I left the coffee shop. You can't simply move on from hiding a child from your serious spouse for a year. After I arrived home, I contemplated whether or not to call Rebecca. How could I possibly respond? Hello. I recently learned about you and your son from your ex's girlfriend. I had to listen to her side of the tale, even though it felt really unpleasant. That night, I plucked up the guts to text her, introduce myself, and ask if we could talk. She surprised me by responding nearly instantly, and stating that she had been anticipating my message. We decided to get together this afternoon at a different coffee shop that is closer to her neighborhood. For the entire morning, I felt really anxious. Grace volunteered to accompany me once more, but I felt that I had to do this on my own. I knew Rebecca from her pictures as soon as I got to the coffee shop. Pale and thin, yet stunning. Thank goodness she was alone. I was not prepared to meet Edwin or Ben. We had a heated discussion. Although there were some significant discrepancies, Rebecca largely agreed with what Matthew had told me. She does indeed have MS. Indeed, Matthew covers their rent. Yes. Edwin has been her partner for 2 years, and is her fiancé. Rebecca, however, asserts that Matthew, not her, made the decision to restrict his access to Ben. She said that she had asked him to become more involved in Ben's life on several occasions. However, Matthew was continually making excuses about his obligations at work or elsewhere. She showed me texts in which she offered Matthew more weekend visits, or invitations to Ben's school functions, both of which he turned down. The texts Matthew handed me, in which he allegedly begged for more time with Ben, were from the same time period as these. I was totally perplexed by the conflicting evidence. Which one of them is lying? Additionally, Rebecca stated that although Matthew did tell her he was seeing someone new, he told her it wasn't serious and requested her to keep me out of the conversation if we ever crossed paths. This runs counter to Matthew's assertion that she was aware of the gravity of our relationship. When I inquired about the financial arrangement, it was the most upsetting aspect. According to Rebecca, Matthew first offered to pay the rent when she was first diagnosed, which is consistent with his account. However, she says she has made multiple attempts to lessen his financial commitment, particularly since meeting Edwin, but Matthew is adamant about keeping the arrangement in place. Rebecca claims that Matthew has often expressed to her his desire to offer this degree of support and that he would be offended if she turned it down. She acknowledged that the money has been crucial, particularly for her medical expenses. But she claimed that as her relationship with Edwin has grown more serious, she has grown more uneasy with their arrangement. Rebecca acknowledged that Edwin is a musician with little money, but she added that he does contribute what he can when I questioned why he doesn't do more. I thought it was sincere when she expressed embarrassment over their financial circumstances. I was much more perplexed at the conclusion of our talk. Either Rebecca is manipulating Matthew and is now attempting to persuade me as well, or Matthew is manipulating both Rebecca and me, or perhaps both of them are lying about some parts of the matter. I was exhausted as I left the meeting with Rebecca. Matthew texted me on my way home to inquire about Rebecca's progress. I didn't answer. I needed time to take it all in. I discovered a gift at my door when I arrived home. Matthew sent it. A message stating that there was more evidence on the USB drive that I should examine. Years of text messages between Matthew and Rebecca, further text exchanges, financial information, and even recorded phone conversations, some of which I'm not even sure are legal, were discovered when I plugged it in. I've been looking at these documents all evening, and they provide yet another perspective on the matter. Rebecca does appear to be limiting Matthew's access to Ben in certain conversations. Matthew seems to be the one restricting involvement in others. Both of them alternately advocate for greater or lesser assistance at certain points in time, as seen by the financial talks. To be honest, I have lost any sense of what to believe. It appears that both Rebecca and Matthew are rewriting the story to fit their own needs. Ben, caught in the center of whatever game these two are playing, is the only innocent person involved in this whole situation. I sent Grace a text with everything I found, and she is coming over tomorrow to help me sort it all out. She believes that I should provide Matthew with the conflicting evidence and observe his reaction. I've committed to seeing Matthew one last time tomorrow night. After that, I believe I had to get out of this problem entirely, no matter what he says. After our last meeting, I'll provide an update. I appreciate everyone's support during this difficult time. Edit. There are a lot of queries in the comments. I'll attempt to cover the most prevalent ones. Rebecca highlighted particular treatments and symptoms that would be difficult to manufacture. And the medical records appeared to be authentic. So I was able to certify that she does really have multiple sclerosis. Matthew and Rebecca may still be romantically involved, as many of you have speculated. I gave this some thought as well, but now that I've met Rebecca, seen pictures of her with Edwin, and heard her clearly show fondness for him, I don't think that's the case. Many have speculated that Matthew may not be Ben's biological father but rather his sugar daddy. That isn't true. In my opinion, Ben resembles Matthew identically, and both Matthew and Rebecca accept that Ben is their father. If you're arguing that I should just leave, you're most likely correct. However, it's difficult to simply walk away without knowing what occurred after a year of establishing a life together. Edit 2. In a few hours, I'll be meeting Matthew. I'm requesting direct responses and presenting all the facts from both sides. Tomorrow, we'll provide an update. Last update. Reddit. Hello. The last word on this whole fiasco. We appreciate your support during all of this chaos, everyone. Last night, I met Matthew for what I thought would be our final conversation. Grace arrived, but she remained outside in her car. I wanted to handle things myself, but I wanted someone close by in case something went wrong. I brought all the proof. Matthew's texts, Rebecca's texts, their various narratives, and the message in which he directly requested her to support his account. I told Matthew that I wanted the whole truth and laid everything out when he arrived. No more omissions or bullshit. Informed him that this was his final opportunity to be honest. After a long period of silence, he finally acknowledged that he hadn't been truthful with Rebecca or me. Here's what actually happened. After splitting up, Matthew and Rebecca's relationship never truly ended. He wasn't only helping Ben and his ailing ex with all that money. It was how he continued to be active in their lives. He ensured that Rebecca was unable to fully move on, even with Edwin there, by serving as their source of income. Rebecca also employed Ben as a negotiating chip. To keep the money pouring in, he occasionally lets Matthew see him, and occasionally doesn't. They have been manipulating one another for years, each utilizing the other's interests to achieve their own goals. About those strange, contradictory texts, Matthew acknowledged that he occasionally, purposefully declined opportunities to meet Ben, in order to subsequently lament his lack of access, and harm Rebecca's reputation. She would pretend to be trying while excluding him by inviting him to events, even though she knew he couldn't attend due to plans with me. He informed me that his ex-partners always left him when they learned about it, and advised him to get proper custody and end the financial issue when I questioned why he kept all of this from me. This dysfunctional relationship provided him a sense of purpose that he wasn't prepared to give up, therefore he didn't want to hear that again. Ben was the most problematic aspect. Although Matthew genuinely cares for his child, he has been abusing him in this power struggle with Rebecca. He wasn't merely trying to keep Ben away from me by hardly seeing him. It was the way things were before I was born. Being Ben's father is more appealing to him than really carrying out the duties of a father. I told Matthew that I had had enough of their drama. Recommended that he get therapy for his problems with Rebecca, and his parenting style. He advised him to make arrangements for Ben's maintenance and custody. He began sobbing and pleading for another opportunity, vowing to make things right. But it's too late. Sincerely, I don't want to be involved in their mess. And trust has been lost. I deserve more than to become entangled in the family drama of another person. After that, I texted Rebecca to promise not to get in touch with her again. Hoped they would figure out a better way to raise Ben, and wished her well with her health and engagement to Edwin. She simply expressed gratitude and regret for everything. For those who argue that, since he was providing for his family, I should give him another chance. It was not that easy. Any future we attempted to create would have been destroyed by the toxic nature of the entire scenario. No, to those who want to know if I'll check on Ben, I'm not supposed to be there. I feel sorry for the child, but intervening now would just make his already difficult situation more dramatic. After I discovered my fiancé's secret wife and her pregnancy, I took back my $48,000, exposed his lies, leaving him publicly shamed and fired. I'd been with Matthew for 3 years and engaged for approximately 1. We met at a friend's wedding, hit it off right away, and I believed we had a very decent relationship. He worked as a project manager at a large firm where his mother also worked in human resources, and we lived together in his San Diego condo. Matthew traveled to Mexico for work roughly once a month, for 4 to 6 days. He consistently said the same thing. They had large projects near Mexico City that required his direction. His company had foreign clients, so it made logical. He'd always return with small things for me, like tequila, homemade jewelry, and these adorable sugar skull decorations I'd collected. I felt it was nice that he constantly remembered me on his difficult work trips. Another thing I should have questioned was Matthew's strange behavior on social media. He didn't have Facebook or Instagram and claimed to cherish privacy, so whenever I shared images of us, he begged me not to identify his name, or include too many details. He explained that it was because his organization worked on federal contracts and was stringent about their employees' web presence. Again, reasonable enough that I didn't doubt it. We were engaged, and the reality began to unfold. Matthew's mother held a large engagement celebration for us last spring. She invited everyone from their firm, including individuals I had never seen and several of Matthew's cousins who lived a few hours away. During the party, I overheard one of his co-workers conversing with another about Matthew's trips. They both looked at me, and instantly changed the subject when they noticed I was around. Later that night, Matthew's cousin Eric became quite drunk, and began talking to me while Matthew was socializing. Eric started saying crazy things like, "So, you're the American girlfriend?" And Matthew liked to leave his options open. When I questioned what he meant, he just smiled and replied, "Nothing. Nothing. Just family jokes." When I informed Matthew about it later, he became very defensive, claiming Eric was an alcoholic who constantly attempted to cause trouble. After that party, I became more attentive. Matthew always carried the same tiny leather duffel bag on his Mexico travels, and he was strangely protective of it. He'd unpack it himself and quickly put everything in the washer, and I realized I'd never seen what was inside the bag. I once inquired playfully whether he was smuggling narcotics, and he became enraged, stating I didn't trust him. When Matthew left on his next business trip, I did something I'm not proud of, but thank goodness I did. I searched our condominium. I wasn't sure what I was looking for, but something felt odd about his home office desk, which was buried under warranties and old bills. I discovered a second phone charger, but not for his iPhone, it was for the Samsung. Matthew didn't own a Samsung. I also discovered some dollars from a Mexican bank and a photo strip from a photo booth folded up at the back of the drawer. The photo strip depicted Matthew with his arm around a lovely Latina woman. They were making ridiculous expressions, kissing, and looking like a happy couple. I kept looking and discovered an envelope with a receipt for a wedding ring that was not mine. The receipt was in Spanish, and came from a jewelry store in Mexico City. It was dated roughly 18 months after we started dating, and 6 months before he proposed to me. I photographed everything with my phone, and then returned everything precisely how I found it. I considered addressing him immediately when he returned, but something prompted me to wait and gather more information. If he had been leading a double life for years, I needed to know the whole story before blowing everything apart. When Matthew returned from his trip, I behaved absolutely normal, while surreptitiously scrutinizing his every action. He brought me back a lovely hand-painted porcelain bowl, kissed me as if everything was okay, and told me about his exhausting meetings. I smiled and nodded, while crying inside. The next morning, he left his iPad on the kitchen counter while showering. He'd never told me his passcode, but I'd seen him use it enough times to figure it out. I opened it and discovered everything. Matthew had a whole distinct account that I'd never seen before. The name on it was Matthew Alvarez. He had added a second last name that I had no idea he had. He exchanged messages with someone named Isabella. Hundreds of them, filled with love notes, images, and plans. That was when I realized Isabella was not his girlfriend or mistress. She was his genuine legal wife. They married in Mexico City 3 years ago, and he was already engaged to me. Even worse, in his text to her, he explained my existence by stating that I was his mentally ill sister, who could not live independently. Thus he had to care for me part-time in the United States. He informed her that I was unstable, delusional, and occasionally confused about our connection. That's why he couldn't bring her to the States just yet, in case I had an incident. The text revealed that he planned to relocate her to the United States once her visa was approved. They had an entire timeline planned out. Meanwhile, he continued pushing back our wedding date, claiming that he wanted to save more money or wait for a promotion. But what really crushed my heart was that Isabella was 6 months pregnant with his child. The texts contained ultrasound pictures. They had been trying for more than a year, and she was due in 3 months. He had been creating a nursery in their Mexico City condominium, while also planning a wedding with me. The iPad alerted me to a new WhatsApp notice, which I clicked on without thinking. It led to his interaction with Isabella, who had just received a video of her pregnant belly moving as the baby kicked. The note continued. "Your daughter is dancing this morning. We miss you so much, mi amor. Only 8 weeks until you meet her. I love you." I captured screenshots of everything. He scanned and stored their marriage certificate, photos, ultrasounds, texts, and WhatsApp communications. I emailed everything to myself. Backed it up to my cloud storage. then carefully placed the iPad back where he had left it. I needed time to reflect and plan my next steps. This wasn't simply cheating. This was a deliberate years-long double existence with a pregnant wife, and plans that only included me as a cover tale. And he had depicted me as mentally ill, in order to explain my presence. I called in ill from work for the next 3 days while Matthew was at his office, claiming to have a stomach bug. Really, I was looking up everything I could about Matthew's life in Mexico, Mexican marriage laws, and what the hell I was doing next. That's when I discovered Isabella's Instagram account. It was not private. There were hundreds of images of her and Matthew together, including family gatherings, vacations, and their wedding. Her bio boldly proclaimed, "Baby girl coming June 2024. I spent hours browsing through her account, watching my relationship crumble in real time, and seeing photographs of them building the nursery together on his previous work trip. When Matthew told me he was at a conference in Denver, he sent me pictures from their wedding. During family events, he was introduced as her spouse, while I sat at home, thinking he was working late. The most recent post is from 3 days ago. It featured Matthew caressing her pregnant tummy, with the remark, 2 more months until we become 3. So blessed to have found such an amazing husband and father for our little girl." I was physically nauseous. But I was also enraged. Not only sad or sorrowful, furious. This man had stolen years from my life, while leading a completely different life with someone else, and he had informed her that I was his delusional sister. I needed to decide, should I face Matthew immediately? Do I contact Isabella? Do I just vanish and leave him wondering what happened? Each option appeared unfinished. I wanted them both to understand what kind of man he was. After considerable study, I decided that my vengeance should be measured and complete. There was no imminent confrontation that he could avoid by lying. He'll have a difficult time getting away. First, I needed to contact Isabella, but I couldn't just text her and say, "Hey, your husband's been engaged to me for 3 years." She was 6 months pregnant. I had to be careful how I approached this. Plus, what if she doesn't believe me? What if she believed I was precisely what Matthew described? A delusional lady making up stories. I needed incontrovertible evidence and a plan to thoroughly expose Matthew to Isabella, his family, his company, and everyone. And I needed to make sure I was safe in the process. That night, I carefully planned out my strategy. I had evidence. I was filled with wrath. And I had nothing more to lose. Matthew had no idea what was coming to him. First, I spent the next morning practicing what I wanted to say to Isabella. This wasn't only about me anymore. This poor woman was starting a family, with a man who had created a complex web of deceit. But before I contacted her, I needed more evidence against Matthew. While he was at work, I walked through our apartment and photographed our life together. Our engagement photos, wedding venue contracts with both of our names, receipts for deposits we had paid, and the ring on my finger. I discovered our vacation photos, family holiday photos, and everything else that demonstrated we were not brothers, but rather a couple preparing a future together. I also accomplished something that still makes me feel totally badass. I went to our bank and withdrew my portion of our joint savings, which was around $12,000. We'd been saving for our wedding and honeymoon, and I wasn't going to let him use my money to start a life with someone else. I opened a new account with a different bank. When I closed my half of the joint account, the teller asked if everything was okay, and I simply explained that I was surprising Matthew with a financial consolidation plan. She purchased it totally. I made copies of our lease agreement, which showed that we lived as a couple rather than as siblings. I also found old birthday cards he'd sent me with words like, "To my beautiful fiancée," and "Can't wait to call you my wife." I gathered evidence of our relationship and his falsehoods. Then came the difficult part. Contacting Isabel. I couldn't simply DM her on Instagram. If Matthew had seen the message first, he would remove it and block me. I needed to send her an email directly. After some scanning through Matthew's texts, I discovered her personal email account, which she used for purposes other than talking with him. I opened a fresh email account just for this reason and wrote a message. I didn't want to come out as the furious other woman, or as insane, which was precisely what he said I was. I typed something simple. "Isabella, I have important information regarding Matthew that you should see. This will be painful, but you deserve the truth. I've attached only 3 things to get started. A current photo of Matthew and me at his company's Christmas party from 4 months ago. A copy of our leasing agreement. And a photo of my engagement ring with the date we were engaged." I gave her my phone number and told her I had more documentation if she wanted to see it. but I understood if she needed some time to analyze it first. At 11:43 a.m., after triple checking everything, I pushed submit. On a Wednesday. Then I waited. I expected to have to wait several days, if not weeks. I assumed she'd believe it was a hoax, or that Matthew would intercept the email in some way. However, at 2:17 p.m., I received a call from an international number. I almost dropped the blasted thing while answering it. It was Isabella. She was chatting quickly in Spanish, and then switched to English when she realized I couldn't understand her. She inquired as to my true identity and whether this was a cruel prank. I told her everything. How long Matthew and I had been together, our engagement, and our living arrangements. She repeatedly interrupted, asking specific questions about Matthew. His shoulder birthmark, a scar on his knee from a childhood injury, his favorite meal, and the names of his parents. It was odd, like we were exchanging notes on a novel we'd both read. Only the book was about a man we both thought we knew. As I confirmed each detail, her voice became shakier. I could pinpoint the exact instant she accepted the truth. She went silent for around 10 seconds before weeping. Not delicate tears, but the deep, guttural crying that occurs when your entire reality crumbles. Between sobs, she informed me that Matthew was scheduled to fly down the next week for a doctor's appointment. They were going to view their newborn girl for the first time through a 3D ultrasound. She had been arranging their apartment for his visit. I asked if she needed any more proof. She did. I sent her everything while we were on the phone. Engagement images, wedding venue contracts, holiday pictures with his family, and text conversations. As she received each one, her tears changed into something else. Pure anger. She began telling me about their lives, how they met 5 years ago, while Matthew was on a true work trip to Mexico City. How he'd pursued her, told her he'd fallen in love at first sight, and planned his work schedule to incorporate regular travels to Mexico to see her. They married 3 years ago, in a quiet ceremony attended by her relatives. Her brother was first skeptical of this American who could only visit on occasion, but Matthew charmed everyone. Then she told me what he'd told her about me. According to Matthew, I was his disturbed younger sister who had bipolar disorder and delusions. He claimed that I sometimes thought we were in a relationship, and that he had to entertain me to keep me stable. He told her he was striving to get me good care, so he could someday bring her to the United States. But it was tough due to my illness. I was furious because they used mental illness as a cover tale, making me appear unstable and deluded. It was quite cruel to both of us. The chat lasted about 2.5 hours. Regardless of her emotional state, Isabella was fiercely clever and practical. She wondered if I'd faced Matthew yet. When I declined, she proposed something I hadn't considered. Let's coordinate, she said. Let's not give him any warning. Let's make sure he can't wiggle out of this, or create more lies. She wanted to fly to San Diego with her brother, and confront Matthew face to face. And she knew exactly where to do it. At his workplace, where his mother and co-workers could see everything. Part of me was concerned about the stress this would cause her pregnant, but Isabella informed me that her doctor had cleared her to fly, and that her pregnancy was healthy and uncomplicated. Her brother would also be by her side to provide support. We created a plan. She would travel up with her brother Carlos in 2 days. She didn't inform Matthew that she was coming. Instead, she acted normally during their discussions, assuring him she was looking forward to his arrival the next week. Meanwhile, I would continue to behave as if everything was normal with Matthew at home. These 2 days were the most difficult of my life. Sleeping next to him, making small talk at supper, kissing him goodbye in the mornings, all while knowing what type of monster he truly was. He had no idea I'd spoken to Isabella or knew anything. He once received a call from her while we were watching TV, and I observed him enter the other room, drop his voice, and tell her how much he missed her, and how excited he was to see her and the baby. I had to dig my nails into my palms to stop screaming. Janet, Matthew's mother, called me the night before Isabella was due to come. Just a typical check-in regarding wedding planning. She inquired if we had selected a date yet, discussed venue alternatives, and noted that she had been looking at mother of the groom costumes. The whole talk felt like I was in the twilight zone. Did she know about Isabella? Was she involved in this deception? I couldn't tell, so I cut the talk short by saying I wasn't feeling well. I had a breakdown after the phone call. What is the social protocol for meeting your fiancé's secret wife? Instead, she sat across from me, put her hands on her belly, and simply said, "Thank you for finding me. Thank you for telling me the truth." We went over our strategy one more time. Matthew's company occupied 3 floors in a downtown office building. Visitors had to sign in at security, although Matthew's mother, Janet, worked in human resources on the first floor. Our goal was to approach her personally, provide our proof, and request that she bring Matthew down to the conference room. We wanted witnesses, but we didn't want to create a situation that would put Isabella under excessive stress. When we arrived at the registration counter, I asked for Janet and explained that Matthew had a family emergency. The receptionist called, and Janet arrived minutes later, her face anxious until she saw me. Then she grinned, perplexed as to why I was there with a very pregnant woman and a stern-looking man. I introduced Isabella as Matthew's wife. Janet laughed. Assuming it was a joke, I handed her the evidence folder. She opened it, still happy, and discovered the marriage certificate. Her expression went utterly blank as she flipped through the images, papers, and evidence of her son's other existence. Janet did not say anything. She just called the receptionist and requested that Matthew be sent to conference room A right away. Then she took us down a hallway. We sat silently in the conference room. Janet appeared to have aged 8 years and 8 minutes. She kept glancing at Isabella's pregnant belly, then at me, and finally back at the documents. Finally, the door opened, and Matthew went in. Puzzled. He spotted me first, then Janet, and his look shifted to concern. Then his gaze fell on Isabella and Carlos, and his entire face collapsed. There is no other way to explain it. Every drop of blood drained from his face, and for a moment I feared he'd pass out. "What's going on?" he muttered. But it was evident that he understood exactly what was going on. His dual existence had just clashed in the most spectacular way possible. Carlos sprang up, pointed at Matthew, and said forcefully in Spanish that I couldn't understand. Matthew backed up against the wall, shaking his head, desperately searching from face to face for an ally but finding none. "You told me she was your mentally ill sister," Isabella remarked. "You built a nursery for our daughter while planning a wedding with her." Matthew began stammering about misunderstandings, complex situations, and how he could explain everything. But there was no answer that could excuse what he'd done. I stood up carefully and removed my engagement ring. I set it on the meeting table and slid it towards him. "I think your wife might want to know why you've been engaged to your sister for 3 years," I said to her. Janet had not spoken till then. She looked at her son and asked a single question. "Why?" The little word conveyed so much grief and uncertainty. Matthew began crying, claiming he loved both of us, that he became involved in something he couldn't control, and that he never intended to injure anyone. Every justification made me furious. He was still attempting to manipulate the situation in order to portray himself as a victim. That's when Isabella jumped up, placed her hands protectively over her abdomen, and informed Matthew exactly how she felt about him in rapid Spanish that required no translation. When Matthew approached her, her brother stepped in between them. Security arrived at that point. Apparently, heated voices in the meeting room drew attention. Janet, still in astonishment, explained that there was a family matter that required solitude. Unfortunately, it was too late. People had gathered outside the glass walls. As Matthew began to make excuses, I spotted his company's CEO looking from outside the room, his demeanor deepening as he figured out what was going on. Just as security asked us to go, I made one last move. I turned to Janet and gave her the third folder. I made copies of everything for HR. "Your son committed marriage fraud," I informed them. "And I think his employer should know the kind of person they're trusting with company business." We were let out of the building, but not before I noticed Matthew's co-workers watching, chatting, and admiring the sight of a man caught between his fiancée and his pregnant wife. Isabella grabbed my arm as we were in the parking lot. Her face was teary but resolute. "This wasn't over," I heard her say. There were legal implications to what Matthew had done to both of us. Her brother, Carlos, who had been generally mute, now spoke in proper English. He was a lawyer in Mexico City, he clarified. What Matthew had done was not only morally reprehensible, it was potentially criminal. Bigamy is illegal in both countries. As we stood there absorbing everything, my phone buzzed with a text from Matthew. "Please let me explain. I never meant to hurt anyone. I love you both. Please." I showed it to Isabella. She laughed bitterly as she showed me her phone. He had sent her nearly same message. Even now, he was attempting to play both roles. Second update. Following the confrontation, Isabella, Carlos and I returned to the coffee shop across from Matthew's office building. We were all shivering with adrenaline, wrath, and the sheer craziness of what had just occurred. The barista kept looking nervously at our table, perhaps because Isabella was crying and violently punching at her phone screen. Carlos was speaking quickly into his phone, and I was sitting there with a strange hollow laugh that came out every few minutes. We must have appeared absolutely agitated. My phone would not quit vibrating. Matthew had sent 18 text messages in the 30 minutes since we left his office. They varied from desperate, "Please just talk to me," to manipulative, "This isn't fair. You're not letting me explain," to threatening, "You have no idea what you've done to my career." I showed them to Isabella, who merely rolled her eyes and turned her phone around to show me the practically identical Spanish messages he had sent her. Rayoni looked up from his phone and informed us that he had been conversing with a colleague who specialized in international family law. The matter became difficult because the weddings crossed international borders. But one thing was obvious. Matthew committed bigamy, which is unlawful in both the United States and Mexico. If we chose to take legal action, we could. While we were talking about this, Matthew's mother, Janet, entered the coffee shop. I almost did not recognize her. She appeared absolutely destroyed. She asked if she may join us. When Isabella nodded, she sat down firmly in the vacant chair. Janet was straightforward. She informed us that Matthew had been removed out of the building and placed on immediate administrative leave pending an inquiry. Matthew's supervisor was outraged, not only because of the personal issue, but also because he was fabricating his travel reports. These excursions to Mexico were not all business. He had been billing the corporation for flights and rooms while leading a double life. That was grounds for termination. Then Janet did something unexpected. She began apologizing to both of us. She revealed, through tears, that she had doubts about Matthew's actions, but had told herself she was being overly paranoid. Isabella reached out to take Janet's hand. That simple gesture devastated me. This very pregnant woman, who had just had her entire world broken, was comforting the mother of the guy who had betrayed her. It was both breathtaking and heartbreaking. Janet requested a picture of the ultrasound. When Isabella showed her, Janet covered her mouth and began to cry again. "I'm going to be a grandmother," she repeatedly stated. "I didn't even know." Then Janet turned to me. She explained that she understood if I never spoke to anyone in their family again, but she hoped that one day, I would forgive her for not seeing what her son was doing. I told her that there was nothing to forgive. Matthew had deceived all of us. His lies were not her responsibility. The conversation turned to practical matters. I informed them that I had already moved my essential belongings to my friend Olivia's home and would pick up the rest when Matthew was not present. Isabella explained that she had to fly back to Mexico City tomorrow. Her doctor didn't want her to travel so close to her due date. Carlos said he would stay an extra day to assist me if necessary. Matthew called Janet's phone while we were still talking. She responded, putting it on speaker without informing him. Matthew was frantic, pleading with his mother to help him fix this, claiming that his entire life was falling apart. Janet's response was icy cold. She informed him that he had created the situation himself, and would now face the consequences. She claimed she had raised him better than this, and she was ashamed. Then she hung up. My phone vibrated with a notification. Matthew sent an email with the subject line, "Please read." I can explain everything. It was now early evening. We exchanged contact information, and planned to stay in touch. Janet hugged both of us before departing, offering to help Isabella in any way she could, regardless of what happened to Matthew. Carlos assisted Isabella with their rental car, while I returned to Olivia's apartment, emotionally weary. I texted Olivia the essentials, but when I came, I broke down and told her everything. She was horrified. She kept expressing that she had always believed Matthew was too wonderful to be true, but she never expected this. She assisted me in unpacking my emergency bag and setting up her guest room, after which we ordered takeout because neither of us felt like cooking. While we were dining, I received a call from Matthew's cousin Eric, the drunk at the engagement party who had made those strange remarks. He explained that he had heard about what had transpired from another family member, and wanted me to know that he had tried to warn me in the only manner he could without breaking his pledge to Matthew's father. Apparently this was not Matthew's first double existence. Eric stated that years before I met Matthew, he had done something similar with women in Los Angeles and San Francisco. He never got married, but he had meaningful relationships in both locations, and traveled back and forth. When Matthew's father found what was going on, he put him into therapy and made the entire family pledge never to discuss it again. They assumed he'd sought therapy and had conquered some sort of psychiatric problem. Eric apologized for not being more direct throughout the party. He explained that he had been debating whether to tell me outright. But family loyalty and the booze had forced him to take the coward's way out by dropping hints. I thanked him for calling, but informed him that his hints had been absolutely unhelpful. He realized he deserved it, and asked what he could do to help right now. I advised him that the greatest thing he could do was ensure that everyone in the family knew exactly what Matthew had done this time. After hanging up, I informed Olivia about the call. She was as surprised as I was to learn that this appeared to be a recurring pattern for Matthew. We remained up late looking through social media for additional ladies we might warn, but there was nothing clear. Around midnight, I received a text message from an unfamiliar phone number. It was Matthew's father, George. His message was brief but unambiguous. Matthew was in a state when he arrived at their place, and George wanted to talk to me. I showed Olivia, and she immediately told me not to go alone, if at all. I agreed and texted back that I didn't have anything to say to him or Matthew, but if he wanted to talk, we could meet in public tomorrow. George answered almost immediately, saying he understood my caution but wanted to make things right in any way he could. He suggested meeting for coffee the next morning, promising Matthew would not be present. I consented, partly out of curiosity about what setting things right may entail in this case. George was already at the coffee shop when I arrived. He got right to the point. He apologized for his son's behavior, saying the entire family was distraught. Then he passed the check across the table. I looked down at it. It cost $40,000. I looked at him in bewilderment. George said that he recognized money couldn't undo what Matthew had done, but he wanted to reimburse me for any wedding deposits I'd lost, as well as additional compensation for the emotional suffering. His specific remarks suggested that this was a business transaction, or a legal settlement. I recognized he was attempting to purchase my silence, by making me leave quietly. I pushed the check back and told him I did not want his money. I wanted him to understand that his son was a predator, who had fooled 2 women for years, and that his prior attempts to ignore Matthew's actions had allowed this to happen again, this time including a child. George appeared astonished. He plainly did not expect me to refuse the money. As I was leaving, George called after me, asking what I was going to do next. I informed him openly that I hadn't made a decision yet, but that purchasing my silence was not an option. His expression hardened, and he continued. Matthew has made mistakes, but he is still my son. I will protect him in any way I can. When I returned to Olivia's car, I was shaking. She wanted to go back and face George, but I simply wanted to leave. As we drove away, I told her about our talk, and the check. She called George every name in the book, and that we meet with Carlos before he traveled back to Mexico, to keep him up to date on this development. Carlos was checking out of his hotel when we arrived. He was not surprised by George's attempt to buy me off. Apparently, he made a similar offer to Isabella via email overnight, which she quickly shared to Carlos. The money offered to her was far higher. $150,000. Ostensibly for the child's future. Carlos had told her to disregard it for now. Carlos showed me a few messages from Isabella. She had returned to Mexico City safely and had met with her own family. They were all rallying behind her, enraged over Matthew's lie. Her doctor had examined her and determined that, despite the stress, both she and the baby were doing well. She planned to file for divorce as soon as possible. That afternoon, I finally mustered the guts to return to the condo to retrieve more of my belongings. Olivia came with me for support, and we planned it around when I knew Matthew would be at his parents' place based on Janet's texts. The condo was disorganized. Matthew had clearly been there, and had a tantrum. There were broken dishes in the kitchen, clothes scattered across the bedroom, and empty liquor bottles on the coffee table. I immediately grabbed more of my possessions, focusing on sentimental items and irreplaceable financial documents. As I was packing my jewelry box, I discovered something that made my blood run cold. Hidden beneath my necklaces was a little velvet pouch with a ring I'd never seen. It was not my style. It was extravagant and flashy. The pouch contained a slip of paper with the jeweler's logo, and a date. 3 months from now, another engagement ring. I showed Olivia, who seized the ring and suggested we take it to be appraised and utilize the money for a fresh start. I hesitated, not wanting to go down to Matthew's level, but Olivia insisted that he owed me at least this much. I finally decided to keep it, until I spoke with the lawyer Carlos had suggested. As we were leaving, Matthew's automobile pulled into the parking lot. Olivia and I hesitated before rushing to finish loading my car. Matthew spotted us and dashed over, blocking my driver's side door. He began pleading with me to listen, claiming that he could explain everything, that he knew he had made a mistake, but that he still loved me. When I attempted to get around him to my car, he grabbed my arm. Olivia instantly stepped in between us, urging him to back off before she contacted the police. Matthew then turned on Olivia, telling her that this was between him and me, and that she should keep out of our personal affairs. I had never seen this side of him before. Desperate, violent, and almost insane. I told him firmly that we no longer had a relationship, and that if he didn't let me leave right away, I would call the cops. That was when he discovered the box containing the framed images of us that I had taken. He lunged for it, exclaiming, "I can't take those. They were also his." During the tussle, the box collapsed and glass broke everywhere. I took advantage of the opportunity to get into my car, with Olivia hopping into the passenger seat. As I started the engine, Matthew smacked his hand on the window, leaving a sweaty handprint and yelling that he'd lose everything if I didn't help him fix this. His work was on the line, his family was disintegrating, and Isabella's family was considering filing charges in Mexico. I rolled down the window just enough to remind him that he should have considered it before living a double life for 3 years. Then I backed out, forcing him to move away from the car, and drove away, leaving him shouting in the parking lot. That night, I texted Isabella to check in. She emailed me a snapshot of herself with her family, looking fatigued yet supported. She told me that Matthew had been calling her parents' house non-stop until they disabled his number. He was now contacting her every hour, alternately apologizing, making excuses, and expressing his want to be a part of his daughter's life. Isabella informed me that her lawyer was already working on the divorce paperwork, and had advised her to document all contact from Matthew. She also indicated that Carlos had spoken with the lawyer he had recommended to me, and they wanted to coordinate our responses so Matthew could not influence either of us. While communicating with Isabella, Matthew discovered that I was staying with Olivia. He arrived at her apartment building after midnight, and buzzed each apartment until someone let him in. He hammered on Olivia's door, waking up not only us, but also numerous neighbors. Olivia contacted building security, who removed him from the property, and warned him that they would call the cops next time. But Matthew was not done. He waited in his car in the visitor parking lot all night, texting me about how he just wanted to chat, how he wouldn't go until I heard him out, and how he could explain everything, if I gave him 5 minutes. Around 3 a.m., the messages turned darker. He began criticizing me for overreacting, claiming that I had damaged his life via what was essentially terrible communication. He claimed I had no right to contact Isabella, and that I had endangered his unborn kid by causing her mother so much anguish. I showed Olivia the messages, and she insisted on calling the police. They arrived and forced Matthew to leave, but without a restraining order, there was little further they could do. By the morning, Matthew had upped his effort. He'd gotten my parents' new phone number and called them, telling them I'd suffered a mental breakdown and was making outrageous charges. Fortunately, my parents understood me better than that. My father had clearly instructed Matthew not to contact them again. I finally fell asleep around 6 a.m., completely exhausted. Olivia awoke me around 11 a.m., looking apprehensive. My phone had been continuously buzzing. And it wasn't just Matthew. His father, George, had also called, along with numerous other unknown numbers. I checked my voicemails and discovered that George had left 5 messages, each one more frightening than the last. He'd started with money offers, then moved on to barely veiled comments about making things unpleasant for everyone concerned. The end message was clear. Back off, stop talking to Isabella, and sign the NDA he had drafted, or he'd make sure I regretted it. The unknown numbers came from Matthew's buddies, whom I had only seen once or twice at a party. They all sent the same message. I needed to talk with Matthew. I was breaking him. He was not eating or sleeping. He might try something desperate. It was an organized guilt trip, and it enraged me. I emailed all of the voicemails to the lawyer Carlos had connected me with. Then I prepared to meet Sophia, his sister, for lunch. Sophia was already in the restaurant when I arrived. When she saw me, she stood up awkwardly, unsure whether to hug me, shake my hand, or both. I made the decision for her with a short hug before we sat down. The conversation began awkwardly, Sophia constantly apologizing for Matthew before realizing that apologies couldn't make things better. She described their family as chaotic. Their father was on full damage control mode. Their mother was devastated and enraged. And Matthew was experiencing what Sophia described as a breakdown. Then Sophia said something that made everything make sense. Growing up, Matthew was always making intricate lies and different versions of himself. He told different buddy groups quite different stories about his life, interests, and even his summer vacations. When caught, he'd always have absolutely acceptable justifications that made everyone feel awful for questioning him. Matthew's parents had taken him to therapy as a teenager, but he was charming and brilliant. He might persuade the therapist that his parents were overreacting to typical adolescent behavior. By college, they'd given up on attempting to fix it, expecting he'd grow out of it. Sophia began to cry as she claimed she had noticed indicators of Matthew's deception with me but had convinced herself it was not her place to intervene. I stretched across the table to take her hand. I told her it wasn't her fault, and that Matthew was clearly a great manipulator. She gripped my hand and told me she'd always wanted me as a sister-in-law, and she was devastated by everything, especially the niece she'd only recently discovered about. As we spoke, I saw a man watching us from the bar. It took me a second to recognize him. It was Ethan, one of Matthew's closest college pals. When he noticed me looking at him, he hurriedly glanced away, and seemed to be very engrossed on his phone. With a sickening feeling, I realized Matthew was still keeping an eye on me, using his pals to track and report on my travels. I pointed him out to Sophia, who was humiliated. She instantly rose up, came over to Ethan, and challenged him so loudly that several surrounding tables turned to see. Ethan muttered something about just happening to be there, but Sophia wasn't buying it. She told him he was pathetic for letting Matthew pursue me, and that he needed to leave right away or she'd make a spectacle he'd never forget. Ethan slunk off, and Sophia returned to the table, apologizing for her brother's actions. It confirmed that she was being truthful with me. Sophia requested if I would consider meeting with both of their parents after lunch to address things. I was immediately skeptical because of George's menacing voicemails. Sophia assured me that it was not a trap. Her mother had insisted on it, pushing George to comply. She believed they needed to hear directly from me what Matthew had done, without filtering or reducing. I told her I would think about it and talk to my lawyer first. As we were leaving the restaurant, my phone rang. It was an overseas number. Isabella was panicking. Matthew had talked his way past the security at her parents' building in Mexico City, and was standing outside their apartment, refusing to go until she spoke with him. Her family had contacted the cops, but Matthew was making a commotion, ranting about his rights as the baby's father. Isabella was afraid and asked if I knew someone on the US side who could help handle Matthew. I called Janet immediately, and she answered on the first ring. When I informed her what was going on, she went very quiet, and stated she'd handle it. Isabella texted 10 minutes later, saying Matthew had received a call, and had quickly departed. Janet allegedly threatened to cut him off financially and legally if he did not leave Isabella alone immediately. That evening, I visited with the attorney Carlos recommended. He reviewed all of Matthew and his father's messages, threats, and abuse. He advised filing for a restraining order right away, and documenting everything for possible future legal action. He also told me that cross-border legal issues could be tricky, but he would work with Carlos to guarantee Isabella and I were safe. Last update. The week following the confrontation became a nightmare of relentless harassment. Matthew would not quit calling from various numbers. I'd block one, while he called from another. In only 2 days, I banned 13 distinct numbers. Each voicemail was more frantic than the last, crying and pleading before becoming angry, and accusing me of overreacting. As if finding out your fiancé has a large secret family is something you can overreact to. Matthew figured out where I was staying and arrived around 2 a.m., beating on Olivia's door and yelling that he needed to speak with me. The neighbors phoned security, who threatened to contact the police if he would not leave. Matthew eventually left, but not before slipping a 7-page handwritten letter under the door detailing his version of the story. I read the letter. The biggest error ever. It was sheer manipulation. Matthew claimed that he became caught in the scenario with Isabella due to cultural expectations following a one-night affair. He had attempted to terminate it several times, but she was unstable. That he intended to tell me everything after our wedding. Each paragraph was more diluted than the next. He somehow portrayed himself as the victim in all of this. I ripped it up and threw it away. The following day, Janet called me. Matthew was officially sacked from his work. Following an internal inquiry, the corporation alleged false travel bills and inappropriate behavior. Apparently, he had been charging the corporation for his excursions to meet Isabella while saying they were for work. She informed me that Matthew was staying with George, refusing to eat or shower, instead sending messages to Isabella and me. I received a restraining order after he showed up at my employment, causing a commotion that resulted in security escorting him out. The judge granted it promptly after reviewing the evidence. 18 messages from various numbers. A recording of George threatening me, and testimonials from witnesses who had observed Matthew's increasingly erratic behavior. Carlos called with updates from Mexico. Isabella had filed bigamy allegations against Matthew, and the Mexican authorities were examining the case seriously. Matthew was now effectively barred from entering Mexico. Amporin. If he tried, he would be apprehended at the border. This meant he'd probably never meet his daughter. At least not on his own terms. The restraining order appeared to finally convince Matthew that he couldn't pressure me into forgiving him. Instead, he devoted his entire attention to saving his relationship with Isabella. He sent her family expensive gifts that they returned unread. He attempted to contact her doctor's office, claiming he needed information regarding his child. They turned it down right after Isabella warned them. Isabella went into early labor, approximately 5 weeks after the confrontation. Janet flew to Mexico City to be with her, with Isabella's approval. Matthew attempted to join them, but was halted at the airport when his passport was flagged. He ended up having a complete meltdown at the terminal, which was recorded and shared online. The footage showed him ranting about his rights as a father as security prevented him from boarding a flight he was not permitted to take. Isabella's daughter was delivered healthy 2 days later, despite being a few weeks premature. She emailed me a photo with the simple caption, "Thank you for saving us." I cried when I saw that small, lovely face, thinking about how different things could have been if I hadn't found that iPad. Matthew's reaction to becoming an invisible father was to get blackout drunk and crash his car into a tree. He was not gravely harmed, but he received a DUI. As for me, I am gradually rebuilding my life. I moved into my own apartment last month. I reverted to my maiden name and secured a new position. The craziest thing is that I'm truly glad things occurred this way. If I hadn't discovered the iPad, I might have married him. I might have had kids with him. I may have spent decades with a man living a double life before learning the truth. Instead, I left before the deeper entanglements made separation impossible. Matthew's most recent message came from yet another burner number last week. The 60th that I've banned thus far. All it said was, "Living in my car again. I hope you're both happy now." We are. My Harvard lawyer boyfriend purposely sabotaged my dad's case. After he laughed about my dad's suffering, I exposed him and ended his career forever. Harvard lawyer boyfriend purposefully lost dad's case since filling is hard. I abruptly ended his career. I thought my boyfriend Dylan was the finest thing for my family. A Harvard-educated employment lawyer worked at a top firm. Dylan instantly offered to represent my dad after he was wrongly fired from his 19-year career. "Don't worry about fees," he said. "We're practically family." My dad was sacked 3 weeks before his pension. His manager said, "We found someone younger and cheaper." Age discrimination. Dylan called it a slam dunk. "We'll get him full back pay. Pension. Damages. Everything." His confidence calmed my family. Dylan completed paperwork, scheduled depositions, and collected evidence. He'd tell my dad about developments over supper. He looked strong and said, "They're going to settle for sure." My dad trusted him. Why not? Dylan, a top lawyer charging $450 an hour, was dating his daughter. 7 months into the case, strange things happened. Dylan frequently missed deadlines, by a day or two, but enough for the court to notice. He overlooked important paperwork. He arrived at meetings unprepared. "Just been swamped at work," he said. But I knew his schedule. His schedule was light. The deposition tragedy followed. Dylan never prepared my dad. Just showed there and said, "Just tell the truth. You'll be fine." My dad bungled every question, made terrible comments out of context. Dylan didn't protest. Not redirected. Sitting. Taking notes. The opposing lawyer, a recent graduate, looked bewildered by Dylan's silence. Dad returned devastated. "I think I messed up," he said. Dylan told him everything was all right. Depositions always feel worse than they are. The settlement conference was even worse. The company offered $12,000, an insulting amount. Dylan advised my dad to think. Saying bird in the hand, Dylan discouraged my dad against fighting because trials are risky. Juries are unpredictable. The judge seems to favor them. Maybe we should take what we can get. My mom asked me that night. Dylan attacked me when I said, "Something's wrong. Dylan's not fighting for us. I'm doing my best. Your dad's case isn't as strong as we thought, yet I saw the proof." They considered replacing him with someone younger in emails. The reviews were great till he turned 60. Perfect case. The October trial was scheduled. Dylan was unprepared. His introduction lasted 3 minutes. He forgot to record half the evidence. He allowed opposing lawyers to abuse my dad during testimony. Jurors appeared bewildered. Judge looked irritated. We lost. Full defense verdict. My dad got nothing. He lost his pension, back wages, everything. Dylan's reply seemed odd. These things happen. At least it's over now. His expression seemed almost relieved. Dylan was drunk at his flat later that night. He discussed the case. Honestly, this is probably for the best. Your dad would have been around all the time if he'd won. Wanting to golf, asking for advice, and showing up for dinner. Now he'll have to focus on finding work. I felt sick. Won't have time to bother us. What are you saying? Dylan laughed. Come on. You know how annoying father-in-laws are. Always in your business. At least now he'll be too broke and depressed to hassle much. I froze. Did you throw the case? Dylan smugged. Throw is a strong word. I left and went to Dylan's legal firm. To his paralegal buddy Tess, who'd always been chatty with me. Tess. I need to know something. How many employment discrimination cases has Dylan won? She checked. My dad was one of his 3 losses. Please show me the other loss. She shouldn't have shown me, but did. He also lost his ex-girlfriend's mother's 3-year divorce. The pattern was visible. Dylan boasted to his poker group 2 weeks later, drunk again, about how he'd found the perfect way to avoid in-laws. Offer legal help, then lose. They're too ashamed to come around much after that. His friend Nate was appalled. Nate was engaged to my cousin. He phoned me immediately. You need to know what Dylan just said. He taped the entire exchange on his phone for his poker night show. He kept the recording but never published the program. Dylan's whole confession, laughing about how my dad cried after the verdict, joking that he'd never have to spend holidays with my family, and detailing his methodology for appearing stupid and avoiding malpractice lawsuits. I gave Dylan's firm, the State Bar Association, and my dad's former company the tape. Dylan tried calling me hundreds of times. After the 100th call, I blocked his number and sat on my apartment floor with my phone. Again, I cranked Nate's recording until Dylan's laugh filled the room. My hands shook when he recalled my dad crying after the verdict, but not from despair. I felt icy and biting wrath instead of shock. Like I could see things clearly for the first time in months. I called Nate again and requested the whole recording and anything more from that poker night. He called back in 25 minutes to say he'd send everything immediately. An hour later, my email arrived with a 25-minute audio file and 6 text message photographs. The poker group heard Dylan brag about his strategy for avoiding potential in-laws. One text indicated he devised the strategy because his ex-girlfriend's mom kept calling for legal guidance. Another called my dad the perfect test case because the evidence was so strong nobody would suspect intentional failure. I organized everything into a timeline in a new laptop document. I verified Dylan's 37 victories and 3 losses using Tess's case record. I wrote down every missed deadline, forgotten document, and trial moment when Dylan sat there as the other lawyer demolished my dad's testimony. Poker night confessions were time-stamped in a different folder. Dylan's text portion had dates demonstrating he'd planned this strategy for years. Another folder held my dad's case records, and I reviewed every correspondence and performance assessment that demonstrated his case was solid. I had all the evidence of Dylan's planned sabotage by sunrise. After showering and changing, I went to Dylan's legal company. When I arrived at 8 a.m., the receptionist smiled and asked how she could help. I requested an emergency meeting with the managing partner, because I had evidence of professional misconduct by one of their lawyers. Her smile vanished, and she answered the phone. She tried to schedule me next week, but I stated this was urgent and unethical. After putting me on hold, she stated someone would see me soon. We were in a conference room 30 minutes later with Isabel Carter, Dylan's senior partner and department head. First, I gave her a folder with copies of everything, and asked her to listen to the tape. After inserting her headphones, her face hardened with each minute. She stopped filming and removed the headphones when Dylan revealed his strategic incompetence system and joked at my dad being too broke and depressed to bother us. I answered okay to her request copies of everything I brought. She spent the next hour asking extensive questions about my dad's situation, the time frame, and when I first sensed anything was wrong. She asked me to give a formal statement, and I answered yes right then. She brought in another attorney to take notes while I recounted Dylan's volunteerism, trial, and drunken confession. Isabel said attorney misbehavior was treated seriously. And this recording warranted an immediate investigation. Her team would investigate every case Dylan had handled, including the previous defeat involving his ex-girlfriend's mother. She pledged to suspend Dylan, pending an internal inquiry, and notify the State Bar Association. I left the law firm 4 hours later with Isabel's card and cell number, in case I remembered anything else. The State Bar Association offices across town were my next stop. A formal ethics complaint form and copies of my evidence were sent. The intake attorney was a young man who looked bored until he reviewed my materials. On hearing parts of the recording, his countenance altered, and he said this was one of the clearest incidents of misbehavior he'd witnessed. "Someone will call to organize a detailed interview," he said. After driving home, I slumped on my couch, exhausted after staying up all night. My phone rang that afternoon with an unfamiliar number. He identified himself as Aaron Hayes, my complaint's ethical attorney. After reviewing my proof, he requested a lengthy interview immediately. He said willfully destroying a client's case was one of the worst attorney breaches and might lead to disbarment. His office hosted a meeting 4 days later. Aaron laid out my evidence bundle on a conference table when I arrived. We discussed Dylan's sabotage for 4 hours, from missed deadlines to unprepared depositions to the trial where he neglected to enter half the evidence. Aaron focused on the connection between my dad's case and the ex-girlfriend's mother's divorce. I was asked if there were any unidentified victims. It seemed feasible given Dylan's pride in his method, but I didn't know. Aaron took comprehensive notes and filmed our chat with my consent. He questioned about my relationship with Dylan, how my family trusted him, and when I discovered he'd thrown the case on purpose. After the interview, my throat was scratchy from talking, and my hands hurt from gripping my chair arms so tightly. Aaron led me to his office door and shook my hand. He told me the Bar Association would begin a months-long probe. He seemed serious as he said they'd interview witnesses, evaluate Dylan's cases, and determine his wrongdoing pattern. He said my proof was so obvious and powerful that they should immediately suspend Dylan's license. He questioned if I was ready for media coverage that could result. I said I didn't care who knew as long as Dylan was punished. Aaron nodded, promising to contact him shortly about future measures. Since I left Dylan at his apartment, my parents had been phoning me continuously, so I drove straight to their place. I had 18 mom missed calls and 12 dad missed calls. They came out before I got out of my car as I pulled into their driveway. My father looked bad. He'd always stood upright and smiled, but now his shoulders were bowed and his face was gray. He appeared to have aged 10 years since the trial. Crying made my mom's eyes red and puffy. She embraced me so hard I couldn't breathe. Along with my dad, we held hands in the driveway. My mom kept claiming she was worried about me. I told them to go inside since I had much to discuss. This was the kitchen table, where Dylan and I had many supper. I felt sick thinking about him sitting in that chair caring for my dad. I told them everything from the start. I recounted how Dylan confessed to intentionally throwing the case. Tess helped me uncover his case record and see his ex-girlfriend's mother's divorce pattern. I told them Nate recorded Dylan bragging about his system at poker night. My mom cried again when I told her I told Dylan's law firm and the State Bar Association. Dad sat staring at his hands on the table. He wondered if Dylan did it on purpose. I presented my phone as proof. The recording Nate sent me was played. Dylan laughed and joked with his poker mates across the speaker. I watched my dad's face as Dylan described how he'd found the perfect solution to avoid future in-laws. Dylan's voice stated my dad was too broke and depressed to bother us, and his face fell apart. His mouth opened to speak, but nothing came out. A tear fell from his cheek. Dylan chuckled at my dad crying after the verdict as the recording played. My dad choked and covered his face with his hands. Mom left the table because she couldn't stand it. I heard her crying through the bathroom door as she went in. Although there was more, I stopped recording. My dad sat with his hands over his face for a while. When my mom returned, her eyes were redder, but she seemed angry, instead of sad. She sat next to my dad and hugged him. She informed me she knew something was wrong throughout the case. She thought Dylan hadn't defended us like a professional lawyer, but she never expected this. She'd never imagined such intentional cruelty. Finally, my dad looked up and inquired what happened. I told Dylan that his law company was investigating and would likely dismiss him. I told him Aaron at the Bar Association was trying to suspend Dylan's law license. My dad remained quiet for ages. He stared at the table without speaking. He then said he trusted Dylan entirely. He felt foolish for believing Dylan was trying. I grasped his hand across the table. I told him it wasn't his fault. Dylan intentionally abused his confidence, which tarnished him, not Dad. My dad squeezed my hand but looked broken. I received a call from lawyer Victoria Fields the following afternoon. She stated my mom got her number from a lawyer acquaintance. Victoria said lawyers gossiped about my dad's case. Dylan's confession and actions circulated quickly. Like Dylan, Victoria focused on employment law. She offered to analyze my dad's entire issue for free to see if we could sue the corporation again now that Dylan had destroyed everything. I promised to deliver all paperwork to her workplace. I spent that evening compiling all my dad's case documents, including letters demonstrating age discrimination, performance assessments that were excellent until he hit 60, and trial transcripts revealing Dylan's poor performance. I included Nate's recording and all my Dylan pattern evidence. The next morning, I visited Victoria's downtown office. She resembled my high school principal with silver hair and keen eyes. She spent 2 hours going through every page while I sat across from her desk. She kept noting and shaking her head. Finally, she looked at me and said res judicata prevented us from retrying the case. She suggested we sue Dylan for legal malpractice. She also suggested we may reconsider settlement talks with my dad's former firm now that we knew their win was fraudulent. How long would that take? She answered, it depends on several circumstances. Victoria said she'd contact James Turner, the company's lawyer against my dad. She wanted to watch his reaction to learning Dylan's true actions. Victoria returned my call 4 days later. After she stated she had proof that my dad's lawyer had tossed the case, James agreed to meet with her. She seemed excited about the meeting. It was midday when Tess texted me. It says Dylan was suspended and forced to tidy his office this morning. She stated security took him out and he looked wrecked. I received a snapshot she took from across the parking lot of Dylan lugging a box to his car. I could see his failure from afar. I felt frigid satisfaction looking at that photo. Dylan's career collapsed 4 days after I presented my evidence. It wasn't enough yet. My mom panicked and contacted me that night. Dylan got their address and came to the house, she added. He kept phoning and knocking on the door, requesting to talk to my dad. Mom contacted the cops immediately. Dylan departed before the police arrived and sat in his car outside their house. He was sitting outside staring at their front door, my mom recalled. My dad called Dylan through the window and threatened to file for a restraining order if he didn't leave. Dylan drove away after 2 hours. Mom sounded terrified and upset. She inquired if Dylan would return. I advised her to contact the police and document everything if he returned. Aaron called to update me the next morning. He claimed, the clear evidence accelerated the Bar Association. They requested Dylan's law license be suspended immediately for client sabotage. The hearing was next week. Aaron wanted me to testify during the hearing. I agreed immediately. I wanted to confront Dylan about what he did to my family. Aaron promised to send me the meeting time and location. He warned me Dylan's lawyer would try to discredit me, but the tape made it impossible. I thanked him and hung up, feeling things were finally improving. Next day, I called Victoria to ask about reputable private investigators. She handed me Victor Silva's number, proclaiming him thorough and discreet. I showed Victor everything I had on Dylan at a coffee shop that afternoon. Victor was 50 or older, had gray hair, and listened calmly, making me feel like he understood. He took notes as I outlined Dylan's pattern in the 2 incidents, and said he'd find Dylan's ex-girlfriend to discuss. I gave him her name because Tess informed me, and Victor said he'd start right away. 4 days later, Victor contacted to say he discovered her in another state. He convinced her to talk after explaining why he was phoning. Victor recorded their talk in person with her permission. He played the recording when he returned to meet me, and her voice confirmed my suspicions. She said Dylan took her mother's divorce case 3 years ago, and seemed excited. But suddenly he missed court appearances and forgot to file essential documentation. He advised her mother to accept the husband's settlement, even though it was well below her rights. Dylan claimed he was doing his best, that the case was harder than planned, but his ex-girlfriend believed something was wrong. Dylan appeared calm after losing. She split up with him months later for unrelated reasons, but she always wondered if he'd thrown the case on purpose. She understood everything after hearing about my dad's case. She told Victor she'd been guilty for years, and thought she should have reported her concerns, but she had no proof, and thought others would assume she was a bitter ex. She wanted to help if Dylan would stop doing this to others. Victor helped her draft a lengthy statement about her mother's case. She detailed Dylan's incompetence, and how he discouraged her mother from fighting. She said Dylan seemed almost thrilled when the case ended badly, and made comments about her mother being demanding and tough. Victor meticulously chronicled the 5-page declaration. The Bar Association and Dylan's law business received copies and his interview recording. Aaron called me the same day he received it, and said it was huge since it showed a trend across numerous cases. Dylan's ex-girlfriend's confession gave them 2 victims describing essentially identical behavior. Victor created a professional report with time frames and evidence comparisons. Only in cases involving potential family links did Dylan's victory rate decrease to 0. It was impossible to ignore or dismiss the pattern as coincidence. Pamela booked her James Turner meeting while Victor finished his inquiry. He agreed to meet at his downtown office after she presented new evidence in my dad's case. Pamela called me after the meeting to say James's reaction was perfect. She played him poker night snippets, where Dylan admitted throwing the case and detailed his in-law exclusion mechanism. Pam reported James's face was absolutely white. He stopped the recording and requested a replay. After a minute of silence, he said he needed to confer with his client about the ethical issues. Pamela stated James appeared astonished and upset. He told her he didn't know Dylan was sabotaging his client, and would have reported it. James said winning a lawsuit because the other attorney purposefully lost weakened the legal system. He stated his client would want to know immediately since a bogus procedure could ruin their reputation. Olivia Chase from my dad's former company's HR called Pamela 4 days later. Olivia claimed James's revelations worried the company's legal team. They wanted to talk to Pamela about solutions before the scandal. Olivia stressed the company's ignorance of Dylan's sabotage, and their concern for their accidental role in a bogus court procedure. Pamela told me this was a positive indicator because it suggested the corporation was worried about their brand and might settle generously to solve issue quietly. She met with Olivia the following week to discuss their resolution. The emergency bar hearing was at 9 Thursday morning. My mom and I drove to the hearing and waited outside. Dad was worried and adjusted his tie. Mom held his hand and said everything would be fine. Aaron arrived with his evidence-filled briefcase and gave us an update. He suggested Dylan's attorney would try to downplay the poker night tape, but Victor's pattern made it difficult. Dylan was at a table with his counsel when they summoned us into the hearing room. Dylan looked awful. Wrinkled suit, black bags beneath eyes. When we entered, he looked at me, but I ignored him. The 60-year-old hearing officer had sharp eyes and a no-nonsense demeanor. Aaron began his case with the poker night recording. Dylan's attorney objected and claimed the recording was out of context and Dylan was drunk. But Aaron played the complete 25 minutes, and there was no way to misread Dylan. He explained his system in full when sober. He chuckled at my dad crying after the verdict. He boasted about his ability to sabotage cases without detection. The recording made the hearing officer's face harder. After it ended, she asked Dylan's attorney to explain what they'd heard. Dylan's attorney requested testimony, and the hearing officer consented. Dylan quickly claimed he'd been intoxicated and embellishing to impress his poker mates on the stand. He denied throwing any cases, and blamed his performance in my dad's case on overwork and stress. Aaron then detailed every trial incompetence. Dylan forgot to record critical evidence. Why? Dylan stuttered, calling it an oversight. Why didn't he prepare my dad for deposition? Dylan suggested my dad speak naturally. He missed many deadlines. Why? Dylan stated he had too many cases. Aaron showed Dylan's schedule to prove he'd prepared much in advance. He produced emails where Dylan deliberately hindered my dad from negotiating a higher deal. His ex-girlfriend said her mother behaved similarly. Dylan couldn't explain anything convincingly. His answers became weaker and defensive. Dylan swore he hadn't damaged my dad's case, but his voice quivered when the hearing officer inquired. Hearing officer took brief recess to assess evidence. She returned and ordered the emergency suspension immediately. Dylan could not practice law during the complete investigation. Dylan's lawyers contended that this would ruin his career and reputation. The hearing officer looked at Dylan and said he damaged his career by sabotaging a client's case for selfish gain. She said the information provided today demonstrated a worrying trend of intentionally injuring trustworthy customers. The poker night recording, ex-girlfriend's testimony, and dad's incompetence all devastating. It was clear that public safety required emergency action. She scheduled the complete disbarment hearing for 8 weeks and ordered Dylan to tell all his clients that he could no longer represent them. Dylan's face fell. His attorney wanted to add more, but the hearing officer cut him off and stated the ruling was final. Dylan stood up and grabbed his papers with shaky hands. He peered across the room at me to capture my eye, but I ignored him. He ignored my dad's agony like nothing. Mom wrapped her arm across my shoulders, and Dad squeezed my hand. Dylan was motionless at his table as we left the hearing room. Aaron told us in the hallway that this was a huge success, and that emergency suspensions were rarely issued without strong evidence. He said the complete inquiry would continue, but today's hearing showed the direction. Finally, my dad smiled after months. The story broke in legal news within 4 days. The headlines included a Harvard-trained lawyer, suspended for allegedly sabotaging in-law proceedings. Articles cited poker night recording and trend across numerous incidents. Dylan's law firm stated they were undertaking a comprehensive internal inquiry and took attorney misconduct seriously. They said they suspended Dylan immediately after learning of the claims, and were collaborating with the Bar Association. All Dylan's cases were being reviewed to find other victims, the statement stated. My phone started getting texts from strangers, wondering if Dylan Williamson was my ex-boyfriend. I didn't reply to most, but I texted Nate to thank him again for capturing that poker night and sending it to me. He replied back that he'd done the right thing and hoped my dad was okay. Tess wrote that the whole company was shocked and couldn't believe Dylan had done anything so horrible. She added numerous partners were unhappy, since this controversy tarnished the firm's credibility. A week after the controversy broke, Victoria called to say she'd met with James Turner and Olivia Chase from my dad's former employer to discuss settlement alternatives. She said the corporation was apprehensive about being linked to a case where they won because the other lawyer tossed it knowingly. After the Tuesday morning meeting at Victoria's workplace, she said James seemed uncomfortable the whole time. Olivia kept checking her phone like her employer was sending texts every few minutes. Victoria began by playing bits of the poker night recording where Dylan confesses to sabotaging the case. Dylan laughing about my dad, crying after the decision made James crimson. Olivia dropped her head into her hands. James informed Victoria he was shocked. Dylan did poorly at trial, given the overwhelming case evidence. He waited for Dylan to object, divert, or enter the important documents, but Dylan did nothing. James speculated that Dylan was suffering a personal crisis throughout the trial. He would have reported Dylan sabotaging his client if he knew it, since it tarnishes the legal system. Olivia said the corporation worried about the public discovering they won a discrimination case because the victim's counsel purposefully lost. She stated their legal team reviewed everything, and thought my dad's original case was solid and should have won. To prevent unfavorable press, the corporation sought to settle quickly and quietly. Victoria detailed my dad's demands: full pension, 4 years of back pay, and emotional suffering compensation. After 25 minutes, James and Olivia agreed to everything, after calling their employer. Victoria called me after the meeting to say the firm promised to restore my dad's entire pension benefits if he'd never been sacked, 4 years of back pay at his final wage, and emotional distress compensation. She showed me all the numbers and said this was better than what my dad would have won if the trial had gone well. The settlement was more generous because the corporation was keen to resolve issue before reporters asked questions. To tell my folks, I drove straight home. Dad was in the garage, fixing an old lawnmower because he couldn't afford a new one or pay someone to replace it. I invited him inside because Victoria had case news. After seeing me, my mom switched off the stove while making lunch. I explained Victoria's settlement offer and its details. My dad gazed at me like he didn't comprehend for a while. Then he cried. His body shook with sobbing. My mom cried and hugged him. Dad kept repeating he couldn't believe it, after months of thinking he'd lost everything. He stated Dylan's actions made him sure he'd have to sell the house and work until he died. He tried to gather himself at the kitchen table while I sat with him. He said he had nightmares about losing the house every night. He dreamed of informing my mom they had to move into a little apartment, and he couldn't retire. The settlement allowed him to retire with enough money to keep the house. His only goal was to retire with dignity after 19 years of employment. My mom poured coffee, and we waited over an hour, while Dad analyzed everything. I was repeatedly asked if the firm agreed to everything. I showed him Victoria's settlement terms email. He read 3 times. Isabel directly called my cell phone days later. Dylan's law firm fired him for cause after their investigation, she said. She said Dylan wouldn't get severance or benefits. The firm uncovered willful client sabotage and professional misconduct. Isabel told me they were reviewing every Dylan case to identify more victims. She was furious when she said Dylan had ruined the firm's reputation. Dylan ruined their trust-based company, she alleged. The firm was taking this so seriously, they engaged independent investigators to analyze Dylan's whole career. In 2 weeks, investigators identified 2 additional suspicious Dylan performances. Both cases featured clients with family ties to Dylan's girlfriends. Dylan defended a woman's uncle in a contract dispute 4 years ago. Dylan hardly prepared and the uncle lost everything. Another case included a girlfriend's stepfather's business dispute from 2 years ago. Same missed deadlines, forgotten documents, and poor performance. Isabel said the business was contacting previous clients for assistance and submitting everything to the bar association. Even though it happened years ago, she wanted to make amends. After Victoria reviewed everything with my dad again, he accepted the settlement offer. The company processed everything quickly to complete before anyone found out. My dad received full back salary and emotional damages within 2 weeks. His pension benefits were restored in the business system, like he was never sacked. He could start collecting his pension immediately, since he was already past the age. I accompanied Dad to the bank for the check deposit. He kept staring at the deposit slip, expecting it to vanish. After the bank manager praised him, Dad smiled for the first time in months. That night, my parents took me to a fancy restaurant they never would have gone to due to money concerns. Dad requested a premium steak and wine from the waitress. I saw Clara, a therapist. To process everything, my normal doctor prescribed it after I told her I was having difficulty sleeping, and kept replaying Dylan's confession in my thoughts. Clara's office was quiet near downtown. She had soft chairs and tissues on every table. Clara requested the full tale in our first session. I spent almost an hour discussing Dylan, my dad's case, the sabotage, and everything that followed. Clara took notes without interrupting. Her conclusion that Dylan's treachery was severe made sense, and I was struggling to process it. Dylan was good at manipulating and concealing his genuine motives, she said. Clara explained, trusting someone you love doesn't make you weak or stupid. Dylan acted trustworthy to mask his true intentions. Clara helped me separate my Dylan rage from my relationship feelings over the next few sessions. I kept telling myself I was stupid for overlooking the signs. Clara noted that Dylan's system relied on appearing normal while committing crimes. She felt Dylan's character was the issue, not trust or love. Clara provided me techniques to distinguish good connections from manipulation. I learned about future red flags. She helped me understand that Dylan's treachery taught me to follow my senses when something feels wrong. Victor called a few weeks later to report his findings. He stretched his report across a downtown coffee shop table when I met him. Numbers were damning. Dylan had a 96% victory record overall, but that dropped to 0 when the client had a family linked to his date. Victor had found 4 occurrences of this pattern. Victor found my dad's case, the ex-girlfriend's mother's divorce, and 2 others through court records and interviews. Dylan demonstrated the same suspected incompetence, missing deadlines, unprepared court appearances, and failure to enter essential evidence in each case. Victor even unearthed emails where Dylan discussed one case with a colleague, proving he grasped the winning strategy but failed to use it at trial. The 50-page report included illustrations, timelines, and statistical comparisons. Victor said this was his clearest evidence of willful misbehavior in 20 years as an investigator. The following day, I submitted Aaron at the Bar Association the full report. Aaron called me 4 days later, energized. The bar's thorough inquiry confirmed Victor's independent analysis. Dylan intentionally ruined several clients' cases for selfish gain. The proof was overwhelming. Aaron explained that they questioned witnesses, reviewed court transcripts, and examined Dylan's case history. Every evidence showed willful malfeasance, not incompetence. The Bar Association recommended permanent disbarment without reinstatement. Aaron said this was the harshest penalty for attorneys who abuse client confidence. Dylan's frequent infractions and premeditation made rehabilitation impossible, he added. The formal disbarment hearing was early December. The Bar Association wrote to invite me to give an impact statement at Dylan's hearing. His identified victims were all invited. I wrote and rewrote my statement at my kitchen table for hours. I focused on Dylan's betrayal of my parents and family, not my relationship with him. Dad's 19 years of loyalty and complete trust in Dylan were described. Dylan used that trust to damage Dad's finances and peace of mind. I wrote about Dad's insomnia and Mom's house loss fears. I described the anguish of watching my father cry after the verdict, unaware that his lawyer had rigged the outcome. I kept my tone neutral and let the events speak for themselves. The statement was 3 single-spaced pages. Bar Association offices hosted the hearing in a sophisticated conference room. I arrived early with my folks in Victoria. Dylan was at a table with his elderly attorney, who was shuffling papers and appearing uncomfortable. The panel had 3 attorneys and 2 public members behind a raised podium. This was no ordinary courtroom. It was formal and serious. The panel chair started the hearing and described it. Impact statements were read by each victim. Dylan and his counsel would testify before the panel deliberated. First I went. I held my declaration with shaky hands. The voice remained steady. I read all I wrote about Dad trusting Dylan, and how it was used against him. I stated Dylan's case wasn't lost due to incompetence. For his personal benefit, he devastated my dad's finances and peace of mind. I mentioned how Dad had to select groceries or utilities some weeks. I described his post-trial melancholy and worry. After finishing, the panel chair thanked me, and I sat down. Hand squeezed by Dad. Next, Dylan's ex-girlfriend testified via video call from out of state. She recalled how Dylan stopped her mother from negotiating a fair divorce settlement. Dylan kept pushing her to accept little amounts, even though her mother deserved large assets after 30 years of marriage. He arrived in mediation unprepared, and failed to prove her husband's concealed income. The ex-girlfriend cracked when she revealed how her mother lived in a small apartment while her ex-husband maintained the property and retirement money. She spent years blaming herself for choosing a lousy lawyer for her parents. She realized Dylan did it intentionally after discovering the pattern. Victor identified other victims who submitted written comments that the panel chair read. Each described suspicious incompetence in family matters. Panel debated for 48 minutes. While we sat silently, I watched the wall clock tick forward. Dylan regarded the table. Dylan didn't respond to his attorney's whispers. The chair communicated the panel's judgment immediately upon return. Permanent disbarment without reinstatement. When the chair explained their reasoning, the room was quiet. Dylan's actions betrayed the attorney-client relationship. Personal gain motivated his sabotage of many clients. The pattern demonstrated frequent infractions and premeditation. The legal profession would not allow such behavior. The chair said rehabilitation couldn't be judged when an attorney intentionally damages clients as part of a system. Dylan lost his law license instantly. Dylan's face during the disbarment was watched. He appeared destroyed. All the arrogance and smugness from his apartment that night was gone. His counsel stood forward to argue for suspension over disbarment. He said Dylan was sorry and deserved redemption. Panel chair interrupted him. Deliberate sabotage made rehabilitation impossible to judge, she added. Dylan consistently misled trusting clients. The verdict was final. Dylan's attorney took his documents and departed through a side door. I felt only chilly satisfaction seeing him go. Victoria sued Dylan for malpractice the following week on Dad's behalf. His sabotage caused emotional and financial suffering. Thus the lawsuit sought damages. Victoria said this was unrelated to the company deal. That settlement addressed wrongful firing. This case targeted Dylan's professional carelessness and intentional wrongdoing. She said malpractice lawsuits take years, but Dylan's disbarment and strong evidence may advance it quickly. Father signed all documents at Victoria's office. He looked exhausted yet determined. Mom informed Victoria it wasn't about money anymore. It meant ensuring Dylan faced all consequences. Within 2 weeks, Dylan's malpractice insurer contacted Victoria. They examined all disbarment hearing and Victor's investigation material. Their attorney assured Victoria they wouldn't fight the accusation. Dylan's intentional wrongdoing violated his policy, but they wanted to settle swiftly to prevent litigation. They proposed a settlement that covered Dad's original and new legal bills. The settlement also compensated Dad for his emotional anguish. Victoria increased the final sum by $22,000. Dad took the deal. Within a month, the insurance company processed everything. My parents took a 2-week vacation to a seaside resort they'd always desired with settlement money. The weather was cold and gray at home when they went in early January. Dad emailed me images every day of him relaxing on the beach, tan, and having gourmet dinners, and sunset walks. Dad was finally sleeping through the night without trial nightmares, Mom texted. He grinned more in one vacation week than in the previous year, she claimed. They returned, rejuvenated and joyful, discussing a spring trip. Dad said the vacation felt like the first time in ages since he could enjoy life without worry. I started apartment hunting 4 days, following their return. Dylan picked me up for dates, and stayed over at my old house too much. Every corner brought back his words or actions. I discovered a 1-bedroom across town at a park I'd never visited with him. Big windows and wooden floors graced the older structure. The day I saw the lease, I signed. Moving day was tiring yet fun. I spent 4 days unpacking boxes and organizing furniture, after hiring movers for big goods. Dylan informed me about his Harvard classes on the old couch, so I bought a new one. I chose drapes, kitchenware, and wall art. Everything was mine, not his. The place felt like home after a week. I could walk in without thinking about him every 5 minutes. Tess called me one afternoon while I hung pictures. She said, Dylan's firm changed drastically after the release. They now need 2 attorney review for cases involving firm lawyers' relatives. Senior partners checked case files for poor representation in quarterly performance assessments. Tess said the management partners took serious action because of my willingness to come forward. She said most people would have kept silent to avoid trouble, but speaking up definitely saved Dylan from undermining further cases. The company wanted me to know they were serious about fixing Dylan's long-standing issues. A letter arrived at my parents' place 4 weeks following disbarment. Mom sent it to my new address. I didn't identify the return label's name from a 2-hour-away city. Victor found a handwritten note from a woman claiming to be another victim. She said that Dylan represented her in an employment case 5 years ago while dating her daughter. The case should have been easy, but Dylan barely defended her and she lost. She thought her case was poor or bad luck for years. Her burden was lightened when she discovered Dylan's pattern. She thanked me for exposing him and said she was helping Victoria file a malpractice lawsuit. The letter showed me how many people Dylan damaged and how many blamed themselves, not him. With his full pension restored, Dad retired in March. He bought golf equipment and gardening supplies in his first week of retirement. He joined the Public Courses Senior League and grew tomatoes and peppers in the backyard. Mom emailed me images of him drinking coffee on the terrace every morning, looking peaceful and tan. His call came on a Sunday afternoon when I was grocery shopping. He said he was happier after everything. Years of working with low-valued individuals had progressively killed his spirit. He could now enjoy his days without worrying about performance assessments and office politics. He had a lighter voice than ever. A work acquaintance introduced me to my first date in April. Clara helped me distinguish healthy relationships from Dylan's manipulation. During our session before the date, she reminded me that Dylan's betrayal taught me to follow my instincts when something feels wrong. The date was normal, although the guy was polite. We went out twice more before agreeing we weren't compatible. I had several dates in the following months. Some performed better. Clara made me realize I was watching for red signs and how people treated me. I didn't rush or ignore warning indications like before. Gavin contacted early May. Some legal ethics professors asked the Bar Association to incorporate Dylan's case in their seminars. Disbarment became a cautionary tale in the legal world about practitioners betraying client trust. Gavin informed me they were creating training materials using Dylan's case to demonstrate significant wrongdoing and its consequences. He said, "My case was used in legal circles to demonstrate why ethics regulations are so tight." In June, I met Nate at a coffee shop near my new apartment. He was meeting someone for his podcast and we talked for 25 minutes. He told me the poker group cut Dylan off after everything came out. Nobody wanted to be linked with him. Nate was pleased he filmed that night because staying silent would have made him part of Dylan's nastiness. He nearly deleted the recording since it felt like betraying a buddy. He knew Dylan had misled everyone who trusted him, and that friendship didn't mean shielding someone from their fate. Nate appeared glad to hear my dad was retired and doing well. This strengthened my relationship with my parents. Family dinners every couple of weeks let us relax without the tension of the preceding year. One night while washing dishes, Mom told me she was proud of how I handled everything. She claimed many would have collapsed or been angry. I used it to get Dad justice. We discovered we could suffer awful betrayals and overcome them. Dad started asking my opinion more and treating me like an adult, not his kid. Everything became more adult and respectable. Dylan sought closure through a mutual acquaintance in July. The acquaintance called to relay the message, and I declined to talk to Dylan. The next session with Clara taught me that closure comes from within, not from talking to betrayed people. Dylan wanted closure to feel better, not to heal me, she said. I owed him nothing. He didn't need to approve my recuperation. Learning to break up and move on without his explanation or apology was crucial to recovery. It felt good to decline. The boss called me into her office in August. I thought I'd done something wrong, but she told me I was promoted to senior analyst with a big raise. Since last year, my work had improved, she said. I was more assertive in meetings and better at making decisions under pressure. Dylan's complete experience improved job performance. I gained confidence in my judgment and stood up for what was right. Those skills carried over into my working life. The promotion felt like confirmation that I'd evolved from everything that happened instead of letting it break me down. Dad called me in September to say he was considering what to do with settlement money. He planned to start a small fund for wrongly sacked workers, without counsel. He told Victoria about how many wrongly fired workers never sue because legal bills are too high. Victoria's firm decided to join with him to screen cases and identify situations where they could genuinely make a difference. Dad paid $60,000 into the fund, and Victoria's firm promised to handle cases at lower rates for persons the fund selected. They allowed workers to apply with termination facts and evidence. Dad assessed applications himself and helped decide which situations had the strongest merit. The first individual they helped was a woman in her 52s, who got fired immediately before her benefits kicked in. Within 3 months, Victoria settled her case. Dad rang me after that first triumph, sounding joyful than in years. He found purpose in helping others avoid what he went through. Over the next few months, the fund aided 6 additional persons. The Bar Association sent a big packet to my apartment 2 weeks later. Dylan's final report detailed every sabotage found. The 40-page report included my dad's case and Dylan's 3 cases. When clients were related to women he dated, his victory percentage dropped to 0. All victims testified, and poker night remarks were used. The report concluded with policy suggestions to avoid similar scenarios. Attorneys' family relationships should be properly monitored by law companies. The Bar Association should require more conflict disclosure from attorneys. Clients should understand their second opinion rights. Aaron's handwritten comment on the main page thanked me for coming forward, and that my courage had led to major reforms. Reading the report was weird. Documenting everything in official terms made it more real. Dylan's acts were immortalized. Future lawyers' ethics classes would examine this case. The report was in my desk drawer, and I glanced at it when I needed to recall that speaking up mattered. Aaron invited me to a legal ethics conference in November to discuss professional misconduct in my dad's case. I almost didn't go since hearing strangers discuss what happened was unsettling. During our week-long session, Clara encouraged me. She suggested hearing legal experts analyze the matter to help me understand my actions. Nearly 200 lawyers and law students attended the downtown hotel meeting. Law professor presented Dylan's case in the ethics panel. While I sat in the back, her timeline showed how Dylan's sabotage went unnoticed for years. She advised clients and colleagues on danger indicators. A number of lawyers questioned how to avoid similar problems in their firms. One young lawyer proposed new case review methods. Another explored improving client complaint channels. Listening to them use my dad's pain as a lesson opportunity was uncomfortable at first, but I recognized it was right. Dylan injured others, and was now protecting prospective clients. A different justice than his disbarment. I left that conference feeling like I'd contributed to the legal profession, even though I wasn't a lawyer. Nate called me with the recording a year after that poker night, changing my life. I managed a small staff after another promotion. Dad worked on the money and played golf 3 times a week after retiring. Mom had resumed art classes, and seemed more calm than in decades. Family dinners every 2 weeks were easy and comforting. We stopped talking about Dylan unless someone mentioned the fund or a case it helped with. Later that night in Dylan's place, my rage had subsided. I wasn't angry or bitter. I was content knowing Dylan would never practice law again, and couldn't injure anyone like Dad. Justice wasn't always speedy or faultless, but when you gathered proof and didn't retract, it worked. I learned to trust my instincts when something felt wrong. I learned that doing the right thing was worth the pain. Most significantly, I learned that betrayal doesn't have to break you if you use your suffering to go forward. Life was great now. My new boyfriend respected my family. Dad was content and wealthy. Our family overcame a tragic event and grew stronger. Every time Dad's name appeared on a settlement check for a fund client, I was glad I'd exposed Dylan's lies. Dylan didn't get away with injuring others. That knowing gave me more serenity than his apologies. "You're a controlling," my wife screamed when I caught her in the bar. I smirked, then showed used condoms in her trash. Now she couldn't stop begging. A week after I moved out of the house during our divorce, I came across a box that was full with used condoms in the trash. I have been married to my wife for a period of 6 years, and we have been a couple for a total of 9 years. Despite the fact that we frequently ride our motorcycles separately, my partner and I are both passionate about motorcycling, and we spend a significant amount of time on our bikes. On the weekends, she enjoys going out to ride horses, and for some time, she formed the habit of not checking in with me, particularly in the late hours of the night. I would assume that any husband whose wife is riding a bicycle at midnight would be concerned, and would have every right to inquire about her whereabouts. It was a very contentious issue between us, and it appeared to be really challenging for her to want to divulge the location where she was staying. She accused me of suffocating her, and of being extremely needy since I needed to know where she was at all times. I have never been very satisfied with the manner in which she begrudgingly complied with the request, as if it were some sort of burden to update me on her whereabouts, and the possibility of her returning home at a later time, even though we worked it out. In therapy, I brought this issue to the attention of our therapist, who even raised her eyebrow in response to the late-night rides that did not include a check-in. Nevertheless, my wife never appeared to recognize that there was an issue, fast ahead to the previous couple of weekends. As it was growing increasingly late, my wife was out on her bike. I asked her whether she was planning on having dinner while she was away by sending her a message. "Yeah, I'm good, thank you, love you," she said in a straightforward manner. I was sort of hoping she would provide me with a little more explanation because it was beginning to get dark outside. After a period of time had gone by, I replied with the words, "Awesome, I'm going to be home for the night. What are you doing right now?" I did not receive a response, so I followed up with the following. "I really don't appreciate it when you go out on a Friday night and don't bother to let me know what you're up to." Perhaps what I did was a bit presumptuous, but she is well aware of the level of frustration that I have in this scenario. We have encountered this problem many times in the past. She became really furious as a result, and eventually we got into an argument through text messages. After that, she handed me a till, and stated her intention to continue riding her bicycle. It was only natural that I continued to send text messages. After a few messages, she reacted with the following statement. "I'm trying to drive my damn bike, and you are blowing up my phone with this. Which is uncalled for. I don't breathe down your neck asking your every move and respect, and trust you. Please do the same. It's exhausting." I was certain that she was not riding. I made the decision to drive over to the late-night pub that she liked the best, and enter the establishment, even though I understand that this may have been inappropriate. The bar was the place where she chose to sit. I placed my hand on the exhaust pipe of her bicycle, which was parked outside. The temperature was low. She told me that she had to slam on the brakes to react to my messages, and less than 8 minutes had transpired since that point. It is just not possible for an exhaust can to cool off at such a rapid pace. I am well aware that I may have gone too far in this situation, but I had the strong impression that I had been misled. After I sent her a brief message, letting her know that I was aware of her whereabouts, I headed home not long after that. We had a massive disagreement over this. She promised that she would do a better job of communicating with me from that point forward, after we resolved our differences. However, that is not considered a white lie. It is only a forerunner to a white lie. The next topic on the agenda is the actual problem that I am currently facing. Over the course of the past weekend, she was working at a bar in a neighborhood cafe. She made an effort to check in with me, which was really nice of her. But as the night went on, it started to seem like it had gone sour. She informed me that she intended to go to her office to complete some work. And I haven't heard anything more about her since then. After working out at the gym till late in the evening, I decided to go home, but not before calling her to see how she was doing. After I contacted her for the first time, she did not respond, but she returned my call several minutes later. I was able to make out the voices of other people in the background as we were having a conversation. In addition, the way that she was speaking seemed a little strange. She explained to me that she was expecting a phone call and that she needed to answer it immediately after a minute or so had passed. The significance of that phone call was something that impacted the two of us, which I more or less grasped. The agent representing the seller got in touch with us via phone. Currently, we are in the midst of the process of purchasing a new residence. I had anticipated that I would receive a call back with some news, but I never did. I decided to call her back after an hour had elapsed, in order to find out what information she had gathered regarding our proposal. She chose to react to the message with a text, rather than speaking verbally. "I will call you in a little while." I was able to determine that she was in her car when she phoned me again. She got started by telling me everything that she had learned and describing the length of the conversation that took place. The way in which she also called our lender, in order to verify some figures. I got the impression that there were a few narrative holes, because it didn't really make sense. I asked, "Where were you when I called?" She responded, "Well, I'm driving now. I pulled over to speak with the seller's agent after that." In the event that you pulled over in order to speak with him, then what would explain the fact that I was able to hear people in the background when I called you? I said. She was unable to come up with a response, and I decided to let the matter go. There was a sense of something being amiss. I made sure to let her know that all I wanted was for her to be able to feel as like she has the ability to tell me the truth when I saw her later that night. I had been expecting that she would confess, but that never came to pass. As a result, up until this very day, I have been examining our phone records since I was absolutely unable to forget the happenings that occurred during that evening. By no means or under no circumstances. She had told me a falsehood, which was a complete and utter surprise to me. My phone call to her was the only call that took place after that. She had feigned that someone had called in order to end the phone conversation that she was having with me. She told me that she was spending time with friends, and just wanted to have a good time when I challenged her. She went on to explain that it was easier to simply tell me a lie, so that she would not have to deal with my reaction. I was deeply wounded by this falsehood. Slapdash efforts and apologies are not her strong suit. An expression of regret for the fact that I misled you. The issue I am confronted with is that there is invariably a continuation. She said that she believes it is necessary to tell falsehoods due to the fact that I am insecure. In addition to that, I believe that I ought to place more trust in her. And it feels as though I do not allow her any space to take a breath at all. I should put in the effort to improve myself and develop a stronger sense of self-confidence and trust. It appeared as though she was attempting to excuse her own deception. As if, somehow, I was to blame for the situation. Neither one of us was successfully conveying our points during that chat, which was not very good. The only thing I am aware of is that I am feeling deceived once more. And I am at a loss as to how I can possibly trust her. I am additionally saddened by the fact that she could not readily acknowledge that she was incorrect, and subsequently made the situation revolve around my own fears. Is there any possibility that I am incorrect in this situation? I am completely at a loss as to what I should do. I haven't spoken to you since then, and I could really use your advice right now. I would like to express my gratitude to everyone who endured this experience with me. Edit. I would like to provide an update on this for the people who asked it. It has been a few weeks since I published this. We are in the process of finalizing a divorce. Let's get to the point. To be honest, going through this whole range of emotions has been unpleasant. To put it mildly, there is not a single person who I would want to experience this. I was staying at an Airbnb in order to give us some time away from each other, while I was in the process of fielding your much-needed responses. At first, she was really angry. But she soon saw how crucial it was for her to spend some time away from everything. It was I myself who had ample time to contemplate a great number of the comments that were given here. I used all of my free time to write in a journal, in order to work out what I was thinking. After a week of being away from home, we had a conversation in which we shared our innermost thoughts and feelings. We both came to the conclusion independently that we should go our separate ways, which was a complete shock to me. As of right now, I am not convinced that she was unfaithful. Nor do I think that this is a case of substance dependency. These were recommendations that appeared to rise to the surface of this thread. It is possible that I am naive. But at this juncture, it is no longer relevant. Nevertheless, we are dealing with a textbook example of two individuals who are not compatible with one another. Over the course of the years, we have tried with all our might to salvage our marriage. And to be quite honest, the sensation of failure is the most challenging aspect to deal with. There are times when beautiful memories from the early days of our relationship rise to the surface and appear in the form of tears. She and I have experienced this loss in a way that was not the same for each of us. We have mourned at separate moments in time. It is inevitable that there will be some level of doubt and questioning that stems from the question, was it possible for us to make this work? It is hoped that, as the years go by, this uncertainty will become a faint murmur. To summarize, both of us are getting along well at this point in time, and we hope that our friendship will continue in the future. That is a friendship that was not carried over from a prior marriage, but rather one that was rebuilt from the very beginning. I have a feeling that, in certain respects, our relationship is already beginning to improve and heal. I am hoping that this will serve as an indicator of what the future holds. In the near future, I will be finalizing the purchase of my own residence. Although there is a slight undercurrent of worry and the sense of isolation that lies ahead, I believe that the opportunity to rehabilitate myself will soon overshadow those feelings. I am excited about the process of self-discovery and self-improvement, and I anticipate becoming more fond of myself as a person. I too hope that she has the very best. I would want to express my gratitude to all of those individuals whose perspectives and recommendations were crucial in assisting me in navigating through such a challenging period. Remarks to which the original poster has responded. Commentaire en degree 1. Mettez la piste sur le lieu de tournage. At the beginning, she simply provides an honest explanation of what she plans to do, and when she expects to return. She only sends text messages when she diverges from her plan. In this manner, You are able to maintain awareness of her whereabouts at all times, and you are not required to keep contact going, which I understand can be suffocating for her. It appears that the two of you have a problem. Neither of you listens to the other, and both of you are fixated on yourself. It is possible that you and your team will need to search for a solution to both of these problems together, similar to the one that I previously discussed. OP. Thank you so much for your recommendation. In the past, I only suggested that she use the location tracker when she was out late riding. The suggestion was not well received by her, and it never came to fruition. Commentaire 2. D'après vous, à quoi ressemble une communication améliorée? How frequently would you like to receive text messages from her while you are away? Are you searching for solid plans that have already been made prior to her going out? Continuous descriptions of the events, as they unfold. I am simply wondering what the perfect conversation might look like from your perspective in this situation. To be perfectly honest, I would be satisfied with just one genuine and thorough message about what she is doing. For instance, hey, sweetheart. I'm going to be spending some time with these individuals. I'll be home around midnight. If anything changes, I'll let you know. It never appears to be this straightforward. In many cases, there is a period of stillness after there have been fragments of plans. She becomes upset when I check up on her. I have the feeling that it is being perceived as if I am being cheap with my time, but in truth, I am simply attempting to piece together the bits of information after I have spent a weekend away with my wife, so that we can connect and spend time together. Only recently did we embark on an extended stay in a different state, and I have the feeling that we established a strong bond. This particular situation occurred on the weekend that immediately followed my bringing that up. I wanted to know from her whether or not the man she had a connection with on our trip was a person she thought it was necessary to lie to. Has the wife of OP exhibited similar behavior since the two of them tied the knot? At the beginning of our marriage, it was not like this. We were once extremely entwined, and made up a fantastic team. The fact that she has become independent and successful has recently become a source of conflict. Although I understand how important it is to allow her to grow and become more independent, this has resulted in me feeling more isolated, and as like I do not have a companion by my side. OP provides a more in-depth explanation of the nature of his connection with his wife. In general, I would not describe our relationship as robust. Over the course of the years, the degree of intimacy and closeness that we have shared has diminished. Approximately 1 to 2 years have passed since the avoidance began. The frequency of the late-night rides, and the absence of contact regarding her location, have been roughly the same. There was a period of time in the past when I became aware of the fact that she was communicating with another man through text messages and having lengthy chats with him. The fact that he was residing in a different state did not matter, according to her, because they were only friends. I was unaware that these discussions had been taking on for a period of several months. I still feel a little bit of resentment, and it has left me emotionally shattered. I have to admit that I made the comparison of it to an emotional affair, a statement that she refused to accept. I am not content with the degree of closeness we have, because I do not feel that we have been connecting on a deep level recently. I am not in a position to comment on her behalf. The same issues frequently serve as the basis for our significant disagreements. In order to begin a discussion, I am typically the one who brings up my worries. Nevertheless, this is often met with the response that I am excessively unsatisfied, and am unable to simply leave things as they are. Even if she is behind the wheel of a vehicle, her late-night drives are the source of a significant portion of the issue. I would be willing to find out if any of this material provides you with additional understanding. Update. Everyone. Greetings. As a 36-year-old man, I would want to provide a final report on my tale, which is my unsuccessful marriage. In any case, both of us mutually agreed to go our separate ways. Therefore, I acknowledge that it was a sensible decision for the two of us, and I am now more confident than ever before in moving forward and finding my inner calm, given the experiences that I have just had. To put it simply, I have always been the one bringing in a constant paycheck. Her industry, which is 34F, relies on the seasons. Even though I wanted to just get out of there, I was aware that I couldn't just abandon her in order for her to figure out how to survive by herself. At first, the idea that she had put out was that we should live separately, yet remain under one roof until the following May. Had this been the case, she would have possessed both the security and the self-assurance necessary to continue through the hectic months of summer. Hell no, was my immediate response. I found the notion to be completely outlandish. To begin with, there is not a single possibility that would not exacerbate the already poisonous nature of our relationship even more. Secondly, I was very aware that it was absolutely necessary for me to detach myself in order to allow myself to recover and to reconstruct my life, which had essentially been destroyed. I made the decision to purchase my own home, but I also proposed to continue providing financial support to her until she was able to accumulate the money that she needed in order to begin her new life. For the week or so that I was finally closing in on the deal and beginning to settle down, we had maintained a cordial relationship. In fact, I would go as far as to say that we were becoming friends. The fact that I was so ecstatic about buying a new couch was not an exaggeration. My new home was utterly empty. In addition, it is only when you find yourself in a situation in which you are forced to make do with a wooden bar stool and a threadbare rug that you begin to realize how much you truly value having a pleasant place to sit after a hard day spent working. We had been demonstrating small gestures of goodwill to one another, but after a few days, we ceased communicating with one another. I suppose that this is something that we should anticipate. I was starting to rediscover a sense of love for myself, a feeling I had not felt in years, while I was taking in the peacefulness of my new house and appreciating it. To be truthful, I felt relieved that I didn't have to have a conversation with her. One of the things I wanted to make sure was handled correctly was the leak in the water heater at her residence. When I vacated the premises of my former home, I became aware of something. I am still the owner of that property. I contacted a plumbing company to take care of the issue as I have a hectic work schedule. I'll admit that I'm heartbroken every time I step foot inside that residence, and I was avoiding it just as much as I could. Unfortunately, the plumbers called off the appointment on 2 separate occasions, which was starting to make me frustrated. I decided that I would simply take care of it. I made sure to inform her that I was going to stop by, and she did not have any issues with it. I have a fair amount of experience as a plumber, and I was aware that the job would not take long. I determined that there was a pinhole leak when I got at the location. I got rid of the excess fluid in the lines, removed the piece that was broken, and quickly put together the fix. Here it is. In the garage, there was a garbage can that belonged to her, and I, of course, required a place to dispose of the remains of my plumbing project. What can I make out when I lift the cover off of it? A complete box that is filled with condoms that have been used. I was completely taken aback. I felt my heart drop into my stomach. I had not spent more than a week away from that residence, still married under the law. And here I am, repairing her home and providing the financial assistance she required in order to continue on with her life. I had a feeling, deep down inside, that being a part of this was something I did not want to continue doing. This wretchedness had to be something that I was free of. I sent her a text message with a picture of the water heater, which was in perfect condition. Please don't hesitate to give me a text message letting me know that you're keeping an eye on it for the next day or so. Eventually, she texted back her gratitude. I instructed her to give me a call at some point tomorrow so that we could talk. I was experiencing palpitations for several hours. This was the most horrific experience of all time, even though I had gone through some really ridiculous low points over the course of the last month or so. I did not feel prepared to have a conversation with her. I required sustenance. I felt completely drained of energy. To be honest, she was the one who made the call. She is quite worried about texts that say things like, "Call me." I was aware of this to some extent, but I really needed the night to get some sleep and put myself back together. There was a sound coming from the phone. It was ringing. I told myself, I guess we are going to do this. I began the conversation by letting her know that the water heater is ready to go, but she might want to have a professional take a look at it within the year. The following section of this discussion will be going forward with some difficulty. I did not explicitly inform her that I was aware that she was already seeing someone new. The only thing I witnessed was my own ruination, as I turned it into my own business or even considered doing so. I told her that I was going to stop participating in all of the accounts that we share, and that she would have to find out how to deal with the situation on her own. All I said was, I know you've moved on, and I know how you've chosen to do so. She was really angry. That is a fact. Can you remind me of the word that you taught me during my first post? Darvo is a manipulative tactic that involves making someone feel sorry for you. Indeed, an abundance of that. Accusations, name-calling, and an overwhelming amount of gaslighting were all involved. She even went as far as to degrade my character by telling me that she believed I was proud to be someone who was honorable and respectable. Absolutely. She continually alluded to the fact that she believed that we had come to an agreement, in which we were permitted to have our requirements satisfied. While I did not explicitly say it, I genuinely believe that she had a skewed understanding of what constitutes a true requirement. What do you think about the idea of financial security? What do you think of landing softly with your spouse, with whom you have been married for 9 years and with whom you assert that you desire to continue your friendship? Therefore, what is the reason that I am writing this? For a couple of different reasons. First of all, the conclusion of my story is this. There is no way that I will ever feel this way about this again. From this point on, it will only continue to recover and expand. Secondly, a large number of individuals on Reddit think that she was cheating, based on my most recent article. I did not have any grounds to think this, but after the speed with which she jumped on some guy immediately after I moved out, it is possible that the rest of you were not far off the mark. Third, and I suppose this is more of an opportunity to let out some steam. Just a few hours ago, I also had to euthanize my cat because she had cancer. What a day, oh my God. Regardless, I am overjoyed to leave that poisonous situation behind me. I am strongly inclined to sever all connections, and I really desire to have faith that this is the correct decision. However, I am left to ponder whether or not she was obligated to make an effort to delay her desires until we separated our finances. I am quite interested in learning what other people have to say about this. I am hoping to gain knowledge and experience from every piece of feedback I receive. It goes without saying that I will not be making any more posts in the near future. I would like to express my gratitude to all of you for your insight, as I have continued to work on my story. Remarks to which the original poster has responded. Commentaire in degree 1. Une boîte entière de préservatifs ayant déjà servi. I was completely taken aback. I felt my heart drop into my stomach. I had not spent more than a week away from that residence. Still married under the law. It is difficult to understand how you feel at this moment. But if she is so eager to move on from you physically, then it is time for you to move on from this emotionally as well. That also includes emotionally severing ties with her, and isolating her from everything else financially. Additionally, it would suggest that she likely had something previously arranged prior to the divorce, perhaps even before it was a possibility. That is an incredibly fast turnaround time, although this is only a hypothesis. Determine where the house is located. Investigate the details of the separation. When discussing these matters, just speak with her. As far as possible without incurring any charges for you. Have your attorney handle the divorce proceedings. Move past this. Everything that has been mentioned. I have spent a significant amount of time being gaslighted, and I get the impression that I am finally able to recognize it for what it is. I would really like to inquire as to whether or not this was someone that she has been in a relationship with or if it was simply a one-time occurrence. Just thinking about the question is enough to cause more pain, and if she were the one answering it, the response would not be reliable. Regardless, second round of remarks. Goodness gracious. The most important lesson to be learned from this situation is to avoid letting others continuously trample all over you, and to recognize when it is necessary to speak out. It appears that you have finally figured out how to do it after years of passively accepting it. OP. My dude. I have been the one who has been in the wrong the entire time. And I have always been raised to feel that I should be the one apologizing. I am in this position, and I didn't expect it. But now I find myself a victim of an abusive relationship. The sense of certainty that I experienced at the moment that I informed her that I had finally begun to assert myself. There were no words that she could use to express what she was feeling. I discovered the foundation that will support the person I will become when I have crossed over this. Have the original posters been successful in their endeavors to locate evidence that would substantiate the allegations of their spouse's infidelity? I have put in a lot of effort to try to locate evidence, but I was never able to do so. I eventually came to the conclusion that I was grabbing at straws, because I became concerned about the situation. It is possible that I will never be aware of it, and continuing to search for answers would be like poison at this juncture. The individual who posted the initial question regarding the division of property in the context of a divorce, OP. We reached an agreement to relinquish our ownership claims over our respective properties. There is a significant amount of equity that has been accumulated in the house that she will be maintaining. I will be in a better position than I am in at present if our assets are split in a 60/40 ratio. On the package of condoms, the original poster provides clarification. Alright, let me take a moment to get this straight in my head. There was an abundance of semantics associated with the box, which I had not anticipated. It is without a doubt an essential aspect that needs to be made known to the public. It was a box that had been crumpled and folded in half. with a used condom that had been tied off hanging out of it. I made no effort to investigate in order to determine how many condoms had been used. It's possible that the phrase box full of was an overgeneralization. To be perfectly honest, I am not certain about that. Am I the asshole for cheating after my husband took care of me during my cancer treatment? He found out and our daughter distanced herself. I am Sarah Miller, and I did not expect my life to unfold in this way. At the age of 45, I am sitting by myself in my mother's spare bedroom, surrounded by boxes of clothing that I can no longer identify as my own, and I am attempting to make sense of the precise moment when everything in my life became irreparably broken. 4 years ago, if you had asked any of the people who lived in our neighborhood, they would have said that David and I were among the most reliable and stable couples in the area. In a reassuring manner, it is dependable, fully grown, and unchanging. We were the couple that everyone expected to grow old together, the ones that hosted barbecues, remembered birthdays, and brought casserole to funerals. For 18 years, I also held that belief. A house was constructed by us. We took care of our child while she was growing up. We devised plans that were consistent and well thought out. We had our Sunday routines, our inside jokes, and our future vacations planned out in detail, including the restaurants that we were looking forward to visiting. I don't recall having any dramatic fights with David. We had differing opinions. It was something that we talked about. We came to a compromise. I can't think of anyone who was more composed than him. When confronted with a crisis, maintaining one's composure. He was someone who balanced me and grounded me. And then, life became no longer predictable. The day that I first became aware of the meaning of the word malignant, everything within me moved violently. The interior of the doctor's office was excessively bright, excessively silent, and excessively chilly. My hands were the focus of my attention, and I couldn't help but notice how tiny they appeared in comparison to the paper gown that I was wearing. All the while, my brain was silently screaming to me from within my ribcage. Cancer. The sound of the word reverberated repeatedly, resembling a clap of thunder that only I was able to make out. The manifestation of fear, in a physical sense, was something that I did not anticipate. It sat within my chest, exerting a great weight and a continuous pressure that made every breath I took feel like it was being compressed. I was followed into my own home and into the bathroom, where I stared at my reflection and suddenly came to the realization that the woman whom I believed myself to be, the dependable spouse, the mother who is committed to her children, was now subject to mortality in a way that she had never previously imagined. It felt as though David was attempting to prevent me from vanishing as he held me. He showed up for every appointment and posed all of the questions that I had neglected to ask. He investigated a variety of meditation routines, treatments, and diets. He walked with me through every terrifying night that felt like it might be the last one. Because of that, I had deep affection for him. And yet, in a strange twist of fate, it was in that very place that the seed of destruction was quietly planted within me. Frightening ideas find their way into your head when you are confronted with the inevitability of your death. Thoughts that you had not previously believed yourself to be capable of thinking. Have I squandered my time? Was my life characterized by a cautious approach, rather than a full-fledged one? Have I ever been in a position to choose myself? Fear has the ability to cruelly rewrite your priorities. Months went by while undergoing chemotherapy, undergoing numerous scans, and spending time in hospitals. The mirror turned into an adversary. My physical self felt like an alien, transient presence. My sense of self was shattered. A long-forgotten feeling of self-doubt emerged in that empty space. I have never put my own interests first. After having an especially exhausting appointment one afternoon, I returned to work for the first time in several months. The way that my colleagues welcomed me was full of relief, but their eyes were filled with an overwhelming amount of pity. Not including him, there is Mark, who is my coworker. He looked at me without seeing me as a patient. He was not kind to me in the way that I had hoped. He said kind things about my work ethic, joked that the office couldn't function without me, and told me that I looked strong. For just a second, I felt like I was more than just a medical chart. More than just a diagnosis. More than just a burden that someone had to take care of. I had a sense of vitality. I had no idea that I would feel such a strong desire for that sensation. However, once death comes close to you, existence in its most basic forms becomes enthralling. Even though I did not cheat at that time, the fissure in my integrity made its appearance in a quiet, invisible manner, deep beneath the surface. Remission arrived months later in a way that was unanticipated, and nothing short of miraculous. It was anticipated by everyone that I would revert to my previous self. David most certainly did. He was of the belief that we had defeated something together, which was why he celebrated, cried quietly into my shoulder, and embraced me. However, I still felt that something within me was damaged. I had undergone a transformation, but I was unsure of how I could convey that to others without coming across as ungrateful or crazy. I began to stay up late, staring at the ceiling and wondering, is this it? Is this all I will ever experience? What if I have only a few years left, and I spend them being safe instead of alive? I did not tell David about this. I didn't want to cause him any pain due to concerns that he was unable to resolve. Instead, I turned to my closest friend, Lisa, chaotic, untidy, and quick to act without thinking. She had always lived her life according to her own standards, has been divorced on 2 separate occasions, and has never once apologized. Her love of drama was as strong as her need for oxygen, and she shamelessly flirted after she drank an excessive amount of alcohol. She did not pass judgment on me when I confessed that I was feeling uneasy. She gave a smile. "Sarah, you were on the verge of death. Stop acting as if you were a porcelain doll." Following that, she said something that I should have never believed. "You are worthy of going on an expedition. He will come to realize this." That sentence etched a permanent impression into the recesses of my mind. And after it came into existence, I was unable to close it. After a long day of being battered by the emotional storm in my head, I was completely worn out. And I positioned myself so that I was directly facing David at the dining table. While eating the remaining bits of pasta, he was engrossed in a book, feeling content in the familiarity that we had established over the course of many years. And I destroyed it with just a single sentence. "I would like to obtain a hall pass." He froze, and then, very slowly, set the fork aside. He closed the book with care and looked at me with an expression that shifted from confusion to disbelief, and finally to a raw devastation that compelled me to avert my gaze. "What are you referring to?" he inquired in a hushed tone. I made an attempt to provide an explanation. I made an effort to communicate the terror that I felt deep within myself, the desperation, the remorse, and the longing to experience something before my life faded away once more. However, the deeper the knife was turned, the more I spoke. Each and every word that he heard left a deep impression on him. He responded with a no, in a soft yet resolute manner. "Marriage," he explained, "was all about commitment. Fear did not excuse betrayal, and love could not be substituted with anything else." Instead of listening to what he was saying, I was startled by the sound of a caged door being slammed shut. That night, I tossed and turned in my sleep, cried a lot, and argued with myself in hushed tones. I had the most acute clarity of thought that I have ever experienced when I woke up the following morning. I sat down next to him and, dressed in full clothing, gazed at my hands in the same manner that I had done months earlier in the office of a physician. Then, I said to him, "I am no longer going to allow fear to determine the decisions that I make." He stared at me as if he were observing an unknown person who had my face on. Then he said, "I'm going to do this with or without your permission." Mark's farewell gathering took place that evening. He was resigning from the organization. The man was the subject of festivities. I ought to have remained at home. I ought to have called it off. My spouse should have been my choice. Instead, I went into that bar with the confidence that came from wearing the only dress I had. Everybody was having a good time, chuckling, and guffawing, while the music was blaring and the alcohol was flowing freely. The embrace that he bestowed upon me was overly lengthy, excessively familiar, exceedingly perilous. "You look absolutely stunning tonight," he whispered. And although I was frightened rather than thrilled, my heart was pounding. It's not that I was afraid of taking the wrong action. Rather, I was afraid that I wouldn't follow through with it. Eventually, I followed him when he stepped outside in order to smoke and to breathe some fresh air. When I reached for his hand, he had a look of surprise on his face. I did not engage in contemplation. I did not engage in reasoning. It is only now that I have taken action. We walked away together down the sidewalk, heading toward a hotel that I was not willing to acknowledge that I had already noticed earlier on. And with each step that I took, the life that I had constructed was quietly being consumed by the flames behind me. He planted a kiss on my lips while we were inside the elevator. There was nothing that I could feel. There was no excitement. There was no spark. There was no liberation. There was only numbness, which was profound and all-consuming. A woman who is observing herself as she annihilates every single thing that she has ever cared about from a perspective outside of her own body. As I lay there on the bed in the hotel room the following morning, I found myself staring at the ceiling with a terrifying level of clarity, while Mark slept beside me and snored. I did not find David at home when I arrived. My only thought was, what have I done? His vehicle is missing, and his phone is switched off. On top of the kitchen table, there was a note. It was brief, chilly, and to the point. I am aware of that fact. Stay away from me. I fell to the floor of the kitchen, crying into my hands, and arriving too late to my regret about everything. However, it wasn't until 5 days later that I was able to find out what was actually going on. It was my admission of guilt that led to David learning about the situation. He was able to discover the truth because he witnessed it himself. At that particular moment in time, the moment when he told me that everything that I still possessed was permanently broken into pieces. 7 days after the affair had taken place, David revealed the truth to me. I had spent all of those days doing everything I could to get a hold of him, from making calls to sending text messages to leaving voicemails so long that I didn't even know what I was saying by the time I finished leaving them. I felt absolutely terrified and ashamed, and I was engulfed by a feeling of guilt that seemed to burrow beneath my skin and remain there. I continued to fantasize that there was a possibility that we could sit down and have a conversation, and that he would understand the fear that had taken over my mind. He would not forgive me immediately, but at least he would be able to see me. He paid no attention to every single attempt. After that, on the third night, he returned home at an earlier hour than he had done since everything went wrong. I can still recall my heart leaping out of my chest, the pain of my breath catching, and the sound of his keys at the door. I had assumed that he would eventually return to his residence in order to discuss the matter, to extend an olive branch, and to make an attempt. In his place, he continued on by me without saying a single word, made a beeline for the bedroom, and began to pack his things in a suitcase. I lost it at that moment in time. I stood in the doorway and pleaded, "I beg you, David, please." I had my arms wrapped around my body because I didn't know how to do otherwise. He paid no attention to anything other than the shirts he was folding, as he said, "Just talk to me. Yell at me. Something. Anything. 3 words. I saw you. Only 3 words are necessary." And they completely destroyed me. "I saw you walk out of the bar with him, holding his hand. And they were Sonovan." His voice was eerily calm, and its calmness was destructive in nature. "I witnessed you making the decision to select him. I was on the verge of collapsing to the ground. Please, David. It wasn't me. I wasn't in the right frame of mind," she said. "No," he interjected, his expression unchanged. I was frozen in place and couldn't catch my breath as he zipped the suitcase shut. "You were able to do it because you were thinking clearly. But you were not thinking responsibly," I said. His gaze met mine at last, and I fervently hoped that he had not done so, for his eyes were not filled with anger. They were completely, utterly empty. Not a single thing. At that moment, I would have been willing to do anything in order to feel anger. Anger signifies a connection. When one is angry, they are experiencing an emotion. If you are angry, it means that there is still something for which you need to fight. His lack of speech, however, served as a gravestone. That evening, he left and did not go to a hotel or a friend's house. He traveled to the residence of his sister, and remained there for an extended period of time. The subsequent days were experienced in a manner that was reminiscent of how grief has a tendency to cause reality to dissolve into a hazy mess. I continued to anticipate his return. I continued to anticipate waking up from this nightmare. And I continued to anticipate the world rewinding to a single decision. However, life does not have a rewind function. It only serves to magnify the repercussions. And the repercussions came quickly. The weekend was a time when our daughter returned home. I was aware that David would share the information with her. Even though I was aware that it was going to happen, I continued to make the unreasonable request that he would not do it. I experienced a pain that was unlike anything cancer ever gave me when she stood in the kitchen doorway with her eyes already red from crying. In that particular moment, she appeared older, more severe, and more distant. I had been confronted by physicians, and I asked my mother, "Did you betray your relationship with Dad?" I had stared death in the face. Despite the fact that I was skeletal and ill, I had faced my own reflection. Nevertheless, I was not prepared for that question in any way. I made an attempt at providing an answer that was kind as well as truthful. I was terrified. And I made an awful error in judgment. Before I could finish speaking, she interrupted me and said, "No excuses, just answer." Therefore, I carried out that action. She fixed her gaze on the object in front of her and responded, "Yes. It was as if she could see the disintegration of her childhood unfolding before her eyes at that very moment. The significance of that single word, why, outweighed even that of gravity. For what reason? As though there could ever be a sufficient justification for doing so. As though fear could be a justification for betrayal. As if emotional panic had the power to cancel out oaths. I made an attempt. I attempted to explain to David the internal chaos, the overwhelming sense of mortality, and the months of emotional turmoil that he could never fully comprehend, no matter how much effort he put forth. However, her expression became increasingly repulsed, with each additional explanation that I attempted to provide. "You came extremely close to death," she said with a tone of voice that was sharp. Following that, she did not raise her voice in anger. She said, "Dad was there for you every second, and this is what you chose." She did not shed any tears. She simply turned her back and left. After that, she spent the next several nights at the home of a friend, and then she stayed with David. Following that, she did not return home, at least not in the traditional sense of the word. Although the shift was not loud, it was permanent. During that week, I gained knowledge about something important. Being deprived of your child's admiration can be devastating, even if death is not something that frightens you. At the same time, Lisa came to the conclusion that I was in need of support. In her mind, the concept of support was synonymous with that of chaos. 3 of my other friends and my mother accompanied her when she arrived, which was 4 days after the first time we met. David had not yet returned to his residence. In the living room, they staged what they were proud to refer to as an intervention. However, it was for David, not for me. Their anger toward him was a result of his refusal to speak with me, his exclusion of me, and his cruel emotional departure. I noticed a change in David's demeanor the moment he walked into a room that was filled with people who were all reprimanding him for not providing me with consolation following my affair. Not with a loud voice, with a quiet voice, with a voice that is dangerous in its quietness. His posture became rigid, his jaw clenched, and his eyes took on a hard, unfamiliar look. Not once did he interject while listening. Following this, he fixed his gaze upon me and posed the question, "Did you bring them here in order to make me feel ashamed so that I would forgive you?" I did not have an answer for him because I had not done such a thing. But I also did not intervene to stop it. That could just as well have been equivalent to the other thing. He turned his attention to my friends, and each and every one of them became uncertain about themselves all of a sudden. Following that, he delivered a statement that was so alarmingly composed that it caused the entire room to become still. "You are all lecturing me about loyalty. Should I call your husbands and share every detail of the encouragement you gave my wife?" None of them responded to the question. The expression on my mother's face was one of sheer terror. Lisa turned white. The door at the front of the house was opened by him. They exited the premises immediately after hearing, "Get out." Without exception, all of them. Including even my mother. The silence was overwhelming as soon as the door was shut. I attempted to apologize, to get through to him, and to provide clarification, but he ignored me and continued up the stairs into the locked bedroom without uttering a single word. For the very first time since the affair, I was able to grasp the magnitude of the devastation that I had caused. It was not simply the betrayal or the act itself. It was also the humiliation, the exposure, and the disrespect of his dignity in front of a crowd of people. That evening, I knelt in prayer for the first time since my symptoms had ceased. However, my prayer was not for health, or for safety. Instead, I prayed for mercy. Without a word of farewell, he departed early the following morning. Following his day of work, he did not return to the house. It felt like it was impossible to breathe because of how thick and heavy the air in the house was. I remained sitting alone on the couch, embracing my knees, listening to the clocks ticking, and waiting for a message that never arrived on my phone until 3 o'clock in the morning. I took one last look at his emails on the shared device that was located in the kitchen. A single new message was sent from a lawyer. The subject line reads, "Confirmation of the first consultation." I experienced a blurring of my vision. I could not stop my hands from trembling. I felt a painful wrenching sensation in my stomach. He has submitted the paperwork to end his marriage. I was aware that this was something that I was entitled to. I was aware that my actions were responsible for what happened. However, being aware of something does not diminish the impact it has. Grief did not elicit any feelings of emotion in me that night. It was an experience that was so visceral, that it was as if something had perished within me. And in a certain sense, something absolutely had. It is not true that my marriage was coming to an end. It had already come to an end. The paperwork was simply a matter of following the burial protocol. After discovering that David had made an appointment with a divorce attorney the night before, something inside of me finally gave way to the truth. Past the denial, grief transitioned from being an abstract concept to becoming something that was intolerably real. I had allowed myself to be naively convinced that time would serve to dissipate his fury, that space would serve to mitigate the weight of his silence, and that love would gradually entice him to return to me. However, the only thing that the space accomplished was to make the fracture wider. In brutal and slow fragments, the following weeks went by. David made the decision to officially leave the residence, and to remain in his sister's home on a permanent basis. I did not receive a direct message from him. I discovered the truth when I returned to the house, and observed that the bedroom had been completely cleared out, with the exception of the dust imprints left behind by the books that had previously been placed there. Long before he moved to a different house, he went ahead and replaced the locks on our bedroom. I wept more throughout those weeks than I ever had while undergoing chemotherapy. Being afraid of death is painful. The pain of fear of regret is real. On the other hand, the fear of being left behind by someone you once thought would never abandon you. That injury cuts through you in a manner that nothing else is capable of achieving. After that, the actual consequences started to unfold. My daughter has ceased to phone me, not with anger, not with volume, simply with absence and a courteous distance. She would send a text message from time to time, and the contents would be to the point. Tonight, I am going to be staying with my father. I have to be at school before the usual time. This weekend, I am going to collect my belongings. There was a complete absence of hearts, emojis, or warmth. There was nothing but cold logistics. I realized that I had no right to ask her to return when I watched in real time, as the girl who once curled up beside me on the couch emotionally disappeared. She was silently mourning the fact that I had shattered the version of her mother, whom she had trusted. At the same time, the world beyond the walls of her home began to collapse in on itself. One night, Lisa phoned me in a state of utter frenzy. She had been evicted by her spouse. The warning that David had issued had been carried out by him. It would seem that photographs and video footage were sent to her husband via email. Her romantic entanglement was not a recent development. It had been continuing for an entire 6 months. To make matters worse, some of the messages that she had sent to me, in order to provide me with encouragement, were included among the evidence that was presented. She wept into the phone that evening, pleading with me to allow her to remain at my residence. I nearly agreed to participate. After that, I was struck by a realization that was blindingly obvious. While she was up to her knees in her own destruction, she had urged me to engage in self-destructive behavior. Her chaos was not being supportive, rather, it was projection. She persuaded me that destruction was the path to liberation because, to her, acting without thinking demonstrated a sense of freedom. And I paid attention to what was being said. I communicated to her that it was not permissible for her to remain. After she referred to me as a selfish person, she ended the call. That night, we lost our ability to be friends. A subsequent blow arrived days after the first one. I received a phone call from a colleague who informed me of something that was both shocking and hard to believe. Mark passed away. The man for whom I ruined my marriage. The man who planted hazardous daydreams in my head. The man whom I had selected to spend just one reckless night with, was no longer there. A hotel room is where a heart attack occurs in the presence of another woman, one who is younger and more attractive. In the same way that he assisted me in betraying David, he passed away while betraying another individual. I remained seated in the kitchen, feeling completely shocked and silent. It was at that very moment that I finally came to an understanding. Not a single one of the things that I gave up for was due to love, passion, or the desire for freedom. It was simply a fleeting moment, one that was reckless, impulsive, and filled with fear. It was not a relationship, a future, or a significant connection that was meant to last. It was merely a temporary escape. That realization did not help in any way. It only served to make the injury worse. David's silence, which had previously been warm, lengthy, and ambiguous, transformed into legal language that was cold, brief, and definitive shortly after the divorce proceedings officially commenced. In the office of the lawyer, we positioned ourselves so that we were facing each other. David did not hesitate in the slightest when the attorney inquired as to whether or not we were certain, whether or not reconciliation was a viable option, and whether or not it would be possible for us to undergo therapy. His voice did not shake as he stated, There is nothing left to reconcile. Every piece of paper that he signed was done so with a tranquil exactness, as if he were putting an end to a chapter that he had already emotionally laid to rest. The pages were turned in my direction by the lawyer. The pen was shaking as it quivered against the paper because of the extreme trembling in my hands. When I reached the final page and put my signature on it, my eyes were filled with tears. Not even a single time did David make eye contact with me. He rose to his feet, shook the lawyer's hand, and expressed his gratitude by saying, "Thank you." After that, he turned his attention to me for a brief moment, but his expression remained inscrutable. He spoke in a subdued tone and said, "Sarah, I do not harbor any feelings of hatred towards you." Those words, "but I'll never trust you again," cut into me in a way that anger never could have. Hate is a burning sensation. Distrust is immobilizing. You have the ability to extinguish fire. It is not possible to thaw ice. I relocated to my mother's residence on a temporary basis, following the finalization of my divorce. Her spare bedroom was filled with boxes containing clothing that I was no longer interested in wearing. Every night, I lay awake in bed, tormented by unanswered questions that were not deserving of answers. The house was oppressive, as if it were a form of retribution. It felt too cramped, eerily quiet, and desolate. In the end, it was no longer possible to avoid receiving therapy. The reason I did it was that the experience of collapsing had become intolerable. It was not because I desired it. My therapist did not provide me with any form of comfort, support, or consolation. Because of her, I was compelled to examine myself, and she did so with a ruthless level of honesty. Everything was unpacked by us. The anxiety, the hostility, the emotional numbness, the sorrow, the trauma associated with cancer, the identity crisis that is hidden beneath the surface of remission, the desperate yearning for confirmation, the impulsiveness, the betrayal of oneself. It was she who enabled me to confront the reality that I had been running away from for an entire year. I did not intend to survive. I was attempting to flee from the sensation of fear, from the state of being mortal, from the process of growing old, from the feeling of stagnation, and from vulnerability. I did not flee from those horrors. Instead, I rushed headlong into the most egregious error I have ever made in my life. As time went on, the weeks turned into months. In a quiet and isolated manner, David recovered. Our daughter maintained her distance, but she did so gradually and with care. Communication started to improve, but not in a particularly warm way. It was more of a steady progression. Sometimes we get together for a little meetup in an intimate setting. At the moment, her eyes do not reflect anger. Instead, they display a sense of caution. In addition, I am coming to the realization that trust does not regenerate overnight. Although the result is not always favorable, the amount of effort put in is important regardless of the outcome. The pinnacle of remorse, when you realize that you have caused someone else pain, is a moment that some people erroneously presume to be inevitable. However, the most profound regret is the realization that something was incredibly valuable only after you have already ruined it. David was someone I loved deeply. To this day, I continue to do so. However, being in love does not grant immunity from stupidity. Love does not provide a shield against feelings of insecurity. Love does not serve as a defense against fear. Fear is a powerful deterrent, and it is the most effective one that can be found anywhere on this planet. I am awakened every morning, months after the fact, to the memories of the things that I destroyed. The emptiness of the bed's left side, the lack of his coffee mug, the quiet of a daughter who does not share her secrets with me anymore. The faces of friends who disappeared like vapor. I lost everything. But it didn't happen all at once. It happened bit by bit. And the cruel irony is that I truly believed that I was making the decision to live. I took mine apart instead of doing that. A single choice. A single evening. A single impulse. There are times when you have ceased to love your spouse, and therefore, do not engage in infidelity. There are times when you deceive others because you have ceased to love yourself. The recognition of that fact is considerably more heartbreaking. On this day, I am quietly, cautiously, and in solitude, reconstructing myself. There is no dramatic resurrection, no magical closure, no triumphant transformation. There is only accountability, reflection, therapy, and the quiet work of stitching together a self that I can hardly recognize. Will I be able to forgive myself at some point in the future? Perhaps so. Is it possible that David will look at me the same way again? Nope. Is it likely that my daughter will make a complete recovery? It is up to time to determine. If I could impart just one piece of knowledge to every single individual, before they repeat the same error that I have made, it would be this. Consequences are permanent, but moments are fleeting. In just one night, loyalty that has been maintained for 18 years can be destroyed. Just a single impulse has the potential to permanently alter a person. One decision has the power to completely transform a family. And feelings of guilt will persist indefinitely. Andy nude. If I were able to return to that bar, that sidewalk, and those steps leading up to the hotel, I would take my own wrist and pull myself backward. Back to where I would be able to maintain my sanity, back to where I would be able to maintain my clarity, and back to the man who held my hand through my cancer. For the truth of the matter is uncomplicated. I did not get divorced as a result of fear. It was me. And at this point, the only thing that I am able to do is to fully, honestly, and quietly accept that reality, since honesty is the sole remaining aspect of my life that has not crumbled. I caught my husband red-handed, using my money to take his mistress on a luxury trip. So I threw water on that bitch and cut off all his payments. My husband requested me to cover the cost of his trip with his pals from college. However, I discovered that he was taking his affair partner on a lovely vacation with my money. In order to face them at their meal, I flew there. She is now requesting that I persuade him to return her. All right, Reddit, I need your assistance. After 5 years of marriage, I thought my marriage to Matthew was solid and steady for the most part. We don't have kids yet, so life hasn't been too complicated, and we seldom ever argue. In the past, Matthew worked a full-time job. Unfortunately, he lost his job as a result of his company's downsizing last year. He has been working as a freelancer ever then, taking on occasional little tasks. But his income has drastically dropped from what it was before. He has been searching for a steady full-time employment, but it has taken a while. I have been the one bearing the most of our relationship's financial burden in the interim. I make a solid living as a regional manager at my job, which has allowed me to support the two of us without any serious problems. Nonetheless, there has been a discernible change in financial responsibility. Previously, we both made contributions to our common way of life. However, since Matthew's salary has been reduced by almost half, I am now the main provider. I was surprised when Matthew came to me 3 weeks ago with a request. He approached me to tell me that he wanted to travel to Europe with some of his old college pals. However, he requested if I could pay for him, because he didn't have enough money to cover his trip expenditures. He promised to pay me back as soon as he found a full-time job. I didn't mind him going, but I wasn't overly excited about the prospect. I reasoned that he could benefit from a change of environment and a chance to catch up with his friends. I was hoping that the trip would act as a wake-up call and encourage him to look for a job more seriously. He had been putting things off a lot lately, and I had begun to see trends that worried me. Every time I got home from work, I would frequently find him spending hours watching TV or movies. Otherwise, he would be playing video games for excessive amounts of time, or indulging in constant munching. It was more than a means of relaxation. I was beginning to worry about the habit, which had become into a routine. It seemed as though he was no longer motivated. Additionally, he never seemed to feel the need to look for jobs, even after I gently prodded him to do so. I hoped that this trip would help him realize that he needed to start making a serious effort for his future. Whatever the case, I promised to reimburse him for the money he needed to purchase his vacation tickets. Matthew's excitement grew as the days passed, and his departure date approached. He would discuss all the sights he wanted to see, the cuisine he wanted to sample, and the memories he hoped to create with his former pals. I assisted him in getting everything ready for his vacation, since I wanted to be encouraging. I was assisting him in double-checking his luggage the night before he went to make sure he hadn't overlooked anything crucial. I noticed anything strange at that point. His suitcase was neatly packed with an expensive-looking suit. Since Matthew is the type of person who shuns formal attire at all costs, this immediately seemed strange to me. No matter how much I try to convince him to dress up, he's the person that always shows up for date nights wearing shorts and a casual t-shirt. I had to virtually persuade him to wear appropriate shoes instead of sneakers or sandals, and to at least tuck in his shirt, even at weddings. However, I had never seen a suit like this before. It appeared to be brand new and was obviously something he had just bought. In an attempt to avoid drawing conclusions too quickly, I asked him in passing whether he and his buddies intended to attend any formal events while on vacation. I didn't ask any more questions, but he just shrugged and replied, "Maybe we could." I pretended not to give it much thought as I nodded, but a tiny doubt had been sown in my mind. I couldn't sleep, so I was tossing and turning in bed a few nights ago, 3 days before his flight. I was restless for no obvious reason, and kept waking up at strange hours. I once turned over and saw that Matthew was out of bed. I looked about the dimly lit room drowsily, but I couldn't find him. At that moment, I noticed a slight sound emanating from our restroom. I initially assumed he had simply gotten up to go to the bathroom, but then I observed something odd. He was mumbling. He was obviously on the phone with someone, but I could hardly hear what he was saying. I became curious. At this hour, who could he possibly be speaking to? I grabbed my phone to see what time it was. 1:45 a.m. I considered a few ideas. Why was he whispering if it was simply one of his travel companions? Why would he have to keep the conversation a secret from me? My stomach turned at the secrecy of it. I was ready to yell his name and inquire as to what was happening when I faltered. Rather, I chose to remain silent and pay attention. After a few minutes, he eventually hung up and emerged from the restroom. I instantly closed my eyes and acted as though I was sleeping. He got back in bed, and for a second I felt him moving around, as though he wanted to see if I was still awake. Then he grabbed up his phone once more and began to go through it. The screen glowing dimly in the dark. My mind was racing with questions I wasn't sure I wanted the answers to, and my heart was pounding as I lay there. My thoughts continued to race. I couldn't get rid of the instinct that something wasn't right, both as a wife and as a woman. The more I considered it, the more I understood that Matthew had been acting strangely for some time. I simply hadn't noticed, because I was too preoccupied with work. In hindsight, he had been exhibiting odd behavior for weeks, possibly months. He was always staring at the screen of his phone, grinning as he texted someone. He would dismiss my casual inquiries about who he was speaking to by saying, "Oh, just a friend." However, there was something strange about the way he said it. It was more than a friendly conversation. It was surrounded by a sense of secrecy. Additionally, he had developed an excessive amount of protectiveness toward his phone, usually keeping it near to hand, turning the screen away from me, or swiftly locking it as I passed. He seemed to be purposefully obscuring what was on it from my view. I chose to confront him the morning after I heard him whispering in the restroom. "Were you on the phone with someone last night?" I said casually as we sat at the breakfast table. "I woke up to the sound of you conversing in the restroom." He disputed it, looking me in the eye without skipping a beat. "What? No. You must have been dreaming or something," he responded, chuckling slightly as though the notion was absurd. "You must have misheard." I looked at him, attempting to read his face. "You were half asleep." It was the middle of the night. He was utterly unaffected, so sure of his deception, that I briefly questioned whether I had dreamed it. No, I was aware of what I had heard. I wasn't insane. I was being gaslighted, which caused me to doubt my own recollection. And more than anything else, that supported my suspicions. The truth has to be known to me. The issue was that he never took his phone out of his sight, and it had a passcode. However, he was unaware, or perhaps had forgotten, that his MacBook was still connected to his iCloud account. I could check his communications and find out what he was actually doing if I could get access to his laptop. I patiently waited for him to go to sleep that night. As I laid next to him and listened to his breathing, time seemed to be flowing incredibly slowly. His breathing became more even and deeper, after what seemed like an eternity. At last, he had fallen asleep. I carefully got out of bed so as not to wake him. As I took his laptop and slipped out of the room, my heart was racing. When I got to the guest bedroom, I locked the door behind me and quietly closed it. With my hands trembling a little, I opened the laptop and inhaled deeply. The time has come to learn the truth. My heart skipped a beat when I noticed a contact stored under the name Wifey in his iMessage. I briefly believed it might have been me. Perhaps that's how he had saved my number. However, reality struck me like a freight train as soon as I clicked on the discussion and started reading the texts. As I became aware of the terrible reality, my hands began to shake and my breath seized in my throat. There had been an affair with my spouse. I learned all I needed to know from the communications. For the previous 6 months, he had been seeing another woman in her 30s. They were exchanging obscene texts. They reminisced about the occasions they had met in secret behind my back, flirted outrageously, and exchanged indecent photos. I felt as though a knife was being driven further into my heart with each word I read. My gut turned with anger and betrayal as I continued to browse. I then discovered something that made me physically ill, as if things couldn't get any worse. She was aware of me. She wasn't just a simpleton who didn't know he was married. No. She knew very well that he was married. Nevertheless, they dared to call me the other woman in their chats. I was the lady who had been there for him, who had helped him out financially, and who had shown him nothing but loyalty. The other woman was me. It infuriated me how disrespectful they were. The trip he had told me was merely a pleasant weekend with his male pals, which was the ultimate deception. The one he had insisted on was merely a much-needed opportunity for the boys to unwind, rest, and spend time together. Everything was a lie. My money had been stolen by that dishonest, pitiful excuse of a husband, who had used it to purchase tickets for a romantic vacation in Europe with his lover. He would be off in another country wining and dining her, while I would be at home, naive and trusting, believing he was out enjoying cocktails and sightseeing with his pals. When I discovered out, I was so furious that words cannot express how I felt. The cheating wasn't the only thing. The lying wasn't the only thing. It was the boldness, the blatantly repulsive right to take my money and buy her. As though our marriage meant nothing to him. As though I were merely an afterthought. I was physically ill and felt sick. He turned around and used my hard-earned money to spoil another lady. Despite the fact that I had worked hard for my money, paid for our life together, and helped him when he had nothing. And to think that, while feigning nothing was wrong, he had looked me in the eye and lied so readily. I took a while to realize how deeply he had betrayed me. I felt like I was being slapped in the face every time I read a message. At this point, I was certain of one thing. This was not something I was going to let him get away with. I captured all of it in screenshots. Every picture, every detail, every incriminating message. I made sure I had evidence of his actual character. My husband is unaware that I am well informed at the moment. As I sit here writing this, he still acts charming when he walks around our house, kissing me goodbye in the mornings, and sending me texts all day long as if nothing were wrong, and I have to fight the want to strike him in the smug, deceitful face. I unintentionally paid for the trip that this pitiful man, who can't even support himself, was going to take his mistress on. The sheer courage. This is something that I have repeatedly considered. And no matter how many possible outcomes I run through in my mind, I always end up with the same conclusion. I must exact epic retribution on my spouse. I'm tired of being the naive, gullible wife. I can't stand by and let him get away with this as he and she take a lavish trip, and I covered the cost. No, I want to witness the expression on his face upon realizing he has been apprehended. I wish I could see his world fall apart in real time. I have therefore devised a scheme. Right now, privacy is completely out of the question, so I checked his email. I now know everything. I am fully aware of the hotel he is staying at, the flights he has scheduled, and even the elegant dinner arrangements he has arranged for them. It's all right there, given to me like if fate were urging me to act. And what do you know? Yes, I will. After him, I'm going to purchase a ticket and travel to Europe. I'd like to witness it firsthand. Together, I want to capture them in the act. And I'm going to make the most spectacular scene in their pitiful little lives when I do. I want him to remember this moment forever. A moment that will plague him for the remainder of his wretched existence. When he sees me standing there, observing him with the lady he deceived me for, I want him to get so embarrassed. When he understands how severely he has messed up everything, I want him to have that chilling, sinking fear in his stomach. There's more to this than simply facing him. It's about regaining control. Update 1 then. Both those of you who support me taking the high road, and those of you who share my belief in justified petty revenge. Thank you for your remarks. To be clear, I am using violence as a metaphor. Naturally, I'm not the type of woman who simply leaves without saying anything. With only a simple farewell, I could cut him out from my life, expose him to his family, and depart with dignity. But no, he finds that too simple. For years, he has taken advantage of me emotionally and financially. He now believes that he can use my hard-earned money to cheat on me, treat another woman to an extravagant vacation in Europe, and simply carry on with his life as if nothing had occurred. Not a possibility. Like a parasite, this man has been feeding off of me. He couldn't find a full-time job, so I paid for everything. My house, my car, my money, my mortgage, and my bills. Nevertheless, this unemployed loser found the energy to amuse another woman, arrange covert meetings, send her flirtatious texts, and make fun of me behind my back. While his mistress traveled on my money, he dared to call me the other lady. Yes. Oh no, he will suffer. And to answer everyone's question, I am divorcing him. He is unable to provide an explanation, or a justification that could ever reverse this degree of treachery. Now I can see right through him. This was more than a casual romance. I will never forgive him for being emotionally invested in this woman. To make sure I get everything I deserve out of this, I will speak with a divorce attorney either today or tomorrow, but I'd like to see her first. The woman who has the audacity to date my miserable, freeloading husband, while making fun of me in their texts, is someone I need to see, to show her that she is nothing more than a sidekick to a man who wouldn't even have enough money to buy dinner without me. I need to look her in the eye. Would I rely? Would I rely? Would I rely? I want to ensure that the consequences of their conduct are felt by both of them. I apologize to everyone who has told me to let it go. But that is not how I was made. I want my retribution. The second update. My last update was a week ago. As planned, I took a plane to Europe. I had laser-like focus as soon as my jet touched down. I wasn't there to take in the scenery. I wasn't there to take in the view. Confronting my ex and his affair partner was my reason for being there. I stayed under the radar by checking into the hotel a day later than my ex. I wanted to get them in the act. And believe me when I say that fate was on my side. They appeared as I was idly enjoying a drink in the hotel lobby, and feigning indifference. My former spouse and his extramarital affair. All dressed up, they were leaving together. The exact fucking outfit that had initially raised my suspicions was worn by my ex. Additionally, his little mistress appeared to be completely carefree as she laughed and held onto his arm. I hadn't yet made my move. I reminded myself to be patient. Rather, I hastily called a cab and trailed after them. They reached an upscale eatery. The type of establishment where couples go to enjoy candlelit dinners. From a distance, I observed them as they sat down, chatting and giggling like a contented young couple. Abhorrent. After 10 minutes of waiting, allowing them to settle in and feel secure, I entered. My ex's face became completely white when he saw me. His eyes widened in fear. He sprang up and dropped her hand like it was on fire before I could even get to their table. He looked like a deer caught in headlights and muttered, "What are you doing here?" At first, I remained silent. I simply approached him and gave him a slap. That smack, I must say, was the most fulfilling thing I have ever done. A gasp went through the entire diner. People looked around. A few even muttered. However, I wasn't finished yet. I picked up one of the water glasses from the table and hurled it directly at the woman's face. She cleaned her face hurriedly, her makeup spilling as she gasped in surprise. The icing on the cake was how messy she appeared. I pulled out my phone and began to record. They both became frightened. His affair partner moved aside, attempting to protect herself, but nope. My ex tried to hide his face, begging me to stop, saying, "Please, I can explain. I was not going to give them such a free pass." I took care to document everything. It was priceless to see the shock on my ex's face, the shame on hers, and the extreme humiliation as those around them began chattering. I just grinned as I watched my ex fumble over his words, apologize, and beg me to stop filming because, for the first time in the whole fiasco, I was in charge. Right there in the midst of the restaurant, I sent his whole family the captured footage. Without hesitation. And I. Right saying. Ruffins too then. I made sure that his parents, siblings, and other family members were all aware of his character with a single click. Then I took the divorce papers out of my bag and slapped them down in front of him. Matthew appeared utterly taken aback. Like a fool, he blinked at the papers as if he didn't know what they were. His voice was hardly audible above a whisper as he muttered, "What? What is this?" He was speechless for the first time when I stated, "I'm doing what you didn't have the balls to do. I'm leaving your pathetic little A." No pitiful explanations or excuses. His affair partner, soaked in water, looked away in shame as he sat there stunned. Then, with my head held high and every eye in the room following me, I turned around and left the restaurant. A few nodded in agreement, others looked amused, and still more muttered. Knowing that my work in Europe was over, I caught my journey home the very following day. Every moment the video was shown to Matthew's family, chaos has ensued. His parents are in a rage about him. His mother called me in a state of embarrassment, repeatedly apologizing, and claiming she was unaware her son was capable of such a thing. My parents are also irate, and claim that I deserve much more than Matthew could ever provide. As I write this, I am packing up Matthew's belongings, and will dispose of them in our front yard. My father has informed me bluntly, if I ever see that man again, he's going to regret it. I will never again be with that man. What a clown. The third update. 3 days after I left, Matthew returned home, looking utterly lost. As if he truly believed he could simply move back in and carry on with his life as if nothing had occurred. He went up to the door and pounded on it like a lunatic, asking to be let inside as soon as he spotted his boxes stacked in the front yard. The man screamed, "What the hell is this? Why are my things outside? Let me in," as though he were the victim. Unfazed, I stood in the doorway with my arms crossed. I told him that given what he had done to me, he should be thanking me for packing up his belongings and giving them to him rather than setting them on fire. Matthew kept screaming that I couldn't harm him in this way, how I couldn't simply dismiss him. "This is my home, too," he responded enthusiastically. I laughed a little dryly. I saw his rage turn to desperation as he said, "No, Matthew, this is my house. I pay the mortgage. I cover the bills. You're just a guest who massively overstayed his welcome." I kept telling him calmly that his key was no longer useful because I had already changed the lock. "And if you try to force your way in, I will not hesitate to call the police and have you arrested for trespassing," I told him. That quickly silenced him. At this point, he most likely began to realize for the first time how seriously he had messed up. With a softer tone now, as if he was still in shock, he said, "You're seriously kicking me out? You kicked yourself out the moment you decided to cheat on me, Matthew. You don't get to betray me and then expect to come home like nothing happened. Actions have consequences. And this is yours." I noticed panic in his eyes for the first time. He started to speak, but I had already finished listening. Even after I said, "Your things are right there. Take them and leave. You and I. We're over." Matthew persisted in sobbing and pleading, claiming that he had ended his relationship with his affair partner as a result of my prank. He begged for another opportunity, vowing to be a better husband this time. I laughed in his face and told him he could try being a better husband to his next wife because I was done with him. I don't take back cheaters. I made it clear that if he ever wanted to talk to me again, he could do so through my lawyers. He eventually had no choice but to take his belongings and get out. Fourth update. I was contacted by Matthew's affair partner. It has been a week since my previous post, and honestly, I never thought I would hear from that woman again, especially after the way I thoroughly embarrassed her the last time we spoke. But she did. Which surprised me. Her name is Ava, and she got acquainted with my husband after he subscribed to her OnlyFans. Just thinking about that makes me sick to my stomach. She boldly stated in her message that this wasn't only a casual affair for her. According to her, Matthew swept her off her feet, and she honestly believed they had a true future together. Can you believe that? She genuinely believed that my husband was the one for her. However, the worst part wasn't even that. She went on to tell me that Matthew had confided in her about our marriage, stating that he was never truly happy with me. That he never felt like a man around me because he couldn't financially contribute, and that Ava made him feel better about himself in a way that I never did. I nearly puked as I read what she had to say. The sheer audacity of her contacting me out of everyone to share this. She felt like the victim in all of this. And my husband had been giving her his heart out. As if I needed to know that. It was as though she expected me to feel sorry for her, and comprehend her belief that she and Matthew were destined to be together. It was completely absurd why she even contacted me in the first place. She asked me to speak with my former partner, and persuade him to accept her back. Can you believe that? After everything that transpired, she truly believed that I would make an extra effort to assist her. She continued by saying that she was at her wit's end since Matthew had barred her on all social media sites and texting apps. She said she had no choice but to get in touch with me in the hopes that I could help her one final time. As if I owed her anything. As if we were ever on the same team. What was going through her mind when she chose to send the message is beyond me. Why would I, of all people, assist her in reconciling with the man who had cheated on me? To be honest, it's embarrassing. She must have been desperate to believe that I would ever be willing to intervene and act as a mediator in their pitiful relationship. I didn't bother to respond to her at all. I mean, I had nothing to do with this. I simply blocked her. She can burn in hell, in my opinion. Version 5. I can honestly say that I'm in a much better place now than I was 6 months ago. In retrospect, I hardly recognize the me who was enmeshed in all of that turmoil. A lifetime ago, it seems. I am finished with Matthew now that the divorce has been official. Peace, no unresolved issues, no lingering ties. And to be honest, it feels fantastic. I've done everything I can to move on from him. I feel relieved to be free to enjoy my life, without his foolishness holding me back. There is no longer any hatred or animosity. Throughout this entire journey, my friends have been a huge source of support, often reminding me that I deserve better. It's time for me to put myself out there, they say, and some of them have even been pushing me to start dating again. However, I don't feel the need to jump right into anything at this time. Rather, I'm deciding to concentrate on myself, my contentment, my objectives, and my future. My decision to return to Europe later this year is among my most important choices. Everything that transpired during my previous visit clouded my trip, and I refuse to let those recollections define my time there. I've made the decision to travel alone. Just me, an open itinerary, and me. No baggage, no drama. Simply the opportunity to travel, find who I am, and make great experiences on my own terms. I am really content with my life's path for the first time in a long time. And to be honest, it feels fantastic.